goons followed followed him into
Yeah,
space.
he's kind of like McToon. Like if McToon ever finds that, he's not. But he's asleep at that time. He's
Yeah.
tucked away in bed. But if he was, yeah, it'll be the same thing. All of his followers, he'll like put a post, and then like all kinds of
Yeah.
people will come and just talk shit.
It
That's
was
what
good
they
stuff,
do.
man. It was good stuff. And one CERN
It's-
physicist rage quit. Let's see, we had Red's Rhetoric didn't have any. He said basically, he doesn't know if the Earth's a globe. It's basically on a percentage that he thinks that it is. Kind of like a slider. He said,
yeah, he said it's not
so
100%.
not 100%. It was so good, man. We got concessions all night long, bro.
The old Vsauce, did he?
Yeah, it was good stuff.
It's a three-dimensional spheroid, but I don't know that.
Yeah,
Can't prove that.
I can't prove that, but yeah, because he was talking about one of my videos on YouTube got 3.7 million views. I'm like, so, so what?
Right.
Oh wait, what was his evidence? APOC. He was like, oh, dude, I took my camera and I saw like the ISS, man. I'm like, come on.
Yeah, it's hilarious.
We got Flat Lloyd in the house. What's up, Flat Lloyd?
Hey, what's going on?
Oh, man, causing
Just cracking
disturbances
up.
on
Causing
X.
people to
Regis had
rage quit.
nothing. No, I caught a little bit of the X Base last night. I don't think I caught yours, but I was listening to Indio.
Yeah, he ended up coming to ours after. He came to the
Nice.
space with us after.
Hey,
That
Nathan's in
sounds
here.
hilarious.
What's going on, Nathan? We yeah, so we're actually what I was planning to do and later, right? I wanted to kind of get the platform with X kind of all hooked up and going, and once we start drawing in a healthy crowd, and I was gonna kick it. Actually, was gonna ask Nathan later on if he once we get our group going and he has another place to go in and kind of host the
What?
show from.
Wouldn't that be cool if he even did his show over there?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But I wanna make sure that the people start coming in, so I gotta actually get the space kind of moving
Yeah,
and grooving.
we get a
So
lot of
far,
people.
we did really well. We had like just for the second space, we got like 50 people in there.
Yeah, at one time because they filter in. They like I think it was like maybe 300 people total that saw it that were
Something
coming
like
in and
that.
out.
Yeah.
But yeah, but if you look at your playbacks though from the one we did last week, it's almost 2,000 people that like viewed it. So that's good. It'll spread. First show, 2,000 views. That's cool.
I don't know how Red's Rhetoric found us though, but he did, and he came in there. He got freaking wrecked, dude. He just
Yeah, more like
and
red
then
rected.
then we had the CERN physicist. Yeah, he also left.
Yeah,
He rage quit.
Was that his handle? Was that actually his handle?
red Reddit. Yeah.
Yeah.
The same physicist.
No,
No,
Franco. I think his name was.
yeah, his
Wasn't
name
it
was
Franco
yeah
or something?
Franco or something like that. And he was like, yeah, he was a physics teacher that worked at CERN, and he got wrecked.
Well, there was a guy who DM'd me and told me that that's what he was, because I was getting a lot of DMs while I was talking, and yeah, the guy in the back chat was telling me that that's who he is, and some other guys were telling me to look out for some of the guys that come in there, that some of them are just trolls and stuff. So I was kind of aware of like the people that were
Who's
coming up
who?
to speak. Yeah,
Yeah.
a lot of fun though.
But for those that just joined, one of the best moments of the stream was there was a guy that said that the reason why the doors and the photos on the wall in a really long corridor, like at a Vegas hotel that's like 40 or 50 yards long, like like the whole wing of it. He said that they go down because floor is curving with the earth.
They
That was
they build
yeah,
buildings that way, according to him.
yeah.
Yeah,
That
I
was
heard.
Okay.
my favorite point.
I'm trying to remember what her name is, but she's one of those debunkers on YouTube, like Amelia or something like that. And she said once that aircraft carriers are built to account for the curve of the Earth,
Oh my god!
so that way the
Imagine
airplane, yeah, when the airplane lands on the aircraft carrier, the curve of the Earth already taken into account.
But the interesting thing, though, we did last night, or actually within the 7-hour period that we were doing the X show, we this in the space we were just kind of like handing the mic over to the people that came in there and go ahead and tell us, first of all, present the claim that the Earth is a globe if you think it is, and then give us the evidence to follow. And once people got the mic and came up because they wanted to speak, they had something on their mind. The first thing that they would do was complain about the forum. Well, even if I had evidence, you guys wouldn't accept it. And I'm like, dude, just if you have the evidence, present it. Like that's all you got to do. It's pretty easy, right? And
What did? Sorry,
no, go on, Crit.
I'll say, what did Reds present? That you guys are dumb.
No, he's saying just rockets taking off in the parabolic arc, and also the ISS moving across the sky provide evidence that there is gas pressure without a container. That was
Oh,
his. That
okay.
was. That
That's
was
it.
his- yeah. And I kind
Low
of
orbit and suborbital flight gas
I
pressure.
was telling him, I was like, so is that your argument for gas pressure without a container? He says, yeah, of course. Well, we know gravity's involved, and he was just, and I was like, and I told him what is gravity, right? Because I asked him specifically, and he just diverted away from that because he didn't want to talk about it. And APOC was like, "Whoa, can we get back to the point that you didn't answer what gravity is?" Because he wasn't, he just didn't want to answer. And he's like, "No, I guess because he's used to the forums that he's around, where they just allow him to just talk forever." And he didn't have the answer. Then after
I kept trying to hold him to it, but he wouldn't. He just wouldn't.
yeah, after all of that, I was like, "So, do you believe the Earth's a globe? Like, I mean, what is this, like a certain percentage or what is? I mean," he's like, "Yeah, you could basically say you could put on a slider." He said,
Yeah, and then the photos I posted in the side chat, those were his gift that he posted, that this is his proof that he took that photo from the Sky Tower Bridge and or whatever, and one's from 3 miles, one's from 24 miles, and that was his proof of curve. And he just
"What
it
did
was
he
all
call
bad.
it, APOC? A blink test?
Yeah, he said I did a blink test. He's like where
What's
you
he?
could line them
What in
up.
the world is a
So
blink test?"
like what he does, like if it's this is a GIF, right? So like if it goes from the 3 mile one, and then it flashes the 24 mile one. That's the picture to the right, where it's smaller in picture, and he lines them up like accordingly to the horizon and the skyline. But
Mind,
go ahead.
I was gonna say, mind you, he didn't say that this was the direct evidence that the Earth is a globe. He said it's a collection of things, including
Oh
this.
yeah,
Yeah.
nonsense. And one thing I was thinking about, like technically, he's lining them up, but that's not the way it would be though optically, because it would be lower when you're that much farther away. So it's like he's forcing
Yeah.
what he's seeing in reality to then
But let's
match
not. Yeah,
the other part.
we should just allow him to fall into his own trap because he doesn't know what he's talking about. So if you just allow him, just give him enough rope, man, he'll hang himself. Is the
Right.
case. So you like kind of don't need to put in any more that he's already not giving you. So just allow him to just walk into the trap because he doesn't know what he's talking about. And
Yeah.
I think that's because that's what I do when they come up to the platform to speak. Okay, go ahead and present your evidence, and then they just complain about the forum and how we won't accept anything, and it's all it is.
Really weird.
Right, guys. All right, Alpha. How you doing?
Hey, what's up, Wendeck?
Which
Well, they've got like as soon as they start describing anything to do with the measurements, they automatically start talking about horizontal planes and elevation angles, sea level, which has got nothing to do with measuring curvature whatsoever. That's why they steer away from that. Talking
Yeah, was
about things in the sky.
yeah the crowd that we had on X tonight wasn't even close to that Wendeck. So
yeah, there was a couple times that I made mention about it, talking about okay, so you took an angle to it. Okay, well then your GP establishes a 90 to your position, so that way you can make that angle, right? He just stood quiet there, like, all right. They didn't want to hear that.
Well, did you have like some sort of different forum going on? Some sort of different form? Something going on, Alpha?
Yeah, Alpha, he started a space on X.
Spaces.
He put the
And how's it different? What you've been doing with there? Sorry, I've only just jumped in with Nathan. So, what's going on there then? Is it the normal people that you're having, or fresh faces?
no, yeah, fresh faces basically. So it's me and APOC. Jedi stopped by. Indio stopped by, but it's just like at the moment it was just like me and APOC and Jedi, and then we had just a panel of like randos. So we had a bunch of people that were just randomly coming in, and of course with the hashtag and a certain bit of like people that retweet, we get more people. It's like an influx of new faces. So, and of course they don't know who we are, so it's almost seems like they mistake us for guys who want to talk about like speculative ideas, domes and ice walls and all kinds of stuff. So we're kind of got to get them like to what we're specifically mentioning, and that's the evidence for the case of the Earth being a globe. So that's
several of them made
Like,
mention of
you ain't ready
falling
for
off the
this, son.
edge.
yeah.
You're basically playing with the mice again, are you, Alpha? Or you either?
Well, it doesn't seem like those guys are. I just honestly, you just chuck the mic at them, and they do the work for you because you really don't have to. Because it's okay. So I was presenting tonight the 3 questions, right? So curvature of the Earth, axial rotation, and the vacuum of space. So, and when we were talking about it, we're just like, okay, do you guys have evidence that the globe Earth would substantiate the claim? And they came through and they didn't know how to articulate. It was just they're all over the place. They're complaining about the forum, and I had to many times redirect them back to what we're talking, the premise, right? What it's all about. Why are they coming up here? And I just made mention to them, guys, listen, this is not a debate. Essentially, this would be like an interrogation, us asking you questions and you not providing the answer. So. And
Yeah.
over and over again, I proved that point over and over again. They came up and they didn't answer the questions. They were obfuscating. So
Sorry
this
to
is
interrupt,
recording.
Alpha.
Oh, go ahead.
Hash 1658, you just sat with your mic wide open, causing a bit of audio chaos. Can you close your mic, please?
Oh, AK?
Oh, hash 16. There we go. Thank you very much.
Yeah, that's AK. He kept going in and out.
Hey, Nathan.
Hello.
How's it going, Nathan?
Very well, thanks.
Neil. Well, that sounds interesting, Alpha. Bit something a little bit different. Yeah, I didn't listen to any of that. Must have missed it with times and everything. But are you doing that on a weekly thing or nightly thing?
Yeah,
I'll check it out next time you're doing it.
On my days off of work, I get on and I want to see if I can start being on X a little more. Just changing platforms and seeing what kind of people we got going on. Because they were saying that X has a new group of people that are. There's a group called the Level Heads. They're like another flat Earth group, and they they're doing Spaces a lot, so they have their platform already established, and they're just, I guess, a bigger group of people over there. Their Spaces gets to like 1,000 people, even, I think, from what I'm hearing, 300 to 1,000.
Yeah, they got some numbers.
And if it's anything that I mean, what's happened in the last 2 times that we've done it already, I can say that it's picking up traction. So we are now like last night we got up to like 52 people. It was just the second time we've done it. So yeah, Price of Adam says, imagine 1,000 people fighting for the mic. Well, there's only in Twitter, or formerly known as Twitter. It's X now, but you can only have 10 people up on stage, and the rest are listeners. And then there's, of course, people that are listening outside of the place where everybody's at. So you can only have 10 people, and then of course you can have even control over those 10 people if you want to just mute, and then only the two co-hosts, they can be talking. Pretty cool.
Yeah, and then when they want to talk, they just they raise their hand, and then I could just send them the mic or invite them to speak, or they'll just request and you just accept it, and they come up. And then if they get stupid and start trolling, just remove them from speaker. It's really cool that way. But there's just so many glitches. It'll get better though. Time goes on.
Can I get a mic check in politics?
You're good. Good morning.
Hi, Neil.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Morning, George.
It's George.
So one deck, who's going to violate your list today?
Anybody who tries to describe how Earth curve is measured will violate it, because they will be mentioning elevation angles, horizontal, horizon, sea level, perpendicular, plumb, flat. Got the list in front of me, but you get the gist of it. That's what they have to do when they're describing Earth curve, because it's measured flat.
I'm gonna dip
See, I
out,
don't get
guys.
that. If they're describing Earth curve, why are they using those
All right,
words?
good night. Good night, Alpha. Did you guys catch McToon and Witsit yesterday? Going at it in Geo server? That was funny.
Sit in his Ether? No.
Yeah, it was Witsit and McToon. They were going at it. McToon got wrecked. Then they got into like personal stuff, like Witsit suing McToon or something, and McToon's like, "I'll pay 5 hours for your attorney," and it was funny. It was comical.
Witsit sort of demonstrate and prove how Earth's measured flat. So McToon.
Did he really? That's good news.
I'm saying, did he? I didn't listen to it. I wonder if he did.
Oh boy, no, I can tell you he didn't because he's not a. He's a.
No, he did. He did. Actually, here I'll post this. What he said. Here, hold on. Give me a second. This is what he posted. Can you find it?
People think we have something against Whitsitt. We don't. Not at all. So.
This is what he posted. I'll put it in the side chat. It's long, but it's a lot of good points.
Okay, did Whitsitt tell them how Earth is measured flat?
Well, I don't remember him saying that specifically, but he usually does say that though, because he always says like everything, like just practically, it's flat. But he kind of says like a lot, like he speaks fast. He says like boom, 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 boom. He usually does mention that though. He's like, it's measured flat. It's flown like it's flat. It's military uses treats like it's flat. Like he just goes on and on. But he says it so fast though. But he does throw that in there though.
Do be drilling down a bit on the latitude though, couldn't he? A bit more like drilling down on that. We all know it's measured above flat, but you need to go into it and explain how that measurement is derived. Sea level and elevation to and from Polaris. Stick on that point. Not just say it and drift past it. You need to hold them to that.
Yeah, I agree. Because he does. Yeah, you're right. I mean, he does say it, but you're right. He doesn't like focus on that because he just like says a bunch of stuff. But yeah, I get what you're saying. All he needs to do is just stick to that, and he'll be good.
I heard of him in the past. He says it casually, like in passing. You drive that point home.
Neil, can you go on mute? Bloody hellfire.
Sorry.
Yeah, what do you mean, AK? You want to talk about him?
Just had a prolonged silence. AK didn't say anything.
What do you want to talk about?
No, he was talking in the chat. That's why.
Evidence of Earth curve measurement would be good.
Didn't claim any. Next.
That's the smartest thing I've ever heard you say, AK.
You seem to have listening problems then. Next.
I'd be hard pressed to find someone else that disagrees.
Appeal to popularity.
Talking to a guy yesterday about the latitude and elevation angles, and over some time, and even though he admitted the horizon is used to establish horizontal when using the sea sextant, an elevation angle does require a horizontal baseline, he was still denying that this is a flat Earth measurement.
What do you mean with flat Earth measurement?
So I mean a flat Earth measurement. Elevation angles to Polaris. We get your latitude for your maps and your grids.
Yeah, they're not. They're not a measurement of Earth. They're a measurement of an angle.
An elevation angle.
Yeah, an elevation angle is an angle, and if you measure an elevation angle, you're not measuring the Earth. You're measuring an angle.
What does elevation mean?
Elevation means the height above sea level, commonly.
We're talking about with respect to the surface level. Then when we talk about elevation, it's absolutely intrinsic.
With respect to the surface level.
Am I being talked through? You don't have to like not being correct. You've denied
you're wrong.
an elevation. What's going on? Within 30 seconds of you being wrong, you want to chant through me correcting you.
I'm wrong. What you said is wrong. And you're basing your reasoning that you're going off, you're now presenting off of this wrong starting point. So it's most efficient to correct this wrong starting point to then go on with sound reasoning rather than invalid reasoning.
That was worthy of the interruption of something you didn't hear the full rendition of. You're wrong, and you're wrong was what you needed to chant through me with.
No.
You're obviously very unreasonable. I haven't even finished this sentence and you're still talking through me. Triggered zealot globe believer doesn't like the fact that an elevation angle is absolutely, unequivocally, intrinsically linked to the ground. It's elevation, AK. Or did he have to be server muted? You start talking again in the middle of him being debunked. Did he have to be server muted by one of the server operators? Remember been talking to him for 2 minutes, and this zealot Lurf can't keep his trap shut while he's proven wrong. You deny that elevation has something to do with the ground? No, it absolutely is intrinsically linked to it, AK. I'm done now, son. You can glurf away now, mate.
Right. Elevation is not intrinsically linked to the ground. No. Can I have an elevation that has nothing to do with the ground? And in the elevation angle specifically, it doesn't have anything to do with the height of the elevation as we would measure the elevation of a mountain in the first place. So, no, it has nothing to do with the ground.
An elevation.
Okay, thank you. I got his response. No, elevation doesn't have anything to do with height in 3 different versions. We haven't substantiated that. I have. It's elevation. It's specifically to do with things and their height with respect to the ground. Elevation is directly connected to the ground. No, not
with respect to the ground.
And there we go again. I heard you. I didn't interrupt you. 3 renditions of hand waves. No, elevation doesn't have anything to do with the surface. And here's him chanting through me again like a triggered glurf. Yeah, notice how I haven't interrupted him.
Does not make any of the things that you're saying more reasonable.
He's consistently and continually interrupting me while I let him. And when I stop in the middle of a sentence, he gets to give his 3 hand waves that had nothing attached to them in the middle of an interruption. I allowed that. Now I'm trying again to respond to him after he's told me with 3 hand waves. No, basically his response is, no, elevation isn't anything to do with the ground. Elevation angle isn't anything to do with the ground. It's nothing to do with the ground. I listened to him. I had to listen to him even though he interrupted to say it. Now I'm responding to it. He can't take it. It's what glurfs do, because they can't cope. The moment something comes that proves they are wrong, they need to be able to chant, no, I'm not wrong, through the top of it. No, you're not logical. No, your explanation isn't good. Through the top of what debunks them. You know Earth's flat, AK. I know Earth's flat. When you're demonstrably in requirement of an elevation angle, measure Earth with, you want to chant and rant and bitch and bleat. Maybe you'll appeal to the fact that the server operators, after I've pointed out to the audience, because I'm recording, you've interrupted me 3 times. All you've done in response is hand wave. I haven't substantiated your rebuttal. I have elevation. It's specifically to do with the ground because it's an elevation off the ground. That's what elevation very specifically is. You're hand waving and saying, no, it ain't. Okay, well, what's elevation with respect to then? If it's not with respect to the ground, well, you haven't substantiated that. You've just hand waved. Done again with a reiteration of the same point. A one with the first time when he chanted through me.
Elevation is with respect to height above where the sea would be at that location, not the ground.
Ground then. That's the bleeding ground.
And you're interrupting me, and you're talking through me, and you're talking through me.
You've already lost.
You kept going on about how you're not interrupting me and how you're not talking through me.
Telling us it's the surface, it's with respect to the sea. Yeah, I can chant through you too. Difference is I can do it with a big smile, not triggered. Yeah, you just told us elevation is with respect to where the sea would be. That's the surface of the earth, mate, because that's what elevation is. Telling me my own response back to me where I won isn't a rebuttal. Losing. Confirming what I've debunked you with. Yeah, you're going to need a flat earth measurement. As one deck told you. Your hand wave didn't work, and when you've actually affirmed that, yes, it's with respect to where the sea would be, what, you mean the surface, like sea level? Yeah, we already know you denied it and said it wasn't 3 times through the top of me. Chanting glurf. We all know Earth's flat, and all you can do is use your mute button like a bitch. What, in an attempt to overcome that which I've told you is absolutely tied to the ground, you affirm that it's somewhere where the sea might be? Yeah, that's where you lost, AK. Earth's measured flat with elevation angles. Elevation? What's that? Well, something to do with the ground, obviously, as you've just told us. Lost. By the aftertaste.
Bottom of the sea. Is that not ground? Then there's multiple grounds. There's the surface of the sea, which now is the earth.
Keep asking the same question like it'll be rhetorical. Yes, maybe I can answer his question.
Always has the ground always has the surface of the sea as
Maybe you can just keep talking and then the question will never get answered. Is the surface of the sea the surface? Yes, absolutely it is, AK.
You asked and then carried on talking, though, didn't you? Like you saying, well, what would you suggest? That the surface of the sea has something to do with the surface? Yeah, it does, yeah. It's the surface that we're measuring for the angle when we measure Earth flat. Chanting through it might mean a victory for you in your deluded mind. Hey, mate, in answer to your question, does the sea surface have something to do with the surface level of the elevation off the ground that it's intrinsically linked to? Yes! We measure Earth flat with that angle of elevation with respect to the ground that is flat. It must be, it's an angle. Earth's flat.
There's nothing intrinsic about intrinsically linked about Mount.
That's for me. I'll chat to you about how you're stuttering. I'll just keep doing it to you. You did it to me 3 times. This is only my second chanting to you.
Nothing is linked to ground. Nor is it the surface of
me, Glurf. I'll just do what you do and use the chanting zealot mute button through the top of you as you chant and stutter. I'll just point out that you're stuttering, Glurf. You've already lost and now you're stuttering because you've lost. You've got nothing. Now, as you stutter, I'll start doing to you what you did to me in my first attempt to refute you, which is chant through the top of you. Use your mute button. I can do that too. I'll do it as you start stuttering like a loser who's been beaten by a flurf who told him that, yeah, elevation angles are measuring Earth flat, and then backed it
The only rebuttal you had was say, elevation? How could that have anything to do with the surface of the sea? How could that be the surface? That's what we've got from you so far, Glurf. And then you stuttering, and me mocking you through the top of you like you did to me. Can't stutter for us some more so I can mock you with my fundy zealot mute button through the top of your stuttering? Off you go, son. It's flat. It's measured that way with elevation angles. Okay. Think you can do about it. You need those angles to create the latitude lines wrapped around your globe. Earth's measured flat for your globe. If you deny that they're flat or deny that they're measurements, what the hell are the latitude lines wrapped around your globe? Are they not on the surface of the globe? Pretty sure that the latitude lines are on the surface of your Glurf belief that was measured with those angles with respect to the surface. They just become the globe surface. Are you denying these measurements with respect to the surface that later, after measuring them, bent onto the globe surface? You're denying latitude, AK. Stutter for me.
The elevation angle has nothing to do with elevations at height.
Deny latitude.
Latitude has nothing to do with the surface either.
Deny latitude? Yes or no question? You deny latitude, stuttery Glurf.
So the elevation angle has nothing to do with the surface.
What else? It's a yes or no question.
I
just can't through him. Yes or no question. Do you deny latitude, the ones wrapped around your globe, on the globe surface?
I don't have a globe. There's no such thing as my globe. So
well, let's just talk generally to the audience. The Glurf has a model. It's called a globe. It has latitude on the surface.
It's not mine, though.
In defeat, he'll chant, as I summarise my win. He'd rather relinquish his entire religion than face the fact that on the surface of the globe...
I don't have a religion either.
Chanting again like a little bitch in defeat.
Because you're lying about me. You're slandering me.
He'd rather deny his own Glurf belief. Face the fact that he'll either deny
it's not my belief. That's where you're wrong. Again, you're slandering me.
The surface has been measured flat for them. You can't do it. He'd rather relinquish his entire faith.
Oh no, elevations angle don't measure the surface at all.
Me pointing that out. He's essentially relinquished his entire faith.
It's not measured. It's not a measurement of the surface at all.
I'm not making a claim. Because you know you'll lose.
The only thing I've said, and that's what I'm going to stick to, is that elevation angles don't measure the surface at all. They don't measure the surface as flat or anything else. They're simply an angle.
So you can feel how it tastes as I stammer through you. Yeah, Glurf? How much fun is this? Me chanting straight through. The only thing I've said so far is that, elevation's got nothing to do with the surface. Yeah, I heard what you said.
No, that's not what I've said initially. What I've said is that elevation has nothing to do with the surface.
Directly intrinsically linked to the surface. I mean, all you did was Glurf.
No, they're not intrinsically linked to the surface of Earth. They're intrinsically linked to a reference height that we most commonly use the sea for, but it doesn't have to be. It's not intrinsically linked to the ground or the surface of anything. Sea level is not directly. Sea level doesn't change whenever there's a wave.
I like it when I get annoyed like this, but he's getting very irritated with me talking through him constantly as he tells us about the only thing being the denial of elevation being intrinsically linked to the surface, which it is, debunking his latitude wrapped on the surface of the globe. I mean, maybe he'll start chanting as I summarise where he lost again.
It's intrinsically linked to the height of the sea,
really
which is
not get really annoyed with me.
On average of the height of the sea, more specifically. So it's not even the
audio chaos, so you'll keep
itself, really, but whatever.
Well, I ignore you and summarise my point through the top of you slightly louder with a better mic. I can do that too. I mean, of course, if no one's closing any lines, it's not considered the mute button, is it? It's just me chanting through you about how you lost.
Chanting is the only thing you can do.
And the chanting re-begins as I start summarising my win. Hopefully
oh no, you're not. There's no winning here. You're a little bit lost, a little bit confused.
Earth Friday. You're gonna make yourself a
It's a little bit sad how triggered he can get just because he's shown to be wrong or he's been pointed out some simple.
It's total audio chaos until you have to be removed. I can do
You're
this
gonna
too.
make
I can just
yourself a
keep
trophy
talking
to
while
celebrate
you
your
try and
victory?
summarize something that you haven't won with to the top of me as I make my rebuttal and my summary. Earth's measured flat with elevation angles. They have to be flat, their angles. If they weren't measured with respect to the surface, they wouldn't be wrapped around the surface of a globe. That's the end of the argument for him. We definitely measure these angles with respect to the surface. They're elevation angles. You have to deny them if you're a glurf, but what the hell are you going to wrap around the surface of the globe if you don't measure them? Bye-bye, globe. Earth's measured flat. Chanting didn't succeed, by the way. Just got me amused, and you muted by the server operators who saw you as the unreasonable one. What a shock.
Nathan, I have a question. How are
Be a
there?
reasonable back and forth discussion with you and I talking and maybe pauses in between a question and response, or will it be you chanting through me as soon as I respond to something that might prove you wrong?
All right, let's not poison the well here.
It's what just happened, literally 10 seconds ago. It's not poisoning the well, it's literally what just happened.
Is that what I did, though?
I'm asking you if what will happen is what just happened. Is that what will happen or not? It's a yes or no question. Seems like it will be.
Got it. So
I
how
believe he
are?
just joined.
Yeah. This feels like a poisoning the well fallacy, but I'll move on from
When
that.
it starts to occur, I'll point out that I didn't get an answer to this question then. You may proceed.
How are asteroid craters created? Where do asteroids come from and meteors?
Asteroids / craters, that's a begging the question fallacy. You've already, in your question, assumed the outcome of your question by suggesting that asteroids are directly linked to craters. That's what you've said in your question. It's
Yeah,
begging the question.
meteorites or whatever.
It seems like before I've summarised the end of my conclusion of the begging the question fallacy committed, it's a shock that you wouldn't want to answer about how you might start interrupting when you're proven wrong. I'm pointing out your fallacious reasoning as part of your question. You're talking before the very end of the summary. You're just fallacious in your question. Okay? You understand that? You confirm that you understand that you just begged the question.
How do the
Just
craters
chuckle.
form then?
Yeah, where are these craters coming from?
Were you going to stutter or confirm that you understood your fallacious reasoning? Were you going to answer me? Sorry?
I'm sorry?
You understand, second time's a charm, that you just begged the question in your question that you asked me of craters and meteors. That means that you assume your outcome that they are intrinsically linked. That's what you've just done. The question, third time's a charm. Do you understand your fallacious reasoning, or do you just want to yeah and stutter through the top of the response that you don't give?
I'm asking
You're
the question
begging the
because I'm
question right
curious
now.
what you think. I'm asking the question because I'm curious as to what you think they are.
I got that.
That's why, if you haven't gotten
I
that.
heard your question and repeated it. Do you think I need to repeating again? Maybe I'm deaf. No, I'm not. I heard you and responded and called it fallacious, begging the questions what you just did.
So you just say it's wrong, that they're not from
Fallacious.
rocks from the sky.
Did I
Okay.
say wrong? That word didn't cross my lips. Now he's making stuff up I didn't say. Fallacious, Dumbo. I said it 4 times. Now I'm going to call you stupid because you can't comprehend the words and I'm making the ones up that I didn't say. Didn't say wrong. I said it was a begging the question fallacy. I called it fallacious. You're hearing things.
But where's your evidence then?
Right, you're hearing things. You're not addressing a single word I say and put to you.
Where's
put
your
begging the
evidence that they're
question to you.
fallacious?
Now you're chanting through me. And now my excuse to open up my zealot mute button when you start responding to me. So I'm going to put something to you, given that you've got fallacious reasoning that doesn't have a worthy response coming because it's fallacious. You haven't addressed that. You keep repeating it. Earth's measured flat. Latitude lines. My question to you. Do you deny the surface lines on your globe called latitude?
Do I deny those lines?
Yes.
No, I do not. I don't know if they're necessarily lines, though.
Then there's a follow-up question. A simple closed question will follow up with me pointing out that those measurements come from a flat Earth. Welcome to Flat Earth. Latitude is an elevation angle measurement with respect to the surface and Polaris. The surface being flat for an angle. Welcome to Flat Earth. That's how it's measured.
Craters form.
We're back to the fallacious begging the question of meteors and craters.
Well, it
That's
seems like
measured
you
flat.
kind of
I
avoided
never
that question.
mentioned meteors.
You need
You
a white
completely
knight to
avoided
assist
it.
you, it seems, my friend. It seems that not just you ignoring me is enough. You now need a little friend to help you in your defeat with your fallacious begging the question craters and meteors that I
We
did
don't have
listen
to-
to doesn't need repeating and doesn't need chanting through
Meteors?
by white knights who need to assist you in your defeat.
Jesus.
Did you say
You
craters are
profess the word
meteors?
of Christ in defeat. Good for you.
No, it just seems like you're trying to avoid the question. That's all I'm saying.
Fallacious question. I'm trying to avoid it.
You don't have an
Maybe
answer
repeat
to
after
them.
me, begging the question.
You just say that
You
we're
said
wrong
it
about
was-
our interpretation of them. You're avoiding
Okay,
the
you
question,
keep
though.
chanting that I'm just wrong without addressing what you've done, which is a begging the question fallacy, and I'll just keep repeating begging the question fallacy until the moderators get sick of your repetition, which is going on indefinitely, it seems.
So,
Anything else? Latitude is measured flat with angles. You didn't address that either. I've now readdressed the position of your fallacious reasoning into a question about latitude. You said you didn't deny them. Welcome to Flat Earth. Those latitude lines are measured on a flat baseline. A flat Earth, it's an elevation angle. Elevation from the surface, which is flat, it's an angle. Earth's measured flat for those lines you don't deny the measurement of.
Still waiting.
Sorry, for a question to you begging the question assumption of craters and meteors that I've addressed 6 times. I've counted off how many times I've addressed it. It's a begging the question fallacy. 6.
I'm just curious what you think they are.
Don't make a claim about it. I couldn't care less, in fact. What I do care about is elevation angles, which we measure the Earth with and then map the Earth with and survey the Earth with. Horizontal planes of reference. That's how we measure Earth. I'm here as a flat earther and telling you how Earth's measured. Flat. Latitude, the ones you don't deny, well, then you accept the measurement of them. So it's measured flat for them. You need them to be measured flat to create the globe you believe you're standing on. That's what I'm talking about. Your craters and meteors begging the question's irrelevant. I don't make a claim about it.
Got it. So these people are wrong, but you don't have an explanation for them then.
These people is an appeal to consensus, I assume. Another fallacy. These
I'm
people,
just saying
sorry
another
about
explanation is wrong, but you don't even have your own
Don't get
explanation.
fallacious reasoning. Stopped. These people are wrong, says you. No, I didn't say anything about it. Again, you're hallucinating words I haven't said. And when I start pointing out that it's a appeal to consensus or stereotype,
Really implied.
you start talking through the middle of the response like the last guy. It's because you're a glurf. You're a globe believer. This is triggering for you. Being wrong is uncomfortable because it means you might not be on the zealot globe that you thought you were on before you started talking to me. And I started pointing out how Earth's measured flat for the latitude lines you wrap around them. Meanwhile, you're very concerned about meteors I don't make claims about. Begging the question of how the meteors, you say, form the craters. By way of begging the question fallacy that I pointed out to you 7 times. You have a lack of comprehension, an inability to understand what's been refuted when you've put it to me.
Or the scientists who talk about them wrong.
Going to appeal for the 2nd time to now the scientists, these people, these ethereal people that aren't here and aren't him and aren't making any claims.
Ethereal? They don't exist?
Sorry,
I'm
they're
a
here.
scientist.
Hello, put your hand up if you're one of the scientists he's brought along with him.
Well, I'm not one of the ones he brought along with him. But I am a
and they don't
scientist.
freaking exist to the guy that's now chanting through me, undoing his stupid argument that he just put to me and I ended on the spot. Ethereal, you say? What, like they're not here? They're not here! You dumb! No, they're
There's
not
a
here.
difference between them
They're
not being in this
here.
Discord call
They
and
are
not
not
existing.
here. Hello? Sorry, do we
They're
need to
not
go on
here.
this tangent about whether... Excuse me, do we need to go on this tangent with a white knight about whether or not the people he appealed to are here or not? They're not. Just an
Spitting
appeal
out a
to
bunch of
some
word
people that
salad.
aren't here. Some scientists he's
Okay.
going to make up on the spot that aren't here arguing. Am I appealing to some random scientists? They're not here now, but there's thousands of them. They all measure Earth flat. They're all scientists. Coat wearing, badge wearing, fully accredited scientists. There are thousands of them. They all measure Earth flat. What's that? You want me to produce them?
You know, ethereal doesn't mean what you think it means, right?
All right, what are you going to do about the thousands of scientists measuring Earth flat? Deal with them. Or is it just as fallacious as you saying it when I say there's thousands of them and don't produce them? What are you going to do about the thousands of measuring Earth flat scientists that I've just appealed to?
Appeal to the hundreds
gone
of thousands
silent.
that support the globe model?
No, they measure Earth flat with elevation angles.
That's your claim.
No, it's a fact. That's how the maps are made. Like latitude.
Yeah, because maps are flat.
Yeah.
They're made
Yeah.
differently than a globe.
Yeah. So you
That
just
doesn't
told me
make
it was
the
my
Earth
claim. I
flat.
made it up. No, the answer is yes. That's where I won, and he carried on talking, it seems. Yes, they are measured flat. Yes, they are latitude. Yes, it's how the maps are made. Yes, Earth's flat. Not yes, and you carry on talking in defeat. When you say yes, that's the end. Earth's flat.
It's not really how conversation works.
Is when I get an affirmation of how we measure Earth for latitude and produce maps with them, and he says, no, that's not, that's just your claim. And I go, no, that's how the maps are made, and he goes, yes. That's where he
This is the
lost.
proof.
With
So
more
maybe
to
if you
follow
keep
in the
talking
same
through my
sentence,
summary,
right?
maybe if a white knight pipes up in the middle of my summary where I won, maybe it won't be a summary of my victory. It'll just be a white knight being heard. Oh, that's how Earth's measured, and the maps are produced with these latitude and longitude lines for the grids on the spheres, on the maps. They're measured flat, Earth's flat. That's how it's measured. And there are thousands of scientists who measure Earth flat with the elevation angles. It's not a claim, it's a fact of life. That's how the maps get produced. That's how the grids produced. I'm still summarising my win, and a white knight can't take it. Would that be a glurf? You can't stand the fact that we measure Earth flat for the latitude grid?
Can you name some of these scientists?
I don't need to. Like the other guy, I just appealed to them to juxtapose the fact that that's exactly what I just did to the last guy and got white knighted and told that was unreasonable and they weren't ethereal. Meanwhile, I don't need to appeal to thousands of scientists. In juxtaposition of a guy that wouldn't tolerate it as his crappy standard, that he wasn't producing lines of men here to make his argument for him, it was an appeal to consensus/stereotyping fallacy that didn't get addressed by my opponent. It got chanted through and white knight by two other people. Shocking. Meanwhile, when I'm using that standard, suddenly I'm being held to it. How beautiful your timing is, sir, to make my point so eloquently for me. Let's measure flat elevation angles. Great, the latitude grid, and there's the chanting, it begins. That's how Earth's measured for the latitude grid. Do you deny latitude on the globe, on the surface of it?
No, I don't deny the concept of latitude lines, no.
Concept is a measurement.
Okay.
Do you want to stand corrected? You don't deny the measurement of latitude. You called it a concept, trying to reposition it.
No, I won't grant you that.
Well, then you deny your globe then. So you deny the latitude on the globe. You won't grant me the measurement of latitude. How'd you get latitude for your globe? You don't have one then. So you're denying your globe. Bye-bye globe, no latitude. You won't accept the measurement of it. Bye globe. Off you go. You don't have a religion to believe in if you don't accept latitude measurements. I want to call them concepts.
How is it a religion?
Well, these concepts won't be giving you, so you've just got a conceptual globe, have you?
How is it a religion?
Because if you haven't got any measurements for your globe, latitude in this instance, then you haven't got a globe to be standing on. And once you accept that you do have a globe that you think, and is this you chanting through me responding to your question, sir? Is it a glurf, troublesome moment where you need to talk through the devastating fact that if you deny latitude, you haven't got a globe to believe in, therefore it's a religion with nothing to base it on? If you accept latitude, then you also must accept their measurements, which is angles off a flat Earth. Which is it?
It's not chanting, it's just hard to not overtalk you when you never stop talking.
Rather than a question, I've got an interruption before I've even taken breath. What a shock! A triggered glurf that can't cope with a question. Which is it? Is it no latitude for your glurf belief? Or is it, I understand and accept that latitude is measured flat? Which is it?
False dichotomy. And it's hard not to interrupt you when you're just talking constantly.
I'll undo your claim. It's just said false dichotomy. Like it's a two-choice question.
Are you just going to be chanting room?
And has other outcomes. So we do have latitude, and it is measured. It's definitely not a false dichotomy, unless you're suggesting that one of those suggestions of a latitude measurement is false. No, it's not. Not a false dichotomy. We definitely have latitude measurements. You definitely have them on your globe. So either you say, no, I don't accept them, which means you deny the globe, or you do accept those latitude lines on the surface of the globe, which are measured flat. Not a false dichotomy. It's a true dichotomy.
So those are the only two options?
Yeah. Either you accept latitude measurement or you don't.
No, I don't accept your claim and your description of how these measurements are made.
Latitude's not a claim I'm making, dum-dum. Latitude's not a claim I'm making. Latitude's not my claim. So you're saying that latitude... So your answer is latitude's just a claim Nathan Oakley makes. So you deny latitude.
No, you're moving the goalposts. Don't be disingenuous, Nathan.
So is it a claim I make, therefore you don't accept my claim of latitude, which is a denial of latitude on the basis that it's just my claim?
Not just because it's your claim, because I think your claim is wrong.
Taste. That sounds like a nice little stutter there, Glurf. How'd you getting on with the true dichotomy? So you either accept latitude, it's a real thing, it's not just Nathan Oakley's claim, or you don't. Do you accept latitude?
That I do. I already said earlier that I do accept latitude.
And let me make my conclusion. Earth is measured flat. Latitude is an elevation angle measurement to Polaris. Elevation angles are two straight lines, one along the surface and one to the Polaris star we're measuring, with respect to the surface, which must be flat for it to form the angle to create that latitude. That's what it is. Earth is measured flat.
That's your
Is
claim.
it just me, or is the conclusion getting chanted through by this glurf scumbag who can't take the heat? I'm just concluding my facts that you claimed were my claim. Not my claim. I'm just detailing what latitude is, sir. You don't like it because if you can reposition it to be my claim, you can seem to deny latitude, which means you deny your globe on the basis
what
that
you're
it's
doing
just
is
like
ask.
Or you could chant through me the painful truth of latitude measurement. I've got it on screen for my audience now. This line to the sky is the line to Polaris for latitude. This line along the ground to its GP is the surface level, which must be flat for this to form the angle to create this latitude measurement. It is a measurement. It is absolutely unequivocally of a flat Earth. It can't be anything else. And it does get wrapped around your globe after we measure Earth flat with it. So I'll conclude once more, hopefully without the chanting for the third time through the same zealot. So, zealot, you either accept latitude, it's not just a claim I'm making, that was your last rebuttal, or you don't. If you do, then you accept Earth's measured flat, like on screen with these elevation angles to start. If you don't, you deny your globe because it's got latitude wrapped around it. Oh, which is it? False dichotomy, it's true dichotomy, that was another rebuttal. Which is it? Deny the globe, which has latitude, or accept that latitude is measured flat?
Do I get to actually answer? Like, are you going to just start talking again?
Chanting.
Okay.
It's non-responsive.
Oh my God, dude, go.
Non-responsive.
Just go.
Non-responsive answer. So I'll
Radwin
conclude.
stuff,
He's asked
white
me a
knighting.
question about whether or not he's going to get to respond in totally clean air. Now he's talking through me responding to that response. What he just gave me was non-responsive, so I'll repeat the question because he didn't respond to it. He asked me whether or not, in completely clean air, uninterrupted, whether or not he'd get talked through. Now he's talking through me, I'll just point out. That was non-responsive, sir. You deny latitude, which means you deny your globe. It's got it wrapped around them. Or do you accept latitude, which, as per my demonstration and fact that it's an angle with respect to the surface, is a flat Earth measurement? You deny or accept latitude measurement, which is flat.
Okay, so what you're doing is you're asking me, do you accept latitude? And when I say yes, I accept the concept of latitude, you then tack on these other things and say,
already. I've already dealt with this. It's not a concept. It's a measurement.
Here.
Yeah, I'm just going to do it.
I'm the one over talking and interrupting, right? Okay.
It's not a concept. It's a measurement. It's an elevation angle measurement. He's repositioning it like, I'll accept it, but only if I accept that it's conceptual. Okay, well then your globe's conceptual.
You think the latitude lines are physical objects that exist?
Your globe is conceptual based on your response. No globe then, it's just a concept. Latitude's just a concept. It's not a measurement according to you. It's a concept. Latitude's wrapped around your globe, so your globe's just a concept then based on your response. You're basically denying latitude. It's only conceptual. It's not measured. Therefore, your globe's just conceptual. No globe then. I don't see latitude measurements as conceptual. I know they're measured. You can measure them. With respect to a flat Earth, that's how they are measured. I'm not a nonsense idiot peddling glurf that has to reposition measurements into concepts, ultimately denying the globe then. There's no globe if you've just got concepts wrapped around it. It's not the surface of anything then, it's just a concept. Your globe's a concept, meanwhile, we do accept latitude measurements, because that's how they're measured on a flat Earth with an angle. A line between you and Polaris, and a horizontal plane the observer is standing on. That's how you measure that angle. Earth's measured flat. That's the end of this discussion.
Are measurements physical things that exist in the world?
You just
like
told me that latitude was a concept. According to you, no. According to you, the latitude wrapped around your globe is just conceptual. Ergo, your globe is just conceptual. Well, enjoy your globe concept. Me, in reality, measure Earth flat with angles to Polaris for latitude. You deny them as being conceptual. You deny the globe. That's as simple as that. Well done. You've denied your globe and called it a concept. We're not standing on a globe then. It's just a concept. Not the surface that we're standing on. It's just a concept, right?
Our latitude? No, wrong. Are latitude lines physical
For me,
objects?
Latitude, wrong. Sounds like you've got a sentence fragment problem, stuttery.
No, you asked me right.
Is
that right? I said no,
The globe
wrong.
is a concept. Look, stuttery, when you stutter and stammer about a sentence fragment trying to form a question, I'm going to talk. Because I'm not doing that. I'm perfectly calm as I point out that your latitude is being denied when you call it conceptual. It's not. It's a measurement. I've had non-stop measurement angles of Polaris on screen for my audience. This one titled Celestial Body Sextant Angles. The line of sight.
You made it. Oh, did you miss me? Or did you just miss me?
A stuttery question sentence fragment through the top of me talking as I demonstrate to my audience that these angles of elevation that are measured are on screen? Is it just me, or is he chanting through that?
He's
Didn't
chanting
manage
right
a
through
sentence,
you.
mate. He managed to stutter our former question and form a sentence fragment. Then I took over and talked about the detailed pictures of angle measurements on screen. You deny them as concepts. The globe's just a concept, not real. Conceptual, according to you. You deny latitude as conceptual.
Love how I'm accused of chanting when you're the one who's repeating the same fucking thing over and over again.
I swear for me, you little bitch. Out of my
Is
nuts.
that getting you hard?
Swear at me some more. I love it. It's because you lost. You called
sound like you're about to
elevation
finish.
angle measurement conceptual. Now you're swearing at me. You've lost badly. You've
Oh,
got nowhere
no,
to go.
is
Rory
swearing
told
bad?
me you consider latitude to be conceptual. Well, if it's conceptual, your globe's conceptual. That's simple.
I offend your virgin
You're going to
ears.
swear at me and accuse me of chanting through you. That's what I'm concluding. While you chant through me and project your loss as you chant in defeat with sentence fragments.
I don't understand, like, how are you using the word chanting? Like, do you know what that means? Do you know what a chant is?
Non-responsive. This is non-responsive, non sequitur. Maybe he'll start continuing his question about why I can get to call him chanting when he's indefinitely chants through my responses, which he will definitely do. As I point out, he's lost. He's lost because he's claimed that the measurements of latitude are merely conceptual. Ergo, his globe with latitude on it isn't the surface of reality anymore. It's conceptual. Bye-bye globe. That's his position. I've summarised it. He's
Didn't say the measurements were conceptual. Putting words
What's
in my
chanting?
mouth.
Ask me what chanting is, bitch.
Oh, now you're
Choose the
cursing?
word he used as he continues to
curse?
chant through me, asking me what it is in his last non sequitur response. This is chanting. What
Okay,
he's
what
doing
is
right
chanting?
now. It's what you're
What is
doing
chanting?
now. As I'm still summarising the point you haven't responded to. You asked me about what chanting was. I'm summarising that point you were non-responsive to. By asking me what chanting was, the thing you're doing. Meanwhile, he is absolutely screwed. Why is he screwed? Well, because he can't have a conceptual surface with latitude on it. It's not real anymore if it's conceptual. That's his globe. That's his position. We do definitely measure elevation angles. I had them up on screen while he chanted through me, telling my audience, here are the elevation angle measurements that we use to form the maps and models. They're flat. Earth's measured flat. Meanwhile, in lieu of that fact, he's turned a measurement into a concept. I put him between a rock and a hard place where if he makes that measurement a concept, his globe gets denied as a consequence. What did he do as a result? He swore at me.
Oh, no. Clutch your pearls harder.
That's all he's
No,
got.
chanting, it's not
Oh, when are you
chanting.
gonna
What you're
realize
talking
this
about
is
is interrupting
control?
or over talking, which happens because you never shut the fuck up. So, yeah, when I try to make any argument or anybody, oh, I just stuttered. Oh, God. Just lost the argument. I better go. No, when anybody tries to talk, since you never stop talking, yeah, you're gonna get over talking, and then you're like, you're chanting, mate, you're chanting, quit chanting. That's not the definition of chanting. Like a chant is
Okay,
when you
so we
repeat
let
something.
you
Like,
drone on for a little bit here. Is that all you have to say? You want to talk about chanting instead of getting to the point that you don't accept the fact that latitude is measured from a flat Earth?
I don't think it's a fact, and you guys don't control what questions I get to ask. I'll ask what I please.
You have any proof of that,
Badass like
Will?
that.
I would like to talk to Nathan about the latitude lines being measured as.
I didn't hear that.
Welcome. Flat Earth
Is
space.
it latitude? Is it latitude? Is it latitude something curved then?
I'm new to this channel. or you've not done so already, then be sure to
Yes,
subscribe.
latitude lines do
Bell
curve.
notification
Follow the
icon
shape of the
and
Earth.
join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member. Keep up to date with the Flat Earth debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they are live. There's also a Ko-Fi, Patreon, crypto, and thanks button in the info box below the video. Most importantly, if you'd like to join the discussion, simply mute the page you are currently watching, then click the link in the info box below this video to join the panel and express your views on the nature of Earth. If you do join, please don't swear. If you do, you'll be ejected, and if you are, please don't try to rejoin the stream using sock accounts. You'll be warmly welcome back on the next stream. Please also share the show on social media. Sharing the show obviously increases the live audience, but this in turn increases the chances of a more diverse panel, so please share the show on Facebook and X. And today we are in the politics server and joined on G Plus by One Deck, Neil, Eli. So welcome, one and all.
Nathan, I have to say that you have a...
That was good. You have a radio host.
Greetings.
Yeah, that was very good. I have to say you have a very captivating voice, which I think does add some legitimacy to the incorrect information that you are sharing.
I do apologize for swearing. I didn't know you had a rule against
Oh,
that.
I'm going to go ahead and just get rid of Thick because he wanted to ask a question, but now he just wants to talk about other things.
No,
Are
sorry.
you
I
going
can
to
ask
stick
my
on
question.
topic?
I can ask my question.
Oh, okay.
Yes. I wanted to talk to Nathan about the lines of latitude being based on a flat Earth. I just wanted to hear his argument one time, and then I'll ask my question.
Not an argument, it's a measurement.
You're right. And you're saying that the lines of latitude on our spherical Earth are all conceptual.
Oh, the guy in the pre-show said that.
Well, yeah, and my thing is that maps can be made any way you want them, and it's always about the goal of the viewer. So I wanted to mention, Nathan, I'm a meteorologist, so I kind of have a bias here. I'll be talking a little bit more about weather to support my arguments and stuff. But when it comes to the tropics, right, when it's hurricane season, we look at like the Mercator view, which is the flat Earth view, and therefore, yeah, your lines of latitude are going to look different and be. They're always going to be lines of latitude which are constant around a sphere, but they can be portrayed differently. And even on a spherical Earth that you might have in a classroom or your home office or something, that is all conceptual. But yeah, just wanted to say that, just because lines of latitude are based on a flat Earth doesn't mean that lines of latitude on a sphere can't exist.
Okay, how do they get measured?
They get measured based upon the entire circumference of the Earth.
No, that's not how they're measured. You obviously don't know how latitude's measured.
Well, explain it.
You were just telling me how it was measured and you don't know.
Well, I'm telling you that
tell me how it was
lines
measured
of
when you don't
latitude
know.
are based up
I'm
on
not being
90
spoken to
degrees.
while I start funding off about incorrect assertions that they got wrong.
Okay.
He told me it was based on a globe. Now he's still talking like he's been invited to respond. I'm talking now.
All right, you
Do
go
you
ahead.
think the last 2.5 minutes of you talking was your invitation to immediately start chanting through any responses I give you? Because you're still yakking.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'm done with him. I don't want to talk to him anymore.
Oh, wait, now I have one question about.
Shout out to Duncan
hemisphere.
McLeod. They are all flat Earth views.
Hey, the other chat's being racist. There's a big ass airship above Denver.
Thank you for the super chat. All the same. Also, shout out to Unitox Femu. Which latitude is Bolivian Salt Flat Lake, Suez Canal, and Hungarian Plain? I don't know. Why are you asking me that via super chat? Should I just guess? 20th. I don't know.
Do you know why, Nathan? Because there are a discussion about latitude, and I ask where, because that is the big flat surface. It's called Hungarian Plain. Then another big flat surface. It's Bolivian Salt Flat Lake. Then another big. It's Suez Canal. flat canal, you know. I want to know which does that depends on which latitude it is, or that or what is important. Does that surface should to curve, or we should to say what is the latitude? Is it that the part of the surface? Is it that working on the map or something like that? That's why I'm asking, you know, in which latitude all these flat surfaces are. Can somebody from Globers answer, not you, Nathan?
Okay. Same answer, I don't know. But I know what latitude is.
So you can draw lines of latitude around a globe, and they draw them east to west parallel to the equator.
Can you do
That's how they
that?
measure them.
Can you
And
do
this is
that
how they
on
measure
south?
them.
Can you do that line? Can you draw that line on
Sorry.
the south?
Sorry,
Sorry, everyone
Sasha.
stop. Everyone
Sasha.
stop. Stop. I've just spent 25 minutes covering this in the pre-show. Okay. Yes, you can, as the gentleman just suggested, draw lines of latitude around a globe. Yeah, I can draw them around a banana. That's fascinating. How do they get measured? Off a flat Earth. On screen now for my audience is an angle of elevation marked latitude. What is it? Well, it's a line along the surface. It's the baseline, and a line up to Polaris. That's latitude. It's a flat Earth elevation angle measurement of a star. That's what it is. Can you then take that flat Earth elevation angle measurement of this star, Polaris, and wrap the circle of equal altitude you can draw with respect to its GP around a globe? Yes. You can take the measurement and put it onto a concept. But the measurement is flat. Shout out to Duncan MacLeod again. He says, he said the Mercator view was the flat Earth view. They are all flat Earth views. No, they're all distorted globe projections that came from origin measurements of latitude and longitude. They're all conversions and distorted for that reason. You start with flat Earth angles to the stars. You convert those lines of latitude onto the globe surface conceptually, then project what you then claim to measure off a curved surface that won't give you an angle back into hell, the equatorial plane in the centre of the sphere, which is essentially just a glorified protractor. That's what they actually do. Now, I know that, but these numpties who come here and tell me that latitude is just something you draw around a globe, yeah, your crude knowledge of how this comes to pass isn't going to overcome the fact it's measured flat. And every time you tell me what you can do with latitude, I'll just ask you how it's measured. That's how it's measured, flat. And when you deny it and make it a concept like the guy in the pre-show, then you deny the globe surface, don't you? Suddenly, the globe surface is conceptual. Yeah, absolutely is. Meanwhile, the measurements...
The way you measure it on a globe is it's just they're measured as angles from the center of the Earth. And
so you're measuring angles
and you
in
increase the 90
hell?
degrees of the
Sorry,
force.
I heard you. I heard you.
Are you chanting?
I heard you. So we measure angles in hell. No, you measure angles on the surface. It's not how we measure angles. Just ask Thunderfoot Clown. He's just released a video in the last 3 days where he unequivocally measures angles with respect to a plane of reference on the surface and then explains how you must, as I just explained 35 seconds ago, transpose the flat Earth angles into hell. You've just told me it's okay we measure them from hell. Oh, right. Show me.
You mean like the biblical hell? Is that what you're talking about?
You said it. I'm not talking. You brought it up and said we measure angles
I brought
from
up hell?
the center of. Just me, or am I getting talked through the summary? That's obviously stupid because we don't measure angles from hell in the center of Earth as he just suggested. I pointed out Thunderfoot did the same thing 3 days ago, but he measured from the surface, as I'm saying you must. On screen now, latitude, surface level measurement. When you've got that surface level measurement,
center of the Earth
and being counted through again. Once you've got the surface level measurement with respect to the star, you can transpose it into hell. You've got to first create the globe to wrap around the equatorial plane, then deny the angle that you can't get from the globe surface to have a reason to transpose it into hell. You just said we just measure it in hell. No, we don't. We measure it on the flat Earth.
You think that hell is at the center of the Earth, the biblical hell? Is that what you're saying?
On sequitur.
Oh my God.
You said we measure it from the center of
I'm
Earth.
legitimately confused right now why he keeps talking about hell.
Non-sequitur fallacy. I'm obviously not going to just get chanted through, clearly. No, I said hell, as in your reference to the center of Earth that you said we measured the angle from. It was non-responsive, non-sequitur. He didn't address my rebuttal.
Okay, I was just confused because are you literally saying that hell is at the center of the earth, or are you just like
You said that. You said that's where we measure
No, I
this
didn't.
angle, and we
I
don't.
mentioned
My
the center of
response
the earth.
again
I
is
don't
non
think hell
sequitur away from it.
exists and is at the
Hell is
center of the earth.
confusion here. He says we measure an
brought up
angle from
hell.
the center of a ball. I say no, we don't. We're not measuring angles in hell. Now his question is about whether or not hell is something. We're not measuring angles from the center of a sphere. We are measuring them from the flat surface. They're angles.
That's your claim.
No, it's a fact. It's latitude measurement. It's on screen for my live audience of 72 people. They can see latitude. How it's measured with angles, that's a fact. So, sir, like the guy in the pre-show, you deny latitude measurement then?
No, I'm denying the extrapolation from the idea that you can measure latitude on a flat surface, and that means that the Earth itself is not a globe. I don't agree with that.
So you deny the latitude wrapped around the globe then?
No, I've said twice already
How's
that I
that measured?
accept
Well, how's
latitude
that
on the
measured?
globe model.
Well, how
And
is that
I
measured
just said
then?
a second ago.
Well, okay, we've got him between a rock and a hard place, and he doesn't want to accept the position, so he keeps talking when the question comes. Okay,
I can repeat what I
accept that.
said.
On the surface of the globe you believe you're standing on. Okay, you accept it. And you accept their measurements, don't you?
Who's they? Who are you talking about? Like which? I
Attitude
don't accept your
measurement.
myth.
I'm being asked a question and then he's continuing to talk. Attitude measurement is a angle measurement off the surface of Earth. I'll define altitude angle. Altitude angle is a line of sight between you and the object in the sky and the horizontal plane the observer is standing on. That is an altitude angle measurement. That is what is required to measure an altitude angle, a flat Earth. That is how latitude, which is very specifically an altitude angle to Polaris, is measured. That's not a claim. That's not debatable. That is a stone cold fact. Altitude angle of Polaris is latitude, and I'm getting talked through and chanted through, shocking. Now he can either accept that measurement, which is absolutely without question of a flat Earth, its elevation, which is with respect to the surface, and an angle, one of which is the surface, and it must be a flat straight baseline for it to form an angle. Earth is measured flat for latitude. If you deny this measurement, you deny the latitude on the surface of your globe, which is extrapolated out after it is measured.
So latitude is the measurement of how far north or south a location is from the equator. It's measured in degrees, starting at 0 degrees at the equator and increasing to 90 degrees at the north or south poles. This is done on a globe model, not a flat Earth model.
And we're not measuring on models, not measuring in hell. Latitude is not the turning of you in hell and the globe around you. An angle measurement.
Okay, somebody else can go. I can't.
I let him talk, and my
You're gonna
response
bring up
isn't
hell. Yeah,
seems like my
whatever, I
response
don't
is
care.
being
You never
hammered
shut the
through
fuck up, so
something
of course I'm
zealotly
going to be
globe
interrupting
believer.
you because you
Why is
never
my
fucking stop
response
talking.
met with a continual stream of interruptions from my opponent when I'm responding to him? Latitude, as he just described, was him in hell turning the globe around him. No, on screen now. The protractor used to measure the angle to Polaris isn't the globe that you're inside. That's what you just suggested. Latitude is somehow the turning of the globe Earth with you inside it. No, latitude's an angle measurement off the surface. After the fact, you can transpose this angle into hell and suggest that the angle that you measured on the surface is actually the turning of a globe Earth protractor. It isn't. It's a measurement of a flat Earth on the surface.
You must know that because you just mentioned degrees.
Degrees that he said was the Earth turning. He's saying it's the number of degrees of the Earth rotating around its own axis with you in the centre. That's why he decided to distract away from the fact that hell has got something to do with it, because he knows that in his suggestion, his assertion, is you're standing in hell twisting the globe around your position. Nobody's in hell. The angle measurement isn't being measured if you're standing in a molten iron core. On the surface, meanwhile, you measure an angle to Polaris. After the fact, you can create a globe with that angle and the latitude lines to wrap around a globe. When you do that, you've got a surface that won't give you an angle. So what do you have to do when you've got a surface that won't give you an angle anymore? Suggest that actually it's working in the middle of the globe at the equatorial plane that it can still function as an angle in hell with the globe itself as the protractor. That's what he's doing. Meanwhile, I keep asking him, where does this get measured? Oh, well, no, it's not a measurement. It's me in hell twisting a globe around me. No, it's definitely a measurement. It's been on screen the whole time. It's an angle off the surface. It's flat. Earth must be flat to measure this angle. That is how it's measured. You can deny it all you like, or you can just move past the fact that we measure Earth flat for latitude with Polaris off the surface. It's an angle, and say that it's a globe Earth protractor with you in hell twisting the globe around you. No, you're not. How is latitude measured? Your last response was to say it's conceptual in hell. No, it ain't. It's actually measured off the surface off a flat Earth, like on screen for my audience. Either you deny that measurement of a flat Earth, in which case you deny the latitude lines that are wrapped around your globe conceptually after the measurement, or you accept that Earth's measured flat for latitude, because it is. That's what's on screen right now. Flat Earth measurement of an angle to Polaris with 90 degrees at the base of Polaris. What it is. I have to like it. Earth's measured flat.
1 second, I need to help out Atheist Jr. Atheist Jr., Nathan is making fun of you for saying center of Earth, where some people believe hell is in the center of Earth. He's making fun of you. You don't have to rage quit. Just answer his questions.
That's all right, let him rage quit. All he could do is chant through me in the devastating parts where we do actually acquire measurements of Earth for latitude. The point that he'd said, no, it's just conceptual, because in my concept, I'm in the middle of hell. Hell becomes the point of contention. Well, fine. It's pathetic, and anybody watching it knows it. 98 people watching, please share the show. We're in the politics server, which is why it's all getting heated. Lots of zealots chanting. Got swore at this morning when I put someone between a rock and a hard place. Told me to F off at the point that he either denied the latitude that he told us was a concept, in which case his globe surface is a concept, or accept that it's measured flat. He started effing and blinding at me. It was epic. Can't wait to trim that out.
You gonna make yourself a trophy?
Yeah, video. I trim them out and make money with them so I can feed my family. It's not a trophy. It's like I do for money. Maybe I'm answering him and he needs to talk through the answer. He's just got to the question he asked me.
Oh my god.
Be your answer in the middle of my still repeating the same thing slightly louder with you talking through me. Were you the guy who asked me what chanting was?
Just find it weird the definition of chanting that you use, because that's not the definition.
It was
of
him
chanting.
that was talking about chanting. So no, I'm not going to make a trophy with it. I was trying to answer your question, and now you're back onto this, which is chanting. I was answering your question about whether or not I make a trophy. No, I will make a YouTube video demonstrate the zealotry of globe belief when they deny the measurements that they need to wrap around their globe, or accept that Earth is measured flat. And upon being put between a rock and a hard place, as I call it, someone started swearing at me. I believe that was you.
Oh, I heard you. You don't have to repeat everything you say.
I do.
Times.
And I will.
Yeah.
I will. I'll repeat it right now. He was put between a rock and a hard place and
Oh.
either denied his globe and the latitude wrapped round them or accepted Earth was flat. I'll repeat it again. He either denied the globe or accepted flat Earth measurements. That was the position. he
Chanting.
swore
Look at me chanting.
as a result, and then chanted.
I'm currently
and told
chanting.
Me to stop.
Yep, I'm currently.
Told me I must stop repeating my win. I must stop repeating my victory when I put you between a rock and a hard place of denial of the globe's latitude wrapped around the surface as conceptual, says you, end quote, or acceptance of the flat Earth measurement. You will measure it's on screen for my audience now, along the surface which must be flat. You swore at me as a result of that, and now you're telling me to stop repeating my victory. Absolutely not. I will repeat it with you, quote, chanting through me, because you can't take it. It's very painful for you. I'm going to repeat it again. You were screwed and needed to swear at me because you couldn't help yourself in defeat. No, you denied the globe. It was conceptual, remember? So no globe for you, just a concept. Not the surface we're standing on with latitude. Conceptual, you said. All right, well, I'm a realist. I've got plenty of examples of latitude measurement off the surface of Earth with an elevation angle. I don't have to deny it as conceptual as a flat earther. That's how we measure Earth. It's flat. You lost.
You actually give people like time to speak, and that you aren't just interrupting people and talking constantly, so that when they try to respond, you accuse them. Oh, you're chanting, mate. The Earth's flat, isn't it? You're chanting.
You're going to use your time to do that.
The same ad hominem
Yeah,
non
yeah.
sequitur that we got last time. He doesn't actually address the rebuttal and fact and summary of him denying the globe as conceptual or accepting a flat Earth measurement. We're talking about the debate structure and taking the mickey out of my English accent. That's an ad hominem attack.
Sure, I know it is. But I never said the Earth was conceptual. I said that latitude lines is a concept in
For me.
geography.
For
That
me.
doesn't
So
mean
you
that
accept the measurements of latitude then? So you
that
accept
means
the
my
measurements
argument's
then?
invalid
Every
if I
measurement.
stutter. That makes
Yeah,
sense.
yeah, I
That's
can
all.
chat through you too. Yeah, the point that you start stuttering, so it's embarrassing for you while I laugh at you, Glurf.
Does that
I'm
mean my
laughing at you and
argument's
making
wrong
it
if I
more
stutter?
awkward. The moment you start stammering over your words, I do it with a big smile on my face in victory. Tell me not to repeat my victory again.
Don't repeat your victory again.
Well, you said that the globe was conceptual. You
No, I
denied
didn't.
latitude measurements as conceptual, and now you're chanting through me in
No, I didn't.
defeat. Maybe you'd like to swear at me again. You said that the latitude was conceptual.
You are
Quote
so
you.
upset about swearing.
It's non sequitur. I've just put it to him that he very
apologize.
specifically told us
I haven't sworn
latitude was
since.
conceptual, end quote him. And now he's telling me how upset about swearing I am. Non sequitur ad
Keep bringing
hominem
it up.
fallacy.
Why is it you don't answer any of my questions?
Get rid of this guy. I'm
That's
done with him.
right.
I'm done with him. He's doing nothing but ad
Okay.
homing me. He's taking the mickey out of my English accent. That's racist. Can we remove him, please? I'm done with him. He's lost badly. Now he's just sharing his pain through the top of me. Go away and stutter about how globe-shaped the Earth isn't and how conceptual latitude is, mate. You lost badly. Earth's measured flat with latitude. Measured off a flat surface. Take the mickey out of my English accent all you like. Earth's measured flat. Well, isn't this fun? Please share the show. 109 people watching. I'm sure you all revel if you're a flat earther in the fact that you can either deny your globe and the latitude wrapped around it, or accept that Earth is measured flat with this angle to Polaris. Those are your positions. Enjoy! It's never going to change. This is how it's going to be till we all vanish. That's how it's going to be. Earth's measured flat, ladies and gentlemen. There's no getting around it, and you will be reduced to a stuttering, stammering, sentence fragments forming glurf when I put it to you. It's the guy that the DJ or whatever he's called. Next!
Words out of my mouth.
Shout out to Price of Adam. It says levels flat. Gas fills space. FED rules. Give you the super chat.
It is quite an amazing thing for someone to have a claim on the table that this person doesn't answer questions, and their proof of that is to ask more questions. I thought you just said the person doesn't answer. If you think the person doesn't answer, why would you ask? Like even their baseline epistemology is complete collapse, a complete epistemological collapse, and they're not even sure why they're doing what they're doing. It's like they're just a stimulus reaction. They see the topic and they just lose their mind.
This is where you take them. They deny the latitude measurement. They deny the globe. Accept the latitude measurement. They accept Earth's measured flat. That's the only outcome in this particular debate now. People want to deny flat Earth measurements, which form the maps and models and indeed form the globe. You can deny it all you like because you're denying the globe. When you accept it, you accept welcome to flat Earth for it because it's a flat Earth measurement. Thank you, G+. That you made my editing experience much easier today than you normally do. Expecting horrendous interruptions from Neil the entire time, and I didn't get any. Thank you. Sometimes get left in editing hell from G+ interruptions. Oh. I'm going to do a little plug because I'm live for an audience. So check out the recent video coverage of Thunderfoot. Thunderfoot, who is a much bigger YouTuber, is going to have a much more profound effect on this debate, unbeknownst to him 3 days ago when he released his video measuring Earth flat with latitude. Just like we've debated about. Now, up until now, we've had 9 months of us debating with glurfs and them being put between a rock and a hard place, just as we've had happen twice today.
them stuttering and stammering. When Thunderfoot does it, he's not denying the flat Earth measurements, he's making them. That will have a profound effect and has already. People suddenly go, oh, this is weird. Everything that Flat Earth debate have been talking about for the last 9 months is being described quite openly by Thunderfoot as he goes out and buys spirit levels and establishes horizontal planes of references for angles to Polaris. Yeah, Thunderfoot measures Earth flat. You measure Earth flat. We measure Earth flat. Earth is measured flat. It's just a lot more profound when a Glurf does it and then says, you've just got to take this flat Earth elevation angle measure I just took and put it in hell. You've just got to tell yourself they're the same. End quote, Thunderfoot. Yeah, you can tell yourself that the flat Earth measurement you acquired is just the same as the one in hell when you make the globe a protractor. You can tell yourself that, like Thunderfoot did. Him saying it is quite profound for me when I use it as a teaching tool. Look, this is how you create your globe from our perspective as flat earthers. No, it's latitude's conception. No, it's not a measurement. However, when Flurf is overcome by Glurf, Thunderfoot, when him actually physically doing it, that's a lot more effective. Happy days. Thank you so much, Thunderfoot. You've affirmed 9 months of work by actually doing it, measuring Earth flat and then putting the angle in hell. How wonderful! It's far less effective when I trim up these videos. Stick them out with Glurf idiots from this server or any other server telling me, no, it's not really a measurement. I accept the concept. That's not that great. People respond to it and they start to get the argument. Much more effective when I point out that Thunderfoot's literally doing it with a smile on his face. Here's my very level for the angle on the surface. And if I draw a line that's not level on the tangent that won't give me an angle, I can put that in hell and just tell myself it's the same. That's what you've got to do, Glurfs. Take the flat Earth angle measurement like Thunderfoot made at the sand dunes. Then you've got to put it in hell. Tell yourself the angle you just measured on the flat surface is actually you in hell standing inside a giant protractor. That's what you've got to do. What I'll point out is that if you say it's conceptual and in hell, then it's not the surface of Earth anymore, is it? It's just a concept you've created. If you accept that we do measure latitude, then you accept the flat Earth, because that's how it's measured.
I have a question if you're done.
I watched the video too. It's great. I mean, because Thunderfoot goes on vacation in America, and his main purpose was to just rip Elon Musk. Like the first half of the video is just him going to all these sites where the Hyperloop was. You know, he's mocking these robotic cars getting stuck in the parking lot. And at the very end of the video, he goes out to the desert for some camping trip. Yeah, and measures Earth flat. And then inverts the measurements and says, this is down where the core would be plus or minus 20%. You're like, dude, you're way off. You know, like, even like your fudged data doesn't even give you something close. And he's like, oh, but wind and, you know. I'm like, do you even, like, why end the video looking like a complete buffoon? Like, you want to mock.
No. I think that's intentional. Don't major on the minors. What did he do to mess up? Yeah, you're right. Yeah, he messed it up. He didn't extrapolate out the correct spherical circumference value. No, he was measuring Earth flat. So the fact that he ballsed it up completely in the extrapolation is irrelevant. The angles he took with respect to a flat surface are the measurements. That's the only measurements that were took. They were a flat Earth measurement. So ballsing it up is almost beneficial. Because then people come along and go, oh, look, you got it wrong. What? Extrapolation using flat Earth measurements. When I was critiquing, it stopped at the point that he stopped measuring and went, that's it. That's the measurements done for flat Earth. What he does after this is irrelevant. So after that, he then ballses it up and gets the wrong value. Yeah. But it's still irrelevant. Yeah, he's not very good at doing it. Doing what? Measuring Earth flat? Well, he still measured Earth flat. Everything else beyond that's inconsequential. So I just want to nip that in the bud now. Don't focus on the fact he ballsed up his sphere Earth extrapolation from flat Earth angle measurements. That's the bit that matters, not the ballsing up the globe bit that he extrapolates out afterwards, after flat Earth measurements.
Oh yeah, I think what the point that I was more trying to make, I see what you're talking about though, is that he wanted to have in the video, his main purpose was to make Elon Musk look like a buffoon, but he made himself look like a buffoon. Like he is shot, like he wasn't even over the target.
Didn't know that actually. I see what you're saying because I did ignore that bit of your point, which was also very valid. Sorry. Yes, you're saying it's out of spite he's gone to certain locations. I did not know that. Yeah, when pride comes before a fall. If he's out there going, I'm going to mock Elon Musk, the idiot. I'm going to do it all these locations, and then I come along and go, you're measuring Earth flat, you Dumbo. You weren't really paying attention to that bit when you were mocking Musk, is your point, right?
Yeah. Like all these failures that Musk has done proves that somehow he's not the guy. And then he does exactly the same thing. He messes up just basic measurements and then just hand waves it. Well, I'm close enough.
Yeah. Close enough with your flat Earth angles. Oh, good for you. You measured Earth flat, Thunderfoot. I'll be using you as a teaching tool from moving forward. That'll be an exceptionally useful video that I will use frequently. You know, Gas Go Down, Go Boom Boom got used up for 2 or 3 years, but eventually it faded out of popularity. It had some legs though. This will add more legs because it's more useful. We've been debating about it in here, trying to push the front foot forward motivation of a flat earther in this server. Well, you can't get much better motivation when you say, look, we've been telling you that more and more people will come forth and start telling you from the globe perspective how they measure Earth flat, and then Thunderfoot does it. What a wonderful teaching tool. Could kiss the guy, seriously. Thank you, Thunderfoot. I mean that sincerely. Thank you so much. You validated 9 months worth of work.
Nathan, please make more YouTube shorts. I don't know what that app is that you're on where you have 2 people and you flat smack them in 1 minute, but I love it.
Yeah, I've got some ready to release. They'll be released over this weekend. If you're watching this live, it's Friday. Over Saturday and Sunday, at the normal time the debate comes out and the normal time the Uncut and After Show comes out on the second channel, I'll be releasing OME videos. They're OME TV videos. Those are the ones you're talking about, right?
Yes.
I'll release 4 of them over the weekend. So I have already made some this week. I just put them out to members first. Want to hear one?
Yes, Nathan.
We've already had a bit of swearing on this show, so one where you won't get to see it, but you get to hear it. They don't all go well. So these, all that I'm going to release over the weekend are when the reaction isn't exactly as you'd like. But have a listen.
Why are you on this, lad?
Making YouTube videos. Why are you on here?
Making YouTube videos.
You're making YouTube videos.
Yeah, man.
What?
Are you stupid? What are you making them for? Right?
Telling people about their religion that they were taught in science that they didn't know they have. What about you?
So you're telling someone about a religion, but yet you're making a YouTube video on OME. Nice one, pal.
That's exactly right.
So you're not doing nothing about religion.
Yeah, telling people about the religion they were taught in science class that they didn't know they have. Asking me what I'm doing. Those are the videos I'm making. I'm making it with you right now. This will be a video.
Shut the fuck up. What you think you are, but...
Okay. You're done, right? Did you know you had that religion?
What religion?
Heliocentrism, the one they taught you in science class that you didn't know you had.
I don't care, man.
You don't care about... That's it. That'll get released over this weekend. That's currently members only. They don't all go perfectly, you know. Often they'll just get angry and shout at you. Fucking A.
I love it though. That's even funny to release those.
I actually get mixed bag reactions from the members. The people who are into the stream sometimes watch those ones and go, why have you released these? These are bad. I'm like, well, you know, I'll take them as I get them. If I get to talk about my subject, I'm going to trim it out if it's good or bad. But one of them was 3 or 4 kids. It's like kids, they're in their late teens, early 20s, you know, pumping weights and basically ripping me to shreds. Not with good arguments, just with personal attacks and insults, right? I just sort of smiled for 20 minutes and taped the whole thing and then published it. People are like, wow, the scumbaggery of people. Wow, are these really Britons? What are going to be leading Britain in 10 years' time? Things like that. Like, at the time, your heart's racing because you're getting insulted. Obviously, it affects you to a certain degree. But you try and keep your composure and then you just put it out the most egregious threats, literally, and then publish it. So, yeah, it doesn't always go way that people would hope, which is you get to tell someone that they've got a religion, tell them how Earth's measured flat, and they go, "Wow, I can't believe it."
That was a good one. But them two guys, they was asking you some pretty good questions. Them two lads, I watched it the other day. He was quite impressed with them. I can't remember the actual questions he was asking you. I think he was asking you about distorted maps and about something about when rockets go up, but where does it, where is the end of the wherever it is? But do you remember the one I mean, Nathan?
Absolutely, because they were saying about, well, what is up high then, as in what is the sky? But he phrased it in a way about what's beyond a certain altitude. I can't remember how I phrased it. He phrased it in a way that told me he's not just saying, well, what's the sky? He's thought about it. Well, at a certain point we can go up to a certain height, but what's beyond that was kind of how he phrased it. I'm like, yeah, you're thinking about it, aren't you? And I had to be honest and go, I don't know. I love those questions, the ones that I would have asked when I first got to the subject. Well, what the hell is the sky then? What is beyond what we know can travel to and have travelled to in terms of altitude? The answer is, I don't know. I just know that NASA then say it's a sky vacuum and they're travelling to Mars and the Moon through it, which isn't true. So when you ask questions like that, I'm really appreciative of it. Same with the maps. It's like, well, are the distances on the maps correct? I'm like, no, they're all distorted. They've all been buggered with by transposing flat Earth elevation angles and circles of equal elevation and latitude lines onto globe-shaped surfaces with equatorial planes in hell, and then haversine formula conversions to give you a grid when projecting it onto a cylinder and cutting it back out and down the middle and making it a flat map, which is the Mercator projection. Like, all of these things and processes take its toll on the actual verifiable distances on the maps. It's going to distort them. So, as a non-cartographer, I've got a vague idea of how that distortion process works as I just detailed it, but that's about the length of my knowledge. But could I answer his question? They might be accurate. Certainly Ordnance Survey maps are accurate on the smaller scales that they give you, but that's as much as I know, having only limited use of maps myself. Good questions. I completely agree. I love those sorts of questions. People, you can tell they've offered up some critical thought to their question, right?
That's how it should be, isn't it? That's how it should be. If nobody's thought about these things, gas pressure containment, elevation angles, latitude grid, how is it first derived, what tools are used, when this is put forth to somebody who's, that's what they should be doing, thinking, well, yeah, I can understand exactly what you mean. You've got a point, and it's a bloody good point. They haven't come across this before, not heard of this talk. They've just gone with what they've been taught at school and indoctrination they've had from school, like we all had. It's really good to see the response.
My first that said he already knew. It's like sometimes they're more awkward to talk to when they're a bit, I don't want to say combative, anti-authoritarian, something along those lines. They're like, I didn't go to school. And what they mean by that is I wagged off a fair bit of school. I'm kind of like that myself. So I know what they mean when they say that. That doesn't mean they didn't have any school education. It means that they often buggered off down to the river to pull bongs. Right? That's what they actually mean. Because that's the word. They were rebellious at school. And they say, I didn't go to school. What if I missed the science class? So you were going to some science classes then. Do you see what I mean? That's how the conversation goes. But in those instances, they're both combative because they automatically feel like they're on the back foot because they're like, well, no, I don't have the education that you might assume I've got. You're like, well, that's a good thing. And the one response I got that will also be released over the weekend was a guy saying, I already knew that. I already knew space was fake. If I hadn't been there, why would I assume it's real? You're like, this is a guy saying, no, I didn't go to school, and kind of downplaying his stature educationally. That was another interesting one. Yeah, he said he already knew. I even titled the video that. Man says he already knew space is fake. $114 people watching. In light of the short pause, I'll do a little plug. Please share the show if you've not done so already. A very warm welcome to 115 people that are watching. You're only here because other people have already shared the show. Thank you to all the regulars who shared. A very warm welcome to all of you who just got here. Smash the share button if you've not done so already. So we're on Politics Discord server today. So it's our regular haunt on a Friday. We are guests in the Politics server. I might mention something about that in a moment once I finish this call to action. Hopefully one of the moderators will stick a link to the Politics Discord server, which graciously have us as their guests on a Friday, to tell them how to move forward on the front foot as flat earthers. That's our main purpose in being here, along with obviously getting to see a few new faces and be on a neutral platform that I have no control over. Speaking of which, this might get interrupted. What I've taken to doing, and you'll hear it in the pre-show, is because I've got no control of shutting the people up when they start chanting through a rebuttal that I've given them twice or three times. I've just taken to doing what they do, which is just doing the zealot mute button. I'll just get up close to my mic and start talking as they're talking. I normally pick the timing so that it's comedic, which is when they start stumbling over their own words and trying to get their sentence fragment out. That's the point that I jump in with a big grin and start doing what they've just done to me 3 minutes earlier, which is chant through a response. I mean, when I do it, it automatically descends into audio chaos and everybody joins in, because that's the main aim for the person that's losing. If I can descend this into audio chaos, the response won't get heard, the question won't get delivered, and a rebuttal won't be required. I'll do it after already having won, just to annoy the person, and if audio chaos ensues, I'll just laugh about it. Well, I've got no control of the mute button, I've only got a fundy mute button to use as well. So I'll use it after you've done it to me 2 or 3 times. So it's justifiable. It's not sinking to their level for the amusement factor. Anyway, you can check that out as a member when it gets published, which is after we finish recording, which is later on, maybe an hour or two.
Notice how the attitude changes when you talk about latitude.
The attitude changes with latitude?
Their attitude changes with latitude.
Yes, it does. Shout out to Phoenix Rising 86. Shout out to John Thor for remixing Nathan as Dr. Evil in his latest video. Glad you reminded me. Yes, big shout out to John Thor. What he did was take the live stream and did what I did, basically. He took the sections that he thought were the most relevant of Thunderfoot in his education of a flat earth measurement of angle to Polaris and turned it into a video, but made me Dr. Evil. Every time I'm talking, Dr. Evil's like over the top of the what you'd see now, like with reality and the super chat going past or whatever. Oh, oops, I've got the old video over the top of my. There we go. Shout out to who is it that gave that super chat? Flat Earth Travolta. Thank you very much indeed for gifting 5 memberships. And yeah, thank you, John Thor. I did leave a message on his video when I woke up at 5:30, or was woken up by one of my kids at 5:30 with a tooth hanging out of her face. Anybody else see that? Me as Dr. Evil. Hey? John Thor did a video with me as Dr. Evil, as I just explained. Check it out if you haven't done so already. Alright, next.
Nathan, would you like to speak to Atheist Jr.? He is telling us about how gravity works.
Oh, any scientific evidence of gravity?
Negative. It's not
Atheist, you're up.
science. It's not physics.
Atheist, you are up.
Okay. So yeah, there are a couple different lines of evidence. One of them would be gravitational lensing.
What's all about it?
Well, it's a phenomenon that occurs when you have a massive object in space and it bends light due to its gravitational pull, and it's been observed. Bends the light due to its gravitational pull on space and time.
Space and time? Can you show me that?
Excuse me?
Show me space time, please.
Show you space time? You're currently occupying it. You're moving through light speed. You're moving through it right now at light speed. You're moving through time at light speed, sorry.
I'm just sat in my chair.
No, and yet you were moving forward through time.
I mean, what I'm doing isn't showing me space time.
I'm not quite sure how to show you space time. It's just
Can't.
everything around us. It's
Can't.
it's the
Can't.
reality that
Can't.
it's the
I'm trying
fabric
to
of
respond
reality
to
that
you.
we
I'm
live
trying to
in.
respond to you. You can't. You're not sure if you can. Yeah, that means shut up then. You can't because it's conceptual. It was invented by Einstein. It's a dimension in a geometry. Space-time is a fourth dimension in pseudo-Riemannian space-time geometry invented by Einstein. Can't show it me. It's not real. It's a concept invented by a man called Einstein. Second time's a charm.
I thought I was supposed to prove gravity, not show you space time.
Is gravity?
And show you space time being bent.
Is gravity? Gravity is the claim by Einstein in pseudo-Riemannian geometry of the uneven distribution of mass causing the bending and warping of space-time. You not know what gravity is.
Yeah, I know what gravity is.
Yeah, it's a concept. Yeah, it's a concept. Fourth dimensional geometry. That's maths.
Like, you know, something can be a concept.
Why isn't he affirming this?
Be real, right?
Why isn't he affirming? A minute ago, he told me he had. Stop. You told me you had a phenomena. That phenomena isn't scientific evidence. You obviously don't know what scientific evidence is, or you'd have given it me and you didn't. What you did do is suggest that a bent, warping, pseudo-Riemannian conceptual geometry is a phenomena. It isn't. Let's not move on. Let's have you affirm you understand that you're not going to be showing me Jack in a conceptual geometry. Gravity's conceptual.
No, just because something is a concept doesn't mean that it's like conceptual and therefore not real.
Okay, no worries. Do you want to show me space-time? We're back at the beginning. Circle, jerk, fundy. Show me space-time. Go.
Okay, well, we can see that around massive objects, space-time is bent. So
begging the question.
We're able to see light.
Begging the question. That was your claim. That was
No,
your
it's
claim
not.
phenomena, and now you're ascribing it through a begging the question fallacy. That's pathetic. You're not showing me space-time, you're just begging the question now.
Show me reality.
Don't ask me something. You've just begged the question and you're non-responsive to it. Telling me what I'm going to do. You don't have scientific... I'm going to conclude. You don't have scientific evidence of gravity. It's a pseudo-Riemannian bent space-time geometry. That's conceptual, mathematical, not real, not physics, not science. Stating that you've looked at something happening in the sky is wonderful. You might, at best, have a naturally occurring phenomena. What you have not done is put that through the scientific method and establish the cause of it. You just begged the question. Bent space-time. A pseudo-geometry caused it. Now I've put that to you twice. I don't need a question from you. You just need to accept your defeat.
Oh, that was fast. So if you don't like my evidence for gravity, how do we try a different one? How about gravitational waves?
Give me, stop. No, it wasn't about how much I like something. You said you got scientific evidence. You didn't.
Yeah, I do.
Scientific
I just
evidence.
gave you
yammering through me. You've just responded by telling me I don't like something. Now I'm going to respond to that crap reply.
Okay. Oh, here
No,
we go.
it wasn't about me. I'm going to be yammered through as I address his reply that I don't like something. No, a pseudo-geometry invented by Einstein isn't about whether or not I like something. It's conceptual. That was my rebuttal. You've taken my rebuttal, ignored it, hand-waved it, and boiled it down to something it isn't, which is whether or not I like something. I understand pseudo-Riemannian space-time as a concept in a geometry where the uneven distribution of mass described mathematically will cause the bending and warping of the fourth dimension, which we don't have in physical reality. And breadth, depth, that's it. Time is also a concept, it's not a dimension. Einstein saying it is and creating it in maths doesn't make it something that's physical. You haven't shown it in science. You've claimed a phenomena and then begged the question. And then told me that I don't like something. I think I'm done with this asshole. Tell me what I don't like when I summarise your defeat.
You talk about gravitational waves?
Ones you begged the question of a moment ago, I've already dealt with them. I just told you begged the question that warping space-time caused them. And now I'm addressing him and he's talking as I readdress the exact thing I've repeated twice already, that he's now asking me whether or not I want to talk about it. I addressed it specifically. Gravitational lensing is a concept within Einstein's geometry.
I said gravitational waves.
Sorry, I'm getting annoyed because I'm dealing
It's
with
a
something
different concept.
dealing with
It's a
something. I'm
different
appealing to the mods while
thing.
I'm appealing to the mods while I get chanted through. Dealt with him 3 times. Don't see why my blood pressure should be raised and I should be told I don't like things by a zealot who hasn't acknowledged a single word I've said to him in refutation of his garbage he had claim that he had science for. He didn't. I've dealt with him. Don't want to be told again what I don't like or asked if I can deal with lensing in pseudo 4-space geometry when I've dealt with it 3 times. I'm done with him. Next. Bloody zealots. Raising my sodding blood pressure, asking me if I can deal with something. You can't acknowledge my response. You can only ask me if I can deal with something I've literally just dealt with. How irritating. Maybe pay attention. "10 minutes left on this live stream. Any other zealots want to tell me how Earth curve exists, gravitational concepts are real? Feel free.
Meanwhile, the Earth is measured flat.
Well said.
The Greeks all knew that.
So did Einstein. He's dealing with an asymptotically flat plane in pseudo-Riemannian fourth-dimensional space-time. Need a flat Earth to describe that geometry also. Why do you think they tell you your space is flat?
It's not that space is actually flat. It's like a...
Just that you have to describe it that way mathematically with an asymptotically flat plane like Einstein did. Like space is described. Flat.
It's like different descriptions for different types of...
Do you want to stop mumbling? Gussie, up to your mic.
No, I don't know. I've got nothing to argue in this one. Got no arguments. Be a baseless bullshitter like Harp said in the side chat.
Fair enough. Oh, I appreciate that. If you're a globe believer and you're like, I don't really have any good arguments. Fair enough.
But like, you believe in the flat Earth theory?
No, it's measured flat. There is no theory. That's a category error. It's not science. We're not dealing with experimentation to form scientific theory. It's measurements of Earth, like elevation angles to form the maps and models, latitude.
So do you think that general model of the flat Earth is like a working solution?
He's chanting through me because it's painful. If you don't have anything to say and you've got no decent arguments, what makes you think you're worthy of interrupting me answering you?
Because no one else is speaking and you can't put yourself on such
While I'm talking, nobody else is speaking. No one's backing up me answering your question while you start talking through it. Earth's measured flat. You're in a category error when you ask me about my theory. Stop talking while I'm answering you.
You need to get your dick chopped off. Like, you shouldn't be able to procreate when you speak to people like that.
I'm gonna leave. Finds out Earth's measured flat. They tell me I need to remove my penis. That's what they do when they find out how Earth is measured flat. And that it's not a belief and it's not a theory in a category error. I'm told I need to chop my dick off. Or I get swore at when I put them between a rock and a hard place about their latitude lines on their globe that they can't measure when they deny them as concepts. And I'll get told to F off. Share your pain, zealot.
Chopping your dick off won't alter the fact that, the latitude grid is elevation angle to and from Polaris measured at sea level.
Yeah. When you lose your globe faith and are made to feel stupid by a flat earther, you'd rather have the flat earther chop their own dick off. Yeah, you would, wouldn't you? Maybe you'd like to send me to Antarctica. Yeah, I bet you would. Share your pain.
And I don't know what you're doing to these guys, but it's bad this past month. They are just going crazy.
Yeah,
now we're chopping dicks off. You chop your dick off, then it becomes a ball again. Earth becomes a ball.
Yes.
You're going to need a flat plane for the Earth to become a ball.
You are, yeah. That's why they all hate us at the moment. can't get out of the situation they're in a true dichotomy. Latitude, you accept it. Yeah, I do. Well, you accept that we measure Earth flat then. No, I don't. It's conceptual. Well, then you deny your globe as just being a mere concept. Well, I do accept it. Well, then Earth's measured flat. Well, I don't accept it. Well, then you don't have a globe to believe in. What are you going to do? Tell me that it is accepted on the basis that I postulate it as a claim I'm making. No, latitude's a measurement. You can try and weasel around it and make it into Nathan Oakley's claim, as happened in the pre-show, but it's still just a measurement off a flat Earth, whether you like it or not. Trying to make it my claim won't succeed. It'll just mean that you deny your globe latitude lines based on Nathan Oakley's concept of latitude. That's what you'll have to deal with. I love it. True dichotomy. We've either got latitude measured or we haven't. If we haven't, you haven't got a globe. If we have, Earth's measured flat. That's it. Like it or lump it.
Red pill, blue pill.
Basically. Take the red pill, you accept Earth's measured flat. You take the blue pill, you deny your globe as a concept.
Hold on, Nathan, that's not fair. You're not giving them no wiggle room.
Oh, zero. I mean, they try and have wiggle room. I'll accept latitude as a concept that Nathan Oakley makes as a claim. Okay, well, if it's denied on the basis that it's just Nathan Oakley's claim, we haven't got a globe with latitude around it. We have got latitude wrapped around a globe. Oh, well, then we've got latitude measured off a flat plane because that's what it is.
Yeah, they're definitely in between a rock and a flat place.
And they are. Time for one more fundy, ladies and gentlemen. Next. Alternatively, we can have 3 minutes of protracted silences. Just as good. Interesting thing about the politics shows, right, is, in my opinion, they're the best shows. Got the most debate content. Given the name of the show, Flat Earth Debate, the politics server generates the most debate. Therefore, should be the best shows. They're the least viewed. This Today's Show, even though it's got 116 live viewers, for whatever reason, they barely scrape up to 1,000 views over their week that they're live before the next one. Weird. You share the show if you've not done so already.
What sort of views do we get in the week then?
Over 1,000.
You might come to go to a point though where we're demonstrating Earth's measured flat. There's a bit of argumentation and a debate going on, like you say. But it's come to a point now where we all know this, don't we? We've been through this. We're just pointing out the facts of the matter again, and people just might want to concentrate on other things now going forward. But I know we're going forward on the front foot with Earth is measured flat, but understand what I'm saying? People used to just thrive off the argumentation, didn't they? And the back and forth debate type of thing, even though it's not a debate. But maybe just happy now to listen when we're on the show in the week, discussing things and getting into detail about other things and criticising and putting our own arguments in order. That's quite interesting sometimes.
I think it's more the fact that people prefer us watching videos and taking them apart than they do listening to a debate. People would rather listen to Thunderfoot video, for instance. That's been so well received. Whereas, like I say, by contrast, you would think, given the nature of what you've just suggested, people want the debate. Well, regardless of whether or not, in this instance, unlike most neutral outcomes that occur in flat Earth discussions, this one does have a conclusion. It doesn't become the most popular show, even though it's the one with the most debate in it. Video responses do. Anyway, we'll ponder that at another time, because with that, I'm going to say if you are watching this on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Premiering Streams, then stay tuned, as there will be an after show to follow. Fortunately, though, if you are watching this live, this is where we bid you farewell. So, another massive thank you to all of you. Smashed the super chat, liked, commented, shared, subscribed, joined as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member, or gifted a free membership, and all that good stuff. Just to support me on Patreon and PayPal, which links are below this video. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.
Okay, sounds like the anti-flat earthers didn't show up. I see manufactotems here, but that's okay.
Well, we're here for a bit, so anybody else wants to discuss anything, we're here while we're here. Adam?
Afternoon, I'm driving, so
Okay.
chatting for a bit.
No worries. Once you're home, I know QE's not around today, but you up for you and I doing a bit of bookwork? Or whoever's around, you know what I mean?
By all means, because I said I'm free till about 7, 8 o'clock tonight, so yeah, cool.
Depending on how well this Discord visit goes, if this dies on its ass in the next 20 minutes, then we might start sooner rather than later. We'll see how it goes.
I'm going to be about an hour anyway, so
Perfect.
probably good timing.
Yeah, that'd be perfect. We do about 3 hours here, which is what I'm typically aimed to do. We've done 2 already. Indeedy. Animal shall I have on today's thumbnail? Ants was last week. 2 ants fighting. What do you think I should have this week?
Nathan, you spiraled Atheist Jr. to the point that he had to be removed. Sex was getting ridiculous.
Why? What did he do?
He was just blowing up the text after I started deleting his messages, just all about you and everything, just talking about you. And people are telling him it's his show, he can talk, it's what he does. That's why he has us, basically, whatever. We're moderating, you have nothing to do with it. So yeah, when he gets a red mic, it's not whatever. Yeah, we're letting him talk because that's what he does.
I see. But he's being interruptive, or whatever the word is. You guys are taking control of that, and he's going, Nathan, the scumbag is closing me down. No, we're doing that. And he's running a show.
Yeah. People just hate that. When you're not on, we let people do whatever they want for the most part. We let Globers sit in here and globe smack and flat smack. But at certain times, we just moderate.
Fair enough. I'm very grateful to you.
You know, it's a conspiracy, right? The government wants you to believe the Earth is round because that's going to benefit the government. It's obvious why they would want to do that, too.
Keep us under control.
Right. By making you think the Earth is round, that's gonna control you. It's so obvious.
I know, it controls the land more than anything else, doesn't it?
I mean, the
Limits.
benefits of that is just so many. It's hard to name any of them. You just give up before you.
Yeah, you keep talking about it, Nephilim. We heard
Yeah,
you.
we're talking to a troll, Nathan, just giving you a heads up.
Well, up until a point, he's suggesting.
No, I'm not a troll, but I have a question. How is it possible for the?
It seems like I'm talking, and while I'm doing that, you're talking, which does kind of make you a troll, Nephilim.
Well, no, I wouldn't.
To be server muted because you carried on talking and justifying your interruption of me. So the server muters have gone, sod that. I'll just shut you up. Obviously, it's not me doing that, Nethalium. You just carried on talking, justifying your interruption. Obviously, your interruption meant that I was in the middle of saying something. It didn't mean that you interrupting me was going to be met with you continuing to talk, as I justified your position. Which was to say, sarcastically, why would they want to control us with the globe? Well, up until a point, they were expanding out Earth flat and finding new worlds. And all of a sudden, the world just wraps around itself in the shape of a ball, actually derived from a church rhetoric about 500 years ago. And we
Right,
don't find
so-
any more new worlds. There's that interruption again. We don't find any new worlds beyond a certain point. When we did and expanded out the new territory, found new worlds with new aliens on them, new cultures and new peoples that we didn't know existed prior to us discovering them, we're doing all of that flat with elevation angle measurements. Old Hoss, can you go on mute, please?
They found aliens on other planets, you say?
New worlds. Try and pay attention to the words I actually say.
New world.
Expanded out the territory. I'm correcting you. You got wrong. You didn't listen, so I'm now having to correct you. Maybe that means you continue talking through the correction you got wrong. No, it means I'm going to correct you. I didn't say aliens on new planets. I said new worlds.
Well, so they found aliens
Worlds
on
being
new
the
worlds.
description, then maybe the second or third interruption is going to mean that you won't get a correct idea of it. That
I
which you
see
got
you're
wrong.
scared. I acknowledge your
You're
fear.
talking to me. Eventually, the server operators will realise what a wank you are and stop you from doing this.
Yeah, I
Do
see
you think
what
that now
you're...
pausing? It's again your turn to talk. I'm still in the middle of the same sentence, and the server moderator's about to step in, and he's ran away. Unless he gets to chant through me and disturb my flow of answering him, he doesn't want to play. It's only him interrupting to the point where he's going to leave because he's not going to get to play that game. The server operators won't let him on the neutral platform because it's not reasonable. Every single response to his question either gets ignored, repositioned, or chanted through. Cut off then. Run, you little bitch. Meanwhile, I'll expand on the answer I was giving him. Up until a point, we expanded out the known territories flat with elevation angle measurements and maps that we had made with the flat territories and the flat stars and the systems that we had tracked for hundreds of years with respect to their angles on a plane. With that information, we found new worlds. And the term aliens comes as a derivation of those peoples on those new worlds moving into the old territories and defined as aliens. Up until a point where Earth wraps around itself, there's no new worlds to find. Where are the new worlds? Oh, well, they're in the sky. The little twinkling lights are the new worlds with aliens on them. Yeah, we used to find new worlds and aliens as we expanded out the territory into what we used to call new worlds, third worlds. But it's better if we now call them developing and developed countries because new worlds is just too suggestive. No, we don't call them aliens. Let's call them displaced people. Just too suggestive. We want people to believe that aliens are the lights in the sky and that's where the new soil is. We can mine those twinkling lights, like we used to mine the new worlds we found when we expanded out the world flat. Well, that's not going to be the case anymore. You just go back on yourself. And what's that? Flat earthers, they don't talk about how the world was expanded flat and the new worlds were found flat and we found people on the new worlds that we now call aliens, displaced people. They need to talk about an ice wall. That's what flat earthers claim. So ask them about that. When people do it, I'll point out that no, we expanded out the new worlds quite successfully flat in outer space. The area we used to call beyond the horizon where the territories weren't discovered yet. That was outer space. Now, outer space isn't the area beyond the offing, that's the horizon, the area that you're limited by your view and perspective with. No, outer space is now a sky vacuum. When someone says, what's the point? Why would the government want to control us with this? Well, government control and the United Nations and the people who are or aren't in it are very specifically the control that they have over the world. Yet you want to question how it might not be beneficial to have any more developing countries. Yeah, I can pretty much extrapolate that quite easily, given the expansion that we've already experienced and demonstrable history of those new worlds. I don't need to appeal to anything beyond an area I don't already know and haven't already experienced and hasn't already been bleeding colonised. So yeah, there is absolutely an element of government control that is exercised by way of flat earth and globe earth rhetoric put in false dichotomy with feast and nonsense about ice walls, as opposed to the reality of how we expanded the known world with flat earth angle measurements to the stars. We didn't die as we expanded out our territories into the new worlds. I'm done. Earth's flat. That's how it's measured. That's how it's expanded. Why would the government want to lie about the globe? Next.
Dropping like flies.
Any word on when the GLERF side of this discussion are going to make a public appearance? In public? They all just stuck in their echo chambers.
Well, Manufactotum is here, but I don't think he can talk. He might be at work because it seems like he can talk after your show ends, but he was typing a minute. At least he said hi, but that's the only Glober. You got rid of them. They're like bug spray.
Exactly what I meant. What I meant is, in the last week, I made a public appearance, and somebody we suspect comes from this server met me in person to debate. He was also put between a rock and a hard place when it came to latitude measurement. My question is, when Simon Dan making a public appearance, is he just stuck in his echo chamber, stuck on the line, or is he going to make a public appearance? What about Creaky? Is he making a public appearance? Any of them? When's Dave McKeegan going to go and make a public appearance? They can be questioned and challenged in public. Or are they just stuck in their echo chambers, complete cowards? Red Rhetoric, does he make public appearances? Like some of the Americans? Does Professor Dave make public appearances? He can be challenged on his rhetoric in public. Cameras pointing at him. When's he going to do that? Is he just stuck online like a complete coward? That's what I'm asking. When are any of these echo chamber laden cowards going to make a public appearance?
Good point.
And until they do, they're just going to be branded as echo chamber bound cowards. All of them. Anne, you're a coward. Professor Dave explains you're a coward, trapped online in an echo chamber. And familiar? Is this not what I get accused of? Meanwhile, I'm making public appearances, being debated with by the audience. So when are we going to see an equivalent from the cowards on the GLERF side? Nope, nothing. I'll just keep asking, I guess. Calling them cowards, stuck in echo chambers.
They talk during the week in the chat, like really hard, and they even say they might come. There was a guy, Windorf. He said he sent Brian something, and after a while, it turned out he did not send pretty much anything important or anything that isn't seen before, but he did. He said he sent the pitch data, and he said Brian been asking for months, and I was like, years he's been asking.
Can't speak for Brian. I don't know, mate. Right. Maybe I'll make an appearance. Hey, John.
Hey. Vastus Los.
No, we're just waiting for you to say hello.
I said, hey. And I said, Vastus Los, Holmes.
I know what that means.
What's happening?
Standard fare visit to the Politics Discord server.
You have some religious zealots in here?
I was just about to say we had one religious gravity-believing zealot that had a bit of a meltdown. And another guy that ended up swearing at me when I put him between a rock and a hard place with latitude measurements, when he denied them as conceptual only on the basis that they were my claim. I said, okay, you deny your globe claim then. And then he started effing and blinding at me. It was great. And another guy that told me I had to chop my own penis off in a similar circumstance. Yeah. Wonderful,
Oh, God.
wonderful visit.
I'll do 7 offsuits.
Yeah. A lot of rumpusing and chanting as well, you know, standard fare. I also, in the pre-show, decided that if I'm not in control of the server, to just take control of people who chant straight through the middle of a response they've asked for. I'll just do the same to them when they start stuttering, when they start forming sentence fragments that are partially a question and partially an answer and a stutter at the start of it. I'll start fundy muting them and just
Getting right up to my mic going, yeah, stutter for me, stutter for me.
Yeah, I can do that too. Of course, when I do it, it immediately descends into audio chaos as 4 white knights all do the same, because they're like, well, that's what they want, isn't it?
Or dumb bastards are caught between a rock and a flat place, aren't they?
Absolutely. It's a true dichotomy. You either accept latitude or you don't. If you accept it, Earth's measured flat. If you don't, you haven't got a globe to believe in anymore.
Sweet it is.
Yep. Someone told me it wasn't a true dichotomy today. No, that's a false dichotomy. All right. Latitude not real. Okay, call it a false dichotomy and I'll tell you that you're denying latitude and you deny your globe. There's no way around this true dichotomy. That's precisely what it is.
They provide the third choice?
No. With a open and closed yes or no, latitude real or isn't. Adoption, zenitude. No, mate, no. We definitely got latitude. It's definitely real. It's definitely measured off a flat Earth. If you deny it or call it a false dichotomy without providing a third option, when latitude's the only option,
It's conceptual, Nathan. It's conceptual.
then you deny the globe as conceptual. So we're not standing on the surface of the globe with latitude lines on it. Bye-bye globe.
Matthew
do accept
Learns. Do you have
latitude.
anything for Nathan today? Matthew Learns, math professor.
No, I rarely do.
You had plenty before. 90 degrees. Yes, it's 90 degrees. 90 degrees. 90 degrees. It's not a right angle triangle.
Yeah, my thing with that is that you don't have to have a 90-degree triangle.
You said it was 90 degrees. You want me to go get it?
So you can, yes, you can use 90 degrees. You can use the horizon, but when you're doing celestial navigation, you don't have to. There are other ways around it.
A second. Horizon? How do you have horizon on a globe tart?
I'm saying you don't have to have one. You can ignore the horizon.
You don't have to have a horizon on a globe tart? You know what a sextant is, Matthew?
You don't have to use the horizon. Yes.
You know, that wasn't my question. Do you know what a sextant is?
Yes.
Yes. It has 2 mirrors on it. Can you state what the 2 mirrors are, please?
They help you line up the horizon with the star.
No, I didn't say what they help. I didn't ask you what they helped you do. I said the nomenclature of the 2 mirrors, please.
I don't know.
Thought you said you did know.
No, I didn't say that I knew the names of those mirrors.
One of them is called the horizon mirror.
Okay, that sounds plausible. Yep.
Okay, so we've got the sextant, and you're saying we don't need the horizon, correct?
Right.
Wrong. Out of interest, You're specifically maths, aren't you, Matthew?
I teach that part time sometimes. Sometimes computer science, sometimes business, but just part time.
Fair enough. PhD called Thunderfoot Videography, you may or may not be familiar with it, it's not important, suggested that horizon was at your zenith, 90 degrees to the centre of Earth. Would you agree with Thunderfoot's definition of a horizon that's at the tangential point you stand at? In his diagrammatical example. I'll send you a screenshot if you want me to show you what it means, what I mean by that, rather, what he means by that. Do you agree that, as described by Thunderfoot, horizon is tangential to a point that's matching the centre of Earth? Do you agree?
Tangential to a point. I'm having trouble understanding what he means by that, but it generally is about 90 degrees from the zenith, but not always, I guess. I mean, there's a dip angle, right?
So you agree? You'd say that a horizon is 90 degrees to your zenith?
No, I just said the opposite. I said it's generally true, but there's sometimes a dip angle. And I wouldn't describe that as a definition. That's more of a description.
Okay. What's a dip angle? What's that referencing?
The dip angle is referencing the difference between where the horizon is and level from the point you're standing. Level being, you could describe level as 90 degrees from the from vertical.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
What do you mean? Why does that imply flat Earth?
The dip between surface level and your height of eye, correct?
No, that's not what he said. He didn't say that. You gave it to him. You're wrong. That's the definition. He just gave it to you there, Matthew. So now you're wrong for the 5,678th time in a row. How do you acquire a dip angle, Matthew? How do you acquire it? Take us through it. So you're out in the parking lot. You're getting ready to navigate a ship. You just board the ship. Now what do you do?
Well, I would say you could ignore the horizon altogether and just directly measure the zenith distance. That's why I was saying you don't need the horizon. But if you want to use the horizon,
I'd ask him to take a look. He would have screwed that up. Oh,
if you were,
you get out the car. You're in the parking lot. You board the ship. What do you first do? We're talking about dip angle. What do you first do, Adam? I'm sorry, Matthew.
I don't know. I mean, I've never done it.
Well, if I give you a hint, it's also known as a height of eye correction.
Well, I guess you would figure out how high your eye is.
How would you do that?
Maybe measure how high the eye is from the sea level, from the water.
To flat Earth. That'd be a flat Earth measurement then.
No, on the globe we can measure our elevation above sea level also.
I think you mean your elevation above globe level. You said surface level. That's not a globe. Surface level isn't globe shaped. You're measuring your
it is.
height above a globe as you've been. My bad, I didn't realise that my undoing of your claim was in need of interruption to say yes, it is. So is it a correction with respect to the height above globe level? Curve level?
Yes.
That's not oxymoronic. No, it's not. It's your height above sea level, isn't it?
Yes, your height above sea level. That's what I said.
Right, so that's not a height above a globe then?
It is a height above a globe.
You said yes incorrectly. You're not measuring a height above a globe with your height above sea level. I welcomed you to Flat Earth. Your response was, no, we can measure our height above the globe with sea level. That's oxymoronic. Measuring your height above a sea level, you're not measuring your height above a globe. It's that simple.
You are. It would just change based on how far away from the point you were measuring.
White knight. I need a white knight.
Yeah, I do. What's wrong with this? Is a discussion. It's not. You can't call him a white knight. It's just.
I was called here specifically to interact with you, by the way, Oakley, by Jedi.
Well, you can wait.
Okay.
You can't get your height above globe level. Not called
Yes,
globe
you can.
level, is it? So reference me by citation globe level, please.
I'm saying sea level is globe level.
It's not a globe, it's level. Yeah, you just saying it's the height above a globe because it's the height above sea level is oxymoronic. That's the third time I've said it.
It's the fourth time I've denied it, so it is not oxymoronic.
So cite it. For cite height above globe level, oxymoronic as that is and idiotic as that is. Go and get a citation, please.
Now this is the fifth time I've told you that it's not oxymoronic.
Height above globe level.
Are you just going to sit there and chant your same denial that it's your same
Win.
oxymoronic claim?
Yes. I'm answering you. Yes, I'm going to repeat my win. It's oxymoronic to say both height
I
above
refuse to interact
level.
with
Are you
this.
going to just chant through you being demolished? See?
He's left.
Howard, bitch. There is no height above globe level. When I asked him for a citation, he ran, didn't he?
Well, sea level's commonly described. I mean, sea level and globe level would be synonymous, right? Because if you come with the presupposition that it is a globe, then of course you're going to measure those as the same phenomena.
Citation, please.
You don't need a
This
citation.
is a good example, isn't it, of the Church of the Ball, yeah? They'll lie to themselves so much and just invent this term up. Make it real, say it often enough, but you have invented a term globe level there. You know it's never been used. You know the term that everybody uses is sea level. You know what level means. You'll stand there, just lying your faces off. Yeah? Going, yeah, globe level, reasonable. Yeah, reasonable, because we are on a globe, therefore it would be level. Yeah?
If you're going to be that
Absolutely
patronising,
not.
I don't think I'm going to engage with you either.
It's
Then get
really-
lost. Then absolutely get lost, you pathetic globe cuck.
Okay, decent argumentation there.
Come on.
No, globe
And
level
defend
isn't
a
bending.
phrase
There is no
that's
such
just been
beast.
made up.
There's no such
Right,
beast as globe level. You glurf idiots make it up. And when I asked Matthew Learns to cite it, he ran like a bitch. That's my argumentation. Cite height above curve level. Height above globe level. Cite it.
You don't need to, because the point you're standing
You
at...
don't need to, glurf bitch.
Okay, don't get emotional.
That's a good argumentation, like you've just leveled
There's
at my
no
door.
need to get
It's a crap
emotional. We can have a civil
It's a
discussion,
baseless
okay?
assertion fallacy, where you just say, I don't need to back my argument. It's not necessary. Yeah, because it's oxymoronic, and
No,
you
because
can't.
You can use
Oxymoronic
logic to
globe
assert this,
level.
right? You don't
Can't have
require
height above
empirical
curve
observation.
level. Chanting won't make you win. Like Matthew, you can chant and then bugger off after claiming I'm chanting through you. It's oxymoronic to say height above a curve level. Stupid.
Do you want to have
Why
a civil?
can't
Do you want to
cite
have a civil
it? Chanting
discussion?
through me defeating you won't give you the win.
Do you want to have a civil discussion when we
Moronic
both where we both refrain from getting emotional? I'm more than happy to engage with you if we do.
Fourth attempt. My
Again,
win.
Again, if you're happy to refrain from getting emotional, we can have a civil discussion. If not, then I'm not going to be able to engage.
That's just a poison the well fallacy. Somebody should be
Get
meeting
lost
here.
then. If you can't cope with me repeating the win, which it's oxymoronic to say that globe level is level, it's oxymoronic. Level isn't curved.
I can
Curve.
perfectly cope with that. I just don't like the disrespect that you're showing.
Just me, or am I getting chanted through again by a zealot? Going on. The sixth attempt to point out that it's oxymoronic, that you can't have a height above a level curve.
I'm going to wait for someone less egregious to come along, and then I'll engage with them.
It's my show, so you'll be waiting a long time, dickhead.
Then I'll wait.
Okay? Close your mic and wait till I've disappeared.
I
Until
shall.
then, what, are you going to keep talking? I thought you were going to wait, so you're also a liar. Got to lie to Glurf. I'll just wait till someone else more reasonable and it's not their show time and they're running and hosting a show. I'll wait till then. No, you won't. You'll keep talking. Because this is painful for you when I point out how oxymoronic it was for Matthew Learns, teacher, say that he's got a height above globe level, then fail to cite it, which he did and then ran. Now you're white knighting for the same argument and chanting through me. And when you lose the oxymoronic statement of it's okay to not cite anything that's oxymoronic globe level height thereof and above it, oh, it's fine, I don't need to. That's a loss, a total fail. Again, after 7 attempts of summarising your fail, you're telling me, well, I'm not going to talk to you, you're not reasonable. What a wonderful discussion point and rebuttal. The fact that oxymoronic globe levels aren't going to give you your height above them.
It's quite funny how he's bothered to come here to tell us that he doesn't need to rebut anything. Are you here then, mate? If you're not here to rebut something, is it because you don't have a rebuttal? All you're doing is proving a flat Earth.
No, it's because I don't engage with people who refuse to be civil.
To somebody that'll actually accept your retort, which is, I don't need any evidence to just keep believing I'm on a ball, which is all you seem to have done. If you had some, and you're bothered to turn up here, why not? Why not wow us all with your amazing ball proof?
Because I've had some fantastic discussions. I've had some fantastic discussions with some other flat earthers in here who have been very civil and not egregious at all.
You did.
But I don't engage. I don't engage with people who use emotion. Right? I know. I'm explaining why I'm not engaging with the argument.
You're also stuttering. I am still stuttering. Yeah, we know you lost and want to tell us how you don't want to engage us anymore because you can't cope with us. That's the reality.
Well, yeah, I can't cope with the emotion.
There's no emotion. You're the only one stuttering.
There's a lot of emotion. You used a lot of ad hominem and got very, very emotional and very loud.
You're the only one that's here talking about emotion.
I know because I have to describe what he's doing. Of course, that's why I'm talking about emotion.
Projection much?
Right. Well,
yes,
they stating the argument. They stating the argument, waiting for a rebuttal, and you talk about emotion.
Yeah, I'll happily argue if he promises not to be so emotional. Simple.
Yeah, no worries.
Well, he haven't been emotional this whole time. You have. You're the one that's talking about his emotion.
Guy.
Exactly, his emotion, not mine.
The guy who's now causing audio chaos. The guy wants to engage with you so he can exclude me from the discussion, and you're helping him. Thank you very much. Okay, I'll remove all emotion from it. Site globe level.
You don't require that, and if you can let me please explain why, right? Okay. If you're coming from the assumption that the world is a globe, right? Then describing your position above sea level at any given point, assuming your reference point is that which is directly below you, it would be equal to the amount above sea level that you'd be on a flat Earth or a globe Earth, right? The phenomena is the same, irrespective of what form the Earth takes.
It makes no sense what you've just said.
Well, I think it makes perfect sense.
That's because you don't understand the word level. We start there because we obviously need to pare this back.
Okay.
You do not understand the word level. What does level mean?
Well, in regards to sea level, the level, the amount of space you are above the point you are measuring.
Incorrect.
It's not
What?
level.
I'm a level. No, you see, this shows you don't know what level is. Then the amount of space I'm above the point I'm on. No, what level will relate to another point to where you are. Otherwise, it couldn't be level. Otherwise, it's just a point. You need to go back to basic GCSE geometry, don't you? Because you
not at all.
Just demonstrated you don't know what the word level means. That's embarrassing, dude. Did somebody call you in here to deal with this? You're the best they've got. The guy that doesn't know what level is.
No. A flat earther called me in and said I would enjoy a conversation with Oakley. Apparently, he was wrong.
Okay, well, you've described level with a point. Well, that just makes you demonstrably stupid. So he obviously thought it'd be amusing to see you have an asshole ripped out of you by me. You've just described level as having reference to a single point. No, you can't describe level with one point. That makes you moronic. Okay, son?
No, I disagree.
Okay, describe level with a single point. Oh.
For example, if the Earth's crust is 500 meters below me, which it isn't, of course, but hypothetically, let's say it is, the point at which is 500 meters below me is the point of reference I'm measuring. I understand what you're saying, right? Because if we're talking about a flat level, then it would be the entire surface that we're measuring and not a single given point, right?
Okie dokie. Do you want to just show us you measuring level 500 feet below surface? Please? Can you show me that?
Can I show you? Well, no, I can't stick a ruler into the Earth's crust, so no.
Oh, you can't do this then. So that was a load of nonsense that meant nothing.
Well, no, I can't demonstrate it. I can't demonstrate it here and now.
In conclusion, I'm going to get chanted through as I conclude his total garbage about going 500 feet below surface level to acquire a point with respect to the core of Earth. No, that's not measuring level. That's idiotic. What a stupid thing to have said.
Again, if we could stop with the ad hominem, that'd be fantastic.
Right, I'll just conclude again. That was unequivocally stupid. to suggest that you could measure below the surface, and then when I ask you to show me what you declared you would measure for level, you say you can't. That is stupid.
Well, yeah,
Not
because
an ad hoc-
I don't have a drill,
So,
right? Like you can do
don't
it, but I
have to
can't do
chant
it here
through
and
me.
now.
Yeah, I'm
That doesn't mean it's
responding to you.
impossible.
Excuse me, chanting zealot. I appreciate that you've just accused me of a fallacy and I'm undoing that.
Okay.
Doesn't mean you've got to chant through the conclusion.
Okay, please go
I
on.
know
then.
it's painful. Did your friend tell you that you could just chant through, Nathan, when he proved you wrong? Oh, bless. It was
Yeah.
very
How much-
stupid. In conclusion, it's not an
Okay.
ad hominem. Absolutely not an ad hominem as was just laid at my door. That's wrong. It was a performance assessment. Because it's stupid to say you can measure something below surface level and when asked to show it, you say I can't. That's very stupid. Not an ad hoc.
I don't think it's stupid. I just don't have the tools to do it
It
right
is.
now. It's clearly possible because you could just drill
Show us.
down
If
and
it's
get a
not
fucking.
stupid, show us. If it's not
Okay.
stupid, say, if it's not, as you believe so, show me measuring below 500 feet below. Show me now. Or understand how stupid it was to say it.
But it
Don't
wasn't.
think so. Show it
wasn't.
then, dum-dum.
But I can't show it right now. Just because I can't show
No, it's
something
very
right
stupid
now.
to suggest that that's
it's
how you
not.
measure it then.
I disagree.
That would be a very stupid suggestion by you then, wouldn't it?
No, it wouldn't.
Yeah, it would. It's stupid to say you can measure something in a certain way and then when asked to show it, you can't. That's stupid.
Because I
Don't
don't
have to
have
like
the
it, dum-dum.
tools. I don't have a drill or a tape measure that goes 500 meters.
You prefer it was just an ad hom when describing how stupid you are.
Well, no, if you can, there are polite ways to refute a claim and say that you disagree, right?
It's very stupid, guys, right? When asked to give a definition of level, you come back with a suggestion of digging a 500-foot hole. Just define level.
That was a
I'm sorry,
hypothetical to show
I
you.
think you'll find that was actually an ad hom as opposed to a performance assessment based on what he said. According to him, that's an ad hom and that requires constant interruptions as his stupidity is laid bare for an audience.
They're not
He feels
mutually
that's an
exclusive.
invitation right now for him to start talking through me with his fundamentalist zealot mute button that he's using as I summarise just how stupid it was. Suggest that the measurement, according to him, with a single point, would be acquirable 500 feet in a hole. How stupid you are. Do you want to tell me I'm ad homing, you stupid idiot who said you'd dig 500 feet and then couldn't?
Yeah,
No,
they
that's
aren't-
just because you're stupid, son. You
Well,
enjoying your
okay.
time with Nathan Oakley because you were sent here to talk to me and what show me how wrong I was with a point below.
No, that
surface
was
line.
not why I was sent here whatsoever. Someone said I'd enjoy the conversation.
Enjoying yourself.
100%.
Excellent. You're very stupid. You said you could get a measurement 500 feet below surface, and when asked to show it, you couldn't. Making you stupid. Glad you're enjoying yourself, stupid
I mean,
idiot.
I can show you examples of it happening, such as boreholes, right? If that would
Summaries
help.
of how stupid you are, and claiming that they're fallacies by chanting through people who show you how stupid you are. You think that by chanting through me, summarising how stupid it was to dig a hole 500 feet for a point that won't give you level, you think that's an ad hom? Oh, you stupid idiot, you can't identify false logic. That wasn't a faulty piece of logic by me, an ad hominem according to you. It was just you being stupid, lad. Glad you're enjoying me telling you, with demonstrable evidence, based on the words you used, just how stupid you are. I'm glad you enjoy being berated for your stupidity that you denied calling it an ad hom. Glad you enjoy. Are you a bit of a masochist, mate? You like being told off for your stupidity, do you? Good for you.
Okay, I get the
I'm
point of
not
the
a
show now.
sadist. I've just got a winning argument when people tell me level's a single point. It isn't. That's what stupid people say, and then call it an ad hom.
Okay, am I going to get a chance to talk, or are you just going to do a TED talk every
I'm
time?
just going to berate you for your stupidity, son. That's right. The winner gets to
Okay.
do that. The idiot
Okay.
moron gets to enjoy being told how stupid he is, and then ask when
Okay.
he's going to get permission from the winner to talk. This isn't that time, though, son. This is me gloating. Me
But I think,
reveling how stupid
but
you
I
are.
think you're
That's
stupid.
idiotic.
See,
It
so
was
we're at a bit of a
ad hoc.
crossroads here.
And digging 500 feet by your suggestion is the measurement can't be done by you by demonstration, making you a clown, a stupid clown. You can't even refute the stupidness that you've used. You say it's a fallacy of ad hom.
You're not that
Mate,
guy,
you don't know how to
Nathan.
identify fallacy. You're asking me when you're going to get a chance to respond, and I'm still berating you, son. You still think that the answer to your question, that would be me berating you for your stupidity, was your invitation to talk. I'm answering you. When will you get clean air? When I'm done making absolutely clear how stupid you were and how wrong you were to claim an ad hom fallacy. No, moron. That's you being moronic. claiming ad hom when you've been demonstrably stupid. When you say, I understand, Nathan, I'm really stupid, and I might give you a chance to move on to a different subject.
No, I'm not going to let you define. I'm not going to let you define the arena. Okay, keep going if you want. Keep going if you want.
The inspiration that you're getting. Every time you do that, I'll just raise my voice. It's not your invitation.
Well, that's very childish of you, Nathan.
Shown to be stupid, and that means I get to tell you off when you just hand wave your.
This isn't a classroom, Nathan. We're two adults having a conversation. You don't need to go this far.
You're the dunce in this classroom scenario. You're being sent to the dunce corner with a dunce.
It's precisely not a classroom. That's the problem here, Nathan.
Away into the corner of this metaphorical classroom. You're saying he was an ad hom. He's ad homming me. No, dunce. You can measure a point 500 feet below surface level is what a dunce says in this classroom. Dunce, get in the corner. You're done, dunce. In other words, no, I'm not asking you for your next response. Been sent.
I gathered that.
Glad you're enjoying yourself, dunce. You're very
I'm enjoying myself. Seeing someone break down in real time is fucking entertaining.
You belligerent little dunce. Done. We've humiliated you plenty. You've denied it by saying it's an ad hom. Now you're getting told off.
Well, you haven't. You've got your room of sycophants who enjoy watching you speak in an ESPN-like fashion, right? Like you're moderating a fucking football game. It's interesting.
Down.
Why don't you just get rid of this fucking idiot?
Yeah, he is an idiot. You see, you notice how everyone around you already identifies you as an idiot, my friend.
Of course. I'm in a flat Earth room, right? I'm fighting in the opposition's arena. Of course, they're going to think I'm an idiot.
Well, no, you said no. It's not because you're fighting against flat earthers.
Oh, no, it absolutely is. If you were in a room with people who believed in globe Earth, you'd get exactly the same treatment. You know that for a fact, my friend.
Complete moron, very stupid, and we're pointing that out. It has nothing to do with your belief in a glurf. You're entitled to your belief in a globe. Feel free to believe all you like. Meanwhile, saying you can establish level by digging 500 feet just makes you stupid. You said it's an ad hom, then you got told off by me. That's how things have rolled here. Glad you're enjoying being told off for being a dunce, because that's what's happened.
I'm very much enjoying watching you break down.
Hold on. Somebody from the G Plus panel want to take up the reins here.
I've only got one question. What would a 200-foot hole define?
Define in what regard?
Well, a 500-foot means I've got a level. What does a 200-foot hole give me?
A level that's 200 feet.
So why have I got to go to 500 foot if 200 foot will do it?
Because it was a hypothetical. I just pulled a random number out of my arse to demonstrate the point. The number's irrelevant.
Say that again, what you just did. What did you do? Randomly
Pulled a number out. It was a hypothetical, so I pulled a number out my arse to demonstrate the logic.
That's why you were called stupid, because by your own admission, you just randomly pulled something out your arse thinking it was an answer.
No, I pulled the number out my arse. You need to focus on the specifics of what I said, okay?
You're talking right through you, Adam.
I know he did, because he's getting destroyed, because he's just admitted what he did.
Know what level is? Got diarrhea of the mouth syndrome.
Well, no, you can use a hypothetical to display what a term means. You don't require realistic numbers to do so.
Primary school. You don't even know what level is, you clown.
Okay. Why is Nathan two people?
Okay. Why don't you ask one of your slobber nurses?
Are there two people talking from Nathan's mic?
Why don't you ask one of your slobber nurses what level is?
My slobber. What is a slobber nurse? And there's a specific reason I said point, is because I knew as soon as I said your point in relation to a horizontal plane, you'd go, horizontal plane, that implies flatness. Welcome to Flat Earth. Because I've sat here and listened to your routine for the past 20 minutes.
Well, you've not listened properly then, have you? Because we've not got to that point yet. You're still yet to define the word level.
Your position in reference to a horizontal plane.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
There you go. Thank you.
Yeah, that's
After
why.
you just admitted it, you dingle. Yeah, listen to the words that come out of your mouth. We're responding to them.
Find a horizontal plane.
You don't require that, right? Because the point that is directly below you, and this is why I use the word point, right? If let's say, please stay with me here. Stay with me here, right? Stay with me here. No, it requires a point because obviously. Okay, if you're not going to let me finish, there's not much point, really, is
now,
there?
because we put you in the dunce corner and you've put enough distance between us putting you in the dunce corner for suggesting that you can acquire level with a point, you're going to think that little distraction of us calling you a dunce, describing you as stupid for trying to acquire a point 500 feet below the surface level means you can now appeal to it and just carry on with your example. So I'll just put you back in the dunce corner.
Fantastic. Well, I look great in a dunce hat, so I'm more than happy
Stop
to.
him from chanting through me while I put him back in the dunce corner. Oh, mate, you don't get levels and points. Single point won't give you a level. Now, I put you in the dunce corner and made it explicitly clear how stupid you were for suggesting that. I'm not going to appeal to it again. That's where I step back in with you chanting.
Well, then we can't have a conversation then, can we? Because I require an appeal to that.
Lost. Now it's the I'm going to overtalk you indefinitely because I'm being demonstrated as a bitch dunce who's thick. Oh, mate, you're back in the dunce corner having described levels as a point. 1 point is not a level. You're a dunce. Okay, dunce, not an ad hom. Dunces say levels are a point. You're not appealing to it when I've put you in the dunce corner for it already once. So it's back to the dunce corner for the idiot.
Well, then we can't have a conversation, can we?
Oh, levels aren't points.
I require the point.
Me on FM, try and tune in your brain a bit better. Levels aren't points. Repeat after me.
There's the ad homs again.
Ad hom. I've just said levels aren't points, and the response is ad hom.
No, it's what you said prior to that that's the ad hom.
Levels aren't points. This is non-responsive. He's going to go around in the same circle jerk where we start talking about whether or not
level. Yes, no, you're correct. Levels are not points, but there is a point inside of a level which can still be measured in that way.
He responds by telling me that's not an ad hom. Levels aren't points. You lose. Dunce. Get back in the corner. Levels aren't points.
Well, if you want to define the arena that I'm fighting, then I'm obviously going to lose.
Why do you have to be so condescending?
Yeah, that's
just
why
the way it goes.
Dunce.
Well, no, Power, you've got to understand, right? Since their argument doesn't really have validity, the only way they can do it is basically talk over and use argumentative tactics, right, to try and drive out the other person. It's standard stuff, right?
My audience, just for their benefit,
yeah, but it doesn't.
Because he's non-stop chanting through this, because this is the bit that undoes his argument. So long as he can chant so the Discord server can't hear me pointing out how his argument comes apart, he can appeal to a point being level again.
But
he's been undone and told me, and there he's doing it again. I open the line immediately as soon as I make the conclusion. Levels aren't points. He's chanting again, so he doesn't have to not appeal to it again after this little do-si-do around the same circle.
No, I'm stopping.
No, I'm not going to get to summarise it. If he doesn't hear it, if it's constantly chanted through, he doesn't have to address it. He can appeal to the point that isn't level again. I've already undone this. There he is again. As soon as the conclusion comes, he starts talking. Levels aren't points. You won't be appealing to it, dunce. Clear?
Sure. Okay, right, so continuing with this, right, if you measure the level, okay, we'll go with level, we'll completely disregard points if it makes you happier, right, on a 3 mile, right, okay, I've already defined level, your point in relation to a horizontal axis, right, or a horizontal level, I suppose, self-defining. Welcome to Flat Earth, wonderful, right, the reason I disagree with that is because, okay, I understand that, but when we measure sea level, when we measure our position in relation to sea level, if you can it'd be very, very helpful if you could let me get this 1 point in.
Listening to you, Adam, what he's doing is I'm having to close the line. What he's asking for is a reasonable conversation. When he gets a refutation of what he's defined as horizontal, a plane of reference, he's going to chant through you saying, well, you're fobbing us off by saying it isn't necessary and just redefining it as a point. We're not going to accept that.
We can forget the point. We can forget the point. That's absolutely fine.
Because at the conclusion, where we won't allow him to use a point, he's talking so the Discord server can't hear that's the end of his argument. He's hoping that just by chanting through the end of the conclusion, he won't get to go through using points as horizontals again. It's a dunce.
And this is why it's not a reasonable conversation, because I'm trying to have that with you, and I've pointed out we've got a definitional difference here. There's no point in proceeding in the adult conversation until we've agreed the term level, what it means.
But we've already agreed upon that, haven't we?
No, he's talking to you again. We're going to get to defining level. So he starts talking, because the moment we start defining this term, he starts talking because it's, as you put, not a reasonable conversation.
Please let me know when I can talk.
Nobody asked you now. Nobody asked you previously. We're summarising and I've put you in the dunce corner. But belligerence means you still think it's your turn to talk through us. No, mate. When we define what level is, and you define what level is, you think that you can then change that definition to being a point, which it isn't.
Can I talk?
In the dunce corner, you keep rinsing and repeating the same thing, and then when we make a conclusory statement, the response we get is, can I talk? We just made a conclusion. We didn't get a response for you. We got a question about whether or not you could talk in completely unimpeded air. Acknowledge what I've just said.
Okay. Right, I have, right? We're not going to... No, that's why I asked if I could talk, so I could acknowledge it.
An acknowledgement, we're getting asked in open air.
Okay, Jesus fucking Christ.
When I ask him to specifically acknowledge what he's had put to him, he starts chanting through it. He's not here to acknowledge anything we say. He'd rather be put in the dunce corner and tell us it's an ad hom, and then appeal to it 15 minutes later. No, a point's not level. You've defined level. No doubt this will result in him starting at the conclusion for the 17th time. The Discord server can't hear. Yeah, there it is, right on cue. Is this a civil conversation? No, it's a prick with a glurf belief, chanting through everything that demolishes him.
Right. I will agree with you on your definition of level. Okay. Jesus Christ.
So you need to acknowledge your fallacy.
Oh my God.
Aren't level. Don't you understand? You constantly think that the open air, where you ask if you've got a time to talk, is an invitation we've given you. Dunce. Get back in your stupid idiot dunce corner where you think levels are points.
Right, so you've ended the conversation. Fantastic.
Not inviting you to respond. You're a dunce. You're an idiot. You're someone who enjoys being pointed out over and over again how stupid you are.
I would disagree.
You can enjoy it from the dunce corner without talking. You're not acknowledging what we're telling you. It's not an invitation to respond. It's me telling you. Go to the dunce corner where levels are made with points. Okay, dunce, that's not an invitation to respond. I'm discussing this with Adam. How unreasonable you, the one in the dunce corner, not being asked to respond, is. It's not an invitation to talk, dunce.
Why not just mute him then and talk with Adam?
I'm not in control here. It's not my bleeding server. The server operators are enjoying this because they have.
I'm sure you could ask one of the operators. I'm sure you could ask one of the operators to mute you until you're done.
Well, yeah, I'm not allowed to respond, right? Which is annoying because I was going to agree with you, right? Okay, that's wonderful. I'm in the dance corner, right? I'm gonna continue to talk as well, right? Since you don't have control over this room, I might as well just go 1-to-1 with you, right? Lazy brown.
We're seeking an acknowledgement.
There we go.
Till we get an acknowledgement that levels aren't points, you'll remain in the dunce corner.
Levels aren't points. There you go. There you go. Levels are not points. Does that make you happy?
Level. Yeah,
level is your position in relation to a horizontal,
and then you're continuing to talk.
Because you just asked me a question. If you're going to ask me a question, you have to let me respond.
Am I happy? Yeah, I'm very happy because you also defined what a level was with respect to a horizontal plane. Now is this a civil conversation? No. Are you going to appeal to me not talking through you as you start chanting? You defined what level is second attempt in this particular session. We've reset because he said it's unreasonable. Brought him out of the dunce corner because he's accepted that levels aren't points. And now he's still chanting through me because he's a triggered zealot. You've defined what level is. Let's see if on the second attempt he starts talking through the end of it like he did the first attempt in this session. You defined what level is. It's with respect to a horizontal plane. Welcome to Flat Earth was the response you got last time. Now we're going to see if it's, 25 minutes for you to acknowledge that you've already defined what level is. A horizontal plane is required for it to be level.
Yes. However...
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Okay, the reason I'd say that doesn't describe Flat Earth is because the amount of height dip that we get on a curved Earth framework over a 2 to 3 mile plane, for example, is not enough to functionally affect the measurements that we'd make when we're concluding how far we are from sea level, right? As you well know, over a mile's distance, I think it's approximately. If I can finish, really quickly.
Stop, Brian.
Is that me stopping, or can I continue?
I mean, somebody was interrupting you. I was stopping them.
Thank you. As you well know, over about a mile of on a curved Earth model, right? Because I won't come into this assuming curved Earth is true for the sake of being generous, right? Over a mile distance on a curved Earth framework, the amount of dip between the two opposite points of that mile distance is about 8 inches, right? So that wouldn't functionally affect the distance measurement we take when we're concerning ourselves with how high above sea level we are. You technically could work that out, right? So you'd get to the point, right, how far away is the sea from me, right?
Stop. You made the claim and I listened to it. Stop telling me what I can do with your claim.
Okay.
So
yeah, well, that's my claim, right? There you go. You've heard it.
Sorry. So immediately I'm responding to his claim, which I listened to. It was unimpeded. He attempted to start telling me what I could do with his claim, and I stopped him. He still thinks it's his turn to talk. I heard your claim. Your claim included sea level. It's level. Having no part higher or lower than the other. It's not a single point. You've defined what level is. Sea level in this respect references the sea and how much of a horizontal plane the sea is, as you defined it. So welcome to Flat Earth. Your description, even though you told us you wouldn't beg the question of a sphere, that's the very first thing you did. And just called it a framework. That framework had two severe problems. The dip you described in that framework, begging the question of a globe that you said you weren't doing, required the dip to be described from a surface level to describe it with. Curve you're describing is reference to a horizontal plane to describe the curve from. Again, you'll need a flat Earth to describe curve from. It's right there in your Earth curve maths if you have the slightest clue about this subject. It's surface level in Earth curve maths. It's flat, it's horizontal, it's part of the measurement, and it will be required to claim, as you have just done, by pure fiat begging the question fallacy, that you've got a framework of an Earth curve derived from the surface level in your maths. Further to that, in your description, you had sea level. It's level, having no part higher or lower than another. The maths to infer frameworks of globe uses surface level, and sea level is level, and references a plane as per your definition. Welcome to Flat Earth. Earth is measured flat, in this case with reference to sea level as you just used. Stop using flat Earth measurements when you tell us you're not going to assume a globe, and then just call it a framework when you assume a globe. Stop using flat Earth measurements. Sea level isn't curved. We already dealt with this ages ago with Matthew Learns. You can't reference height above sea curve because it's not. It's height above sea level, as you specifically used. Welcome to Flat Earth.
So the reason I disagree with that is that height itself is definitionally defined as the height from essentially the core, right? If you're talking about height on a spherical object which requires gravity to function, height in any given direction is not relative to height in another direction because you're measuring the height from the center, right? So you don't, even though one point of the sea in a curved Earth model is technically quote unquote higher than another point, it's only higher to that point relative to the other point, right? It's not intrinsically higher than any other point because height is defined by the distance from the center of the Earth in this case, if you extrapolate.
Thank you. Do you have a moment? Quantum Eraser. UE. Really not. Have a citation, please.
I can try and find one for you.
The citation we're seeking is to suggest that the height, that's elevation, is with respect to the center of Earth.
Oh, wait a second. Sorry, I just got back. Who said that? That is incorrect.
That we're debating with has specifically said that the height, that's elevation, is with respect to the center of Earth.
From his alma mater wiki, elevation is not to be confused with the distance from the center of the Earth. From nationalgeographic.org, elevation is measured from sea level, not the center of the Earth.
I'm aware of that.
Encyclopedia of World Geography.
Can you shut this zealot up? Sorry, QE. He decided that he was going to talk through the middle of you citing how fucking wrong he was. Shut the fuck up, you stupid glurf dick. Sorry, Kiwi, I'm really sorry that the zealot interrupted you because apparently he already knew how wrong he was while you were reading out how wrong he was. No, you didn't. You very specifically contradicted that which Kiwi was reading out when you interrupted. You dunce. You idiot. You zealot. Shut up and enjoy being demonstrably wrong again. Go ahead, QE. I'm sorry for the interruption from the zealot.
Can I start over?
Seems you may have to. The zealot was telling you how much he knew before you'd finished reading out that which he had contradicted only 30 seconds previous. Go ahead.
We heard you until the National Geographic one.
And his claim was?
Height is measured from the center of Earth.
Elevation is measured from the center of the Earth. Now, from your alma mater wiki, elevation is not to be confused with the distance from the center of the Earth. From nationalgeographic.org, elevation is measured from sea level, not the center of the Earth. From the Encyclopedia of World Geography, elevation can be defined as a measure of height above mean sea level.
As defined by this gentleman, with respect to a horizontal plane. So Earth is flat. His overcome was to lie about what elevation is. He was wrong, and I'd like him to now admit that.
That was not my claim, no. You've misrepresented what I said there.
It's recorded. It's recorded.
You said level.
Yeah, that's fine. You can play it. You
just
can play it back.
challenging that which you've just said, and you're going to keep talking. Like, just saying that's not what I said, you misrepresented me, isn't going to be met with me responding to it. Because if you just say, I didn't say that, it'll mean you didn't say. No, it was recorded. You stupid glurf, zealot, lying scum. We heard you.
That was not what I meant by the point, right?
It's not what you meant.
So you're not letting me finish. 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 You're not letting me finish the point. I'm not going to engage if you don't let me finish the point.
What you said wasn't what you actually meant, and now you need to rewrite friggin' history, do you? You were just wrong, you zealot, glurf, scum, dunce.
Okay, that's the end of our conversation, unfortunately.
Dunce, scum, glurf, zealot. You were wrong, and we're not going to rewrite history based on your lie that it wasn't what you said, and we'd misrepresented you. A bit like saying it's an ad hom when you're a dunce telling us you're going to dig for points. Dunce, you were just wrong.
I think he was saying that level is from the center of the Earth.
You need a white knight to tell us what
the elevation is from.
I know what he said. I listened. And then he told us it wasn't what he said and we'd misrepresented him. And now White Knight needs to defend how wrong he was. No, he just needs to belly up and admit how freaking wrong he was. When he said it was
the standards of conversation are not the same between the two of us, so I cannot have a good faith conversation with you.
Keep chanting through me, you won't be wrong.
I'll keep chatting through you, absolutely.
Showed how wrong you were just you meaning something you didn't actually say. That was your last response. It was recorded. We all heard what you said. We went and cited contradictory citations based on what you'd said, proving you wrong. And now Joseph Goebbels needs to rewrite history. It was recorded. It is what you said. You were just wrong. Is that White Knight?
Please play back the recording.
Will be.
I'm pretty sure he was talking about level, guys, not elevation.
Recording, you dunce. Sorry, you think I'm going to go and extrapolate it while it's bleeding recording, do you, dunce? No, what I will do, though, dunce, is after the fact, I'll go back and edit out how much you lied by using your very specific words that were recorded and then putting them next to you saying, I didn't say that, you've misrepresented me, and then saying, I didn't mean that.
Well, you're not allowing me to explain what I meant, so what's the point of having the conversation?
What you meant is irrelevant. What you said was that the
No, what I mean is the only relevant point. What words are meant to convey meaning?
Goebbels needs to chant through me so he can tell us how I need to listen to how he can re-explain what he actually said. I don't need an explanation. I heard what you said. Then we challenged it with citation. But being a glurf scumbag who enjoys masochistically how much fun it is being shown to be wrong, you're going to sit here and argue with us about what you meant when you told us distance in elevation was from the center of Earth. You were just wrong. It isn't.
It was a hypothetical to demonstrate why sea level is the way it is, but you're not going to let me explain, are you?
According to you, we just didn't understand what you said and we need to go and get the recording. It'll be edited together with you, the lying glurf, and your words that you said. I assure you.
Fantastic.
Yeah, so you're a glurf scum and you haven't conceded where you were wrong.
Because I wasn't incorrect.
So it's the distance from the centre of Earth, then, as it's specifically cited as
No,
not.
that was a piece of logic to show you how height is obtained,
what you said,
right?
then.
It's
It's lie for me.
sure, and words are used to convey meaning. If you have a problem with the words I've used, insofar as it conveys my meaning, then you can ask me to expand upon what I meant. That's how normal conversations usually go, right? There's always a semantic difference. Hold on, I'm still talking.
I'll
I'm
do
still
that then,
talking.
if you ever shut up. I'll do that.
Well, no, why would you not let me finish my point when I completely let you finish yours? It's absolutely ridiculous, to be honest, mate.
Back and forth. It won't be that I'm asking you to expand on when you said the elevation was from the centre of Earth. Can you expand on what you meant when you said that the height was from the centre of Earth? Can you expand on that specific quote that the height is from the centre of Earth?
Yes.
When you said that, can you expand on what you meant when you said something incorrect that's been cited as being incorrect? Can you expand on how incorrect you were, please?
So take a sphere, for example, any normal sphere, right? If you measure the height, or the distance more so, away from any point of the edge of that sphere, you're going to get the same amount of height regardless of where you measure on that sphere. Assuming you have a ruler that's 30 centimeters, for example, and you place it on any surface edge of that sphere, it's going to be the same distance away from the edge of the sphere, right? So your distance away from the edge of the Earth, even in a curved Earth module. Okay, you get the point.
The first time.
Okay.
I heard you. Sorry, repeating it 6 times when I've heard it. I'm trying to respond.
I'm just making sure you understand. Fuck me.
I got you. I heard you. Can you shut up now?
Okay, but that's the last. That's just before you go. That's the last thing I'm going to say on this, because again, you're just being incredibly fucking rude. I'm not going to continue.
So no, that's not elevation,
Good,
which
shut
is
the
what
fuck
we
up.
claim. So you can describe a conceptual height above any specific sphere, but that's not elevation, is it? Which is what you were claiming when you said height above the centre of Earth for elevation specifically. Your conceptual height that you've just described has nothing to do with elevation, though, does it? Has he run away?
And he ain't gonna talk no more.
He started.
He seems to have run away. Okay, bye, you absolute dunce. Hope you enjoyed your time with me.
Yeah, we got the clip in the chat with him basically saying that he measured height or elevation from the center in his core of the Earth. So I guess he ran
Can you play it? Can you play
I
it?
think where he messed up was he said
In the
height
chat.
when he was referring to distance.
What he meant. What he said is what we will take.
And that was construed as elevation when he meant just distance from central.
He specifically said height. It's in the chat.
I know. And then he later kind of said height and then distance, and it's like the last time when he was trying to defend it.
From the center
But
of
that's
the
what
Earth
he
is
said.
Height in the chat, and he
correct.
repeated it. He repeated it twice. He said core first, then he said center. It's in the chat.
And distance isn't going to solve this either, because that is also incorrect.
Someone whack it in Master B just so I can play it, because he was requesting it. Is it an audio clip, right?
Yep, it's an audio clip. It's in the chat.
Okay. I mean, I might as well saves me going back and putting it in the edit later. I'll just put it in now. Prove he's a liar immediately. No worries.
But he needs it. We heard him.
Oh. Okay.
Just another Glurf Elmer Fudd sophist that thinks he's clever, but he's actually a moron and geometrically illiterate.
Also thinks he's got a right to be hogging the mic than 90% of the time that he's here, because he's the most important person with the most to say.
Hello. Hello.
Hello.
What do you expect, Nathan? It's like you're reading their obituary.
Somebody
Expect
saying
them to
hello.
be happy.
Hold on, Neil. Somebody saying hello or groaning needs medical help. We're saying hello. Full stand. Is it you?
Yes.
Hello. Don't be shy. Do you have a question?
Yeah, I have a question.
Go ahead.
Since the sun, the mighty sun, is a billion times bigger than the Earth, when the moon is in between the Earth and the sun, shouldn't the mighty sun grab the moon because it's so big? It has more gravity than the moon, than the Earth. Do you guys get the question?
You said the sun is a billion times bigger than the Earthy. Oh, can you
Yes.
demonstrate that? Can you prove that?
Where did the measurement
No,
for it come?
I mean, like it's way bigger than the Earth. It has more gravity.
Got the claim.
So when the moon,
Well, stop a second, please. It's full
Yeah.
sand. You've got to try and be cooperative.
Yeah.
It was put to you based on your claim. Can you show us that? Prove that.
Between
For example, I haven't finished asking you the question. It's not going to work out well, is it, full sand? Try once more time. It's the third attempt. Yeah, I haven't even started the freaking question and he's talking. I haven't even started the freaking question and he's immediately talking. So he's definitely not listening to it.
You're
Try
lying.
fourth time, full sand. No, I'll try a fifth time.
Hey, taking your sweet fucking time. Just ask the damn question.
I mean, stop talking, full sand, and listen to the question you're being asked. You're being asked to show us distance that you're claiming. It's vast distance, the size of sun that you're claiming. You show us that beyond your baseless assertion. For instance, have you got a measurement for that? Or do you know where the measurement that makes that claim originated? Do you know that? Now's the time to talk. You run away.
Let's say he did have a measurement and he knew where it came from. What would your next critique of it be?
What did he run away?
Yes, he ran away.
Why? He was asked to prove that the sun was the size of his claim that he made. He ran away.
Yeah, so if he had a measurement and he had the data points for it, what would your next critique of his evidence be?
He didn't. We haven't. So how can I?
I don't know, I'm just saying, like, if he did though, what would your next
Same answer.
thing
Same answer to the
say?
same repeated question. Same answer. He didn't. I haven't. If he did, we could do this all day, couldn't we? Didn't. I know
he didn't, but if he did, what would your response have been?
Do you have
Depend on what he presented, wouldn't
exactly. Depends on what he gave me.
Do you have
bunch of numbers? Take it from a telescope, right, or like a radar reading. Like it's most likely radar. You know, give you the distance and then your periodicity. You can get, you know. So let's say it's something like that. Like, what are you going to say about it? Like, it's taken from a telescope. It's just a bunch of fucking numbers.
Swearing, please. What would do if somebody said,
okay, it's just a bunch of numbers. What are you going to do about it?
To you. I'm responding to you, you dumb fuck.
Hey, watch your fucking language.
Sit down. Shut the fuck up. That's what it is.
Hey.
Watch the fucking mouth. Not getting to. When somebody like you, a dunce, another dunce, an idiot, tells me that they get the size of the sun from radar, I roll my eyes and think, put them on mute, whoever's chanting through this.
Rightio, disregard everything that Jen says because he's got a fucking potty fucking mouth.
Everyone have told him to shut up. He swore at me, so I started swearing back. Now he won't let me finish my statement. He's just an unreasonable prick. He's a dunce. He thinks the size of the sun comes from radar. Okay, fuckwit. Good for you.
Hey, watch your fucking mouth. Watch your fucking...
Well, then swear at me because I'm not going to take the mickey out of you. Because when you told us where you got the size of the sun from, you thought it came from radar. What a fuckwit. No, demon language. Yeah, he swore at me. I'm swearing.
Hey, watch your fucking mouth when you're talking to me. Sit the fuck down and watch your fucking mouth.
Radar for the sun size, eh? Keep swearing at me, dunce. Yeah, I'll just swear back at you. See how triggered you get, how quickly, and how white knights come and say, "Look, Nathan swears," after he swore at me. Yeah, I can just mimic the actions, hold a little mirror up to this asshole. Start swearing at me. Wait, excuse me.
No one cares about the swearing except for Nathan.
The radar, or is a white knight now chanting through the conclusion of this dunce's point? When this dunce offered us his evidence for the size of the sun, it was radar. What an idiot. Now I'm laughing at him for being really stupid. You hear me, demon? You're an idiot. You thought his sun size came from radar? Radar's flat. You don't know that? It's a flat earth proof. Idiot. Do you think the sun came from radar?
Demon Star, it doesn't really make much sense to start swearing when you're saying
I
don't
want
swear.
demon style. I want the dunce. The guy who was swearing at me. Demon style. We asked you for where the sun size came from. You said radar. You're really thick.
How many people in this place are actually fucking flat earthers?
Splash, I'm not done berating Demon. He thought it was okay to swear at me.
Berating him, mate.
I'm berating his dumbass.
You're
That's very
cuddling
much,
up
Splash. I'm telling you to shut up. I berate one of your funny friends.
Do you want me to berate you, mate? Fuck.
No, mate. Nobody wants that here. I'm the star of the show,
So
not like
berate
you.
him.
You're a
Stop
dunce,
fucking
presumably like your
pretending
mate
that, you
you're
know-
defending. He said, radar, give us a sun size. Yeah, you notice how you've been muted, Splash. No, nobody wants you to berate me because you're not the one in deservance of berating me. Dunce Demon style, feel free to take him off server mute. He's a proper dunce. Radar for sun size, Demon. When you gave us the response to the guy that you hypothetically wanted to have given us one, you gave it us and it was radar, and now we're all laughing at you for being a stupid idiot.
You're right. I don't say radar.
Yeah, exactly.
The hell is
That's
wrong?
precisely what came out of your mouth the first time. Dunces, globe believers, glurfs, that's what you're reduced to. Yeah, when you start telling us the sun size came from radar. Okay.
Demons try to argue your case substantively. Stop being retarded.
Got nothing more to add, Demon. You know, that's the end of your time here. Thank you. That's all we need from you, Demon. Now you've been told off and put in place, and you've given us a garble.
Who is using the normal voice to talk to me? I'd like to respond to them. What was the question?
I gave you the garbled voice because of your stupidity, and your response was to give me the garbled voice.
Sorry, Nathan, I can't respond to you, Nathan. I was talking to the guy who was speaking to me normally.
Use because Demon Style's on the mic. Exactly, that's what you gave us the first
No one
time.
wants to hear this.
Your word salad noise that you're making like a toddler doesn't contain a rebuttal. Meanwhile,
Yeah, so if
Radar
anybody
doesn't-
had an actual thing they
Meanwhile,
wanted to
Radar
talk,
doesn't
like
even
somebody
think
started speaking to me with a real voice, and I was wondering what that question was because I'd like to engage with it. But Nathan wants to be a fuckboy and just say and sound like a mongoloid or something.
Very, very stupid. That's why you're
Question
getting me giving you a rebuttal with a stupid voice, because Radar don't give you sun size. Hello?
The question was, can you argue your case substantively and not relegate to the dumb talk that you're...
That wasn't my argument. I refuted somebody else's argument that the sun size came from Radar. That was his position, the dunce's
No, I'm
position.
talking-
We're taking a mickey out of him and responding to you. You seem to be talking immediately. I didn't make a claim. I refuted a claim from
Not
a
you, I was
dunce.
talking to Demon. He asked what was the
Still
question.
responding, and it still seems like you are taking up the same tact as all your other triggered zealot globe-believing fundy muppets that need to talk as I'm talking. The third attempt, I'll try again. I didn't make a claim. He did. And I ripped him a new asshole and called him a dunce for it. Because he suggested that the sun size came from Radar, making him a demonstrable idiot. Do you want me to attempt to not rip his new asshole for him when he says the sun size came from Radar? Maybe you'd like to back his claim for him. Go ahead. He's not a dunce, right? That's an unreasonable rebuttal that I gave him. It's not stupid to say sun size comes from Radar. Now you'll back that, sir, the White Knight. Go ahead, back it. It was his
No,
claim.
you misunderstood. He asked what was the question that was posed to him, and I answered him, and you thought I was talking...
No one cares. Earth's measured flat with elevation angles to Polaris. Your globe faith relies on it.
No, it's
All we've
not.
got is dunces that make assertions through the top of us as we make our claims. Like that one. That dunce that just stepped in while I was making my flat Earth claim. When I was put in a position, it seemed where I'm having to justify my behaviour when I take apart Dunce's argument. But now I am making a positive claim. Earth's measured flat with elevation angles. That's how it's measured. Your globe Earth faith relies on it. There you go, there's a positive claim. Deal with that.
It's not true.
Called a hand wave dismissal. Nuh-uh. Yeah, it is. Elevation angles. It's the line of sight between you and the Polaris star and the horizontal plane the observer is standing on by definition of an elevation angle measurement. Your nuh-uh and then trying to chant through me undoing your nuh-uh is you talking while I'm refuting you by definition of what an elevation angle measurement of a flat Earth is. Did you think that talking through the end of the response to nuh-uh was going to get you the win there? No, Earth is measured flat with elevation angles as per the definition of the horizontal plane the observer must be standing on to measure this angle off a flat Earth. I'll try your nuh-uh again, see if it works a second time.
Show me.
Latitude.
Show me more.
More than latitude. Latitudes don't need any more. That's it. Elevation angle measurement to the star Polaris wraps around your globe after you measure Earth flat. You deny latitude. You need more,
Nope.
so you deny latitude. Latitude you don't accept, right?
What's the equation?
You accept latitude measurement. It's an elevation angle measurement. I've defined it 3 times for you, and you're asking me for an equation, making you a dunce. You don't understand what I've defined 3 times as an elevation angle with respect to the horizontal plane of the observer and the line of sight to the star Polaris. That's the 4th time I've defined it, and you're asking me for an equation. You retard.
Well, we haven't got there yet. I'm asking you. I asked you to define it for me.
Pay attention as opposed to chant through being told off. Retard. It's not an equation. It's an elevation angle measurement with respect to a horizontal plane the observer must be standing on when measuring a line of sight in the vertical to the star Polaris. It's called latitude. My question, do you deny it? You asked for more like it wasn't acceptable. If it's not, then you deny it, correct?
Nope, I don't deny latitude and longitudes.
Then welcome to flat Earth, measured off a plane. It seems like while I conclude, he's talking again. Off
Nope,
mute.
I'm not.
See my line dancing, his lights flashing on and off. Welcome to flat Earth. In conclusion, latitude is measured off a flat Earth.
I disagree, and I can prove it because if you say that you believe in longitude lines, well, all longitude lines converge at one point at the North Pole and the South Pole.
Latitude.
Oh, so longitude lines aren't real, just latitude?
Right, can you remove this guy? He's straw-manning me with things I didn't say. I don't want to deal with.
We're just having a
asshole.
conversation. We're just having a
I'm
conversation.
appealing to the moderators, not you, not for you to chant through my appeal. Right, I did not say the words he's just straw-man me with. Those won't ever be quoted. I didn't say those words. But what he's doing is inventing shit I did not say to attack as a straw man. Now, I am not going to accept any further discussion with this person. None. What he's done is unreasonable. Those words didn't cross my lips, but he's put them to me like I should defend them. Outrageous. Fuck off.
Set that level as a point, retard.
I have no idea. I don't care. At the point that they start making shit up that they need to attack, then they can get lost. Scum.
What was the sun measurement by radar? Is that they were measuring how big it was? Is that I missed that? I was getting breakfast.
Yep. Apparently. Guy came along and said, what if the guy did manage to give you the justification for the sizes of the sun that he said were X amount of times bigger than the Earth as a sphere assumption? You said, where'd you get the measurement? He then ran away. The guy was like, what if he did give you where he got those measurements from? Like, he didn't. What if he did? He didn't. What if he did? So it goes on. Well, do you want to give them us? Well, what if he said that radar gave you them?
They don't even know their own damn religion. Radar isn't allegedly used to give the size. It's allegedly, belly laughingly, used to give the distance, not the size of the sun. You guys don't even know your own idiot religion.
They don't know about Huygens and their scale. Absolutely not. These people are dunces. You think Demon Style was going, no. That's not the same as me saying radar isn't going to give you the size of the sun. Idiots. Demon Style doesn't know about Kepler and Huygens, does he?
No. Shit, no.
I doubt any of the glurfs in here know.
Nope. I'll bet the farm.
Know more about your Glurf religion than you do, you bunch of clowns.
Y'all see the side chat?
Oh, I don't watch it ever. That's why when someone says I've got an audio clip and they say they put it in side chat, I'm like, can you send it me on Skype? Otherwise it won't get played.
They're chat skanking like maniacs in there.
I don't care. Don't watch it. Don't care.
That's what they do.
That's what they do. Share your pain in side chat that I'm not looking at. Meanwhile, I'll humiliate this demon guy, for instance. Yo, dunce! Right off for some size. I'm going to call you a dunce for that. Enjoy it. The other guy who enjoyed telling us that he could get a point as level measurement 500 feet below the surface. What a dunce! That's just an atom.
These people are so retarded. I can't believe they come on and say these ludicrous, make these ludicrous claims like they're so retarded. And they're. I was trying to point a begging the question fallacy out before. He said, "Why can't we have a conversation between two adults?" That's begging the question on his part. What makes him an adult? Isn't he assuming the very thing he's attempting to prove?
Or better still, they say, I'm not going to assume, like begging the question, that we're on a globe, but in a framework where we've got a globe with a curve derived from surface level, like, are you insane? In your mind, is it a justification when you say, I'm not going to beg the question, but if I assume my outcome, are you really this stupid? Furthermore, the mods, they love it. So what these people, like the guy who was like, we can dig 500 feet down for a point, for a measurement. He's been invited in by one of the server mods. They're just sadists. They just like watching these people getting tortured.
Yeah, Jetty sent him in.
Yeah, he just likes watching people getting ripped a new one, doesn't he?
Yes, he does. He takes great enjoyment of it, too. I heard him the other night. He was laughing his ass off.
Yeah. Like you say, when they're invited by Jedi, for the sake of argument, they don't know that we know more about their bleeding globe religion than they do. They think these is a group of flat earthers. They're all going to be talking about a pizza pie rising up in a sky vacuum. The ice wall edge and sun and moon floating over it. They're all going to be thick as shit. I'm going to win really easily. And then you find yourself describing measuring a point 500 feet below the surface. Ooh, what a bunch of Mongols.
Defining level as a point 500 feet beneath the surface.
I just say I couldn't come in earlier there. I'm out and about. That nonsense about the converging longitude lines south of the equator is debunked by UTC time.
Yep.
When are we going to get time bandits?
2026.
2026. I mean, it's a complex subject. You know, the distortion of the South is where the most egregious changes have been made. UTC time is a quick, swift explanation, as Brian's just given. Kudos. But, you know, we just need to explain. We just don't know, do we? We don't know what's going on in the South, do we? That's the reality. You can see all the time distortions. That's about it.
We already had the first one. We already had the first one, Time Bandit. Didn't we have it? Didn't I title it Time Bandits? I think I did. We're waiting on the more, how would I want to say, the more detailed. The first one's already done.
I need to correct Nathan there. No, we do know what isn't happening south of the equator. What isn't happening is the longitude lines are not meeting the South Pole point. We do know that they're diverging from a North Pole point. We absolutely do know that. Okay?
I'm really sorry. Can you repeat that, Brian? My eldest daughter came in and started talking to me.
I was just watching, not listening.
No, literally, that is the case. I do want to hear what he said, though. Sorry, Brian.
You said we don't know what's happening south of the equator. Yes, we do. We absolutely know, without a shadow of a doubt, with 100% proof, the longitude lines are not meeting at a South Pole point. They are diverging from a North Pole point, as is proven by UTC correct local time. And used by sailors and everyone else.
Yes.
Yes, sir. That's absolutely correct.
Yes, I got that time. Thank you. Yes, that's what you said when you came in. Absolutely
Brian,
correct.
that sounds really important. Can you say that one more time?
Is he joking?
I'm driving. I can't be getting involved. I'm sorry. I have to drive.
Only I can do that, Eli.
No,
I wasn't paying attention.
Say it one more time. It's very important. Say it one more time, Brian.
Okay. We absolutely do know for sure and without a shadow of a doubt that south of the equator, all the longitude lines are not meeting at a south pole point. We know this for certain because of UTC correct local time. The time zones used by sailors and everyone else.
Did you hear that?
Know.
Don't do it, buddy. You're going to fall into the spotlight sun trap. They have an explanation for this.
You hear that, Glurf idiots?
What was
Sorry.
that
Hey, Elijah, you got your mic open.
Don't think they did hear it, QE. They're all off fire, light off a black body.
Oh, we didn't get that far, Adam. I still want to go back to the definition of level where it's a point that you measure 500 feet beneath the surface. We go back there?
No, he didn't say that. He said it, but he didn't mean what he said, and we haven't listened to his explanation that redefines the words he used. We are very unreasonable in this respect, QE. You just don't understand.
Did ask him why we were digging a 500-foot hole to define a word.
So he's typing away in chat, in text, but he's in voice and he won't unmute to answer you.
Of course he won't. He's a coward moron. I like the piercing intellect question that Adam raised after he said 500 feet. What if you only dig 200 feet down? What you get then?
The reason I'm not engaging is because I don't engage with rude people. If we can have a civil conversation, I would, but I know you're not capable of that.
You're already a demonstrated dunce. That's the reason why you don't.
Well, yeah, in your perspective, sure, not in mine.
All right, your perspective. No, you're a dunce. You don't know what level is.
Sure, I disagree.
You can't disagree. It's an axiom.
Of course I can. You know, if you're claiming I'm stupid, I'm claiming I'm not, right? Then we're at a crossroads, right?
No, we've demonstrated it. It's not a subjective.
Yeah, but I don't think you have. It is subjective. The idea that assigning stupidity to someone is objective is ridiculous.
Take a vote then.
We don't need any more information. We're happy with you demonstrating whether you're stupid or not from your definition of level.
I know, that's fine.
You must be a good 4 or 5 foot down by now, almost at your definition point.
I know, that's fine, and I disagree.
It's not
do you understand that?
No, it is a disagreement, yeah.
No, it's not a disagreement topic.
Well, I think it is, right? This is the wonderful nature of subjectivity.
We're talking about axioms. It's not disagree topic. You're in a category here. That's non sequitur, dumbass.
Okay, well, I naturally disagree, right? So, wonderful.
Hold on a second. QE, Adam, and the guy in Discord. Just 1 second. Just 1 second. Okay, first of all, we get that you don't agree. You don't have to keep telling us that you don't agree through the top of them explaining demonstrable stupidity back to you when you disagree. We got that you disagree. It doesn't necessarily mean that we care. You disagree and think it's subjective. But we keep reiterating the demonstrable stupidity, like digging 500 feet, or even making light of it by saying, what happens if we only dig 200 feet to this point that made you stupid? You're saying, well, I don't care that you see that as demonstrable stupidity. Subjectively, I think when I define a level as being dug below the ground at a point 500 feet below it, that's not stupid. Okay, you can believe that's not stupid. In the live show, that's what got relegated into the dense corner, didn't it? That's what that got you.
Indeed.
Yeah, you understand that doubling down on that statement just adds to the ponderance of evidence of your stupidity.
I'm not concerned with how you view me, right? So that's absolutely fine.
Adam, I'm really sorry. It's like the 10 seconds ago that I told him that we didn't need him to reaffirm that he disagreed through the top of statements. Didn't need to come. Again, another example of demonstrable stupidity. So about 25 seconds ago, made it clear that I didn't need you to reaffirm that you disagree through the top. And then 10 seconds after I'd finished, you started talking through Adam.
Yeah.
Tell us that you don't agree. Now you're talking through me. Okay. Let's just try that with Adam again. We get that you don't agree. We don't care. We know you're stupid and have demonstrated that.
That's wonderful. I don't think I am.
that just tells me you've got no humility, and it's fine. It doesn't mean
I would say the same thing back to you, right?
It doesn't mean I'm inviting a response. You think it is your invitation because you're dunce.
Sure.
That's what you are, a dunce. Shut up. Adam, go ahead. Belligerent too.
Nah.
Belligerent. What that means?
When you talk specifically about someone, you invite them to talk about you or to respond.
No.
Shut the hell up.
No, we don't. I don't. I run the rules.
Shithouse
I don't.
Absolutely true.
I know.
Shithouse philosopher, you're a dumbass too.
Demonstrably true.
Shithouse philosopher,
The
define
train
level.
wreck microphone. Can you just get lost? Not helping.
Shithouse philosopher, can you define level? Mr. White Knight, shithouse philosopher, can you define level?
Who?
Shithouse philosopher that came in to tell us his philosophy.
Was that referring to
Cooper.
No,
Oh,
the guy that
Cooper.
was
He
saying
Cooper
we're not
needs
allowed
to.
to berate you after sticking you in a dunce corner and telling you to shut your mouth. You're saying, "Oh no, you can't do that. That's not reasonable." No, I don't give a shit what you think. Shithouse
No, you can.
philosopher.
You can do that. That's
What
fine.
you responded, because no matter what we describe or dunces interrupt with, it's going to be dunce central. No matter what we do. You think you're smart, son. You think you're smart in spite of your demonstrable
Relatively.
stupidity being sent to the dunce corner. You need a white knight to come along and tell us, "Oh, that's not fair on the dunce."
Well, I didn't recruit him.
Yeah, well, tell him to shut up like we are then.
No.
I'm telling you to shut up because I'm the one in charge.
Well, you're not. You're not a moderator.
I am. No, you're right. I'm not.
But you do have somewhat authority. I'll give you that.
Yes, I do. I've earned it.
Well, I just generally think weak people struggle in the face of a strong.
But you're going to claim that it's just because I'm stronger than you. It has nothing to do with strength and everything to do with a claim that says horizontal or level is acquired from digging a hole, getting a point. If that doesn't earn you any respect to take charge of the mic as you do when you talk through me pointing out how stupid you are, me pointing out how big of a dunce you are, an example and a concise summary of how big a dunce you are, does earn me the respect.
Can I ask this man a question, please? Level.
You really want to?
You feel
Let's
free.
start with his ABCs without the song first. Let's get the basics down.
Go on, Brian.
Is sea level, mean sea level, 2-dimensional or 3-dimensional?
Don't know what the word level means, Brian, yet. We've not got past the word level. You can't
No, he did. He
apply
defined
the
it.
word
No,
level
he
to
did. He
something
defined it.
yet.
He defined it as a horizontal plane. He already defined it. Level he has defined.
Could you please leave him answer?
You're an optimistic soul. What?
He's got Solanin toxicity.
Not playing ball. Sorry, Brian.
Ask him again, Brian.
Is mean sea level 2-dimensional or 3-dimensional?
If someone asks a question to the Brexit bot person, their server muted, I think, so they can't respond.
That, the guy, the name of the
He's in
guy.
a hole.
Brexit bot. Sea level 2-dimensional Brexit bot.
Sea level is a
Mean sea
2-dimensional
level
concept.
2-dimensional or 3-dimensional? Sorry, leave me ask the question, Nathan. Is mean sea level 2-dimensional or 3-dimensional?
Sea level is a 2-dimensional concept.
So, not 3-dimensional then. You've just proven that mean sea level is horizontal. Look in the flat out, not a globe.
Sea level itself as a height measurement is a 2D concept, but analyze it globally or regionally
No,
with depth.
it's over. It's just over.
Wait a second.
OVE
Wait a
or
second.
over. There's nothing coming back.
You said that he already said it was a horizontal plane after he said you have to dig 500 feet down to measure a point.
Well,
He did say-
that was a hypothetical to try and express what I was talking about when I meant there were differentials between 2 points.
I'm sorry, QE. I'm sorry. Your summary's being interrupted by Joseph Goebbels rewriting history. I'm really sorry about that.
Okay.
Definitions aren't hypotheticals. Okay. Wow.
I know, but I was using a hypothetical.
Oh, You said it was a horizontal plane before, and then I said define a horizontal plane. Remember that?
No, honestly.
Don't remember? That's not surprising.
Can you define a horizontal plane for us?
Yes, a two-dimensional plane that's horizontal. It's kind of self-defining.
Horizontal, isn't that redundant? You can't have the name of the word in the definition.
That's why I said it's self-defining. You don't really need a further explanation.
Horizontal is horizontal, is what you're saying.
Well, yeah, we all understand what the word horizontal means. You don't need further definitions, unless you really don't know what horizontal means, which is alarming.
You know what it means? It means level.
There we go.
It means curving with respect to the distance from the center of a presupposed ball.
A line that's perpendicular to a vertical one. There we go.
No, what Huey just said. No, what Huey just said. It's that horizontal means level. Have a response to that?
No, because it does. That's fine.
Okay.
When we measure an angle with respect to the horizontal plane of reference, we're measuring Earth flat.
That's because when you measure sea level, you do so essentially. What's the best way to explain this? You're not measuring sea level. Like, let's say you're measuring a point at which you are far away from the ocean, okay? You're not measuring the distance of your point in regards to where the closest sea is. You're measuring it in regards to where the sea level would be if it was directly underneath you. That was kind of the idea of me mentioning point earlier. I wasn't trying to define sea level as a point. I was just explaining how we measure it into regards to our current location.
That's your height above sea level. Sea level itself is two-dimensional.
Yeah, the concept's two-dimensional for sure.
Not a concept. It is what it is. Mean sea level is not a concept.
Well, no, because you have to use a 3D model to represent variations in sea level across different regions, right? So, like, in reality, it's three-dimensional around the Earth, right?
How can you use a 3D level when level is two-dimensional?
Because sea level is a functional description. It's not what it actually is.
It can be curved and level be two-dimensional. That's why I asked you the question.
So if you measured your height, wherever you are on the Earth, okay.
Just one second, everyone. Just one sec. You're in Discord and you're not Brexit. Please put yourself on mute and just let him finish his response.
Okay, I shall.
Head Brexit Brit or whatever you're called, Brexit bot. Go ahead.
So when you measure, obviously coming from a curved Earth point of view, if you were to measure yourself in regards to different points of the sea level, right? So if, for example, I measured my height in regards, if I'm in New York and I measure my height in relation to the sea level next to Indonesia, that is going to come with a very different outcome than measuring me in regards to the sea level on the coast of New York, for example, which is why we're not measuring, which is why I said that sea level in this regard is a conceptual 2D model, because we're not actually measuring our relation to a physical sea.
We are.
No, you've just gone back on what you stated earlier. When you admitted earlier that mean sea level was two-dimensional, you're now trying to claim that mean sea level is three-dimensional. That would be a drop from your point on the ocean below you in New York.
Because you're not measuring it in relation. Sorry, I'll let you finish.
It'd be three dimensions. You're gone back on your original claim.
Do you know that all the oceans and the seas are all connected? Do you know that?
Yeah, sea levels.
Not necessarily, no. I mean, the Caspian Sea and the Black Sea are not connected to the Mediterranean, Pacific, or Atlantic, right? But I mean, that's kind of tangential.
They're all the same body of water. Do you understand that?
I don't think they are, no.
And they're all not the same height.
Everyone stop for a sec. Right, Brian's this guy to a point where he's confirmed that mean sea level is two-dimensional. Now he's saying in Indonesia there's a drop. So that would be three-dimensional. I like Brian continue.
All right, fair enough.
Yeah, well, if you're saying there's a drop from New York to Indonesia, then you're claiming that sea level is curved, which makes it three-dimensional.
Yes, sea level itself is three-dimensional because it changes, right? But the concept is two-dimensional, especially, just really quickly, when you say mean sea level, right? Mean obviously doesn't
Only mean
actually
sea level.
exist. It doesn't exactly. Yeah, but mean doesn't exist in reality. It's an average. It's a concept, right? You can't have a mean sea level that exists.
It does exist in reality. It's measured.
Well, no, because mean sea level doesn't exist. Mean is a concept. It's not a reality. Like in the same way that like average income, for example, right? Like average income doesn't exist. That's a coalesced measurement of everybody's income.
Both of you stop. Both of you stop. We're at an impasse, therefore you're being asked for a definition, bot.
A definition of what, sorry?
Sea level.
I've already given the definition of sea level.
Sea level.
Well, mean sea level would be an average of the sea levels around the globe, right? So you take the differentials in sea levels, then divide them by the amount. That's how you get a mean.
Hold on, Brian. Where was that cited from?
NASA. The average height of the entire ocean surface.
Hold on. Just post it in the chat, please.
Yep, there you go.
I want to stick that in Skype. Is somebody in Discord that can post that to me in Skype? Please. Anybody? Nobody's piping up.
I would. I'd have Skype installed.
Not you.
Oh,
Any of the moderators in Discord. Me on Skype. It's so hard when it's not your server.
All right, you want me to post it? What do you want? I'll get it.
You'll get it. Thank you, Eli. So just bear with us while we'll get your definition. Thanks.
What's wrong with his definition? As being a source plane.
Hang on. 1 second.
Let Brian and this guy take their time, please.
There you go, Nathan. It's in Skype.
Yeah, I got it. Thank you very much. Whereabouts? This isn't a citation. This is an entire reference.
I'm sure, but the reference is at the bottom right. You got Berkeley et al. 2017 or Wills Hamilton Foreigner 2023.
What are they saying that you're claiming?
What is the citation, please? I'm not going to trawl through your reference.
Okay, the actual citation, I guess, would be the GMSL dataset, which is there posted. If you want to link that to him on Skype as well.
Sorry, stop a second. Do you know what a citation is?
Yes, a cited study.
What a citation is to you?
I know when you cite something, you are referencing another study.
Don't be telling me I've just said a fact. You don't know what citation means.
Oh, I do.
Stop. So you're going to give me something with a quote around it?
No. I've given you the link. You're more than free to read through it.
Not trawling through your... Listen closely. Reference. Because it's not a citation. It seems you don't know what these words mean because you keep telling me to trawl through your reference. Stop talking.
Nathan, you don't know what a citation is. Stop using it incorrectly and move on.
Oh, really? Oh, really? Sorry, White Knight tells me what these words mean while this dunce doesn't.
It's a reference to the original material so you can investigate it yourself.
I'm being assisted by what a citation is. This isn't a citation. I'm not trawling through his reference. He hasn't given us a citation yet.
That's fine. If you don't want to trawl for the reference, that's cool. We can end it there.
We asked for a citation, though, didn't we?
Sure. Which technically is an excerpt or a quotation, right? I accept that. But I gave you the link to the study. If you don't want to read it,
haven't given us that. So you accept that. Now you've gone and looked it up. Excuse me, White Knight. Did you hear what he just said, White Knight dunce? No, that's rhetorical. Yeah, so can you give us that, please?
No. I've given you the study. If you don't want to read through that, that's on you.
Your time is over, so you're not going to cite it, so your time's done. Fail.
Okay, wonderful.
Now Brian will define it, where you failed. Doesn't mean open your bleeding mic or talk while Brian is.
Well, I mean, before that, can I mention something, Brian and Nathan, if y'all don't mind, really quick?
I'm on note.
It's crazy to me that you would say something as a fact. Obviously, it was the point of contention, no pun intended, between you and Brian. You stated something as a fact. Nathan said, do you have the citation? You said yes. Now you understand that you know what a citation is and you don't have one. Now you're going to say, no, I'm not going to give it. What's wrong with y'all?
Okay.
It's a dunce. We already established that.
Well, no, I just in the same way that you can't, I also can't be bothered to go through the entire study and find the specific data. I mean, there's a graph on the page which assumingly uses a citation from the original study, right? Like you can take.
Sorry, Brian. We just need him to get to the end of his elephant hurling fallacy.
Okay.
There is a herring. I just deal with him.
There is a graph on the page which gives you its data source at the top right, the satellite data 1993 until present. That is a citation.
Well, let me ask you a question about your reference, please.
Please do.
What's your reference, and are you claiming that mean sea level is curved?
Mean sea level is what, sorry?
Does your reference claim, and are you claiming that mean sea level is curved?
Is corralled.
Curved.
Curved.
Curved. C-U-R-V-E-D. Curved.
No, it's just measuring the average height of the entire ocean surface.
No, mean sea level is level. We're back to level again. I asked you, was mean sea level 2-dimensional or 3-dimensional? You said it was 2-dimensional. So it can't be a point and be 2-dimensional, because a point is 1-dimensional.
Sure, I never said it was a point.
He did.
Well, I didn't say mean sea level. I didn't say mean sea level was a point. No,
it wasn't. It took about 35 minutes to make you concede how wrong you were.
That wasn't a discussion around mean sea level.
Yeah, it was. It was a discussion where we put you in the dunce corner and only let you back out when you conceded it, which you absolutely did.
That wasn't talking about mean sea level. That was talking about sea level altogether as a concept. Now that we're talking about mean sea level, that is a 2-dimensional concept, and I've given you the citation for the mean sea level.
Sea level was 3-dimensional. Well, you were saying mean sea level was 2-dimensional.
Yeah, because mean sea level is a concept.
Stop, both of you stop, because the summary's not coming concisely. You're in a contradiction. Now you're saying it's 2-dimensional again. You said it was not you, Brian. I'm summarising his contradiction. Just chill. Said it was 3-dimensional 30 seconds ago. Now you're saying it's 2-dimensional again.
No, I said mean sea level is a 2-dimensional concept, but sea level itself is 3-dimensional.
It can't be a point then. Mean sea level can't be 1 point.
I'm well aware of that.
You need at least 2 points.
Sure.
Okay.
So it can't be 1-dimensional then. So
I never said it was 1-dimensional. I said it was 2-dimensional.
You said it was a point.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did. Now
no, we weren't talking about mean sea level at that point.
Stop. Yeah, we got you to admit it. Then we got you to concede it, taking you back out the dunce corner, and then later you reintroduced it into the argument and said that's why I said it was just a point. You made it explicitly clear the reason why you said it was a point, and now you glurf scum liar that you are denying it. You made it explicitly clear why you suggested it was a point. Meanwhile, we're at the point where Brian's saying, no, you can't have it as a single point, it's 2. So,
I didn't. I said if you take...
Okay, I'm making a question. Don't need interruption. You've said it's 2 points. It's 2-dimensional, mean sea level. Brian, what were the 2 points you gave again in Indonesia and England? Where you gave?
New York and Indonesia.
Sure, that wasn't in regards to mean sea level, though.
I haven't finished my freaking
question.
question.
No. You're going to hand him another red herring. That's where he was saying it was just sea level, not mean sea level. So mean sea level at New York and mean sea level at Indonesia. Is there any drop between those 2 points?
Well, I don't really understand what you're defining as mean sea level in New York there. We don't really do mean sea level for certain areas.
Mean sea level is a measurement between the high and low tides. Average height over a 19-year period. It's the same everywhere in the world. Right? They do it the same way in Indonesia as they do in New York. Now, I'm going to ask you again. Is the mean sea level point in New York and the mean sea level in Indonesia, is there a drop between New York and Indonesia if you're in New York?
Between the mean sea levels, I don't know.
Is there a drop between the 2 mean sea level points?
I don't know.
So that means
no, there isn't, because mean sea level is the average of all local sea.
Nobody's asking you. White Knight, nobody's asking. You don't know.
Yeah, I'm not that familiar with mean sea level as a concept. I'm not
You just contradicted yourself. You didn't even realize it.
Okay.
Good job, Brian. No. Yeah, you did.
How so?
Mean sea level. Brian said mean sea level is the same in New York and Indonesia. You said yes. And he asked you,
No, I didn't. I never said yes. I never said yes.
Excuse me. Why is he chanting
said
through
yes.
him? QE's summarising the contradiction and he's chanting through it. You understand that you object. Did you not understand the first 2 times I told you not to do that? Object after.
Your contradiction again. Brian said mean sea level in New York is the same as the mean sea level in Indonesia. Then he said, is the point mean sea level in New York curving or dropping in Indonesia? And you said yes. That's a contradiction.
I didn't say yes.
He actually said he didn't know after saying yes, agreeing that they're established the same way in both locations. I said, is there a drop between those 2 points? He said, I don't know.
Yeah,
So those are 2 different things, right?
Brian's still summarising. Brian is still summarising.
Okay.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Sea level then. Is there a drop between sea level in New York and sea level in Indonesia?
No, because you're measuring sea level is just in regards to how much higher you are than sea level, right? So there wouldn't be a difference between the 2.
Said there was a difference earlier because you said they were 3-dimensional.
Yeah, sea level itself is 3-dimensional. Now, what I said earlier, if I can clarify, is that when you're in New York, just really quickly, if I can clarify this, right? The reason I was using the difference earlier was because I was measuring your distance from the sea level in Indonesia to the sea level in New York from New York, right? Obviously, those are 2 different distances. I wasn't saying that the sea level in regards to if you're in New York compared to the New York sea level is different than the sea level in regards to if you're in Indonesia versus the sea level in Indonesia.
Is there a drop from sea level in New York to sea level in Indonesia?
No.
Right. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Wonderful. Happy to be here.
Good. That's how it's measured.
Okay, I obviously don't think that proves what you think it proves, but there we go.
Earth's measured flat. Well, we just explained it to you and you conceded it.
No, I don't think the Earth's measured flat.
Okay. Thinking it doesn't alter what's just occurred.
Yeah,
sure, I know, which is why you're not necessarily right either, right? It's something you think.
Sea level in New York and sea level in Indonesia. That means there's no point higher or lower than another, which means that horizontal.
Yeah, that's completely correct. That goes back to the sphere example I gave earlier, right? There's no point on the edge of a sphere which is necessarily higher or lower than another because they're measured.
Higher or lower between Indonesia and New York, then welcome to Flat Earth. That's not like, oh, well, it's like I said on the globe earlier. There's no drop between them.
Yeah, but that doesn't change. That's why I said the sphere example earlier, right?
It doesn't make you stutter. No, Earth's measured flat.
Me stuttering doesn't negate my point. I don't understand why you point that out.
You just confirmed Earth's measured flat, and we welcome you to Flat Earth based on that affirmation that you gave us when you described no drop between New York and Indonesia. Therefore, no globe, no curve, Earth flat.
That's not what it proves, no. Because as I said with the sphere example I gave earlier, there's no drop between 2 points on the edge of a sphere either. They would still be measured the same way if you're measuring from the edge of the sphere.
Sorry, let me just get this straight. You're saying there's no drop on a sphere as a rebuttal.
No, when you measure from the edge of a sphere, you're doing so in the same method and same way, regardless of where on the sphere you're measuring. It works in the same way that we measure sea level.
Okay. So to confirm, when you're saying when you do it on a sphere, it's okay to still do it flat, correct?
No.
That's what you said earlier.
It would appear the same if you're measuring from the edge of a sphere.
Edge of a sphere.
What, from a point?
Yes, if you're measuring outwards from the edge of a sphere.
My question is from a point, yes or no?
Well, no, not from a point. From any.
I guess from a point. Yeah. Give a sphere. I don't need interruption from G+. You said from the edge of a sphere. We heard you. I say, is that a point?
Any zone of a sphere, if it makes you happier.
Seems like I'm getting chanted through while I re-clarify that which he hasn't answered. Are you saying the edge of a sphere isn't a point?
Depends where you're measuring. If you measure a point, it is a point. If you measure a zone, it is a zone.
Dunce. Don't get level from a point, dunce.
Don't call me dunce or I just won't engage.
The third time we've had to put this dunce in the corner, isn't it? With a dunce hat on. Dunce.
It's crazy because cognitively he understands just happened the moment you asked, is that a point? Like, why can't you accept
what you mean, Eli, is he knew he was fucked. Yeah, he did, didn't
Yeah.
he?
No, I didn't actually.
So it's from a point
Yeah.
then. So we were getting this level point, like
Yeah,
the edge of a
comparing
sphere.
comparing two
Like,
points
it's
on the
almost like
sphere.
he's
Yeah.
chanting through me, clarifying that the tangential point at the edge of a sphere is a single point, and that won't give him level. It's almost like he knows how fucked he is, and he'll have to start chanting through the summary of how fucked he was in the last 3 occasions that he was put in the dunce corner for this. You're gonna get levels, and points, you dunce. Not the
Okay.
edge of a sphere. I haven't finished dunce. Is it back to while he's chanting through us in zealotry, rebellion, in the corner?
Those the only 3 words you know. Zealotry and chanting.
To talk. No, you're not being invited to talk, dunce. You keep doing the same dunce mistake over and over again. Edge of a sphere's a point. Dunce.
Sure, and the same would
won't
apply
give you
for
a
Earth.
level, dunce. That's why you're in the dunce corner, dunce. Stop.
Every time I
doing
hear the word
this
dunce, it just means
infinity
cope, dude.
level
You're just
being
coping.
the
You're
edge
trying
of
to
a
insult
sphere,
him.
which is a point. That's why you're relegated to the dunce corner again. Meanwhile,
Wonderful.
sea level. Oh, he dunces time to talk. Obviously, when he's relegated to dunce corner, get your hat on, shut your mouth. Yeah, we know sea level as a mean isn't gonna give you a drop between 2 locations on the surface of Earth because Earth's flat. Sea level is level. Shocking, isn't it? Meanwhile, you need to utilize sea level and
But there
then
would-
infer that you've got some sphericity to talk about it with. Oh, it's still the same. What's sea level? If I talk about a globe, no, it isn't, because you've only got a point.
There
Dunce.
would be a drop in
Dunce.
sea level
You're in the
depending on
dunce
your reference
corner.
point. I know I'm in
Nobody
the
asked
dunce
for a
corner.
response, dunce.
Okay,
Seems
but
as
I'm
if
giving
to
one.
tolerate you
You'll
with
have
dunce
$10 for every time
behaviour,
someone said dunce.
using points of globe edges, that it's your invitation to talk. No, you're being berated for being a dunce. It's the 3rd time you've done it.
Every time you say dunce, I kill a baby panda. I've got a room full of them at this point.
Dunce. Being told off, dunce. Put back in
There's
the
3
dunce
more.
corner that you came out after you conceded this point twice before. No, dunce. Edge of
Why
a
didn't
sphere.
you join me there?
Dunce. Edge of a sphere, you say? I know there's been a lot of obfuscation and chanting from this religious zealot being put back in the dunce corner, and he thinks it's an invitation to respond. No, dunce. We've already done this 3 times.
Well, I'm
Edge of a
using
sphere, you
edge.
say?
Okay,
Oh,
I'm
it's
using
every
edge.
time I get to the summary of his dunce behaviour, he starts talking from the corner.
Okay.
Okay, dunce. Edge of a sphere is a point, dunce.
And I think you're a
It's not
dunce.
level, dunce. Chanting
Wonderful
through me
dunce.
won't change how big a dunce you are, dunce.
I know that dunce.
Isn't going to be got from the edge of a sphere. He had to be server muted. He won't tolerate the rebuttal. What's happened? I heard him be cut off halfway through.
I'm still here.
It's just chanting for me. Yeah,
This
dunce.
is so childish.
At the edge of a sphere. The last response you gave was the edge of a sphere. Then we've had lots of fun demuting and obfuscation to your dunce behaviour that you've done twice previously. Still coming
I
now.
know. Isn't it great?
Still coming now. The dunce chanting from the corner in belligerence.
Yep.
Dunce. Keep telling us the edge of a sphere. That's a point. Like a point of tangency. It's not level. Dunce. Get back in the corner. That's not an invitation to respond. Why do they do it? Why? I don't get it.
That's crazy. That's crazy that their language doesn't even allow for them to continue because as soon as you
Well, I'm not
ask
continuing because he said it's not an invitation to respond.
We shut him up, server
yo,
moderators,
bro.
please. Now he's deciding that he's going to talk through the discussion about what's just occurred. He won't
You're
accept
going to
that
tell
the edge
lies
of the
about
sphere
me, I will
is a
clarify.
point that he won't use for level. Every time the summary comes, he's going to chant, and when we discuss it, he's going to keep talking from the dunce corner. No dunce. You conceded this. Now in rebellion, you've decided to double down on it for the
You
third
kept talking
time.
over my point as well, so I don't really think that's fair of you to
Dunce.
suggest.
Can you remove the
Right,
dunce
like-
from the
like that,
conversation,
it-
please, moderators? The dunce just won't shut his mouth.
But you
Done it
did
3
the same
times.
thing as me, though, so I don't think that's fair of you to ask at all.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Thank you.
Points won't give you levels. The edge of a sphere is a point. It won't give him a level. He keeps rinsing and repeating and appealing to the same thing over and over again.
Who's the moderator in here, by the way, that keeps muting me?
These guys all sound like my mother. You know, it's talk indefinitely.
Who's the mod that keeps muting me?
Oh God! Now he's rumpusing because he's being taken charge of. I've told you
Well,
to
yeah,
shut
because
your
you're
shit
doing
Yeah, I've
the
told you
same
to
thing that
shut
I'm
up.
doing,
I've
yet
told
you're
you to
not
shut up.
being muted.
Every
It's a
time I
massive
point
double
out the
standard.
last appeal was to the edge of a sphere, which is a single point and won't give you level. You chant through the conclusion each time. So I've made 6 attempts to repeat the fact that you taking us to the edge of a sphere, that's a tangent point, and it won't give you level. Now, I had to put you in the dunce corner twice previously, and every time I try and summarize it, you're chanting through the top of it. Eventually, the server moderators are going to respond to my appeals to shut you up and leave you in the dunce corner. The inability to talk. You could have sat there in silence without the server moderator stepping in. You refused. Because you need to chant through me saying, no, you keep saying edge of a sphere. That's a tangent point. Won't give you level. Single points aren't level. That's why you're in the dunce corner. Why am I getting muted? Why am I getting muted? Why am I getting muted? Shut up, dunce. That's why you're muted. Your belligerence is why you're getting muted. You're told by me, the one who's won, I take apart your single point that won't give you level, and you chant through the conclusion each time I make that rendition. Eventually, the people who are reasonable around you, who run this server, will say, this dick's going to get shut down permanently now, because he can't take being wrong.
He walked
so
back
as I
his
was
story.
saying,
Go ahead, Eli.
as I was saying, sorry, Brian. Yeah, Brian, I like that. What you're asking them, because it's like they don't have any language to you can't respond sequitur to your questions unless you're going to admit that the Earth is flat. So how are you going to answer that? Is sea level or mean sea level 2D or 3D?
Yeah, because within
only
their
one answer.
paradigm, it has to be 3-dimensional.
Yep.
Which isn't level.
Yeah, exactly.
Kudos, Brian.
I just can't see how they even think a point can be level. I mean, if they knew the definition of a point, my 8-year-old knows what the definition of a point is. A line, a ray.
A point is just a point. It's not anything. It's just one dimension.
Exactly.
You need 2 points for a letter.
But what they're doing is, see, because they're indoctrinated and religious and zealous, so it's like, and all they're doing is describing to you, hey, look, so we live on this sphere, and regardless of where you are, what we really mean is just how high you are above the surface. But obviously, we have a rebuttal to that. And they just don't like it, like above the surface.
Right, guys, we've outstayed our welcome by about an hour, so I want to give a big warm thank you to the Discord server team. It's not ours, and they're working on our behalf, if you will, to let us be here as guests. We got your point, but I want to thank the server operators in
No, I
politics.
got one more point to make.
Okay, make your last point, then we can all thank the Discord mods for having us as guests.
Yeah, thank you for asking if anything had anyone had anything else.
Has anybody got anything else?
No, we're not
QE?
leaving today.
Anybody got anything else, QE? Just by chance. I just
Yeah,
thought I
I
might
got
ask.
one point.
Hit
Yeah,
the
I
point.
got one point that was brought
Make
up
level from that.
earlier that we left it go because Brian wanted to make his point. I asked him, are all the Earth's oceans the same body of water? And what was his claim? What did he say?
He said the Black Sea and a few others, Brown.
All the oceans, all the Earth's oceans are all connected to one another. Westfield, Massachusetts.edu. Welcome to 3rd grade geography, morons.
What about Lake Michigan? What about Lake?
You don't. Okay, you didn't ask. You said, are all the seas together? And there are not all the seas connected together.
Well, you're a liar.
It wasn't
You're a
asked.
liar.
It was ocean.
No, he asked the seas. It was very specific because I was thinking Caspian and Dead Sea and other seas.
You know that the topic was moon sea level. The topic was
Rewind.
moon
If you're
sea
streaming,
level.
rewind this.
Need to clip it again.
Hey, hold on. Let's just take the guy in Discord's point and say QE asked for, or are all the seas connected? And there are exceptions. Let's just, no, even though you didn't, say that you did. And say, okay, does that alter what was argued about in regards to the two-dimensional plane of reference that's called mean sea level, or not? Does this alter the argument? if we take it as read that QE did say sea as opposed to oceans.
Thank you. Is my mic working? Hey Nathan.
No.
Hey Nathan. The reason why I'm glad you said that because seas is another term for oceans. If you look in ancient books, they don't mention oceans; they mention seas. And some ancient books mention seas and not oceans. So
Yeah, but
it's
you're missing. Were you around earlier? What happened? Were you around?
So we can hear you, Neil. Don't interrupt again.
No, I was not around earlier.
Thank you, D. You're chasing down the red herring rather than the argument conclusion. And you're reiterating that no, it's non sequitur in the red herring. Thank you, but there's an overarching point Brian made is being red herringed away from with you doing this now, just so you know.
Which is being red herringed away from QE's point, which is very slight. It was just the dude is a retard. That's why QE got the citation. It's like I just wanted that little piece of meat to kind of, before he swallowed it, to chew on it a little more. And he's retarded. They're all retarded.
I'm sorry for elaborating on the red herring. I didn't know it was a red herring. All I was saying was that QE's quote was right, whether you say seas or ocean. That's all I was saying.
Fine. The reason he made that point was that we've got a two-dimensional plane of reference in the form of mean sea level, which was conceded to. Earth is measured flat.
Gotcha.
Okay.
And did QE say the word seas, D, or is that just what you heard?
Said
So
ocean.
now you're reiterating that QE said a word that you didn't know if he said or said.
I know he didn't say
He read
it.
Didn't he read
I know for a fact he
citation
didn't say
saying
it. I listened. He said ocean. He said,
Exactly.
He said, are all the oceans connected? Meanwhile, the point isn't about whether it's seas or oceans. That's a red herring. Who cares which word he used? And I said, well, what about Lake Michigan? It's like, it means nothing. What he's making a reference to is the fact that when we average the oceans, or mean sea level, as confusing as that terminology may be, you have a mean sea level that is two-dimensional to reference all of these different locations. What's the point? It's flat. That's the point. Whether or not sea means ocean and vice versa. Who cares? Anyway. Thank you very much, Politics, for having us. We've kind of stayed a bit longer than we should. 4 hours rather than 3. But thank you to all the moderation team. You're fantastic for having us. And thank you for tolerating me pretending like I've got some control over the server. It's power of influence rather than power of mute buttons. But you tolerating it does make me smile. And you know damn well I've got no control over anything. Thank you for having us. We'll see you next Friday.
I don't get what the problem of having a source made up of a multitude of measurements. You got several different planes of references. You take the average and get your source mean sea level. How is that hard to understand?
And what John means by that is, yes, thank you very much for having us, Discord server. We'll see you next Friday. With that, I'm going to say another huge, massive, enormous thank you to, obviously, Politics Discord server and the G Plus panel for making today's live stream possible. Of course, a massive thank you to all of you for liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, joining as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member, hitting me up on PayPal and Ko-Fi and all that good stuff. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.
Ooh, I'm free. Well, that was a fucking disaster class.
You're asking who's the mod. It's effectively cute. I mean, effectively Nathan.
Yeah, I
Whenever
figured
he
that.
just, like,
I get it. I get it says show, but like, I get it says show, obviously. But the idea that he's held to a completely different standard than everybody else is a bit jarring.
I mean, it's a show. That's
Yeah, I get
granted.
it. It's yeah. But still, I'd like to think if I hosted a show, I wouldn't just hold myself to a completely different reverent standard than everybody else, right?
Yeah, I would think the same about myself, but it is what it is. It's
Indeed.
not it's not a fair platform. So if you choose to take part, know that.
Yeah, I'm definitely not taking part again.
Well, guys, I'd look at it like this. If you're paying for cable, right, and there's a channel on, and you like the channel, but sometimes a show comes on you don't want to watch, don't watch the show. Watch the other shows you like. I mean, there's really not much anybody can do about how somebody feels about what they're hearing or seeing. So just don't watch the show when it's on and watch the other ones that you do want to watch.
Agree.
Yeah. Like voting with your wallet.
I just think it's a shame. There's some genuine flat earthers in here that I get along with very well that I've had some great conversations with, but
Yeah, that's the case for Amnesty International for sure. Did you consider that?
I didn't get any of that.
Did you consider to apply to Amnesty International for that case?
No, funnily enough.
Oh, okay. Because we can apply, if it's hurting too much.
I don't think that's how it works,
I don't know
buddy.
if you would. Why would you apply when Amnesty International is a global organization?
For voter deceiver.
Can you imagine how that email would go? Hi, Amnesty International.
I would like
there was a flat earther being a bit obtuse.
International. I want to explain why water is deceiving me. It's not doesn't want to curve, but people always saying that it's curving.
Well, you can look at the horizon for the curve, can't you, my friend?
Horizon, is it horizon curvizon or horizon?
What?
Is it horizon or horizon is curvizon?
I don't know how to respond to that.
Is it horizon? Is it horizon came from the word horizontal or from the old Greece word kurbos?
Etymology is completely. Etymology is. This is kind of what Nathan Oakley was doing as well, right? Like so, like the whole idea about the level conversation was really annoying because he was using the definition of level to prove flatness.
I remember 40 years ago when I studied level, it was flat.
No, you're doing the same thing, right? Definitions. Hold on.
In the math, I'm telling you, in the math, when I had an A in the math, when I was a child, I studied level, and they gave me A because it was flat.
Yeah, I know, and we call the Bermuda Triangle. Wait, hold on. You're gonna have to let me respond here, buddy.
Can you answer me what happened? What happened in the 40 years? What changed?
Because I can't.
Right. Do you think the Bermuda Triangle?
I just want to say this one thing. If we can talk one at a time, I can hear both of you. But when y'all start talking over each other, I couldn't hear shit, and neither can anybody else.
Very true. So conceptual. Do you think the Bermuda Triangle is a perfect actual triangle?
What?
Do you think the Bermuda Triangle is a perfect triangle with 3 straight lines?
Bermuda Triangle. What's that?
Fucking hell. Okay. There is a triangle in the, I think it's the fucking South Pacific, right? Where there's
who made that triangle? Who made that lines? Do we have physical Bermuda Triangle, like a physical? Really, we can say this is the line. It's going from here to here.
Well, that's what I'm asking you.
Hold on, it's in the Caribbean. That's why it's named Bermuda Triangle.
Caribbean, yeah. There you go.
We have Bermuda Triangle. Are you saying that we have some triangle in Bermuda, some physical thing?
This is what I'm asking you. Do you think the Bermuda Triangle is a genuine perfect triangle with 3 straight lines?
I don't know what is Bermuda Triangle, man. I know that what people calling Bermuda Triangle, but there is no triangle there. There is only water.
But it's called a triangle. But conceptual. It's called a triangle. When in the last 40 years did the definition of triangle change?
You can make triangle with the 3 points on the flat surface. Do you know? Different kind ones, you know?
But it has to be a perfect triangle because we've called it triangle. When did the definition of triangle change? You see,
Yeah, triangle has
If he's a flat earther, he will say it's a perfect triangle. What's your point?
Yeah, triangle didn't curve. Yeah, we know that.
This is my point, right? You're using definitions to define what is true when it's the other way around. Definitions describe what is true.
Let's not use definitions. Let's use surface
Sasha,
in reality.
can I say one thing real quick, man?
Of course.
Brexitbot, I posted the etymological definition of level in the side chat if you'd like to look at that, and a cool picture that I think fits well with it. That's what I think the word level means. That's what it means to me anyway. I can't speak for anybody else.
Well, no, I mean, this is the problem with the whole like semantic arguing that Nathan Oakley does, right? Like the whole point in
pointing out that
go on.
I actually always use etymology to define what I mean in order to reinforce clarity, because if we go by how we feel about a word or what we think it means, then people end up arguing. So I just say this is what I'm saying, and I show the etymological meaning of it, and then we move on. And I don't speak for anybody else when I do it, but that's me.
No,
that's my definition of level right the fuck there. And
that's
I
a
also
smart thing to do.
back to you, Sasha.
No, that's a smart thing to do, but obviously that's not really how the world works, right? Language is inherently descriptive, right? Everybody's got different definitions. Like before you ever have an argument, it's very
I'm still talking. Let's speak about geometry.
Wait, Sasha, because I got to respond to him. I would propose that it is how it works, but it has to do with agreed upon meanings. So if I tell you this is what I mean, then if you try to say that I'm saying something else, you're then taking me out of context, and that's kind of on you. Now you can tell me what you mean when you say something. I say, okay, I accept that. But if you try and change what I'm saying, then that becomes a problem.
Of course, but I'm just saying
that definitions, regardless of the etymology or what, it could be completely antithetical to
exactly.
Anyway, Sasha, you're good. I'm gonna go get coffee.
But you know exactly what you were saying, Mr. 20 percentage signs. Like before any argument, right? Like this is what I usually do in other forms of argumentation, but obviously the flat Earth one is a little. I don't know, people don't really use the standard way of arguing here. You normally try and predefine terms before you speak, right? It doesn't really matter what a specific term is referring to, as long as you're agreeing on what the term is referring to, because then you can use the term in the debate itself, right?
Can I ask you a question? Is it level different from curved?
I mean, conceptually, yeah, of course.
Okay. Can we, without any definition, only that 2 definition, realize is it surface curved or level, flat?
The surface of the Earth is curved.
Okay, how we can realize that?
Horizon is a good example.
Okay, what about horizon?
The fact it's there wouldn't be a horizon if there wasn't a curved Earth, right?
No, don't say right.
Like that's there will not be horizon if the surface is flat.
Don't say right like that's
Things
correct.
We still have a minimal angular resolution. We're still having a horizon even if it was flat. What are you talking?
Yeah, horizontal is parallel to the plane of the horizon. Hello.
Okay.
Horizontal is parallel to the plane of the horizon. What are you talking about? The horizon is curved.
You've got to stop using definitions here, right? Because we're describing.
I'll say it again. What do you mean? Stop using definitions. How do we speak if we don't use definitions?
No, I'm aware. No, what I mean is, like, if we call, let's say we've got like a sphere, and we're saying that there's like a sphere level, right?
Like a horizontal plane, like the horizon.
No, I said a sphere, not a horizontal plane, right? Please listen.
No, a horizontal plane, the horizon. That's what it is.
If you're going to keep interacting me, I won't engage.
George, come on, man.
Can we agree to have a civil convo? I'll give you as much time as I give myself. I promise you.
Yo, I'm saying the Bermuda Triangle is a perfect triangle.
Yeah, it probably is. It was a shit example, actually.
Do you know where Brexit? Can I tell you where is your problem about making comparison? You are saying this. If we have a sphere, that's good. If you have a basketball and you take all the points from the middle, if you have the real sphere in your hands or whatever, then you can do that. But now let's go to the Earth. Let's have that sphere. Okay?
Yeah.
Hold on,
So-
if you say Bermuda Triangle is probably a perfect triangle,
No,
then
leave
welcome
it,
to
leave
flat
it,
Earth.
leave it now, Bermuda Triangle. You said if we have a sphere, that means if you take a basketball, you have the sphere because you have in your hand. You can measure it and you can
Of
see it with
course.
your eyes. Okay,
Of course.
with the Earth, how is working with the Earth? How we will know? Okay, this is the sphere, and now we go from there.
Okay, so Horizon's a good point to prove this, and let me extrapolate. I mean, percentage mark. What did you just ask me a question as well? Sorry, there's quite a lot of people talking.
No, saying welcome to flat Earth. If you believe that Bermuda Triangle is a perfect triangle, then
that's what I was about to say, right?
If you're
This
saying
is
it's not, then you'd have to if you're
Yeah.
saying it's a globe, then it'd have to have spherical excess, and it wouldn't be
exactly right. So that's my point. It's a perfect triangle when mapped, right? But obviously in reality, those points it's similar to like if a plane is flying in a straight line on a map. Obviously, it's not going to be a straight line in reality, right? Because you're curving.
Well, you can't say it's actually in reality because you haven't proven one or the other. It's just
Sure, but my assumption obviously is
Earth,
the Earth is
or
curved.
close.
So obviously for me, it's not a perfect triangle.
Yeah. So according to your presupposition, but you haven't established.
Yeah, of course. It doesn't prove it in of itself, right? I am coming from this with an assumption, obviously. As far as the horizon goes, right? So obviously you've got concepts like vanishing point, right? But that doesn't explain things like half a mountain only being visible beyond the horizon, right? So if there was a vanishing point and you're saying that it's like a perspective issue, you would either see all of the mountain or none of the mountain, right? Or you'd see like a translucent mountain, for example, if it was too far away. So not translucent, but a faded mountain. Translucent's not the word, sorry. The fact that you can only see half of certain objects above the horizon, to me, kind of proves the notion of flat Earth, because you wouldn't that phenomena wouldn't be possible under a flat Earth example, because you'd still see the bottom and the top would be the same distance away. So any perspective issues that would arise would have the same effect on the bottom and the top of that object.
Right, but let me just say, you misspoke. You said it proves the notion of flat Earth. So welcome to flat Earth again. That was just a misspeak.
Proves the notion of curve, though. Sorry, I've been here too long.
I would say that in that case, don't say horizon proves
Correct. It
Say
just proves the
bottom up
fact.
obstruction proves
How
it.
much?
You know,
How much things out above?
Let him
How
finish
much
me.
things out above the horizontal plane? Is
Let
that what
the
you're
guy
saying?
finish,
I'm
man.
saying don't say the horizon proves it. Say bottom up obstruction proves it. You know, be kind of like specific with your claims.
In which distance is
Sure.
happening?
Also,
in
someone would push back and
which
say bottom up obstruction could be
By
explained by
concept, mate. He's still fucking talking. You don't need to be rude.
Yeah,
Let
we
him talk.
understand. Yeah, it's going over. It's disappearing
Oh, my
bottom up.
days.
In which distance only? It's a question. It's okay. It's disappearing bottom up. Which distance? Is it on 10
I'm
miles,
not-
100 miles?
I'm
Is
not
it-
going to answer. I'm not going to answer your question because you just interrupted someone. If you let them finish first, and we can have that discussion, then I'll happily answer your question.
Yeah, that was a big
I was just
derail.
finishing the tail end of what I was saying was that a flat earther would rebut your claim that the bottom obstruction is proof positive of globe and say it's adequately explained by refraction, by atmospheric effect.
But that wouldn't. Okay, let me think about that for a second.
It's actually diffraction, not refraction.
Well, no, atmospheric refractions. Yeah, atmospheric refraction is the right term, right? That's the
It's
same
the
reason that we
incorrect
can
term.
see.
It's
Well,
diffraction.
It's not the incorrect term, bro. What
It's
are
not
you
the
talking
incorrect
about?
atmospheric
It's
refraction.
the
is a-
incorrect term.
And
Well, it's
Brexit,
wrong.
Brexit. Listen,
You're wrong,
you are
but
now.
elaborate.
But
Refraction
Brexit,
and diffraction mean different things.
you're listening to Glover, and he will say for us what we will tell you. Do you understand?
Sure. If I can just reply to percent really quickly.
You are listening to Glover telling you what we will tell you. You
I know,
don't
I
want
know.
to hear what we want to
Don't
tell
call me
you.
a Glover. Don't call me a Glover.
Okay, so let me respond to percent really quickly, right? Atmospheric refraction is consistent at all atmospheric levels or all like height levels, right, within the atmosphere. So any kind of atmospheric refraction, right, say it's like 1.17, which I think is the average on any given day. That would apply equally to the bottom and the top of the object. Therefore, there wouldn't be any sort of bottom-up obscuration that would apply via
Alright, so you don't
atmospheric
mind if I
refraction.
disprove? You don't mind if I disprove you then, real fast, do you?
Yeah, sure, if you can.
Oh, I'm going to. Yeah, that's not an issue.
Okay, well, do so.
Yeah, baby.
I just like how confident you guys are. So, you're going to tell me in this picture where is atmospheric refraction over a time lapse of a few hours, where the tops and bottoms of these buildings are consistently the same.
Well, I mean, there's some slight wobble there, but you can still see pretty much everything at all times.
So that's where it happens everywhere, all day long, all the time for everyone. You just don't see in time lapse. You've been debunked.
Welcome
I
to
don't
Flat
think
Earth.
that debunks it. Welcome to Flat Earth. Thank you. Lovely to be here. Christ.
That time lapse is supposed to prove that refraction isn't the same or something. What do you? I don't even understand that.
Debunk.
Yeah, I don't either, really.
It's a good demonstration of refraction.
That's a demonstration of reality.
Yeah,
when you
which
can only see,
refraction's
like,
part of reality. Yeah.
when you can only see like half the mountain beyond the horizon, though, like atmospheric refraction could not be nearly as responsible for like half a mountain being covered up,
How
right?
come certain parts of the day in that time you only see half of a building, then you see it stretch out to be 20 foot tall, then it squats down to be 3 foot tall? How come that
Sure.
is
But a
during
20-foot.
that time lapse? So if you were to happen to take a photo at the one point during a time lapse, you'd say, "Oh, that building is really small." Then some other point, 10 minutes later, you'll say, "Oh my gosh, that building is really tall." Which is it, really small or really tall?
Really
Well,
flat.
a 20-foot building is very different from like a 2-mile high mountain, right? So I don't think you can really
It's
use that
looking
application.
farther than, that's looking way farther than 2 miles.
I know you can see much farther than 2 miles, especially if you're higher than sea level. There's no problem with that. For example, Santa Barbara is a good example, right? Platform Gale is about 25 meters. 25
You're
meters.
gonna tell me
25 miles.
refraction doesn't happen there then?
Well, no, refraction does happen there. That's why you can see further than 7 miles out. Refraction is the entire reason for
So
that.
refraction makes things bend upward from behind a ball.
Sure.
So in that image I
Downwards.
showed you, show me where it's behind the ball and then shoots upward.
Well, you wouldn't be able to see. You wouldn't be able to see the bend.
Oh, it's because it's flat.
No, oh, I don't even know. Oh
Is
god,
there-
how
do
do
you
I
see any
explain this?
curvature
No,
in
he's
the
strong.
water?
He's purposefully
You can't-
misrepresenting refraction.
Yeah, you can't see the bend of refraction because you're only seeing the resultant light that reaches your eyes. You're not seeing the entire journey of the light. That's not how light works.
Do you see the water, physical water on that picture?
Does your cup of water curve?
Yes, you do see the
Think of
physical
the
water.
physical location of the rainbow, please.
You don't. There is no such thing as seeing the physical water. When you look at any object, all you're seeing is the light that object gives off.
He's a brain in the jar.
Can I ask a question?
We are
If oil
brains
rigs-
in jars.
if-
Our jar is
if-
the human body.
Braxy, simple question. If oil rigs are in ocean, is it the 20 meters behind the oil rigs, is it their ocean or there is nothing?
There is an ocean.
Okay, we see that ocean when we make observation of black swan. That ocean. There is no refraction. We see the ocean. That's what it
No,
is.
that's not true. No,
Oh, there is no ocean there.
no, that's not what I said. Okay, so let me go
Okay,
here.
do
Right,
we see the ocean on that black swan? Do we see the ocean,
You're-
real ocean?
fundamentally misunderstanding how sight works.
Do we see?
right?
I'm asking you this question. Do we see the ocean, real ocean behind the oil rigs?
No, we never see the real ocean. We never see the real
That mean-
anything.
Okay. Oh, we don't see.
dude, you're
oh
done.
my god.
No. This is just how sight works. We see the light.
We never see the real
Right.
anything.
Yeah. Literally, we see
Are you
the
here?
light.
Are you here now? Are you
Oh
speaking
my
with
fuck!
us?
Yes, I'm here now. Jesus, probably. Anyway, right. So let
Okay.
me.
I'm
He does
sitting.
not
with
even
I'm,
sure
I'm,
if he's here.
okay.
Well, no,
can
I'm
you
not
sit-
100%
Not even
sure.
sure.
Oh my god! If you're all gonna just talk over each other, there's not much of a conversation to be had, is there?
Okay, Brexit. If I see the ocean and I tell you there is the ocean behind the oil rigs, what you will tell me? No, Sasha, you're not seeing the ocean. That is only projection. What you're
Correct.
seeing, that's not the ocean.
Exactly.
Correct. That means there is no water behind the oil rigs.
No, it doesn't. That's not what that means at all.
Okay. What that mean, man? I see the water behind the oil rigs, and I think that it's the ocean.
Okay.
Do you think that is not the ocean? You think that is some kind of phenomena there?
No, it is the ocean, but what we're seeing is the light that comes off
Okay,
the
we see
ocean
the light.
towards our eyes.
Light is giving us possibility to see. For example, if it's dark, that ocean will be there. Is that correct?
That is correct.
That means that physical surface it's there
Yeah, it is, but we're not
on
seeing
10
the physical
miles,
surface.
on behind 9 miles. Is that correct? There is
Yes.
surface. There.
If for-
Okay.
So, for example,
physical, okay, I will tell you something. In heliocentric model, that physical surface should to start to curve after 1.2 miles with 1 foot observer height, not on 10 miles.
Sure, but I'm assuming you're not 1 foot tall. If you are, I'm very sorry.
You are assuming, but that the video, the guy who made the observation is from 1 foot observation.
Well, no. For an example is someone linked me a video the other day that supposedly.
If you want to 6 foot height,
okay, if I can't talk, that's absolutely fine. You can monologue and we'll do a TED talk.
I want to only to add. If you want to 6 foot, if you want to 6 foot height, you will get to 3 miles or something. You will not get 10 miles. If you put to 10 foot, you will not get 10 miles. You need to go more higher to get that result. For 1 foot. That means the Earth is like 10 times bigger than it is now in this moment for that observation.
Well, I'd need to see the observation. I need to see where he was standing, what height above sea level he was, so on and so forth, right?
Oh, do you want to see 100 observations?
I'm sure we can go through all of them if you wish, although I don't know if I have time to.
Okay, man. They can give you that black swan, but if you want more, I can give you more. I can give you observation from the people who are not flat
I've already been linked to the black swan stuff.
Actually, do you want observation? Do you want observation for the people who are not flat earthers? The guy who is only how to say, checking the zoom, who is making videos about Nikon 1000 zoom. He is not flat earther.
Sure.
Yeah, and he is making like a 72 kilometers. He's taking the island,
Okay.
And you can now you can go to that Earth curve calculator and count how much of 72 kilometers should to be dropped, Because on 10 miles should to be like a 66 foot of drop of that water. What we see should to be 66 foot down.
Yeah, I get that. You should probably link the stuff and then we can go over it, right?
And I put it that. You can see it in voice text chat. There is 72 kilometers. I can give you more. I can give you one with 255 miles, 57 miles, different distances, all around the world. And I can point it out to you, flat surfaces in reality. There exist, for example, the Great Plain in America. It's starting from the Canada and finishing there in Mexico. There is no elevation change in that, a little bit. Then you have Hungarian plain. There
are tons of elevation changes over the Great Plains. Stop saying that. You say that all the time. It's just not true.
Okay, what is the base? Is it curved or is elevation change only elevation change? What?
Just stop saying there's no elevation change.
It is elevation change, but elevation change regarding sea level, nothing else. That means the base is
I had
zero.
to fix it. I had to mute him till he fixes his microphone because
he's got that flat Earth internet.
You can type in chat when he's fixed it.
Right, I'm just going to work this out for you, mate. Right, so he's 15 meters up, and I'm assuming the guy isn't 1 foot tall, so we'll go 17 meters, given that he's probably around 6 foot, right? Well, let's go 16.5 and be a little bit generous to your point. Okay, so that completely works. You should be able to see the island. There's absolutely no problem with that at all. I will post the proof for you inside chat. Right, so this assumes average refractive coefficient on the given day, which is about 0.17. That's the standard for a day. It can go higher than that depending on the temperature gradient, but we're going to assume it's normal. As you can see, you can still see 500 meters of the island. I've put the target distance as 72 kilometers, the observer height is 16.5, the target size is 722 meters. You can still see a vast majority of the island, and 200 meters of it will be hidden, which matches exactly up with the video.
What is the drop?
What do you mean, what is the drop?
What is the drop over distance?
Well, 200 meters of it's hidden.
200 meters is a drop.
I don't really understand what you mean by drop.
If you are standing on the sphere and I'm going away from you, am I dropping or I'm on the same level?
Oh yeah, well yeah, 200 meters would be the drop because that's how much of the object's hidden. I'm pretty sure that would match up.
200 meters will be the drop. And the mount is 900 meters and target is 700 meters.
Well, yeah, I
That's
mean,
correct.
just focus on what I posted, right? So observer height, 16.5 meters, which is where he is, right?
That means that mount is it mounted 900 meters?
I don't really understand what you're saying, I'll be honest.
You see that the 200 meters is missing. That means it's 700 target size.
Yes, so you can see 500 meters of it, which you can on the video as well. It matches perfectly with the video.
Where is showing that you can see 500 meters? Where is measured that?
I've just given you the measurements in SideChat.
Where is measured that it's missing 200 meters?
It's in SideChat. It says hidden 200 meters.
How it's measured that?
Because it takes into account the observer height, the target distance, the target size,
How
and the
it
refraction.
measures that, man? Jesus
What do you
Christ.
want? You want the exact calculation?
Yeah. No calculation. How is measured that 200 meters? We see something.
The calculation is how you measure it, right?
Are you saying that what he's showing? It's showing the 200 meters of drop.
Okay, hold on. He's
there you go. There's the
confused.
calculation.
He said when you calculate, that's a measurement. So he's confused between math and measuring things.
Well, the measurement is the result of the calculation, right?
It's okay to be
Other way
confused.
around. Calculations are result of measurement.
Yeah, don't get caught on the semantics, right? This is exactly what Nathan Oakley did. We're not going to do that.
So it's semantics now.
Yes,
so
it is
you
semantics.
think that if I put a line on the wall when I'm 4 years old, that's math.
What?
The height I am at 4 years old.
Right,
I
so
put a
do
line
you
on the wall when I'm 4 years old.
right, do you think the atmospheric calculator or the horizon calculator is lying in chat?
It's not reality.
Okay, so you think the calculator is lying? Wonderful, right? So I can't prove anything to you because you think all of the calculators I'm using are lying.
No, it will not lie if it's everything matching, man. That would be correct then. If you can find every distance is drop over distance every time, then you will say yes, it's working.
Sure, but the calculator shows exactly what you see in the video.
With what you will compare that calculation?
What do you mean with what I can compare it? It's doing a calculation. You don't need to compare it to anything. I'm really confused.
What can you calculate how high?
I can't calculate that, no, because I don't have a fucking degree in maths. I'm not going to be able to do the calculation.
No, man. How you calculate the surface of the Earth?
What do you mean? How do you calculate the surface of the Earth?
Hey, brother, don't forget. You will use computer or the surface of the Earth?
Sure. So I don't really understand what you're getting at.
Brother, don't worry about it. I recognize that you don't have a degree in math. Don't worry. Just take out a tape measure, measure it. That's the same as calculations, right?
I can't measure 3 miles with the tape measure.
Take your ruler and go out to the road and lie it flat.
What would that do to help prove that the horizon calculator is real?
Of course. You will measure your distance to the horizon in reality and find out if is that correct.
What they're saying here is that the horizon calculator is based on a radius. You can't confirm the radius, therefore you can't trust the calculator.
You go to reality and check out if is that correct. You don't go to the computer to check out is that correct.
No, yes, you do. That's exactly what you do.
No, you go to reality to see if is that correct.
Except that we measure.
Except
that we measure the Earth every day, millions of times. So it's not even.
Okay, we measured. Who we? You are. I see that.
No, well, yeah, you probably measure it too. We measure it. Aircraft measure it. Ships measure it. Cars measure it every day.
Okay, cars measure it. When you take a distance of 10 miles, this elevation change only, or also the ground is curving down.
But now you're the one begging the question, right? Because you're going like, well, no, we're going to assume this calculation's wrong because I'm assuming flat Earth, right? Like, there's nothing I can do to prove this to you if you won't accept horizon calculators.
Oh, man, if I see the 10 miles of the flat surface, how I will describe that surface?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
If I see the 10 miles of the flat surface, how I will describe that surface?
I don't know. That's up to you. You're the one describing it.
Okay, if you see the 10 miles of the flat surface, how you will describe that surface?
Well, I don't know. I'd say it's 10 miles of surface.
If you see that it's flat, that nothing is curving, nothing is, flat.
Well, yeah, I'd functionally define it as flat, but I would know it wasn't.
Okay. Okay, maybe maybe it's not perfectly flat, but you see that it's flat. You see that it's not curving.
Sure, but relying on human perspective to do science is about the worst thing you can possibly do to be empirical.
Are you saying when you see the 10 miles of flat surface, it could curve?
Yes, that's why there's a horizon.
Okay. How would we if it's not curving? How would we if it's really flat?
Because we can see the horizon, so we know it's curving. Otherwise, you'd be able to see infinitely.
Are you saying if we have the flat surface that we cannot have the horizon?
I can't argue with you because I don't have a fucking clue what you're saying.
Can we have a horizon if we have flat surface?
No.
No. Okay. Thank you. That's all. Are you crazy, man?
I think what he means is the horizon we observe. You can have a horizon on a flat surface, sure.
You can have a horizon on a flat surface,
Man,
right?
if
But
you
it's
have
like,
a ground,
wait, hold on.
Let me,
right. So
if you have a ground, I will tell you something.
Okay.
Jesus
tell me
Christ,
something.
I'm born in plain, man. There is everything is flat, and we have horizon there, and you can see it from balcony. I can show you the picture, and you see that it's flat, from the from that perspective, and you cannot say anything else than it's flat, like a human being. You cannot say because you observe it. No, man. You only think what you can observe. For example, you observe the basketball. You can say this is the sphere.
No, this is not
But when you
observation.
observe-
This is.
But man,
Sorry, I'll
what
let
you
you finish.
experience, if you go to the balcony, whatever height you want, you experience the flat surface. You don't experience the curved surface.
Sure, because it's too large for you to experience.
It's too large. Okay, it's too large with 1.2 miles that you. It's too large with that 10
No,
miles.
I mean, if you're on a balcony, it's certainly not 1.2
But
miles.
man,
right?
listen, these 10 miles, what I tell you, of 10 surface cannot exist in this given Earth size
Of course it can.
3,000.
If you're on a
No, it
balcony, you would
cannot.
see
No,
10
it
miles out.
cannot.
Yeah, it
It
can. We can
cannot
calculate it as I've tried to do, but whenever I do calculate it, you go, "Oh no, the calculator's fake."
No, man, it cannot, because on that black swan example, that should to be on 1.2 miles. It's on 10 miles that horizon. Even we don't know.
Which example?
Jesus Christ, the radar posted like half an hour ago.
What the Nikon P1000 example?
No, with the 2 oil rigs.
Yeah, but you haven't given any context. You just posted a picture of 2 oil rigs.
Jesus Christ, the other people spoke about that.
Well, I need some actual evidence behind it. I need to know where he's standing, how high up he is, what the refraction
He is 1
index
foot
was on that.
observer
There's a whole video. There's a whole video for it. There's a whole video
Okay, can you
for it.
please,
There's a
please
whole
link?
video for
Okay,
it.
well, it'd be great if you could link it.
Yeah, educate him.
So when somebody posts that link for you, you're gonna watch the whole thing.
Sure.
Oh, you didn't sound too sure about.
Well, stop being concerned with how sure I am and link the fucking video. I can't contend with evidence if you don't actually give me it. Right, well, that's not a video, is it? That's, again, a picture of 2 oil rigs.
Yeah, I don't have a video. There is a video, don't.
I'm sure somebody will post one. I can't do it. I don't have it on the other server.
Yeah, it's probably worth mentioning that the image that you're looking at, if it's the Black Swan image, is actually a still from a video.
Sure, but I need the data behind that. Is he actually 1 foot up? It's almost impossible for him to be 1 foot up unless he's literally sat in the ocean.
I think that video got.
Can you see the chat there, Craig?
It's not him, it's the camera. It doesn't matter where he is.
Sure, but then
I've never heard of a tripod. Hey, dude, did you know my tripod? I can flip it over so that it stands on the beach. The camera will be upside down, and I can make it one inch off the ground. Did you know that tripods work like that?
I'm very proud of you that you can do that with a tripod. That is fantastic to hear.
So that's what he did too. He has a tripod.
Okay. Is there proof of that?
Well, if he's not going to answer, I'd love to step in and explain to you why you're wrong.
Yeah, rip him a new one.
I love coming in here. I'm sorry, it's been kind of quiet. If no one else is going to talk, I'm going to. But
Yeah, no, I said feel free. You go ahead, mate.
Oh, okay. I love coming in here because For me, I love recognizing that there are people who actively believe utter nonsense in the world that I share with them, because it makes me so much less worried that all these people.
Oh yeah, no, we don't care about gaslighting. So, do you want to just make a point, or just don't talk?
Yeah. Again, Giggler, I think the same thing, right? But like, you can't do that. Like, if people believe something different from you, you've at least got to
why
come
don't
in
you
and
be
like an honest-
specific, you goofball giggler?
I admire your ability to hear an argument you disagree with without muting people for saying things you don't agree with.
Well, no, you were being patronising,
we can just
right?
tell the
You're not saying anything, bro.
Admirable that you guys are able to listen to someone who disagrees, making and muting.
No, but Giggler, you've got to don't be patronising. Just say the underlying like argumentative point, right? Like, I agree with you. Obviously, I think I don't think you're crazy necessarily, but obviously, I think it's fucking wild that you believe what you believe. But I'm not gonna like sit here and insult you. You should probably do the same thing, Giggler. Just if you've got a good point, make it, right?
Hey, Brexit, I bet the Giggler couldn't prove the globe if his life depended on it.
Maybe
He's
so.
a
we'll
flat
see.
earther.
I'm
Oh, it's
70%.
Peter. Hello,
Oh, he is?
Peter.
Hey, I'm 70% certain he couldn't prove the globe if he's a globber. If he's a flat earther, then I'm 100% certain.
Yeah, I don't really care if people are flat earthers or globers. When they come in with that sort of rhetoric, it's just dull and it just cheapens the conversation.
Yeah, it's
It
really
does.
nice. Let's remember people are people as well, right? You don't like, I don't know, just it's not that hard not to insult them, even if you do completely disagree with what they think.
Should we let the Giggler prove the globe?
He's still muted.
Maybe that's to his advantage.
Ugh, I think muting.
He's never
him is
been
kind
able
of a
to handle
derail.
himself in here, so I
Maybe
don't
he
think
needs
this
to
time's
speak
any
to a
gonna be
globber.
any different.
Maybe he
Oh, I
needs to
did
speak
just
to a
talk about
globber.
how much I admire you fellows for being able to hear a voice of dissent without immediately muting.
Hey, the Giggler, I'm a globber.
Yeah.
Can you prove the
Make
globe to me?
Just make your point, dude.
I mean, if we
This is
just
why
keep
I
muting him, we're not
admire
going
you
to
for
get
not being
anywhere.
frightened little children and muting people when they disagree with you. That's admirable. Because you guys wouldn't mute me just because
Hey, prove the globe.
Dude, this is
He's
boring.
keep
No one cares.
muting him, it's going to get worse.
No one cares about
Thursday.
your bloviating about it. Just make your point. That's all anyone cares about. It's your point.
I
Whether you're a
love
glober or
the
you're
show of
Earth.
strength you guys have in being able to let me.
Oh, shut up.
If you keep muting him, it's just going to get nowhere. And it's just going to be the same conversation every time.
He's
You're not going
coping.
anywhere.
He's coping.
Alright, so being completely honest, I do find the globe model to be.
Well, no, come on,
And
you can't mute him on that. I think he was about to actually make an alright point.
Yeah, this is a big derail.
If you could link the full video where the whole Black Swan 2 Ulrich things come from, I would appreciate that. I can try and go over that.
You can just go.
So there's a post there, Craig, in the 52 past the hour, the Black Swan. Would you mind having a look at that and having a read of that?
Yeah, no, I've seen that post, but again, that's an image that doesn't prove anything, right? Like, you can write fucking...
Can you read
anything
it
on that.
though? There's some. Can you read it?
Yeah, I can read it, of course.
Yep, off you go.
Oh, do you want me to actually read it out? Okay.
If you can read it, if you can look at it and read it out, yeah, just acknowledge that it's there. It's been posted for you to
If
read.
the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,955 miles, then every horizon distant measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Geometric horizon curve calculators is the source. Not Q, horizon distance greater than 9.141 miles, therefore not P. Earth is not a sphere. Bub Bible. Observer height 1 foot, max distance to geometric horizon 1.22 miles. There you go.
Can you read Bub Bible again for me?
Bub Bible.
Nice. That's it. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Happy to be here. Yeah, I'm gonna go get a cup of tea really quick. If anyone can find the actual YouTube video that comes from, it'd be great.
Anyway, I was just
A
going
cup
to say,
of flat tea?
Yes, go and get a cup of tea.
I happen to find the globe model to be very convincing. Was all I was going to say.
Okay.
You Brits are always drinking tea. I don't understand it.
Hey, Giggler.
Yo, what's up?
Crypto, you're
finds
like,
it to be very convincing. Did you hear him, Peter? He says he finds it to be very convincing.
I know. Giggler.
In my
Convince
defense,
me.
in my
Convince
defense,
me.
I'm not a very smart person. So
We can tell.
Obviously.
You sound very gullible.
Giggler, no, don't convince me because I also find the globe model very appealing. But tell me, maybe we can exchange information. Tell me,
He said
what is your best
said convincing,
argument?
not appealing.
I know. Oh, you know.
Peter.
Tell me, what is the best argument that you have personally that convinces you, dude, you're hot micing, some dude's hot micing, that convinces you that the Earth is a globe? Like personally, what's your favorite? What's your number one?
my number one.
Yeah.
Okay, so for me,
Hey, he's talking to you, Giggler.
Bro, there's a
Follow
lot of
along,
background
Giggler.
noise from you. There's a lot of background noise from you. Giggler.
Yeah, so I was watching a video about flat Earth from a guy who is a glober.
No, don't tell me about flat Earth. Tell me what's your number one most convincing evidence for you that it's a globe.
We have a model of the globe that explains the movement of everything we see up in the sky, the seasons we experience, the magnetic fields of the planet. Like everything is fully explained by a single model. But
Can you post this model? Giggler, can you put this model in the side
yeah,
chat?
do you want to see it? I'll show it to you. Turn on my camera perms.
Put
I'll show
the
you some
model in the
amazing
side
things.
chat that shows
I'll probably
all
take
of this information,
I'll show you
all of
something
it.
impressive.
Okay, so
It will be the first time I will see a model for the globe that shows the ocean around the sphere. Yeah, nice.
Yeah, I put him on mute, and we're going to keep him on mute until he can show us that model that shows everything about the Earth. I'm looking forward to this.
Yeah, thank you, Giggler. And we will see dark matter in it.
Okay, you don't need any model to prove that the Earth is flat. Talking about model is not necessary. You just have to understand how the Earth is measured flat. That's all.
Yeah.
Do you understand that?
Absolutely.
Exactly. And
Yes,
I hope everybody else will do it also, because it's very, very easily done.
Yeah,
and
it's flat.
the latitude line, yeah, because it's measured flat, and you have polaris that's all in the same spot all the time, and you take an elevation angle to the polaris, and then you have 180 line, or you can call it 0, but that's also angle. You need a flat baseline to get this angle. You cannot get the angle, and you cannot make any circle of equal altitude without a flat plane. It's just like it is. It's measured flat. It's over. You can go and you can go on and say, yeah, we can entertain this and entertain that. Yeah, it's just for entertaining, but it doesn't matter because it's measured flat. Yeah.
You really put Giggler in trouble, Peter.
What?
You put Giggler in trouble by that question.
Well, I was trying to rescue him, but you guys didn't let me rescue him.
You didn't. You just put him in more trouble. asking
Well,
him what
I was going to
made
help
him
him.
Glover, so he said that it's the model that explains everything. Now he had to
He
provide that model.
misunderstood the question. Yeah, well, I was trying to give him a better question so he could
It's a
correct
Glover.
himself.
It's not something surprising. It's just a Glover. So you're surprised that he didn't understand you? It's not a surprise from coming from a Glover. A Glover don't understand. That's the normal
Yeah,
situation.
that's why I'm here. I'm trying to help them understand. I'm trying to make better globbers so the glob can survive another month. Otherwise, we're screwed. Otherwise, we're screwed
Nice,
with people.
nice coming from you, Peter.
Yeah, like, people come in and they spew bullshit and it makes the glob, shrink every day until it's going to disappear one day. It's going to have a radius of 0.
I'm liking this. I'm
By the
liking
way,
this
I'm
new
not a Glover. And I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't hear you. Come.
Am I coming through?
Well, no, not very well. Not very well. The van must be in a low signal area.
Okay, excuse me. The only radius that we can measure is the radius of the sun. We have 24-hour day and or 12 hour. That's the only thing that you can absolutely take care of. Yes, that might be the circling of the sun might be 39:59, something like that. That's all.
Good stuff.
So,
dude, your hot mic.
everything that, yeah, somebody's hot micing is terrible. It's absolutely terrible.
2 guys hot micing at once. It's epic.
But what I'm trying to pointing out is that the only radius that we have is the radius of the sun pattern, not on the
Did
sun.
you
or the
measure
sun.
that?
I'm
Did
talking
you
about the
measure that with measuring tape?
pattern. No,
How
but
did you measure that?
you can understand.
Yeah, but let us know how you measure that.
We have 24-hour days, and you measure it for the sun, how much time it takes, and speed and so on. But it can be a different speed.
No.
But,
I have a question. How did you measure the distance?
Speed.
How did you measure that radius of that circle that the sun makes around the Earth? Tell me.
Because of all the details that we have between the continents and the distance. And
yeah, how did you measure it? How did you measure those details?
We know going from A to B, you get. That's what I'm talking about, the distance between the continents, for example. And
how did you measure those?
Yeah, the problem with what you're saying, Johnny B, is unless you get a ruler and physically measure it yourself and then record you doing so, they deny that distance exists. So you can't use this argument.
Yeah, did you use like a long measuring tape?
I understand that. But that we know the sun is in the same time on the same spot 24 hours later. So then you can use it.
We don't know that. We know that, but how did you measure the radius of that circle?
Then you can figure out the radius because of that. And you can use pi. You use using pi 3.14 approximately.
You used pi to measure something?
He never measured it. He didn't hear him.
What kind of pi was it? Was it pizza
again,
pie?
Johnny? They want you to get a ruler and go to the sun, right? You're not going to win this one.
Peter, you didn't hear him. He didn't say measure. He said you can figure it out.
Yeah, but he made a claim about the radius value, and I'm curious because I want to learn how to use the same method myself. So when he made a claim that the radius is 3,900 miles, how did you measure that value?
Johnny, you can't win.
Wait,
Johnny, just quickly.
Peter out. He's desperate to get back to his ball. Approximately, and you can absolutely get very, very close to it. So close, it's satisfying.
Yeah, but Johnny, the problem with that is you
it's
require the knowledge of the distance from Earth that the sun is to objectively measure the radius of the sun, and obviously they reject the idea that the sun is the distance away from the Earth that we claim it is. So you can't use that as a measurement.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm not talking about any size or so. If you're talking about the size of the sun or the distance, because if the sun is big, then it's so far away. If the sun is small, then it's longer, right?
Exactly.
And small.
Exactly.
So
We know
it's
this.
about
So you don't have to
perspective.
tell us. Yeah. So how did you measure that radius of that circle?
Because of the
Not the sun, but the circle that it makes.
Because of the sun is on the same spot, and it has to. We know the distance between the continents that we know of. Then we can. Oh, the radius has to be close
How
to
did you measure that?
39, 59, something like that. But
okay, so how did you
of course,
measure that?
it's more land. It's just a pattern of the sun, and how the sun is working has nothing to do with it.
No, we
But-
don't care about how it works. How did you measure it?
I measure it using pi, the circle. Do you know how you make the math with pi?
Yes,
and you
I
get
do.
the circle, and how and you can decimate how you get the radius of the circle.
Johnny. So in the equation, there are the following.
The circumference of a circle is 2 pi r.
Yes. So the equation is circumference
2 pi r.
equals 2 pi r. How did you measure circumference and r?
I answered it. I will not talk about it anymore. I'm sick and tired of this.
Okay,
You're
fine.
doing it using the pi.
Don't
3
spiral.
times 14.
Don't spiral. Just take it. You didn't measure it. That's okay. Neither have I.
Retards.
You broke him, Peter.
Thank you.
The problem is
I'm not complimenting.
If I can just do this for you, Johnny, right?
Here comes a big retard coming in.
Yeah, massive retard in the way. Right, here we go.
He's saying the same thing. He never listened to what I said.
But Johnny, the problem is,
and he
right?
doesn't understand what I'm talking about. Why should I talk to him if we're not able to
2 pi r.
make any fucking statement?
Calm down. Relax.
Okay, yeah. You don't have R to begin with to say 2 pi r, so fuck off.
There you go.
The one thing we do know is the ratio between the distance of the Earth, the Moon, and the Sun, because we can observe this with parallax effects.
No, we don't know any distances.
No, we
You're
do.
a
No. It's
fucking
not a distance. It's a ratio, right? So
Exit. Don't bring up the stars. Don't bring up the stars.
Because let him speak. Because yes, there is always a ratio between.
Right, so we know the ratio because of parallax, right? This is the same way that ancient Greek.
No. We know the ratio because there's a distance between one object and another object, and then we compare that object to another object, and we can get to go, there's a ratio between those two and those two. So that happens everywhere.
Well, I mean, that's not how we do it for the Moon and Sun.
So
right?
There is, of course, there's ratio.
There's a ratio from your mouth to the mic, right? And the mic to the fucking computer, right?
Precisely.
So we can go, your mouth is 5 centimeters away from the mic, and the mic is 2 centimeters away from the fucking.
That sounds like a measurement.
So you can, that's a measurement, but it's also a ratio in the sense that you can kind of go, the distance between
a ratio of known things
is two times more than the distance between the mic and your.
So how far is the center? Yeah, how far is the center of the Earth from your mouth?
I don't know,
good question.
Okay.
6,371 kilometers.
Yeah, probably, he says. Yeah,
that's distance.
Measure that.
That's not a ratio. That's the distance between my mouth and the center of the Earth. So let's just say it is.
Well, hold on. How do you know that's the distance, bro?
I don't know. Someone told me.
You don't know. Okay, so relax.
So you want to say that?
Just calm down.
Because someone didn't. No, I'm calm, mate. Are you calm?
Yes, I am.
I am calm. I'm calm. But you're all over the place, guys.
It doesn't matter the distance between. Does it matter for you the distance between you and the center of the Earth?
Right. So I can.
No, not you, mate. The other guy.
Okay.
The guy who's saying.
Where did you? Yeah, hold on. So that would be the radius.
No. Oh yeah, it would be.
Yeah, but
yeah, you're right.
Maybe I have to clarify. Excuse me again.
What does it matter? What does
Maybe
it matter?
I have to clarify what I'm talking about. really, because I'm talking about how you get the circular line and measurement from. Oh, of course, from the middle point. Of course, you can take it from every point, every star, sun, and the moon, or whatsoever. But we take it from Polaris, and not where you get the circle. And between the circles, and everywhere you are getting it, you will get it using very easy, very simple instrument. Like I said, hey, no, I'm not finished.
The people who believe the world is
You do need to let him finish, otherwise it's a bit unfair.
Well, YouTube viewers, this is what it sounds like when you drink a lot.
But what is he fucking?
No. I'm trying to say that you need some kind of instrument to be able to measure it. And I'm telling you, you can use Sextant. That's the instrument that has been used to measure the circle that we call latitude around from the middle point, that is GP point, to Polaris. And that is flat Earth measurement. And if you guys, you really have to think about that, doesn't understand it, what I'm trying to say. It is circular equilatitude that is thousands of miles. Equilatitude, listen, equilatitude cannot be carved. Finito.
If I can expand on this point a little bit, if that's
it's measured flat, Johnny. Yeah, we know.
So we do know the distance from the sun, but it requires you trusting larger organizations, which is the problem here, right? So you can bounce radar signals off of Venus, for example, and the 2004 partial eclipse of Venus towards the sun gives us the idea of how far away the sun is, right? So because you know the distance of Venus from the Earth, you can then calculate the size of Venus quite easily, right?
Stop saying motherfucking right. Every time you say right, I'm going to start muting you, right?
That's literally just habitual. If you really want, I'm not going to. I can't change my underlying.
You're using assumption. You're using assumption. You're not using non-reality. It's sick and tired of this.
Let's flash talk.
Talking about Venus. What do you know about fucking Venus? You don't know anything about Venus. You think it's the same size of the Earth? Assumption has nothing to do with the reality.
Let's Flash say what he's trying to say.
Anyway.
But so if you don't believe in one thing, you can't believe in anything. That's the position you have to sit yourself at. You will have to make your decision. So if you can't go, I don't know the distance between me and the fucking glass in front of me. If you can't say, oh, that's 30 centimeters or foot.
You can measure.
So if you can't say this is how this works, then you can't say anything around you exists, or you can't.
Oh, you're spiraling, dude. You can measure the distance between you and an object that's in front of you.
Yeah, quite easily.
Okay, yeah, cool. Cool.
But
okay, so how do you do it?
With a ruler.
With a ruler. Is it a straight ruler?
How do I do it? I get a tape measure. Let's see. My wallet is sitting over there. I can take a tape measure and reel it out from where I'm at and touch the tape measure and look at the tape measure and say it's 3.5 feet away from me.
Okay, cool. How do you measure the distance between you and New York?
The time it takes to fly there, for example, and then you can divide that by the distance it would take at the speed you're going, right?
That's not how you do that.
Well, I mean, you could. Probably not the best way to do it, but it's a way to get a very good approximation.
Survey.
As I was saying before, the whole Venus thing, right? So do any flat earthers in here, or Splash more specifically, do you accept that we can calculate the distance of Venus to the Earth?
Mate. I'm not a flat earther.
Oh, fair play.
Shut the shit. Shut the shit.
Fair.
Now.
But
you come back and came back here like fucking 3 times.
Okay. So Daz, why don't you think we can calculate the distance from Earth?
It's an assumption to begin with. They just assumed the distance to Venus, and that Earth was the same size.
Why do you think that's an assumption?
This guy's definitely a fucking.
Because it is assumption.
Well, it's not
an
because
assumption.
we measure the amount of time it takes for our radar signal to get back to Earth from Venus, so we can infer the distance.
Radar?
Yes.
A radar signal
Yeah, if you can bounce so
okay.
you can bounce radio signals off of Venus.
So you measure. It's like there's no point in even fucking trying to talk, bro. It's like there's too many retards in here.
Yeah,
okay.
we're trying to explain to you. How do you see things, mate?
Flash, you're fucking spiraling, dude. Slow down.
I'm not. I'm a simple question. How do you see things?
With my eyes.
And what do they see?
How do you fucking see things, you dumbass?
Well, they're a reflection of light from the object to my eyeballs. So I see the thing in front of me because it reflects light, and then my
so in the dark, I can take a tape measure and still find that object.
Hey,
I can touch it and then hold the tape measure, then walk out into the light, and then I'll know how far away it is.
Because in darkness, light does not reflect.
Things don't exist.
It makes it light does not reflect. So it's harder to find out how the distances are and what.
Okay, Mr. Philosopher. So this is your argument. Light is reflected off shit.
Hey mate, it's not even
fuck, dude. If that's your glow proof, because light is reflecting off shit, you're in the wrong channel.
I'm in the right channel, mate. I love.
Yeah, light reflects off things. Welcome to Globe Earth,
mate. Hey, I love. So you're the one who believes that like you don't see things because light is reflecting off it. Do you not believe that, or do you believe that?
Of course, the light's reflecting off objects, you idiot.
How do you see things? So do you believe that you see that?
I use my eyes.
Yeah, and how do you use your eyes? How does your eye pick up?
I haven't dissected my fucking eyeball, you dumbass.
You moron. What's the difference between your eyes in a dark room as opposed to your eyes in a bright room?
How much light your iris lets in, or your pupil, whatever.
Cool.
Okay, now does that? All right, that's proof of the. That's proof you live on a globe, then, right?
Why does your iris letting more light?
Welcome to Globe Earth. Iris is in an eyeball.
Why does it let more light? Because you're in dark room.
You hear how fucking stupid you sound? You're even giggling about it because you know you sound like a fucking retard.
I'm giggling because I'm drunk and laughing at you. That's what I'm doing.
Yep, it's always I'm drunk excuse when they get smoked.
I'm laughing at you because you're a dumb fuck. So can I ask you again? Why don't your eyeballs or your iris just get bigger when the place is dark, and let more light in, and then you could see it. You could see like a fucking like you're in daytime. Why does it just go? Oh, because we can.
Well, why doesn't your grandma have a V8 engine and turn into a car? Like,
here we go. Exactly.
I mean, am I wrong?
Yeah, exactly. No, you're exactly right. Because hey, mate. Your eyeballs actually do that.
So we're gonna. So dude. So Splash. You're probably too drunk to even have these conversations. If you think that turning into a car is an analogy.
It was a fucking joke, mate. Jesus. I'm not actually saying that that's a correct analogy for how fucking eyes work, mate.
No. This is the level that we have to fucking. This is the level of this Discord.
Yes, the level you're going to have to actually come down to our level and talk in reality, not in imagination. An imagination cloud.
I'm talking imagination. So now let's walk through what we talked about. Forget the car. So what happens in reality is that a light source, be it the sun, be it the light bulb in your room, projects the light onto everything that you see, right? And that reflects. So the light bulb projects the light and then hits the fucking.
This is why you don't have a girlfriend.
Of course not, mate.
That's a really good argument against Round Earth, actually. He doesn't have a girlfriend.
The argument is he can't get to the point. That's why they won't stick around.
This is no. It's completely true. You're only allowed to do.
Women like to be told things quickly. Only by other women do they like to tell stories.
Now
Between women, they like to tell long stories. With guys, they're used to us saying "blop blop blop" the end. So get to the point.
You can only do science if you've got a girlfriend. It's common knowledge, right?
All he needs is the ball. The ball gives him everything he needs. Satisfies all his needs.
To a girl, and when she says "fuck off, mate," that is like the light projecting off an object, and then hitting her eyes and your face at the same time, and she looking at you, and she's going, "Ah, no, mate, fuck off." Like that. That's do you get that dynamic?
Dude, go back to the bar.
Do you understand why we don't have girlfriends? Is because right now we're just looking at like television screens, monitors that project light, which say "fuck off." Fuck off.
Yeah, your girlfriend isn't actually real. You're just seeing the light your girlfriend reflects.
Exactly. But when you stick your
all right, we gave you enough time to talk like a chick. So are we gonna mute you, or are you gonna get to the point, young lady?
So when you shove your dick in her vagina,
coffee's for closers, buddy.
Your eyeballs are not actually visual. Your eyeballs are not on your dick, so you don't know if you have gone.
They always want to chop dicks off, touch their dick, hold their dick, suck their dick. It's always about dicks with Glober.
You sound like the Ram Ranch guy.
Wait. Fucking your woman is about dicks. That's interesting about flat earthers. Fuck. What?
All right, I had to mute him. Who's next?
Hey, you're doing it wrong, Splash. You're watching the wrong things.
That's the thing about flat Earth, mate. It's dicks all the way down, not turtles.
Fuck you.
Oh.
Into the center of the ball.
Oh.
Are our balls in fact flat?
But
That's the real question.
Brexit. That's a finite number of dicks because the radius is finite, right?
Perhaps, mate. Will we ever know? Can you observe the dicks?
So the one Glober, what is it? An hour? Yeah, you weren't here. You stayed away from Nathan. But during his show, one Glober spiraled so hard he told Nathan to chop his dick off.
Oh, was that fucking the guy who was like, oh, God, what was his name? He was screaming, wasn't he?
I don't remember.
Yeah, he's one of the priests of Flat Earth.
All Glober's got. Talk about that.
It's like the Neil deGrasse Tyson for Flat Earth.
I do find the Venus thing quite interesting, right? Like,
it's not Venus.
Fucking...
You're doing it wrong. Okay.
Hey, look at cowboys.
Whatever is there, even if it's not. Go on, Peter. Mate. I don't want to interrupt you. I love you very much.
Know your globe. Know your globe. Don't embarrass the globe. Look at what I posted. Okay. It wasn't no Venus. It was Mars, and it was done by Cassini. Okay.
No, but we've also done it with Venus. I know there wasn't Mars.
Venus. Venus was a guess. Fuck Venus. Venus was based on a guess.
Venus isn't gas.
Listen to the words coming out of my mouth, okay? So we can defend the globe for another week.
Okay, go on.
The Venus measurement, or using Venus to measure distance to the sun, was a lucky guess by a guy who correctly estimated the size of Venus. That's not gonna fly around here. The proper measurement was done by Cassini, who measured the parallax for Mars, and since he measured it, all the ratios between distances that were known trigonometrically became actual values. Okay? Like somebody said, I think it was you need to measure at least one length so you can then use ratios to measure the other lengths.
Exactly.
So he did that with Mars and a parallax measurement over a known distance. The distance that Johnny B knows from his tape measurements. So there you go.
But we have done the same with Venus. It wasn't a lucky guess. We've done it multiple times. There might have been one
after
that was a lucky...
that, yes.
No, wait, hold on. Yeah. But no, but you
After
can
that, we know all
measure
the distance.
No, but you can measure the distance to Venus independently of Cassini's measurements, right? Because you just bounce radar off of it.
Sure, these days, yes.
Yeah, that's what I mean. So, like, if we know the distance between Venus, and then we also had the whole 2004 thing where Venus's orbit took it across the trajectory of the Sun, we can also measure the radius of the Sun by looking at the time it takes Venus to travel across the Sun. Right?
Yes, we can also freaking land on Venus. The Russians have landed on Venus several times.
Cool pictures, actually. They're fucking wicked.
But that's not what the conversation's about, right?
Sure, but I just meant earlier on we were talking about the radius of the Sun when Johnny was here, and I just said that you can imply that if you have the distance of Venus specifically. This is why I didn't measure Mars, because although Cassini's measurements are probably more important, Mars, we haven't seen Mars cross the Sun, I don't think. We have seen Venus do that in 2004, so we can imply the radius of the Sun from the measurements we have of Venus, assuming.
Yo, Brexit bot.
Hello, Eddie, mate.
The point that we're trying to make is that any human being, including Johnny B, could perform the same measurements if they were bothered. If they got off Discord.
Yeah. Sort of. I mean, so the Venus one, for example, you need a pretty high-powered transmitter to do so, like far more than like amateur radio.
Dude, don't talk about things that are outside of reach of the people in this room. Any two people in this room could agree to use telescopes, which are not that expensive, and perform a parallax measurement to Mars. It's reproducible by us. You and I could do this if we put some effort into it.
What would you be using as the frame of reference there, like the measurement that you know?
The distance between, like in the case of Cassini, Paris, and French Guiana.
Okay, how does that work in terms of measuring to Mars then? I'm not saying you're wrong, I'm just genuinely quite interested.
You measure parallax between two locations of known distance between them, right?
But how would you measure the parallax of the distance between Paris and Guyana compared to the Mars?
No, the parallax is to Mars.
No, but parallax implies the difference between the ratios of two objects. So you have to have a reference object that's also in frame of view to do the parallax measurements, right? Unless
parallax is the difference in angle.
Okay, I'm probably just not understanding parallax correctly, to be honest. Let me try and read up on it a bit. Again, this is why it's hard for me to make some of these arguments, right? I do computers for a living, right?
It's easy to understand. Parallax is easy to understand, though. It's just, I mean, you've ever been into a bit.
You're lagging out, Crypto.
Holy shit! I can't understand.
You're lagging out, Crypto, big time. Is Crypto always in a car? This guy never stops driving us.
Yeah, he's in a van.
In a van?
Crypto,
free candy on the side?
Do you live in a car, Crypto? I've never heard you not in a car.
Still bad?
Yeah. I think you're better now, mate.
Okay, we'll see. I made a decision a while ago not to waste my free time talking to Globers. So normally now when I'm having to travel for some sort of reason like business, then I'll hop on Discord. You never been to a motorway and you see like trees further away appear to move slower, go past you?
Oh, okay. What? So you're measuring the distance of Mars from two different locations, and then inferring the distance based on like the difference of observation between the two places.
You're measuring the angle, the parallax angle between two locations, and because you know the distance between those two locations, because they're on Earth, so you measure them like Johnny B.
Okay.
Then you just have a triangle.
Yeah. I understand it now. That's interesting. Actually, it's a good way of doing it.
And because you know one length and you know the angle in a right angle triangle, you use trig and you get the distance.
Oh, so that's the thing he was asking earlier about how we know the distance between two places on Earth. Now it makes complete sense.
Yeah, you have to know that. You have to to know some length. Otherwise, it's just ratios, right?
Yeah, exactly. Okay. That makes sense actually. Good argument. Yeah, I'm with you there, Crypto, mate. The only time I come in here is when I'm working. I work from home, so I'm just doing computery shit on the other screen. Well, I'm sure I could work faster without talking in here, but hey ho. Everybody loves a bit of hedonism, right?
You realize you could be playing RuneScape, right?
I could be, fuck me.
Instead of working.
Yeah, I'll do that too, don't worry. I'll get in a video game now and then. Got banned from RuneScape, actually.
Why?
Because I was on old school RuneScape, and I was like, what if I just left a mining bot on overnight while I went to sleep? How much
Yeah.
I know, I'm a bad boy. They catch it very quickly, fuck me.
Yeah, they're really sophisticated in that. Jagex is really good in detecting bots.
Might give it another go at some
Generally.
point. I play shit like Tarkov most of the time.
Tarkov? Have you played that new game that is Tarkov inspired?
Yeah, Arena Breakout. I'm playing it literally as we speak.
Oh,
I've got
okay.
work on one monitor, I've got you guys on another, and then I've got Arena on the third.
Wait, Arena Breakout? Is that the game I'm Arena?
I think so. It's very similar to Tarkov.
Yeah, but it's like...
Are you on about Delta Force, maybe?
Delta Force, yeah. I was talking about Delta Force.
That one's good, but it's a little more arcadey than Tarkov. Arena Breakout's like really similar. The gunplay's quite the same, but I think Delta Force is quite easy.
Have you ever played Squad?
No, I haven't. I've heard fucking good things though.
Yeah, oh, man, you should. Are you more into World War II or do you like modern?
Yeah, I'd say more into World War II.
Then play Squad 44. My God, it is amazing. It's Squad.
Did you know all those? Did you know those games are all on a 3D engine, which has a flat surface on the bottom?
Absolutely. Lazy developers.
Yeah, flat surface.
Why they did not recreate it one by one? Fuck, on a one-on-one scale.
Guys, welcome to Flat Squad 44.
It's they use flat surfaces. And
honestly, but look into Squad 44. You'll love it. If you like World War II.
Yeah, I am right now actually.
But there's more actually. You know, I was looking at Google Earth the other day, and it uses a flat surface of my computer monitor, to display the round Earth. So in the end, it's kind of always a flat surface somewhere there.
Flat tarts are just not ready to accept the fact that the Earth is a square. You know, they're still at basic level.
Yeah, what do you guys think the Earth is actually? Do you think it's like a disc? Because obviously you need it to be a disc to have spotlight sun phenomena be real, right?
Oh, they don't.
Space is fake. Yeah, space is fake. Next.
What are the stars? I'm curious.
Yep, the lights that are out at night when I go outside.
Who put them there?
From like 2 years ago. Yeah,
Jews, probably.
Yeah, that worked.
It's always the Jews.
The Earth.
It's always the Jews, you know. It's always the Jews.
Hey, stop.
They're Rothschild's lights.
The Earth doesn't need to be a disc.
Any choices?
In their model.
I think.
Yeah, we hear you. You're hot micing like crazy.
Don't you need it to be a disc to explain sun rotation? Because like I thought the flat Earth model of the sun was spotlight sun, where it rotates in like a perfect circular instead of spherical.
But can you imagine two things at once? So it doesn't have to be a disk. It could be an infinite plane. The sun moves in a circle, which would mean that the remainder of the Earth is dark in darkness, right?
Yes,
imagine an infinite plane, right? Or a very, very, very large plane. And the sun is local to us, and the other areas are just out of luck. They don't get any sun.
Peter, why does it have to be...
What?
You said it's an infinite plane. Why does flat Earth have to be infinite?
It doesn't.
It doesn't. It doesn't.
He was just saying it could be. Yeah.
You said imagine it being. Imagine something that you can't imagine.
Yeah, that's the point of imagining it.
I'm trying to correctly represent the position that many people hold here, which is they will say we don't know what the size of the Earth is, or its
it's not ever expanding. It's definitely a set in stone size because we have air pressure.
Okay. Do we know what it is?
14.7 psi.
No, the size.
Well, Google the volume of the atmosphere and let's try to figure it out.
But that's NASA stuff.
Oh no,
that's not something we can measure.
What?
Right?
So you should be able to tell me with math. I know I crashed ChatGPT trying to give me the answer, so see if you can do.
Right, but you're using values from the globe model, so let's not do that.
Yeah,
How
exactly.
can we estimate? How can we
No,
estimate?
no, we're gonna use you're gonna use whatever you say, the values from the globe model, because that's all we have, right? All we had was Earth curve calculator to begin with, so we went and tested it and said, "Oh
Okay.
shit, it's flat."
All right,
So we're gonna
walk me
use
through it.
your. Go
Right.
ahead.
So 50,
walk
51
me
trillion, 51
take the
trillion
size
cubic
of the
meters.
atmosphere. Take the
Okay.
size of the atmosphere and subtract the Earth ball from it, and that should give you your volume.
51
No,
trillion
but I'm
trillion
asking.
cubic. It's 51 trillion cubic meters.
Right. So how do we use that number to estimate the dimensions of the flat plane that we live on?
You do a reverse equation. You just rearrange the equation. So like volumes, fucking Jesus
yeah, but
Christ.
okay. For that, you would need to know the height of the container and its shape.
The problem is you also need to know the you need to know the shape exactly.
Dude,
No, I know. I'm thinking
before you talk. Think inside of your head and then talk. So
Peter, he wants to try to figure it out.
So if we know the size, the volume of the atmosphere, what we need to know is what shape of a container it's contained within. We need to know its dimensions. Then we can calculate the base, right? The flat base.
Yeah, which you can't do, obviously.
Oh, that's a straw man.
Well,
Peter.
It's not a straw man. It's just logically I'm thinking through it. So if the container is a hemispherical, for example, if it's a dome, then you need to know its radius. If it's a squarish container, rectangular, then you need to know its height, right? And then you can calculate the base. So how do we do this, Radwan? Like, walk us through it.
Yeah, you can't. We don't know the shape.
You're the only one who's claiming that there is a shape or anything to it, Pete.
Well, yeah, that's what I said, but Radwan said that I'm misrepresenting.
And not knowing that it somehow debunks the second law of thermodynamics.
Dude, were you listening? I didn't say it did. I was just saying it's hard to calculate the size of the flat plane, the dimensions of it.
Yeah, we don't know. We don't know if Flat Earth has made a claim of
That's what I said.
big the Earth is. Right?
Don't spiral. That's what I said.
No, but you have a claim of how big the Earth is.
Yes, but I'm wrong. I'm just a low IQ
trashed. Yeah, so you have a claim of the exact size of Earth. Yeah. And it's been debunked over and over again.
It has.
So you're just projecting as usual.
I'm not projecting. I'm having a conversation with Radwan.
Because you're the size of your globe has been debunked.
Yeah,
right?
And Radwan.
So all we can say to Flat Earth is just project that onto you. Oh, what's the exact size of your flat Earth? And if you don't know it, flat Earth.
I did not. I said the opposite.
No.
There is no predicted. There are no predicted dimensions for the flat plane because it's impossible to calculate them. And Radwan said, "No, you're wrong. Using the volume of atmosphere, we could make that calculation." And I would love to know how. The one number is not enough. You need an additional number. Do we have that number? Radwan.
No one's claiming that, Pete.
He was. Were you listening?
Did he leave? I think he left. Oh yeah, he left.
Radwan left?
I think so.
No, Radwan's here, the green rabbit.
Okay, never mind. I thought, okay.
So Bacon, I made a statement, maybe you weren't here, that no one, as far as I know, not on this VC, predicts the dimensions of the flat plane. Then Radwan jumped on me and said that they could be calculated if we use the volume of the atmosphere.
But it's not so hard to know the size. No, we have a lot of images from space or from high altitude airplanes where we can see the whole plane. No,
we can see the whole plane.
Yeah, and when we know the altitude height of the jet, then we should obviously be able to calculate the size of the.
Well, how?
Well, if we have a high altitude jet, the MiG-15 or something, which is like
50,000. I don't know what MiG-5 or MiG-2. I don't know how they are called. I'm not a military professional. Okay, so like a Russian jet, right? There is a lot of Russian jet clips in the internet who have high altitude, with like 50, 60,000 meters, where you can see the whole planet. Maybe you see the whole
How?
round
We
planet.
don't see forever. We don't see forever.
Sorry, I don't understand. We don't see
We
forever.
don't see forever. Yeah. So
We
how
don't
can you see
forever.
the whole plane?
We usually only see it until like we're 90.
Yeah, we don't
Yeah.
see forever. So
What does it mean? We don't see forever?
when you fly,
It means you get blind when you're very old.
when you fly very high, you don't have an infinite line of sight to the edge of the flat stationary plane.
He
You don't.
is talking about the planet, not a plane, not the flat Earth. He's talking about the globe.
No, it doesn't care. You see the whole planet under you. It doesn't care if it's flat or not. Obviously, it looks flat.
I understand you.
Obviously, it looks flat, but we see the whole space. We see everything. We see edge to edge. I have seen hundreds of videos where I can see edge to
You're
edge.
tripping. You're killing the globe. You're killing the globe right now.
No, it
You're
looks
tripping.
like flat, but it could be round as well. I don't know. It's not
hang
about
on.
the shape of the Earth now. We can see the edge to
Alexander.
edge.
That's not the topic. The topic was
Alexander.
how do we
Yes,
calculate the dimensions of the flat plane?
I
Radwin had
understand.
an idea. We're exploring it, and you're not helping. Radwin went on mute because I think he's studying the subject really hard right now. So, Radwin, are you there? Can you walk us through your logic?
I can show you. It's so easy.
I don't want you to show me. I want Radwin to show me.
Then show him. I'm still googling next to it.
Okay,
said
keep
he's
googling.
rebooting.
Google away. Google away.
I will
Radwin.
post it.
You can't say you see the entire Earth.
Yes, you can see. I show you a clip.
Hang on,
I post
bro,
now into
bro,
the chat.
wait,
Now into the chat. It's in the chat. It's in the chat. Have a
Bro,
look. You see
bro,
everything you need.
Let me finish my sentence before you respond, please.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, if you see the whole surface of the Earth, then it can't be a sphere, can it?
I don't. There's no difference.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
You can also see the whole space of the moon, and you don't know if it's flat or round. It makes no difference. It's not about the shape of the Earth. You can see edge to edge. That means if you know you are on 50,000 meters height altitude, and you see edge to edge, then you can calculate the size of the object you see. It doesn't care if it's flat
Can you
or not.
see? Can you
Have a look in the
see?
video. Look at the video.
Can you believe these globers, Bacon? Can you believe
I'm
these
not a
globers?
glober, dude. You're tripping, dude. No one is a glober.
Alexander, hang on. Can you see all of the surface of a sphere at once?
Yes. I mean,
No, you
My
can never
God.
do so unless you have
Here.
360 degree vision.
just open the clip, and you see like.
I mean, if you put a mirror in the other side of it.
You say 85%.
But even then, you wouldn't, right? Oh no, you would.
You don't see 85% of it. No.
Look, go to second 58 seconds. Okay, 58 seconds in the second clip, and you see literally the whole round, whatever. So obviously you know how big it is because it's round. So you can just extend the things you don't see. You just take go to 58 seconds on the second clip. Bro, go to 58 seconds in the second clip.
But you don't know how much of it you don't see. That's the problem.
Of course, you know, because it's round. You can just extend the things you don't see. It's very easy
That's what
to.
we were saying. You can't see the whole thing.
You don't have to because you know what the rest is going to be on a round fucking sphere, dude.
Oh my God.
If you only see a half ball, right, you can, without seeing the rest of the ball, you can extend it just by logic because it's round. You know exactly what's the shape going to be.
You might be right, actually. I need to think
Obviously, I'm right. 58 seconds, second clip, dude. Obviously, I'm right.
I don't think
millions of
the
times.
clip, anyway.
Millions of times I have watched that, dude. 58 seconds.
Millions of times. That is a sad life.
Man, I'm crazy about that shit.
That's a fisheye lens, bro. You won't be able to measure jack shit with that.
Yeah, that's an argument you can bring, but you still obviously see
it depends. It depends. Like, so if I'm holding a sphere, for example, Alexander, because I just don't know this off the top of my head, right? And you look at the sphere in your hand. Are you seeing 50% of the sphere? Is that how it works?
So
No, it's-
Alexander,
it depends on.
you told me to watch the 58 second. Are you telling
how
me
far
that
away
your
you are.
whole Earth is dry, no oceans is there?
Yes, that's a very. I have thought about that 2 days ago. You see, that's very interesting because I have seen hundreds of clips like this, and you can never see the whole ocean. And that's very interesting because that would actually feel that the Earth is round. Because if not, you would see all the oceans. And if you don't see all the oceans, then obviously the ocean should be on
No,
the
no,
other
no. You
side
said
of the.
you said we can, in the
No, you wouldn't.
58
You wouldn't.
second. In 58 second, we can see the whole Earth. You can see the whole
Yeah,
Earth.
you can't.
But you
Man,
said
it's
that's
a
what you
round
said.
object. The things you don't
No,
see,
no,
you
no.
can
You
just
said that
make
you said,
yourself.
no, no.
But
You don't
you still can't
understand me.
see them.
You could.
But
You
it doesn't.
said that you could see the
Listen,
entire surface.
if if I see the half of a football, right, of a soccer ball, then I don't need to see the other half to know how it looks
So
like because it's
Yes, you
round.
do.
I can
okay.
just
So
flip the first
No,
half
that's
over.
That's completely
so
wrong
now
because
in 58 second we
right.
can
So
see half of the Earth. So it means that half of the Earth, 50% of the
you can't
surface
see
of the
half.
Earth
You
is
can't see
just
half.
No,
dry.
we see
No, 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 no. You
exactly the
can't see. You can't see
radius
half
of
of the
the
Earth. You
shape.
cannot. No.
I
Let
want
me
to
please let me
understand.
explain this. Let me explain this, Necros. Right.
Okay,
So
I
okay.
want to understand him.
yeah, I can explain. I can explain.
Wait, just wait. So he is saying that 50% of the Earth, because in 58 seconds you can see the entire that's curvy horizon, and you can see the dry land underneath. So he says that the 50% of the surface is just one single continent.
No.
I'm opening Photoshop now. You're crazy, guys.
Yeah,
You
he's
don't
wrong. He's
understand
wrong
the
about
simple
that.
logic.
He's
If
wrong
you
about that, right? I can explain this. So the closer you get to a sphere, the less of the overall surface of that sphere you can see. If you zoom out to the furthest possible point you can and you still look at the sphere from the same angle, the maximum you can possibly see is 50%. But the closer you get to that sphere from a certain critical point, the less percent of that sphere you're going to be able to see. Hence why, for example, me and you can only see a very small part of the sphere when we look down when we're attached to the Earth, because we're very close
I
to it.
don't need to see to understand it. I open Photoshop, you give me 2 minutes, you continue your discussion, you will see what I mean in 2
But that's not
minutes.
how it works, because you can't infer
It
what's
is
on the
how
other.
it works. It's a circular shape.
No,
Obviously, this
no,
how
yeah,
it
but you
works.
can't tell. You can't tell the details on the surface. For example, if I have a sphere in my hand and I put
I
a
don't need
sticker.
to know the details to calculate the size of the shape I'm seeing.
Yeah,
because
no,
who
you
cares
don't
if
need.
it's too-
You're right. You're right. You don't need to calculate the size, but you do to calculate the characteristics. Right? You have no idea what's on the other side of the sphere, just how big it is.
Obviously, but it looks like there should be something on the other side of the sphere, because if 70% of this Earth is water and we don't see 70% of this Earth water, then obviously the water should be somewhere, right?
Yeah, but we're probably only seeing
Okay.
about 10% of the overall sphere in that 58-second
We
point.
are not seeing 10%. That's the thing. We're seeing 50% at
No,
least,
that's
and
not
we
true.
can extend
That's not true.
50%. Obviously. Hey, what the fuck are you talking about?
Because as I just said, the closer you are to a sphere, the less of the overall
Give me-
surface you can see.
Give me 5 minutes, okay?
So if we knew the distance that Felix was from the Earth when he jumped, we'd be able to calculate the percentage of the overall surface of the sphere that we could see. When I'm not in a game of Arena Breakout, I will try and do that for you.
Okay, I will send you a screenshot in 5 minutes.
It's a Tarkov clone.
Oh.
Really good game.
It's
Is
a
it
very simple
free to play?
logic, dude.
It is free to play.
Wait, it's the mobile version.
No, it came out on PC 3 weeks ago. Incredible game, by the way. Would recommend it if you like.
Oh, I was waiting for it. My bad. I didn't check my list.
Yeah, you should
Wait.
get it, mate. It's really fucking good.
And I'm waiting for Delta Force also, because I
Is it
think
on
that
Steam?
Delta Force is.
Why don't you
no.
guys go play and let the adults talk? Okay.
Yeah, you have to go.
Bro,
you have to go
who
on the,
cares?
you have to
You're
go-
not adults if you think the Earth is flat. Come on, this
you
gig is
have to
over.
go on
Like,
you have to go on their website to get it. Just type in Arena Breakout Infinite.
Jump for you.
so that you can get an idea of how high he was.
Bro, you're like 60 years old and you think the Earth is flat. Like, don't talk to me, please.
Yeah, but we can't get an idea of how high it was from the video. We need to actually like ask Red Bull, I suppose. They probably have. I'm pretty sure they have the details,
That's
right?
the thing. We can find that details are all public. You know exactly. I mean, maybe that's fake. These details what they present us, but there is details to know about for sure.
Yeah, I suppose you could probably infer it from the size of the details that are on the
Also
Earth, right?
about when, how high, how fast they are in the stream, in the live stream. They showed the altitude every second, I think. So if you open the same clip on the YouTube channel or on YouTube on the Red Bull channel or on Red Bull website itself, you will see everything about that.
Yeah, I'll get the Red Bull measurements in a minute, and then we'll be able to infer how much of the sphere we can see.
Anyway,
Look, I want to
Yeah,
put
what's up?
something now into the. How can I upload the image? That's so crazy. I don't know.
Just drag it into the text box.
No, but I'm not. I'm
someone
not
say my
learned
name?
enough. I cannot upload.
Ah, you might have to compress it or something. I don't know.
Hey, Radwin, want to talk about that atmosphere volume thing?
yeah. What's the number so I can finish? I'll
Okay.
give you the.
It was something like Brexit. Do you remember? Like 14 trillion something.
It was 51 trillion.
Where'd you get that
cubic meters.
I think he
Can I
googled it.
send?
Yeah, I
Can
googled it.
send to
That's
someone
according
and-
Yeah,
to
send it,
curved
send
Earth.
it.
According to curved Earth measurements, it would be that.
To who I
Yeah,
gonna
so
send
doesn't
it? Who I
matter.
gonna
Doesn't
send
matter.
it?
So, Radwin, here's before we waste more time. So if we have that number, let's call it V. Okay, the number, the volume of the atmosphere is V.
with you, Peter, yet. I want to see the number. I can't just pretend. I want to know how they calculated it.
Oh, well, no. But can you walk me through the math before we look at the number?
Not until I get that number, then I'll walk you through the
Or
math.
do you want,
Okay.
you want the
Brexit,
calculation
can you
of the
paste the
51?
number? Yeah.
I'm
please
just about
provide
to. I'm just about to extract. You're gonna have to give me like
Thank
1
you.
minute. Hold on.
It's
So
based on the globe model.
Is there any admin here? I can send it in private chat and you.
Yes, send
push
it to
into
me.
text.
Send it to me.
Who are you? Who are you? I don't see your name. I'm sorry.
Just listen to my
Here,
voice
here,
and
here.
send it in
Okay,
that direction.
Yes. I got it. How can I send a private message to you in mobile? Man, it's so complicated here.
Just stop talking. Stop mumbling on
You
hot
have
mic,
it.
okay?
You have it.
Stop
Check
mumbling.
it out and put it into
Just
the chat.
mumble on mute. If you have to
You're
talk to yourself,
mumbling.
do that on mute.
Push it into the chat and stop crying.
Okay.
Okay, so you.
We're talking to Radwin now.
I'm just saying, just to measure the for Radwin's sake, you would take the weight of a cubic meter of air at sea level, and then divide the total atmospheric weight by that number.
Yeah, I use cubic feet. It's easier for me.
Okay, please use cubic feet immediately. Accommodate.
That would be hard.
Put it to Google, dude. Put it to Google. Say convert to cubic feet. Let's go.
How to measure
Yeah.
the
No, but
volume that they claim.
I'd have to convert the atmospheric weight as well into something imperial.
Just convert it. Just convert it.
Okay, you're gonna have to give me a second.
Air stops, right?
Yes.
You need just
Yes, Radwin. Yes.
to the top of where the air stops. That whole big ball that creates minus the sphere.
Okay, Radwin. We will do that. Do that, Brexit, please. Just post a number when you're done. Post a number. The next step is the interesting step. He's just stalling. Because he knows he made a brain fart, so he's stalling so we don't get to the next step where his brain fart is exposed.
From the beginning on my other headset.
Yeah.
What do I need to do here? Do you want the full calculation, or do you just want the result?
Just
of it?
give him the number. He told you the calculation. Give him the number.
Yes, post the link of where these guys did it so I can follow along, please.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
And then we're going to talk about the next step, right, Radwin?
Okay, everyone who is interested, I have put it on Google Drive as well. You can have a look.
Thank you. Thank you.
Just open the image.
There you go.
and then
There's the full explanation.
Thank you, Brexit. Radwin, have a look-see, and then we'll go to the next step, okay?
So you use ChatGPT?
I did.
Yeah, I crashed mine. Good luck.
Well, he didn't crush his, so we're good.
It didn't
All
crash.
right,
It's
I'm
fine.
gonna try mine.
Okay, have a look-see, and let us know the next step, how from that we go to estimating the size of the flat plane that we live on. Because that's the kicker here, right? You made a claim that it was possible to estimate the size of the flat plane using that number. So we're waiting. I'm sitting at the edge of my seat.
How high the sky is?
Hmm? How high is it?
So the total atmosphere.
Wait. Brexit. How high is the sky, Radwin?
That's what I'm asking you.
You tell me. What is the shape of the container? I don't know.
We fire rockets out there every day and know when it goes from air.
The atmosphere is 100 kilometers up if you measure the entire atmosphere.
Okay, there you go.
It's where? How far?
100 kilometers.
You might want to look that up again.
Yeah, Brexit. Look it up. Brexit. Look it up. Radwin, tell me what the shape of the container is.
Oh, we were working on volume, right?
Yeah,
and we
he gave you the volume.
On Earth. So I'm still trying to get the number since he won't give me the number.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, that was only the 100 kilometers is only the first level, the troposphere. If you measure the entire atmosphere,
Brexit, keep reading about the atmosphere. Okay, you got some catching up to do.
It's 10,000 kilometers.
You have some catching up to do. Read the Wikipedia article about the atmosphere. It's actually really interesting. So read it. Radwin, tell us, what do we do next?
Doing his homework for him first.
Okay.
It's 10,000 kilometers.
Brexit, read in your own time, okay? Don't impress us with random numbers. Read about atmosphere.
I'm just fucking reading them from Google, mate.
Yeah, then read it to yourself.
Well, he asked for
Radwin is the next.
answer.
Yeah, no, he's doing math right now, so let him be.
Yeah, hey, Brexit, you're not reading the whole thing.
Yeah, you gotta read the whole thing.
Yeah,
don't
all
trigger
of it.
Crit. Just read the whole thing quietly. Don't trigger him.
What? I'm so fucking confused.
Read the Wikipedia article about the atmosphere, all of it.
Why?
Because it says
because
here
you're gonna learn. You're
at
gonna learn.
10,000
Otherwise, you're gonna
learn
trigger
what?
Crit.
Okay.
Crit
It's
is
not
a space
triggering.
mystic. He's gonna tell us about mysticism if you trigger him. So go read it quietly.
Peter, like, you pulling mulligans again today. I mean,
I know. I'm talking to Radwan.
okay, so look at where it says there. I know what you're looking at the atmosphere, National Geographic. At 10,000 meters, the atmosphere begins to blend into space. So you still got more distance to go. You got the full not where you're looking for where the end
Yeah, I
of
knew
the
it.
atmosphere.
I fucking knew it.
Yeah, but that's arbitrary.
Dude, read Wikipedia.
I fucking read. I'm well aware of the atmosphere.
Go into
Don't
the
trigger Crit. I'm trying
What
to
the
have a
fuck
one.
is what is a trigger crit? What?
Yeah, he's a mulligan wizard right now.
I'm so confused about what the fuck you guys are even saying.
Well, he's using coded words because yesterday he got really worked up because there's some new people in here who are kind of understanding flat Earth, and he was not having it. He just was not going to have anyone new get it. So he's a little bit worked up from that yesterday. He's carrying over conversation from yesterday. It's okay. You're good, dude.
Okay.
How about this? Where would you draw the line for the atmosphere? How about this? When they stop labeling the different layers, at one point there's the final layer. Where does that layer end? And they start saying, now we'll just start calling it space.
The atmosphere starts blending into space at 10,000 kilometers, but I guess you could still somewhat call that an atmosphere. That's why I said it's arbitrary, right? Because it depends on your perspective. What density of gases do you consider an atmosphere?
Well, how about this? Where they stop calling it the atmosphere?
10,000 kilometers.
No, keep going.
I don't need to.
You got the exosphere still.
Yeah, but not all scientists agree that that's considered an atmosphere.
It's part of the atmosphere. It's still part. It's like, is it space?
According
or
to some people. Well, it depends on your perspective. This is not an objective question.
Well, which one is it? Is it atmosphere or not atmosphere?
There isn't an absolute point. It's a gradient.
Well, just look it up. The exosphere is the outermost layer of, drumroll, Earth's atmosphere. So you can use all the atmosphere, not just a part of it. Don't pick and choose. Like, don't stop at the Kármán line and be like, I'm done. get all the way to the goal. Make sure if you're going to set up this amazing debunk where you're going to figure out all the flat Earth, use the whole kit and caboodle. Don't be like, hey, I got this really cringe idea. See, Radwin already gave you.
Yeah, but the exosphere ends at 10,000 kilometers, so I have included that.
No, the exosphere ends at 100,000 kilometers.
Not according to NOAA or Natural Geographic or NASA.
Yeah, keep looking then.
May I say something for 1 second, please?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, thank you. I'm silent in a second. I just wanted to tell everyone there is a clip now also in the text where you can see the first rocket hit the dome, and it's the only footage where a rocket hits the dome. And you can also see the whole planet on this footage. So if you're interested, have a look. Thank you so much.
Thank you for that.
Yeah, I don't know where else to look. Everywhere says the same thing. Especially the NOAA, who are literally the fucking, National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, right? They would absolutely know best on this topic. I'm already learning on the fly, Peter. I'm just remembering what I've already learned. It's been a long time since I've done atmosphere.
Is that like your enter? Like if you enter the chat?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Every so often I hear like this duck sound, and I'm like,
Yeah.
I was trying to like tie it together. Like, who's doing that? And then
Who's quacking? Is someone saying quack in the mic? No.
Well, no, because sometimes people have soundboards that they run through their own account instead of like the Discord soundboard.
Yeah, some people just manually do the quacking sound through their own soundboard. These guys are posers. It's my sound. I trademarked it.
Oh yeah, for sure. I always liked it because like those random sounds. Sometimes it's really fun when you got like a server where it breaks the awkward silence with like an air horn or a quack or something.
For the record, it was a recording of the majestic space duck.
Yeah. Yep.
Has anyone watched the rocket hit the dome, guys?
Yeah, I think people are checking it out who want to look at it.
It's crazy, no?
Wait, what's crazy? I'm sorry.
That there is a footage of a rocket which hits the dome. It's in the text. YouTube. Last YouTube link. That's crazy, dude. It actually hits the dome. You can hear it hit the dome, and you can immediately see how it goes from, I don't know, 1,000 kilometers per hour, or maybe like a rocket fast, to a zero gain in altitude in 1 second. It doesn't explode. It doesn't burst. It just stops getting a high altitude, and you can hear the hit of the dome. So
what dome?
In the chat, it's in the chat, dude. YouTube, watch it. At the end of the video,
It's some sort of football stadium dome or what?
I don't know what the dome is. You can just see just watch the clip, dude. I don't know what the dome is.
Dome. That's interesting.
Rocket hits the dome, dude. Just watch it and be flash, dude. It seems like no one has seen it in here. And this is already 8 or 9 years old, this video.
What second does it hit the dome?
I don't know. At the end. Just go to the end, dude.
This doesn't look like a sports stadium dome. I'm not sure what dome you're talking about, to be honest.
It hits the dome at, wait 1 second, I'll tell you. At 3:47 it hits the dome. So go to 3:30 and give 3:30 and you go 20 seconds just to enjoy. 3:47 we hit the dome.
Not a dome.
Obviously it's a dome, dude. You can hear it, man. What the fuck?
It's hitting a different fluid layer, not a dome.
That's not proof of a dome. That's not proof of a dome at all.
That's definitely proof of a fucking dome, dude.
Not at all, no.
Obviously, that's proof of a dome, dude. We are going from gain altitude to not gain altitude in 0
How do you know
seconds.
it's not gaining altitude?
Because it stops. You can hear it. You can see it. Don't you
No,
watch
that's
the clip,
not.
dude?
That's not. You can't hear or see that. No.
Obviously you can, dude. What the fuck are you talking about?
No, you can't.
Bro, you're mental.
You can hear it stopping rotating, but that doesn't mean it's hit anything.
You can hear the hit. You can hear the impact, dude. It's on the audio clip. You can
Hey,
hear it.
Alexandra, I just read something really shocking here that the number of orderlies in Oklahoma dropped at the same rate at the number of movies Elijah Wood appeared in.
I don't understand what you.
Isn't it crazy that if you look at this video, you can see the curvature of the Earth? That's so insane to me. Like he's just like, look at this video, it proves me right. Look at this video, it proves me right.
Because it's fisheye. Everyone knows that. That's not fucking something new. Everything is good. This is fucking.
You can see like how the curvature. Okay, whatever, dude. Also,
This is
if something
fucking
hit
GoPro,
the
dude.
dome in the sky, wouldn't there be like a dent in it or something?
Man, we don't know what the fuck. How can I know?
Why is there curvature of the Earth in this video? Why do I see the
It's
curvature of the Earth?
fisheye lens, brother. It's fisheye
How
lens.
convenient.
Hold on, everybody, slow down. You guys are fucking freaking out. So if you drop a pencil in water, does it slow down or does it just hit and then come back up?
Both, I guess.
So if you have a sea over us, then maybe your argument makes sense. If we don't have water over us, then probably it's not water.
Why is there a curvature of the Earth in this video?
Because it's the fisheye lens, dude. If
Sunday though, either.
Oh my god, I see curvature of the Earth. I have to abandon flat
hold
Earth
on.
now.
Wait,
Look
hold
at
on.
the- Look at 320. Look at 320.
Loader. Calm down, bro.
Just all you got to do is whatever curvature you see, define it. in
Just
some-
pretend it doesn't exist, and then you can be flat earther again.
No, this is what I'm asking you to do. Okay, if you see the curvature, okay, and you saw something, now you said something. Now what we need to do is test it to make sure that is the curve of the Earth, or is there some kind of spurious causation which has been identified as possibly a fisheye lens which curves horizontal lines. Neil
Here we
deGrasse
go.
Tyson.
There's a video of James May going up to the lower level of the atmosphere. You can see that it's not a fisheye camera because when it looks at James May on the inside of the plane, there is absolutely no bending whatsoever. Yet the curvature is still present.
Yeah, but look behind him.
Look at the curvature of the Earth. We can see the curvature there.
You can see the
Listen,
curvature,
listen.
and it's definitely not a fisheye camera.
He's spurging out. He's doing a self-serving spurg out.
Everyone. There is actually a very second nice clip. The Red Bull clip I have seen before. If you watch the whole 7-hour stream, then there is also a camera inside the capsule who looks outside, and when he opens the door to jump, and that's not a fisheye lens, you can exactly see the straight line and that it's not curved. So all cameras on the Red Bull clip outside are fisheye lenses, and you see the curvature, but when he opens the capsule to jump, then you see from the inside to the outside, and everything is straight.
I think
So-
it's crazy to me. I can't believe I see curvature. I'm no longer a flat earther. I have to abandon this. I have to abandon.
Tactical droid. You can
No,
literally
he's
see
an
the curve.
he's an imbecile, and he's highlighting his imbecility.
It's crazy though because like if I see
What? Can a lens create curvature, genius?
So what he said was the lens creates curvature, correct?
I asked you, can a lens create curvature? You're just going to spurg out.
So you say the lens creates curvature.
I'm
and
asking
also
you.
Any eyewitness is also lying.
I'm asking you, genius.
It's so crazy to me.
The lens creates curvature because the glass of the lens itself is round.
Look at this video.
Listen, these are people who have never held a camera that wasn't their phone.
That's true.
This is crazy. This changes everything. I have to
Every
read this
lens.
now.
Okay, can someone post a picture, please, of fisheye lens? It's so easy to prove because you can see it
Well,
immediately
I
when you see the lens.
sent a GIF. I posted a GIF of skydivers with a GoPro lens, and you'll see flat, concave, and convex.
Yeah.
So
Well,
whoever was
that's a good
spurging, little Talcon, take a look at the chat.
I see curvature in all.
fine. Then it's clearly using a fisheye lens. That's fine.
I'm seeing more curvature in Old Hoss's picture. I'm seeing
Okay,
curvature
well, yeah,
in
see-
Tactical Droid
okay.
picture.
Okay, listen. Now what we got to do is mathematically define the curve, so
Okay,
that way
wait,
you
wait.
can test it at every possible angle you can think of. If you just see something, it could be other
More
causes.
curvature in that picture. I'm seeing it. I'm seeing
No,
it.
no, wait. The interesting part on the image in the chat
I'm glad
is not
you
the
guys told me
curvature.
all the Earth,
Listen,
and thank
it's
you for this.
the
Thank you for learning
interesting
today. I learned
part
the
on the
Earth is close.
image is not the curvature, but it is that we don't see the seas. Because if this, we see pretty much a lot, and 70% of that should be sea, and we don't see any sea. So that would mean probably if the seas exist, they should be on the other side of the plane or on the Earth. But I don't know. But the problem is not the curvature, it's fisheye lens. The problem is we don't see enough sea. So. And we don't see enough sea on all of them clips. That's my issue. See?
It looks like he left.
Yeah, it doesn't care because everyone else is here, no one else is trolling. I'm just saying we should see a lot of sea, and we don't see it on any of them clips, and that's a huge issue for our theory as a flat earther.
That's why, like, mathematically defining the curve would help out, because, like, in those videos, I mean, that would be a very small Earth if you mathematically match that curve to the curve of the Earth.
Yes.
It's too much. It's way too much curvature.
Hey, who knows? We don't know, but that's
Well, that's why it's an
tell you.
effect of the lens and not an effect of
Yeah,
the
we know
physical
that.
curve of the Earth.
There's hundreds of images, hundreds of MiG-29 shots in the internet with no fisheye lens where you can exactly see it's flat. You can see it on the Red Bull clip, you can see it on the clip in the text. There is many clips who prove that it's without fisheye lens it doesn't look round. That's just fact. But still we don't see any seas. We don't see the Pacific Ocean, we don't see the Atlantic, we don't see anything we should see if everything we know is on the top of the plane. Because we can see all the plane when we compare all the clips, then we can see all the plane, and unfortunately a lot is missing, I guess. That makes no sense. Okay, guys,
Right
can tell
lens.
someone? You take over. Thank you so much.
What's up, Cooper? Been a while. You haven't come around too much. What's new?
I have a video of this curve. I've been around. It's been my busy season for work, so been chugging along, making money. You know.
Yeah, you must have missed it, Cooper, when Mr. Sensible told us in here that level was curved.
Yeah, and then after we got done arguing with him, he says, okay, sure, the best you've done here is debunk the radius of the Earth. And you're like, say that again? Let's get a clip of that.
How is this a response to
flat smack
I posted? Just don't
Yeah,
like where the information's coming
when
from?
Mr.
Or?
Sensible flat smacked himself in here, Cooper. It was before your time.
I must have. Must
Yeah,
have
you
been.
must
That's
have.
a one for the archives, right?
Yeah.
The
Yeah, we
annals
got it
of
clip.
time.
Then he came in a couple days after that, or maybe more than days, like a month or something like that. And he then said that, well, even though you could have debunked the curve of the Earth, the radius value, that there is some other radius value. He said, but you can never know for sure. You can only know things at 100% certain or 99% certainty. And they're like, okay, well, what? So there's nothing you know at 100%. And then Miggy Alpha asked him, what are you doing right now? And he was live streaming himself too. He was sitting on the chair in front of his computer, smoking a vape. He's like, yeah, I'm sitting here. I'm on Discord. He goes, are you in a chair? He's like, yeah. Are you vaping? He's like, yeah. Are you sure about that? He's like, no.
Yeah, some people hold that philosophical concept that you can't really know anything. It's pretty common.
He's on camera for everyone to see. Like you could see him on camera.
I don't know what this has to do with observations from the balloon.
Well, his name's Mr. Sensible. And then when push comes to shove, he becomes nonsensical.
It's not so sensible. Oh, God.
Nonsensical.
Dude, he wasn't sure if he was there, but we were sure he was there. Isn't that fucking crazy?
Man, that's a really cool story. I don't know what it has to do with the weather balloon, though.
Because this is a guy you're dealing with that inside his worldview, he'll never be able to tell you for sure if the Earth is a globe or not. He'll only know something at 99%. It will always be at the final end, when it finally says, okay, is this your final answer? He would have to say, no, I am not sure. I don't know. It's a big...
Yeah, it doesn't bother me.
But
Most
that's
people are
for
being
us
honest.
all,
Would
no.
probably say that.
Yeah, but even
that's-
to the point where he's live streaming himself in a chair, talking on Discord, smoking the vape, and he doesn't know that he's doing that.
But
that's supposedly
every
what the
one of us is maximal 90% sure, no?
What?
No, I'm not sure. I would have.
I'm 100% sure you're roboting, Cooper.
Jeez, Optimus Prime trying to make a point. That's crazy.
Yeah, I'm 100% sure you just roboted, Cooper.
Big time, mate. You sounded like you're trying to find the Allspark.
No, you roboted. Just repeat, Cooper, please.
What did I say?
See, the problem, Cooper,
hold on.
is that Mr. Sensible came in the first time. He was being reasonable, and he understood the content being presented to him. And the second time he came in, he's like, he's got to be unreasonable. Because the first time he ended up in a flat earth, and he can't, that's not acceptable in his worldview. It's unreasonable to be reasonable.
And understand the legacy between you guys and him. All right, I'm just looking at his weather balloon stuff.
Well,
That's
he's unsure of
that Mage
but
2
he's
video is
not
literally
sure of
only
that.
content of him.
Yeah, you're certain of something he's
That's
not
fine.
certain
He can
of.
be unsure. That's fine.
Weather
People have different epistemic frameworks they work off. Some people like we're having
the issue is he doesn't think that anything could ever be known. And I don't know if that's actually true, but that's how you guys are presenting it.
Yeah,
Brain in the jar bullshit.
Then the problem with that is objectivity gets
Yeah,
more.
and here you're presenting his homework.
No, complex. Right, objectivity is real, but it gets harder to prove the more specific your claim is. Right, like if you say like existence is real or experience.
Yeah,
is
you
real,
copied the wrong guy's homework, Cooper.
Okay. Keep interrupting.
No, I'm comfortable. I'm comfortable co-signing.
Yeah, weather balloons aren't a measurement.
What? Well, they're measuring something.
Okay.
He's comfortable. Comfortably numb.
Weather balloons don't measure curvature.
It's okay to be comfortable.
No, I'm comfortable with the idea that people don't. That are. It's pretty common philosophically for people to say, "No, I can't be 100% sure." They'll go to 91, but they won't give you the 100 just because of the philosophical implications of their objective reality.
We can't hear you.
I can't be.
Yeah,
No need to damn God over it, Cooper. Yeah, no need to damn God, bro. You just copied the wrong guy's homework. That's all. Yeah, no need to damn God. You just copied the wrong guy's homework.
Any better?
Maybe.
I think what's going on
we'll
right now is that the universe is trying to save you from sounding like a complete moron.
Oh, I don't know about that.
I disagree.
No, it's gone past that point.
You're getting
The universe can't help.
You're getting the clue
Way
from the
too
universe.
far.
Is that the flat universe?
There's some higher power right now that keeps making sure that whatever sort of numb shittery you're trying to spot right now, it's not going to go through. It's saving you.
Peter.
All I'm saying is you guys seem to want to talk about anything other than what's actually in that video. You seem to do you like to talk about Mr. Sensible and other arguments he's made?
This is the point.
Avoid talking about the video though.
A lot of flat earthers tend to use like semantical or debate law tactics where they try and catch you out on like verb usage as opposed to actually like attending to the genuine arguments, right? Like,
no, we're waiting for
That's a Dear Diary post right there.
Yeah.
Comment right there.
Oh yeah, Nan's a Dear Diary post, me. I don't give a shit.
Cooper, what we're looking at here is the conclusion. The full logical conclusion. We're embracing the whole event. He did this balloon, he got these results. And now we're like, now what? Okay, what would be the conclusion? Why would I change if I'm 100% sure the Earth is flat? Why would I jump on 99% sure it's not flat if I already know it's 100% flat?
Exactly.
I don't remember what the philosophical term for it is called, but like I don't know, ethical nihilism. I don't know what it's called.
Dude, you're roboting again.
God,
the universe is trying to save you. Okay,
you're roboting, mate. And weather balloons don't take measurements.
Well, they do. They've taken a photo. A photo is essentially a measurement, right?
No, it's not, mate.
No, a photo's worth 100 or 1,000 words.
Well, you can measure what's in the photo. More importantly, you don't need to rely on the measurement of the weather balloon.
It's a measurement of a photo, then not the ground.
Sure. What difference does that make?
Well, you're not measuring the ground, you're measuring a photo.
You're not measuring the ground when you measure it normally anyway. You're measuring the light bouncing off the ground.
No, you're measuring elevation angles to Polaris for your latitude, mate.
Well, no, but the point is every object you see is not the actual object. It's the light bouncing off the object, right? So, like, by the same notion, by the same metric that you've disregarded the photo, I can disregard everything you've seen ever.
Yeah, well, latitude is a flat Earth elevation angle measurement for mapping.
Oh, I wouldn't say so.
Well, how would you explain it's measured then? How is it measured?
Well, latitude is latitude the one that uses the North Star, right?
Yeah, how's it measured?
I have no idea.
It's a flat Earth elevation angle measurement, mate. Nothing to do with curvature.
Okay.
Flat Earth.
Oh, I would obviously disagree, but I don't know enough about longitude or latitude to really deal with the point.
Well, yeah. So you're pointless being here. Then you've got nothing to offer.
Well, not pointless me being here just for this specific point. Then yeah.
So what's your point? How are you going to prove curvature of the Earth then? How's that measured?
Well, with other methods like horizon and stuff.
Or weather balloon.
Horizon and stuff. So how is it measured, the curvature?
Measured by distance to objects beyond the horizon not being able to be seen.
Yeah, and what tool are you using to measure curvature?
Various horizon calculators.
Yeah, name one.
I can't. I'm in a game right now.
So you're playing a game. Yeah.
I'll find the one I was using earlier.
Yeah. So when you can prove Earth curvature and you finish your game, come back. Because at the moment you've got nothing.
I've been here for like 5 hours having all these combos, right?
Yeah, playing your game with no proof of curvature. And I've told you how Earth's measured flat, sea sextant, elevation angles, Polaris, latitude. You've got nothing, mate.
I mean, very lovely buzzwords, but I'm not sure it really proves anything.
Well, I've given you the flat Earth proof. Do you deny latitude?
No, but I just don't think it proves flat Earth.
Is it a globe proof?
I don't think it's either.
So what is it then?
A fucking measurement of where you are on the planet.
Is latitude on the globe? Yes or no?
Listen to him presuppose planet. Why games?
Yeah. Is latitude part of your globe measurement?
Give me a second.
Yeah, you need whatever. I'm guessing. What is it, like a 50-50 ratio? Gaming brain and trying to keep up with the conversation, or what's going on?
Pretty much that, yeah.
That's pretty. You must be just really at the top of the leaderboard of your gaming. Most of the people out there that you're gaming against are.
You realize people sit
concentrating.
here and chill. They'll play a game and they'll chill and chat. That's what he's doing, right? And you're just like, "Why are you gaming? Why are you gaming?"
No need to use it as it's his ever-present excuse. I'm gaming. Every time he paints himself into a corner, I'm gaming.
Well, no, I've been doing that for the last hour. That's how long I've been on the game.
On Discord and chat and shit. What do you expect?
He's good at gaming, not good at globing.
Ooh. Are you guys just sat here doing nothing else and going, "I'm going to convince people the
latitude, mate, latitude."
All right, Shadow, you'll be fine, Shadow. Your Spurg out is also noted. Why don't you get back to your game?
Yeah, he's gone. That guy, he's useless. You stick with your game, pal. If this is the globe proof review,
you guys literally just sat here on here.
Stop talking, Shadow. I'm gaming right now, bro. Stop trying to talk to me. I'm gaming.
Mate. We're gaming. We're gaming, mate. We're playing Harry Potter games.
Yeah, that sounds fun. Like, people are having fun. Why are you like detrimental to that?
Well, yeah, he can go. No, he uses as a excuse card, Shadow.
Well, it's not an excuse; it's a reason because I can't look things up when I'm in the middle of the game.
Excuse. What part of your brain? What percentage? What's the ratio of your gaming brain to the conversation brain? Because I'll speak to you accordingly.
Don't know, mate.
You don't know. We'll sort that out before you cry anymore. Sort that out, mate.
I'm not saying I'm crying.
No, he's coping. He's not chilling. He's coping.
They need to reduce the authority of a person talking, right? So they can fucking. Like, what's the fucking
Get it out, Brexit.
See, there we go. He's doing exactly what I'm on about, right?
Get it out. Are you gaming right now, or are you? What's going on? Is this part of the game?
I've just finished. I'm playing Arena Breakout.
You finished. You finished this game.
I finished my game, indeed. See, they insult you and sort of drag your authority down.
Oh, I'm sorry. You took that as an insult.
Obviously, I took it as an insult, right?
Hold on, I'm gaming right now. I'm gaming right now,
There we go.
bro.
Exactly, right?
I'm
So you
gaming, bro.
You can't actually compete with the point. You just try and drag people down because it's the only way you can actually appear.
Okay, what's the point?
That's why
longitude is not reliant on flat Earth whatsoever. You can actually use longitude to prove the curvature of the Earth.
Latitude, mate. It's an elevation.
Latitude, sorry.
From Polaris. Do you deny latitude?
Do I deny latitude? No, I don't deny latitude.
So how is it measured?
The angle compared to where you are in relation to the North Star.
So it's a flat Earth measurement, correct?
No, it's not.
How is it?
So how's it measured? So
Right. So if you're on a sphere, like, right, let's say you're a little tiny.
No, not it.
No. Yes.
How is
Actually.
it measured?
Well,
How is it
Well,
measured?
okay, right.
How is it measured?
Your angle in relation to the North Star. We've already said this.
Your angle that you just mentioned, how it's measured, is an angle, 2 straight lines, nothing to do with curvature.
Yeah, sure. That doesn't matter at all, right? So you can still have
Yes,
a
it
straight
does,
line. No.
because
You gotta let me finish. You gotta let me fucking finish. You gotta let me fucking finish. You gotta let me 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 finish. Right? Can I finish? Well, you don't have to, but it would be nice for a conversation.
Right. Talk about your angle measurement that you just mentioned.
Okay. Let's say you're on a sphere that we can see, right? You're a little
No,
microscopic
we're not.
No. Yeah. We are going to go here. We absolutely are going to go. You see, this is what they do. Everybody in the room. No. I'm demonstrating. I'm demonstrating what happens to angles on a sphere.
No.
Oh, stop being such a fucking little retard, mate.
You're not allowed to explain your.
You're not allowing me to explain.
You can't
So what's the
explain an
point?
angle on a curve, mate.
Yes, you can. Yes, you can. Yes, you can. Yes, you can. Let me explain it. If you think it's wrong, you can talk afterwards.
Yeah.
You've got 30 seconds.
No, I don't have 30 seconds.
off.
It's going to
I
take
wanna hear
longer
what
than
he's
30
gonna say.
seconds. Yeah, you can go
Yeah,
fuck
30
yourself if you're going to give me arbitrary
You
time
can't
limits.
use angle words. They're banned.
What the fuck are you on about?
You can't use the word angle.
All right, I can't use the word angle, right? You're not allowed to talk then. That's my limitation on you if we're doing limitations.
You explain curvature, go.
Right. If you are a microscopic man on the surface of a sphere and there is an
Which I'm
object
not.
hanging, okay, which you're not, that's why it's a hypothetical, right? Funnily enough, that's what they're used for, right? If you're if you were a microscopic man, not are, if, right? Keyword. You were a microscopic man on top of a sphere, and there was an object hanging above the sphere, right? Let's say one of those little baby things that fucking babies look at, right, when they're in a crib. You could still measure the angle that you were in relation to that from the surface of a sphere. You do not require to be stood on a flat surface to measure that angle.
Yes, you do.
You don't.
What?
So how do you
Are
measure
capable
curvature
of
then?
picturing shit inside your head. That's really.
Why are you asking me to measure No, that's a different question. You were talking about longitude. Or latitude even, sorry.
Latitude is a flat Earth elevation angle measurement. How do you measure your curved globe?
No.
How do you
Repeating that doesn't make it true, right?
Yeah. How do you measure curvature? I'm asking you.
We're not. We're measuring latitude, so that's entirely irrelevant.
So we're not measuring curvature then?
No. My point is that latitude as a phenomena doesn't prove that the Earth is curved, round, or a fucking hexagon. It's entirely
So
irrelevant.
do you have latitude measurements on your globe?
Yes.
How was they measured?
Your angle in comparison to the North Star.
So it's not curved then, it's an angle measurement.
Why does that make
Right,
it not curved?
right. You can have a functional flat plane, right? When you're stood on Earth, right, the radius of, let's say, 3 miles around you, as an example, is functionally flat because the dip from one end of that
No,
radius...
it's not. You don't have
No.
plane on a curve.
Functional. You have to understand what the word
incorrect.
functional means.
You're incorrect.
You're
incorrect.
He can't formulate a model in his brain to understand a concept.
Yeah.
Apparently
He's incorrect.
Not. It's fucking painful, right? Look,
yeah.
you're not letting me explain.
stop.
So what's the point?
No. You're saying a curve is flat. So you've got a flat Earth measurement, correct?
No.
Right. So have you got a curve measurement to explain?
No, it's functionally flat, right? Let me explain this.
Exactly. Welcome to flat Earth.
No, functionally, that doesn't mean it is flat. I'm saying that in a 3 mile radius, you have to try and understand these words. They're not big words. 3 syllables. I'm sure you can do it.
So my friend 3 miles away from the 3 miles, is his ground flat as well? That's 6 miles.
They're functionally flat because the dip.
Okay, so the three friends that are 3 miles apart, that's 9 fucking miles. Is that 9 miles of flatness, mate?
Oh my fucking god! I'm just not going to talk to you if you're going to be a little retard like this, mate.
Yeah. So your curve is flat, basically. Is that what you're saying? Your curve's flat.
Not going to engage with you, mate.
Yeah. Yeah, nice. Welcome to flat Earth.
Have you seen the thing where you take a hexagon,
stuttering globe,
and extra sides, you extra sides, and you add extra sides, right? So when you make a circle and you zoom into it, and you see lots and lots of little flats, that's what this guy's talking about. He's got these little 3 mile discs that all stick together, and you kind of
So he's got lots of flat Earths. He's got lots of flat Earths to measure. Then, yeah.
Well, no, the point is, right? In a
That
3
you've not
mile,
got
in a 3 mile radius around you, right?
It can flatten out. Fuckwit.
Pretty much, yeah. In a 3 mile radius around you, the dip at the end of that radius, right, or the end of that circle that we're measuring, compared to another end of the circle we're measuring, is very, very small. So for the intents and purposes of measuring angles, we are functionally flat in that regard, and we can still take an angle from the point which we are standing.
So you're not measuring curvature then?
Oh my god, yeah, because latitude's not there to measure curvature, it's to measure your fucking place on the earth.
So you're measuring flat?
No, we're not. It's not it's a false dichotomy that you're giving me here.
Right. So are you measuring curvature? Are you measuring curvature, or you're measuring your 3 mile?
It's like trying to have a physics conversation with a toddler. We're not going to get anywhere because you just don't understand basic concepts.
No, I'm trying to get to your point. So are you measuring curvature, or are you measuring flatness? Which one are you doing?
Neither. We're measuring the latitude.
Fucking hell.
Latitude is a flat Earth elevation angle measurement, mate.
The more you repeat that, the less true it becomes.
No, the more I repeat it, the more you don't like it.
Yeah, you brought up angles.
Because it's incorrect. I know I brought up
you
angles.
brought up angles.
I'm well aware of what I brought up. What does that have to do with anything?
Yeah, so we want to hear about curvature, not angles.
What?
I talk about. Listen, Bradford. I talk about angles. I talk about elevation. I talk about latitude being an elevation angle to and from Polaris when I'm explaining flat Earth.
I'm literally going to have to get...
2 seconds. 2 seconds.
Why would I let you finish when you've not? Wait, you've not let me finish. No, you've not let me finish once. Why would I give you the same diligence?
Listen, dickhead. That's my flat Earth.
Let me finish. Fucking
cunt. God, how old are you? You're in the gaming still. Listen, that's my flat Earth proof. Where's your globe proof?
And then then somebody else is talking, you're like, oh, let me talk.
Go on.
Dude.
That was my proof of flat Earth. Where's your globe curvature measurement proof?
I'm not going to answer because the moderator's he's holding a double standard.
Right, Shadow in the Dark's trying to tag himself in anyways, so that's fine. Take a breather, Brexit.
I will. But anyway, whoever's moderating, I hope you get raped. Sincerely hope.
What the fuck? Don't say that, man.
No, that's lovely. That.
I hope you get raped. That's retarded.
That's right.
Listen, dickhead. Listen. Latitude. Listen, I've explained how Earth's flat and how it's measured. Now you explain how curvature's measured. Go.
Who are you talking to?
Hello, Glober.
There we go. No, until the moderator starts pitching us the same standard, I'm not going to engage.
Yeah. So I've explained elevation angles to and from.
Fuck all.
Yeah. That's latitude on the maps that you can navigate with, right? That's elevation angles, all angles, 2 straight lines, horizontal, sea level. Now it's your turn to explain how.
Okay, right. I'm gonna explain this once and once only, and then I'm not going to continue engaging, right? Because again, the moderators are holding a wrong standard, right? So I will explain. Right, so if you want to know,
3 minutes. We'll give you 3 minutes to explain curvature measurement.
Sure. Well, no, you'll give me as long as I need, right? I'm not giving you any time limitation.
Go on then. Go on.
Right.
The floor's yours. There's the mic.
So please watch the screen that I'm sharing. This is going to require a physical demonstration.
Oh, that's lame. Fucking explain yourself better.
Well, no,
Let him show. Yeah, you show. We watch.
Right. So, say we've got the Earth, right, and there's a slight curve, for example, right? If I'm here, if I'm here, and the North Star's here, right? North Star here, right? Little man here, right? Wonderful. I'm really shit at drawing, so please forgive me, especially on a mouse, right? You can still measure. If we get a straight line here, the relative angle to the North Star, even on a curved surface, because the curve, the curve index, I suppose you call it, is that little compared from, like, if you compare this point right here to this point right here, the curve between the 2 points is that small that measuring an angle still functionally gives you the correct angle that you can work with. It's going to be ever so slightly off from what it would be if it was a truly flat plane.
But it's not so small as you do. It's not so small as you do. If we take pictures from the universe, right, from space, from the IIS, for example, from 150 kilometers, then the curvature would be big enough to obviously have a difference if you laser down.
No, so it wouldn't. But that's irrelevant. That's completely irrelevant.
If you laser from the ISS to the Earth, and you laser 20 kilometer distance left and right, then obviously you would have a distance in the response.
So
But the-
in your little drawing there, mate, if the angle to that sun that you've draw a vertical line to the GP from the sun.
Or a vertical line to the GP. Or we don't.
Yeah.
Or what does that
Straight
mean?
down. Go up to the sun.
Yes, straight down, straight down. Just
Go up
from
to the
top
sun.
to the straight down.
Okay. Well,
You
we
see
don't
the
have
sun.
Right. We'll draw a little sun.
The one. No, the one you've already.
That's the North
Shut up.
Star. That's the North Star. Okay.
Yeah. The North
Go
Star.
straight
Draw a
down.
vertical. Shut up, mate. Draw a vertical line down. Right, and then draw a line across to you again on the baseline. Now, what's the distance between the GP and you? At a 50-degree
It
angle.
doesn't care. The left and the right lines are different lengths.
So is that a straight baseline?
What my bloody goat? I did not know this shit. You were so loud.
Is that a straight? Is that a triangle, mate? Is that a triangle?
Yes, that's a triangle.
Yeah. So where's the curvature?
The curvature's here, as we can see.
Triangles don't have curvature, mate.
Yeah, but we're not. the line isn't representing the surface of the Earth. It's a line that I've just drawn.
There's 3,000 miles between the GP and yourself. Is that a straight line or a curved line?
The surface is a curve. The line that I've just drawn is straight.
So it's an elevation angle, yeah?
Sure.
So is an elevation angle
Could I
curved?
break in here for a sec? Guys, just hang on for a sec. I need Gothic Girl there to turn off her camera. You're taking away the number of people that can join the room when your camera is on. So would you please turn your camera off or we will have to remove you from the call.
Yeah. So again, so the distance between the observer and the GP at sea level, yeah, using the baseline for the elevation angle can be in the region of 5,000 miles, and that will be a straight line.
Sure, but that doesn't mean that the surface is straight. It means the line between you and the point that you are. No, it doesn't.
Unfortunately
No,
for
it
you,
doesn't. It
you're
doesn't.
incorrect. Is it an elevation angle? Or is it gone? Yeah. Curved triangles and all that. See you later.
Yeah. I went through the same thing with him yesterday there one deck, and he just doesn't understand where latitude lines come from. He just thinks they're just there and has no clue how they were derived.
Latitude lines.
The thing is, he does know how they're derived because he was explaining it, because he said, you know, the curve is flat. And he knows he needs it to be flat. If he didn't need the flatness, he'd be explaining how it's measured using curvature. And he can't do that because you're using an elevation angle measuring tool, yeah, which is two straight lines. And the distance between the GP and the observer at its maximum distance could be 5,000 miles. And that's just the radius, not a diameter.
The distance between...
And that's a problem for them.
Yeah,
the distance
it's a big
between
problem.
Polaris is not a good argument because Polaris is also moving. You need a stationary point to measure an angle or a distance.
Yeah, so we're measuring angles though, aren't we?
That doesn't
not measuring
matter
curvature.
since
we're
you're
not
actually
measuring
measuring
curvature.
the movement.
Okay, yeah, Polaris is moving. Are we measuring curvature?
No, you're actually measuring the movement of Polaris in relation to
So
us.
on the ground position of the sun, back to the observer, 5,000 miles, is that a straight line or curved?
The what? Can you repeat?
The GP of the sun, back to the observer, 5,000 miles, is it a curved line or a straight line at sea level?
What are you talking about?
The elevation angle between the GP and the observer at sea level, the distance between them, 60 nautical miles per degree. 5,000 miles it can be. Is it straight or is it curved?
Curved.
So how did you get the elevation angle?
What are you talking about? The Earth is rotating around
Elevation angles and the distance between the GP and the observer at sea level, 5,000 miles. Is it a straight line or is it curved?
the angle between the Grand Polaris and some point on Earth?
The GP, yeah, the GP and the observer, 5,000 miles. Is it a straight line or is it curved at sea level?
think he jumped into the deep end.
Sorry, I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm talking
he
about
jumped into the
elevation
deep end.
angles. I'm talking about elevation angles, celestial navigation, and measuring the Earth flat. Have you got any evidence of measuring curvature that you can talk about?
I can measure it with my eyes.
Yeah, please explain how you do that.
I just watch a ship's hull disappear when it's traveling far away from the coastline.
Yeah. So what was your measurement? How did you get your measurement?
Well, what if that when you said far away?
It's an
What if that
indirect
happens up
measurement.
close?
It's an indirect measurement since I can see that.
So it's not a
I
measurement
don't
then.
see everything of the boat. It's a simple conclusion that.
What was the
hull
distance to the
disappearing
boat?
means
What
that
was the
it's curving
distance to the
around.
boat? What was the distance to the
simple
boat?
conclusion. Sounds
Well,
anything
I
but
don't know the
simple.
exact distance. I don't have some tool in
So
my
it's
eye
not a
that can
measurement
show
then.
me the
So it's
the
not a
distance.
measurement. It's an observation. You're lying.
Yeah, it's an observation.
Not a measurement then.
Yeah, but that doesn't actually care. Actually care.
Yeah. Well,
That
we're
does
talking
not
about how
change
the
the
Earth's
fact
measured
that it's a
flat.
valid.
Yeah. So
valid
do you know how
proof.
how's latitude measured on the globe?
Latitude, it's the scaling upside down, like around the equator, up and down.
Yeah. So how's it measured? Who measured it? What tool do you use to measure latitude on your globe?
Measure latitude.
On your globe, how's latitude measured? Simple question for a glober. Answer the question.
Well, I don't know how it's measured.
Well, I suggest you go and do some revision and come back when you know what you're talking about, mate.
I can just look it up.
Degrees.
Yeah. Is it a curvature measurement, latitude?
Yeah, it is.
And what tools used to measure the curvature?
You don't use a tool. You know that there is the North Pole and the South Pole and the equator, which indicates
Latitude,
the longest.
latitude from Polaris, nothing to do with your South Pole and your imagination. How's latitude measured? What tool is used to measure the distance? What tool is used on your globe? A wakey wakey. Give your head a shaky.
Latitude are all they're all parallel.
You can't parallel.
circles or something.
That's not curvature. Parallel, is it?
It can be.
Parallel's curvature, is it?
Since we're moving from the North Pole.
Have
to
we
the
got a
South Pole, I'm
definition of
measuring
parallel? Can you give me a definition of parallel?
Yeah, 1 second.
Parallel curved lines. That's awesome.
Two lines
Side
of
by
grass
side, having
following
the
the
same
same
distance
direction and not touching each other.
Sorry, I can't hear you. Sorry.
A line,
two
plane,
lines of
surface,
grass
or
or
object
whatever
side by side.
moving in the same direction without touching each other.
Say that again, mate.
Lines, planes, surfaces, or objects.
And this is, are you saying this is a definition of parallel?
You're talking to two different
The line of
guys.
each. The
I'm
line
talking
of
to
each
two different
latitude.
people.
Yeah, no, I muted Sparata because he was sporadic.
Yeah. So yeah. So
every latitude angle you measure is
latitude angle. Did you say angle? Did you say? Excuse me. Did you say angle?
Yeah.
Then
angle.
Well, you can't use the word angle when you're describing curvature.
I can.
No, you can't because it's got nothing to do with it.
I can use
No,
an
well,
angle.
So, do you know what an angle is?
Yeah, I know what an angle is.
What is it?
I don't know. How can I tell you?
You said you knew what it was. Tell me what it is.
Why are you asking for the definition of an angle? Don't you know what an angle
Because
is?
you just said latitude is measured with angles. You said it was an angle measurement. I'm saying welcome
Yeah,
to
it is
flat
an
Earth.
angle measurement. It's an angle measurement from the equator to the North and South Pole.
Yeah, So is it a curvature measurement or an angle measurement?
Yes, it is. It is a curvature and angle measurement.
Well, is an angle curved or is it an angle?
What are you talking about? The angle.
What's an
the
angle?
indicates at which point we are. At which point the latitude is in relation to the equator.
So is the angle a curve or is an angle two straight lines?
The angle is in relation to the core, the center of the planet.
I don't know. 0 degree would mean you're in the middle of the planet.
Yeah, so
Yes.
a degree is an angle measurement, mate. Two straight lines. You're trying to describe curvature.
It's just showing the relation between north and south, like north.
No,
and
so
middle.
how? No, you're going off subject, mate. I'm asking you, how do you measure curvature? You said it was an angle measurement. I'm telling you, an angle measurement is nothing to do with curvature.
Well, you asked for latitude, so I'm explaining it to you.
Yeah, and you said it was an angle measurement, and I said, "Welcome to flat Earth."
No, it being an
What are you
angle
yapping?
doesn't make it flat.
Does it make it curved?
Yeah.
How?
What's your specific question? I can answer that.
I don't know what he's trying to say.
I'm saying, how do you measure latitude? How do you measure curvature to get latitude?
You actually know that
So
a
you
circle
take-
also
you ta-
has
no, no.
360 degrees.
Is it two
So
people
start-
talking or one? Who are we talking to?
Evil
we
and
talking
somebody
to?
else.
Right.
Who do you want to talk to?
latitude. Yeah, latitude is latitude a globe measurement on your globe?
It is.
Yes or no? Is it on the globe?
Yes.
How's it measured? How's the globe measurement measured? The globe measurement.
In degrees.
That's an angle, mate. Two straight lines.
Yep, it is an angle. You're correct.
So it's nothing to do with curvature then.
It has everything to do with curvature.
So what's two straight lines got to do with curvature? Please explain.
Two
Let's put it
lines.
this way. How much
Wait,
curvature-
let me finish. So you take from the center of the planet.
So when
you
you say the center
you
of the
measure
planet, hang on. When you say the center of the planet, what do you mean?
So you take it from the center of the planet. Do you know what the center
Where-
of like a sphere would be? It would be
No.
like towards the.
Who's ever
the
been
center.
there? How do you get?
Yeah, you're
Nobody's
going-
ever been there to take a measurement.
Are we
You're
measuring the
dipping into
surface? Are we,
imagination.
If you know,
are we measuring-
if you know the dimensions of the sphere, you know where the center is.
No, we're trying to
That's what we're
prove the
trying to
shape of
figure
the
out.
Earth. Excuse me, mate. We're trying to figure out the shape of the Earth. You're going to the
Okay.
center of a sphere that you've never been to and you can't get to. So, how is the surface? Is latitude on the surface of the globe? Yes or no?
Yep,
How's it measured?
in degrees.
That's an angle measurement, two straight lines, not curvature.
It is a measure of curvature because you're measuring
No,
from
two-
the center of the Earth. If you know the
No,
dimensions,
you're not. We're on the
Alright, so-
surface of Earth. We're on
Okay,
the surface of
hang on.
Earth, not
Oh,
the
wait.
center.
Stop here
Let me.
for a second.
Can I finish?
How about you tell us how much curvature is in a 45-degree angle? Can you tell us that right now?
Well, what are you
Uh,
yapping?
I'm not sure, but what I do know is that latitude is derived from the degrees from the center of the Earth in relation to the North Pole, or I guess the South Pole if you're in the opposite way.
The radius value, how was that measured?
Oh, you just
If you
divide
take-
it by.
Do you know how to calculate the dimensions of a sphere?
How would you do that in
Dimensions
reality?
Of a
On Earth,
sphere.
with the radius that you're assuming you have.
So
Yeah, where did you get the numbers that you're plugging in? Is the question. Or are you just putting the cart before the horse like the last guy?
So if you
Presupposing planet, we're on a ball.
before I continue, I also recognizing that the Earth is not a perfect sphere; it's an oblate spheroid.
That's
with that
funny.
in
All,
mind,
all the pictures from space look like billiards balls, but go on.
It's measured
Okay.
flat, mate. Latitude is a flat Earth elevation
Mom
angle
cities
measurement.
also
It's
look
not
like billiard
curved.
That's not. So if you know the circumference of the Earth,
It's not got a circumference, mate. It's measured flat.
Yeah, that's a big if.
yeah, if you measure
Let's start with
the
F.
circumference,
No, you're measuring latitude. It's a flat Earth measurement, mate, to and from Polaris using the sea level. It's got nothing to do with curvature.
Yeah, you do. You take it from the center and get in relative
You don't.
to the north
Nobody's
or
been to the
south pole.
center of Earth, mate. Nobody's been to the center of
You
Earth.
don't. So wait. Let me finish. If I have a ball, let's say.
If
you haven't got a ball, mate,
I can
no,
calculate.
you've not got a ball. You've not got a ball.
See, this is
You've not got
fucked
a
up.
spherical Earth. What you've got
Sparta-
is a sea.
Yeah, hold
Listen,
on,
I'll
one
tell you
deck.
what you've got. Listen, mate, I'll tell you one time
Yeah,
only.
one deck.
What
Hold
you've
on.
got is
One
a
deck,
sea
hold on.
sextant. Sorry,
One
mate.
deck. Hold on. What happened here? You let Hevel escape. This guy came in, popped smoke for Hevel, and now he left the call. So like this is like, I don't know. Maybe just move on to the next caller. But you like don't try. Like sometimes you'll get a squawker, and it's just better to ignore the squawker.
Well, that's why the mods are here, isn't it?
Well, yeah, but I mean, like, you don't want to mute someone who's just squawking, because sometimes once you don't ignore them, they just leave on their own.
I don't know who's talking half the time, mate. All I'm talking about is elevation angles, and latitude, and there's
Oh,
people
I see.
jumping in. And yeah, no, but I know what you
You're
mean.
taking on the
No, I'm
group.
thinking-
You're getting triple teamed.
yeah,
Oh, the other
yeah.
guy was
Well,
being
I know,
retarded.
but I'll take triple team. I'm not bothered. I'll take them all on. Because they can't. They all want a flat curve, don't they? They all need a flat curve. They want the curve to be flat to get the elevation angle, and they're all admitting that. The guy drew a fucking drawing of it. He's got a little curve, and he had a straight line to the angle, and he needed the elevation angle, and he needed a flat baseline. They're showing you that it's flat. They're telling you it's flat, locally flat. We're measuring it flat, but it's not flat really. It's curved. Oh, really? They're telling you it's measured flat. That's what they do. And you've got to point it out to them. When they describe how curvature is measured, they measure in angles. That's every one of them has said it. And when you tell them an angle's two straight lines, they say, well, it's not.
It is
And you go
two
into
straight lines.
Yeah. Then you go into La La Land, global La La Land.
Yeah, if.
It's funny. It amuses me.
Hey, Nathan Oakley wannabe, how you been, man?
I like listening to globers trying to describe angles as curves.
Are you still playing the old tired Nathan Oakley playbook or what?
Because everybody knows what an angle is. Two straight lines. Unless you're a glober, then the two straight lines have got to be curved.
No, yeah, when we say horizontal,
Oh, come on,
the
nuclear. Don't be a Jekyll clone.
it's a good day on the spinning water ball chasing a dying star. It's a good day.
Listen, mate. If somebody can come in, mate, if somebody can come in and really explain how latitude's measured and what tools used, go for it.
Latitude is measured as the angle from the equator to the Earth's center to your position on the Earth's surface. It is pressed as degrees north or south of the equator with the poles at latitude of 90.
Dude, you don't
So how
have
did you
the
get?
Earth center, so you lost that one.
Yeah. So how did you get to the center of Earth, mate?
You calculate the circumference of the Earth by measuring it, and then you
So
do a reverse.
Yeah.
Go
Leo,
ahead.
how did you get? How do you measure 1 degree of latitude? What tool do you use?
Let me Google real quick. Give me a second.
What
So
tool do you use?
To measure the degree?
Yeah, to measure an angle. What tool are you using?
Let me Google
So you
it
take
real
the
quick.
relation. So if we're agreeing, like if we're saying that we're starting the measurement of degrees at 0 is at the equator, you take either the north or the south pole, and you measure in whatever unit of measuring you want from the distance from the equator to the very north of the or south of the Earth, and then you divide that equally into 90 equal sections.
Can I ask you a question?
And 1 degree would be the first section.
I get you. So let me just stop you there. So
how do we know the distance to the equator in the first place?
How do you know the distance? You measure it.
And where was the starting point? Was it from the zenith of Polaris?
Talking about the North Star?
Yeah. So when you're underneath Polaris in your dinghy, what angle measurement is that?
Yeah, I don't know enough about astrology, so.
Yeah, so if you're in your dinghy at sea and you're looking up and Polaris is just above your head and you've got your sextant, what would the angle measurement be?
Like I said, I don't know enough about astrology.
I'll tell you what it'll be. Yeah, no, it's not astrology. It'll be a 90-degree angle. That's directly underneath Polaris. And as you move away slowly, yeah, with your sextant at sea level, and you start moving away, and Polaris is appearing to drop in the sky and touch the horizon, then you get to a point where you can't get an angle measurement from it, and it's 0 degrees. That's how the equator line come into existence. Yeah. So you needed a flat Earth elevation angle in the first instance to get the equator. Now you're starting with the equator and explaining the measurement to the center of some make-believe globe, where the equator line was measured from 90 degrees starting point from Polaris, working back to no longer angle at 0 degrees to get to that point. So stop skipping past angles. Do you get me?
No, not really.
No, because you've got to say an angle's curved, don't you, mate?
No.
Okay. Let me put it another way. Is latitude on the globe? Is it wrapped around the globe? Do you know what latitude is?
Yes.
Is it on the globe?
Yes.
Is it a globe measurement?
Define what you mean by that.
Well, I'm asking you, is it on the globe? Yes, you said yes, so it must be a globe measurement, correct?
I guess in terms of like degrees, then it's sure.
If you live on a globe, do you know what
It's not
latitude
a unit of measurement, I guess.
Yeah,
I'm not sure. I don't think I would say
is
that.
is latitude associated with the globe? Yes or no?
Yes.
How is it measured?
In degrees.
And what tool are you using?
What tool?
Yes.
Like physical object?
Like to measure the distance of your latitude lines on your globe for the degree, which is an angle measurement. What tool are you using to measure curvature?
I think you just measure distance because all you need is the circumference.
What piece of equipment in your hand is measuring curvature?
Well, the tool isn't. You don't have a tool that you don't need to measure the curvature by use of a tool.
So how
you just need to measure the down.
So how did you get latitude on the globe then? How was it measured?
Because you just need the circumference of the Earth to measure.
So how did you get that then? What tool did you use for that?
Any measurement of distance.
Yeah, and what tool are you using to measure curvature?
Math.
No, that's not a tool.
It is.
No, it's not.
If you're measuring the circumference of the planet,
math is not a tool. It's not a piece of equipment.
This is no presupposed planet.
Yeah. So
do you consider wishful thinking a tool?
What tool are you using to measure curvature? 5 times I've asked you.
Let me just do a little bit more research, and then I'll get back to you.
I suggest you do, mate. Yeah, and you'll be coming back with a C sextant, which measures angles. See you later, bro. Next.
That's 2 in a row.
2 in a row for what? I'm curious.
For not being able to describe how curvature is measured on latitude around the globe that you think you live on.
Okay.
Yeah.
Not being able to describe. I mean, I described it. I just don't know how to prove it. Far.
Go and do your research, like you said, and then come back tomorrow.
I am. I can talk.
Yeah, that's kind of the crux of the whole thing.
Latitude. It's a killer, isn't it, Globers? Fucking killer. I'll go quiet when you talk about latitude.
I mean, maybe he can work it out. I mean, he doesn't have to shut up. I mean, he's not an anti-flat earther. He seems semi-reasonable, so maybe he's able to have some humility. That's the problem with the conversations in here. They derail because they're so sure of this globe, and I don't blame them for being so sure, because weren't we all? But yeah, if you have a little bit of humility, the conversation can continue.
Yep. Yeah, I agree. Let it continue then.
Well, no, I was just kind of talking to Spratata, saying he doesn't have to go bye-bye.
Well, he said he needed to do more research.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, I was just saying.
He might have to do a bit more research. It is difficult, like you say. If you've been like doctrinated that you live on a globe, yeah, and you've got your latitude lines around the globe for mapping around the sphere, then they must have been measured spherically. So, in their world, we're just asking, how was it measured? I know that.
Oh yeah, I already chalked it up. 2 in a row. I was just. Yeah, it's nice that he's not a total fly off the handle anti-flat earther. For
well,
once.
I hope I didn't come. I apologise if I come across a little bit strong.
No. I'm the last person to tone police anyone. No, I wasn't being critical. I guess I was just fearing dead air.
Yeah. No worries. Anybody else got any glow proof in the room? Just like to get off the chest. When you do start describing how you live on a globe and how it's measured, you won't be using the word angle. You won't be using the word sea level. You won't be using the word horizontal. You won't be using theodolite. You won't be using sea sextant. You won't be using parallel, plumb, perpendicular, flat. In fact, you won't even be using up or down. Because these words have got nothing to do with curvature. So when you start talking about curvature, we don't want to listen to them words, because that's the words we use when we're explaining how Earth is measured flat. That's our rhetoric. So you stay away from them words. They're flat Earth words, flat Earth descriptions. We need to listen to some curvature words and tools that measure curvature. That's what we're looking for. That's what we're searching for. And we have been for many years. But nothing's coming up. Because when we do get in touch with a glober and they try to explain curvature, they start talking about angles, elevation angles, horizontal lines, sea level, sea sextants, horizons, tangent lines, which has got nothing to do with curvature whatsoever. And I'll keep pointing that out to any glober who mentions these words. They're my words. They're flat earthers' words. You're barred from them words.
Yeah, how did that begin with Spratata? Because it seemed like he picked up, somehow he got into the conversation. Okay. Yeah, it's all those, they realize all those things, angles, flat, level, and then the cognis kicks in, or whatever it is, I guess, and they say if we're on a ball. But yeah, that's the whole...
They take you to imagine you've got a sphere and you're an ant. And no, we're not talking about that. We're asking, is latitude on the globe? Yes or no? Yes, it is. Is it? It must be something to do with curvature then. So how was it measured? Then they'll start talking about angles, which has got nothing to do with curvature. And then you ask them what tool are they using to measure curvature, and they'll say a theodolite or a sextant, which is a elevation angle measuring tool, which has got nothing to do with curvature. So they start talking like flat earthers, explaining how Earth's measured flat, when they're trying to describe how the globe is measured. And that's what happens. This happens all the time. Just say latitude. Is it on a globe? Yes, it is. Okay, how's it measured? That guy went to the centre of Earth. I mean, that's ridiculous. You go to the centre of Earth to measure the surface of Earth? Don't think so, pal. Anyway. I've had my little rant. I love you all. I'm going to go in peace. See you later.
Yeah, take care, One Deck. See you next time.
Hey, when is that one guy who left? When does he usually get on?
What's that?
The guy that I was talking to earlier, the English guy. I don't remember his name.
You mean the Jedi?
The guy from the UK.
A lot of people from UK.
One Deck, you were just speaking.
Crypto.
Yeah, The guy that was talking about the sextant. I just want to make sure.
Oh,
It's one day.
One day.
One deck.
One
Like
deck,
one-
not
one
not nice flat deck. One flat deck. Yeah.
As it sounds, man. One deck. Yeah.
Okay. What time does it usually get on?
I don't know. Depends.
Okay.
Comes
It was just here.
Nine.
He probably would have stayed. He probably would have stayed if you, if there wasn't the gap of silence. Why are you making a time chart, or did you have something to ask him?
I just want to know a good time to come back and talk with him specifically.
You want to talk about the globe?
Not at this moment, but
With him, I mean.
yeah.
So do you have any questions, or you don't want to talk to other players here? That's in this VC.
No, I'm just saying, like, if I leave now, like, what would be a good time to come back once I have a good formulated argument?
Anytime. We're here 24/7.
What's up, y'all?
Yo, what's up, Alpha? What's up, everyone else? Did you finally get
The guy wanted.
Did you finally get off X last night, mate? You were on there for hours. How'd it go?
Dude, it was so amazing. We had the best time, me and APOC.
Yeah, sorry I couldn't stick around forever, man. I was just getting too tired. I ended up falling asleep at one point.
Did anybody end up coming on?
Oh yeah, you could say that. We had Red Rhetoric come on.
Yeah, Red Rhetoric. Some scientist guy from CERN as well. That was interesting.
Yeah, if you want to, I can drop the link and you can listen to the recording. It's 7 hours long, so you could skim through it and kind of see the highlights.
Yeah, it was like 3 o'clock in the morning when I left. For me.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna like on my days off. I'm gonna see if I can just keep plugging away and making more content. I was thinking about getting on earlier, but I don't know. I want to leave a little bit of time in between to see what kind of audience we're gonna get. I'm trying to get the night crowd, or at least get people used to us being on at night.
Oh, I've been noticing you, Alf. You've been doing some streams or something like that in Twitter, like X. How's that going?
Yeah, really well actually. This was
You
our
have a lot
second.
of Globe Zealots flocking up.
Dude, I mean, last night we had Red's Rhetoric come in, and some physicist who's a teacher from CERN. Yeah, you guys. I'm saying it's a
Alright.
different audience. So
Yeah,
I can have two co-hosts, and I can have at least 10 people up on the speaker panel, and everybody else is a listener. So people raise their hands and come on stage. It's like Discord, the stage feature, kind of
Yeah,
like
yeah.
that. But
Oh, that's cool.
but it's open to the public, so it's like a revolving door. People come in and out of it, and so you could get like a space that's packed in with hundreds, if not 1,000 people, in there listening.
Veritas.
It's very nice. Good to hear.
Hey, what's up, man?
What's going on, dog? How you been? I haven't seen you do your shellangling, whatever the hell you call it, in a while. Shellacking?
Shellacking. Was that Matt? That's
Yeah,
because
it's Matt.
you're too busy being a normie, dude. You're not. You're trying to be a perpetrator, man. I'm trying to get you out of that mentality, but you don't. You seem to enjoy it, so I'm just
I haven't been in here that much recently. I mean, I've been in the Globe server as well, because there's like a Globe server now and stuff, so a lot of Globers on that server.
Yeah, so you're hanging out with the lames once again, like I said before.
The echo chamber.
I mean, if you call, well, it's actually not an echo chamber though. We have like a bunch of flat earthers in there. A few of us in there. Gregory's been debating in there as well.
Yeah, that's cool. But we're doing something on X right now, so that usually happens probably when you're sleeping, because we do it overnight if you're in America. So anywhere from 10 o'clock Central Time to about 6 in the morning Central Time. So I don't know where you are in the States, but yeah, that's about the time we do it.
What have y'all been doing on X?
We're just opening up a panel and doing provocative topics like we normally do. And just having random people come in there. Dude, we got some... You know how there's baby Globers? These guys are infant Globers. Yeah, because all I do is basically they come in here and they raise their hand like they want to speak, and they come up and they first start trolling. You know how it is. They're trying to get used to the forum, and I'm like, yeah, go ahead. Tell us how you have your evidence of the Earth being a globe, and then substantiate it with the claim and then the evidence, and then they come up to the stage and they got nothing, bro. They just sit there and just complain about the forum, and it's pretty funny.
One guy was saying that the floors in the apartment building were built to the curve of the earth.
Yeah, you ain't even heard. That's not even a half of it, man. So yeah, we gotta take our show on the road. We gotta.
Yeah, you guys are you gotta build the platform, man.
Yeah, once we get established, then 24/7 is gonna all be able to move in there, and then everyone's gonna be able to create a name for themselves. Because what X is as people hear you speak, they can click on your profile, and they can visit your profile, and then if you're someone who speaks well, then Apocryphon's getting a whole bunch of people following him because he's been my co-host for the past 2 nights.
Oh,
so he's getting a bunch of follows on his account. So from last week till today, the 2 streams that we did, they're about 7 to 8 hours long, and I've got like 84 followers so far on my profile.
Yeah, I mean X. It's the best time to go on X because it's now free speech X. Because Twitter was censoring
Yeah.
people, or Elon owned it. So free speech
So
X.
long as you're not being a douchebag, they're not gonna
Yeah.
cancel you and shit.
Yeah, that's the beauty of it being owned by Elon Musk. That's interesting, though.
Yeah. And so, if you want to participate, just go on, man. We're gonna be on tonight, so.
Is it going to be you and Apocryphon?
Well, whoever, any one of the 24/7 team, I can co-host them. Like whoever,
Did you
because I can
start it
only
up?
have 2 co-hosts. Huh?
Did you start it up?
No, I mean, yeah. I mean, I just, because I've been planning to do it, but I'm just like, you know what? Let me just go ahead and just start now, and then later on, I'm gonna just get it better and better. So like when you click
'Cause I
on my
remember-
profile.
Yeah, because I remember you told me that you wanted to start like some sort of a podcast or something like that a while ago. You remember that?
Yeah, so it's begun. Now, these 2
Yeah.
recordings that I have right now, you could click on them and go through them in my profile, so they're saved now. So now I have like an archive on my page, and it's done automatically. And what the beauty of X is, you don't have to mess around with a whole bunch of stuff. It just automatically like saves them to your profile.
Yeah. That's interesting.
And furthermore, I'm probably gonna get the verified check. Just pay for it. I'm gonna do the whole year. Yeah.
Yeah, because Elon Musk made it so you buy the verified check. A bunch of people run around with it now.
Yeah, it's not just people who. It's like the How did they do it? It was kind of weird the way they had it to get a blue check mark. They made it really hard for you to get.
You had to be popular or something. You had to be popular or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
I think that's always how it works, right?
He changed it, man. He kind of did a whole refresh or rebrand. The only thing I have there's something I do have to say against it is that the audio quality is like garbage, dude. Like there's glitches, people drop in and out. Like there's double mutes happening. Like because when I mute everyone button and then I unmute, it does like a double mute. Like it doesn't allow people to unmute or something. Like it keeps them muted until like it's stupid. Like a lot of, and then the direct messaging, if it's by default, it's only set to like allow for only your friends to message you. So you have to uncheck that and put allow for everyone. So yeah, there's a bit of like stuff that you have to know about it when you get in there.
I remember even Trump was struggling when he did the live stream with Elon Musk. He was even struggling. They had like some connection problems and stuff. So that's just the thing with it, I guess.
Yeah, we about to be big time, man, on X. I'm telling you. But
You're
they
gonna have
got
a lot of people fighting with you.
it's good. I like it. They got the level heads over there. We got they're I guess right now the one of the biggest flat Earth groups because they get like hundreds if not thousands of people in their streams in their spaces. But I guess Red saw that I was on because I hashtag flat Earth on my title, and the algorithm kind of favors it. Like if you're looking for flat Earth content, if you use hashtags, like it draws in the algorithm. So people looking for flat Earth content.
Shut your corny ass up.
Shut up, girl.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you don't know who he's
hold
talking to, does he?
Yeah. You don't know who you're talking to either, little bro. Chill.
No, you're a scrub, bro. Ain't nobody
You're about
trying
to
to
get
talk to you.
No. I'm rich, little bro.
You're rich. Yeah, rich in what?
Yeah. I'm rich in Roblox, little bro.
Roblox. I didn't wait.
Yeah,
You're a clown, bro.
little bro.
All right, so let's see if you have what it takes to have an intellectual conversation.
All
You
right,
able to
little
do
bro.
that?
Yeah, little bro.
All right, so give me some evidence for the Earth being a globe.
Time zones, little bro.
Time zones.
Up, Mike.
Exactly, little bro.
I'll let somebody else handle my light work.
This is Big Bone. Is that you, Little Bone?
Bro's too afraid to debate with the goat. I see.
The
Happens all the
goat.
time. Happens all the time. Don't worry.
There's nothing goat about you, man.
It's okay.
Bro, you brought
I
up
get- I
time
get it. You're
zones,
scared,
man.
you're
Fuck.
scared.
Time zones.
Ducking the goat, man.
I don't
Yeah,
think
Lil Bro's
so.
just
All
scared.
right, so with time, yeah, let's talk about it if you want to. Let's see. With time zones, how can you tell me that the Earth is a geometric shape?
The day and night cycle.
What about it?
So like it's probably like 3 a.m. in like Australia right now, and it's 3 p.m. in Eastern Standard Time in the United States.
Yeah,
But
and
obviously, as you would probably not know, because you're messing with the wrong goat. There's a sunrise and sunset, which you probably wouldn't know about because you're debating with the goat right now. But
all right,
if
so
you like go to
sunrise
the
and
west or the east, you'll see like a difference. Like in California, it's like school's still going right now in Cali, but in like Chicago, Michigan, New York, it's after school time, bro.
all right,
Yo,
so
yo,
thank
yo,
you for
Jedi,
all
can you
of
be
that
quiet, little bro?
information. Thank you for all that information. Now, can you tell me how that tells us that the Earth is a geometric shape and oblate spheroid?
Oh my days, not this one again. Bro's like heretic, but it's all good, cause
Well,
basically,
you sound like with time zones you're going to tell us how you can determine what a geometric shape is, but I'm waiting for you to actually get to the point.
I know, but it's quite easy to understand that these observations are consistent with the spherical Earth. My bad, I stuttered.
How?
Bro.
How?
Yeah, chillax, little bro. It's all good.
How?
I just explained to you how, little bro. Try again, little bro.
You're just telling me that there's day and night and different places. Well done. I'm glad that you're able to understand that. But how does that tell you that the Earth is a geometric shape?
It wouldn't be possible if the Earth was flat.
What are you talking about?
That's not telling us what it is. That's telling us what it.
I know it's not telling us what to do. Chill out. Stop interrupting me.
Tell us what it is.
Yo, I don't speak British. Stop interrupting me, bro. This is a one-on-one conversation.
Shut up. That's telling us
Chillax.
what it isn't. I want you to tell us what it is.
Yep. Day and night cycles. Go ahead. How can you determine what a geometric shape is because the Earth has day and night cycles?
Actually, I was mainly talking about time zone differences, but it's all good, little bro.
Yeah, but who cares, man? We're talking about the shape of the Earth.
Dude, oh my god, bro. This guy doesn't even know what he's saying right now, chat. That's crazy.
I do, actually, and you don't. So the goat doesn't understand what's being said
Heretic
here.
said like 1 week ago, bro. It's all good.
Can't
But like, if you
understand
go
this
to
thing.
the west or the east,
Street
you
that
cross
is
different
saying.
time zones.
Can you speak proper English? I can't
Yo,
understand.
okay,
the street.
I'll bring up a British example for you, little bro. Stop talking over me, all right? It's all good.
Speak
But, like,
less street.
Okay, when it's noon in New York, right?
Mhm.
It's evening in London, and early morning in Japan, which is crazy facts.
Yeah. And
Nah, but like my variation is due
And?
to like the Earth's curvature and its rotation.
oh,
Simply,
so you want?
yo,
you
little
want
bro, hey, chillax, hey. Stop talking.
And you young guys are something else, man.
Wait,
You young guys.
Goth girl.
You're messing
Goth
with the
girl, how
wrong
old are
person
you?
right now, pal. It's
Hold
all
on,
good,
Goth
though.
girl. How old are you, by the way,
Because
Goth
like
girl?
each part of the world receives sunlight in a different way depending on the time zone, which you probably wouldn't be able to comprehend in your little pea brain. You know what I'm saying? Type shit.
Street rat. Brilliant.
Wait, how old are you, man?
Know what I'm
How old are you,
saying? Know what I'm saying?
Yeah, we don't know what you're saying, little bro. Stop speaking black
What's
and
up?
speak English.
This is what you call a poser. He's not even from the street. He's just a poser. He's a wannabe.
Yeah, I know I'm not from the streets, little bro. I'm from the suburbs.
How old are you, man?
I know that.
Are you like
Know what I'm
15?
saying? I absolutely
guys.
know that.
Yeah, but guys, it's all good though because like
What?
you guys don't understand.
Okay.
Yeah.
You walked away.
Coriolis effect, little bro. Coriolis effect.
You walked
It's all
away
good.
touting a victory, yet you didn't demonstrate how the Earth is a geometric shape due to the fact that you're telling us that day and night cycles happen.
I said it
Which is
3 times,
a
little bro.
non sequitur.
I couldn't make it any less clear.
It's a non sequitur. You know what that means, right?
Yeah, little bro.
You don't know what that means.
It's all good though because on Slime Gang, you know what I'm saying, bro. You don't understand.
Dude, you stop talking like posing. You can, relax, dude. You're nowhere near street.
Do you not know what gang I'm in, bro? I'm Brooklyn Crip. I'm Crip.
Dude,
You know what I'm
you're
saying?
you live in the suburbs, like with your mom, and you're probably in the like 8th grade or something. Who knows?
No, actually, I'm in year 13 now.
I don't.
He
But it's
said
all
a
good
word.
though.
He said a word just a moment ago. He said Coriolis.
Yo, what are you saying?
Dude, just a moment ago.
You're so muffled, bro.
Alright, fuck you, dude. Look, you said Coriolis just a moment ago. Can you explain what that is?
So, okay, it's literally pretty much the exact thing I said earlier. No cap, facts. Literally.
It sounds like a
it's
younger
further
version
proving
of
times-
Matt
wait,
Nickler.
yo. I get you're black.
He
and
does
you're
not
like
sound
saying, oh my
nothing
god,
like
you're a
you, man.
poser. Can you just let me speak? Thank you. Appreciate
Is
it.
that what you were? Was that what you were like when you were 13, Matt?
Absolutely not.
absolutely.
Absolutely not. I was a lot smarter than that.
No,
What's
you're not low, bro.
What's Coriolis? Define it.
Okay, it's like a phenomenon, low, bro. Yo, you're laughing a little bit retarded right now, low, bro. Chill.
Keep going. It's like a phenomenon, little bro. Yeah, keep going.
Little, it's little.
Yeah.
Not little.
Keep
Listen
going.
to T.
This is stalling for time, you fucking street rat. Tell me what
Retired.
Coriolis is.
What is retired? It's retired. Try again.
Yeah, you fucking street
Don't
rat.
speak to me when you learn English, little bro.
Come on, bro. You added another R after before the D. Retired.
Yeah,
So, yeah.
retired.
Oh Lord.
Like what's up, gang? Like that.
Is Coriolis.
You're skipping, bro.
Oh my god, this guy I literally just heard this guy Googling.
Your prayers to God are noted, you little heathen.
You said it's like a phenomena, bro. Awesome. Keep
Yeah,
going.
this guy's literally repeating what I said, bro. This guy's like
Pray to
losing like
God
crazy.
some more.
You said it's like a phenomena, bro. You're gonna need to keep going to define Coriolis. You fucking idiot.
Oh my god, bro.
Then
This guy's not
define
even
it.
understanding the significance right now,
It's
bro.
like a phenomena, bro. Yeah, well done. Keep going.
Yeah, I'm not your bro. Calm down.
Then stop calling me bro, you prick.
Yo, I'm saying bro to the chat right now. Can you stop harassing me?
Yeah, give me the definition of Coriolis a little bit more than it's like a phenomena, bro. Come on, child. Come on, child. Do better.
Wait.
What
Yo, chill.
is Coriolis? What is it?
So, like, basically, like, it works because of, like, the Earth's rotation and, like, it deflects moving objects, like,
No, it doesn't.
And, it has an impact
Sounds
on
like
weather
a fucking
patterns.
retard.
No, this is suburban.
Yeah.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Yeah, dude. You're the one who pranced in on a high horse, so just calm down.
It's a moving object.
No, he wanted to act like a punk, and then he got a punk's response, and then he got upset. So,
Yeah, nobody's
a needle
upset, little
pulling
bro.
thread.
You're a little kid, dude. That's what you are.
Yeah, I'm not a little kid, bro. I'm taller than you.
Yeah,
than you.
little
Calm
kid.
down, little bro.
Right.
It's all
Or
good.
then relax.
It's all good because you're a manlet. It's all good.
It's okay, little kid.
Oh, brother. That's what she said. Now, carry on.
I'm on
Yeah,
street
calm
rat.
down, little bro. You don't want to mess with the goat.
Don't see any
It's
goats.
definitely not a goat.
The
No,
goat
you,
of
you
what?
guys just don't understand it because you guys are new gen to this whole
The
debate. thing.
greatest of what?
It's a bit. I don't see a goat. Bitch, yes. Goat, no.
You're trending towards farmyard animal.
Yeah, so to Goth, you have to earn your goat status. You're not just calling yourself a goat. People call you a goat because you've earned it. You
You
haven't
just called
earned
me a
that
goat. You
status. So
said
you
people call you a
yeah,
goat.
you can't like I said before, you can't be called it if nobody addresses you in that way.
No, you just
He
said people call
learned
me a
from
goat. And I heard
LeBron.
that.
He
You
learned
don't just
from
call yourself
Yeah, he
you don't
learned
just
from
call yourself
LeBron.
a goat.
Yeah, I'm from
People
the Bronx.
acknowledge
Yeah.
that you're a goat. Has anybody acknowledged that you're a goat?
Yeah, you just did. You said people call you a goat.
Oh my god, dude. You're
You said
You're the
people
person.
call
You're
you
the
a goat.
people. You're the people.
So you're saying I have a
Literally,
valid opinion?
yeah, literally
Y'all.
nobody calls you goat. That you're just calling yourself one. You're declaring yourself to be one. You're
You
not
just
one.
called me the
Get over
people,
yourself.
so therefore, from what I am saying, I'm way smarter than you guys. So that's crazy. Facts.
Really, you're
No,
way
I'm
smarter.
telling you what is
No,
the
yeah,
goat
facts.
is when people nominate you as a being a goat, not you declaring yourself as being one. That's bullshit.
Yo, I'm not Russian, so I'm not picking up what you're saying. Can you like get somebody else to translate?
You're not picking up anything.
I'm not picking
That's why
up
you're not a goat.
Yo,
You don't
can somebody
understand
else
any
translate what you
shit.
just
You
said?
didn't understand me. You didn't understand the English guy coming from England.
Huh?
Well,
Yeah,
You sound like a fucking spaz
you
right
don't
now.
understand
Facts.
any shit.
The problem is, you're putting people down without having to engage in the conversation. So that gives you the ability to escape any conversation. That's your mechanism for not having any discussions. That's an easy win for you, isn't it? So that you don't have to have a topic discussion with anyone. You just make fun
I
of
did
people.
with
That's
you,
all
and
you
then you
do.
just started like rambling about something else.
Oh, I'm not rambling.
British
I'm
guy
actually pointing out
interrupted
your
me.
faults. This is the reason why you couldn't be a goat.
That's the only moment where he can talk. It's when he can talk about people. But when you told him to define what
Yo, I
is
never brought
Coriolis
up the people, but
effect,
that
he
was
just
alpha.
started to say, it's,
You can't define it.
yeah, because he can talk.
Yeah, I'm literally talking right now. I'm speaking.
You're
Yeah,
talking,
when
but
you-
you're not saying anything. So if we get back to the topic, are you able to understand the topic? Which is, are you going to tell us how the Earth is a globe? Yes or no?
I already did a couple times.
No, you
actually.
didn't. You just said day and night cycles so far, and day and night cycles in no way tell you the geometric shape of anything.
Whatever. Yep. And I also brought up time zone differences.
So yap.
Sunrise
You're
and
not going to
sunset.
engage, just like I said, sir. You're not going to engage with what I said.
It's Big Papa to you, not sir. Thank you. Speak on my name correctly. And also, I also brought up the impact on weather patterns and all that, but you weren't listening.
Impact on weather patterns. So what does that tell you that the Earth is a globe by impact on weather patterns?
The goat of glossing over things. The goat of glossing over, bro. The goat of vagity.
The gloat. Speak up.
I think he's a GF6, right? Go.
He wished to be a goat. He
All right. So
wished
now
to
that you
be one.
said that weather impacts the Earth, in what way does that tell you that the Earth is a geometric shape, Goth?
I said the deflection influences the large-scale weather patterns. For an example, hold on, let me think. So the direction of trade winds, jet streams, and ocean currents. Yeah.
Yeah.
They literally prove that the Earth is not flat.
No, that's not what that's trying to. You got your arguments mixed up. If you're talking about, what do you mean? What are you talking about? I'm addressing your. Yeah, I know, because that's all you have. You don't know how to have an argument. All you do is mock. Is that your whole thing? Because if that's your whole thing, then we're not going to have a discussion with you. You're just wasting everyone's time.
Yeah, I'm not wasting anybody's time.
You are. You got one more opportunity to kind of ship up, or
No,
we're
I'm
going to ship
trying to
you
make
out.
you understand that hurricanes and
You're
cyclones
not trying to make me
rotate
understand
differently
anything. I'm pointing
in
out
each hemisphere
your faults.
due to the Coriolis effect, bro. Do you not understand that?
Coriolis effect is not going to tell you the shape of the Earth, you utter moron.
I don't think you know anything about the Earth being flat at all.
Yeah,
if you're
it's gonna. You
say that
actually
when
have
you
your
say that.
arguments mixed up, like I just told you. You actually have a different argument. So the argument that you're actually supposed to be talking about is this Earth spinning on its axis. That's the Earth in motion, not the curvature of the Earth. You moron.
That's not what I'm talking about. I'm just proving to you that the Earth.
I know
is
that's not what you're talking
flat.
about. That's why I corrected you. You have your arguments mixed up.
No.
Yeah. Yeah, you do.
Jedi, can you stop interrupting? I don't
No.
understand what you're saying. Appreciate it.
All right.
No.
So back to what you were saying about deflection. So we're gonna go to the premise. How do you know that the Earth is in motion? If you're saying that there's some deflection happening with Coriolis, we'll go back to the base root of what your argument's supposed to be about, which is that the Earth is spinning on its axis. How do you know that's happening?
Because of air and water. Do you not understand?
Yeah, air and water is telling you that the Earth is in motion.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
How?
Because they follow curved paths rather than straight lines.
Yeah, you said curved path. How do you know that they're following curved paths?
Well, because in the northern hemisphere, there's objects that deflect to the right, while in the southern hemisphere, they are deflected to the left rather than right.
Yeah, what's a northern hemisphere?
It's quite simple actually.
What is it?
Do you want me to Google it for you?
No, I want you to tell me because you think you know.
Quite
Goat.
simple, actually. I'll Google it.
Quite simple.
what'd you say?
Let me Google it because I don't know.
Yeah, you're gonna Google the answer. You should already know.
No, I want to hear what Jedi said.
Basically, he's mocking you for saying that you're gonna Google it.
No, I asked if you want me to Google it for you.
No,
Well,
I don't want you to
don't-
Google it. I want you to tell me what it is right now without Googling it.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So, practically, a northern hemisphere is half of the Earth that lies north of the equator.
Okay, where's the
it extends
equator
from, like,
located?
1 to 0 latitude, I believe.
Yeah, where's the equator located, Goth?
The equator wait, what?
Where's the equator located? Where's the location of the equator?
90 north.
90 north.
That's
degrees
just
north.
you're just telling me some coordinates. I want to know specifically where do I find it?
Equator's not
In the
90
northern hemisphere.
No.
No.
No. What does no mean?
No means no. You don't find the
Okay.
equator in the northern hemisphere. You don't find the equator at 90 degrees north. Try again.
I said it lies north of the equator.
So the equator
doesn't.
lies north of the equator.
Can you prove that it doesn't?
You just
the equator
contradicted
lies
yourself.
north of the equator, you fucking idiot. Is that what you just said? The
Wait, hold on,
equator
Alpha. Can you prove that it doesn't?
Prick.
Oh my
Right.
god, dude, are you serious? What do you mean? Do
Can
you
you
know what
think
the
of-
definition is of? What's the
You
definition
said that
of
it doesn't.
equator?
Can you prove that?
Yeah, I'll tell
No.
you right now. If you just understand the words that are coming out of my mouth, what's the equator? What's the definition for that?
Depends.
No, it doesn't. There's a definition that outlines what the equator is. Can you tell me?
Probably not off the top of my head, no.
Okay, so then you don't know what you're talking about.
Wouldn't
Is
say
that
all
true? I would say all that because you didn't give me the definition for what it is, so how can you tell me where it is?
And you said something stupid because I'm asking
Hold on,
myself, are
guys.
you
Let me cook
nervous?
this. Let me cook this little guy. Let me cook him. Just if you guys can relax for just a moment. I think we're onto
Exactly,
something.
Jedi.
He doesn't know what he's talking about, so give me a moment. All right. So, Goth, is it true that you're just making shit up?
No, not really.
Oh yeah, really.
No.
So, what is the definition of equator? Let's see if you know.
Isn't it like the line, in the northern and the southern hemisphere?
No, wrong.
How is that wrong?
Because that's not the definition of the equator.
Okay, then can you inform me?
Not really. It's not my job. It's your job because it was supposed to be a supporting argument for your case.
Okay,
and
but if
since
you're
you
gonna
don't
say
know,
it's
that just
not,
shows.
you have to
Yeah.
at least give me.
No, I
evidence on how.
don't actually. No, I don't because you know what's going to be surprising is
Then
that when you
nobody
look it
here
up,
has
you're
to
going to be
prove
like,
to you that the Earth is flat. I mean, not
"Oh,
flat.
it's not about proving that the Earth is flat. It's proving that the Earth is a globe." And that's your job, and you're not doing a very good one at it.
I'm doing better than you. You're not giving me a good
No,
reason to believe.
because
that
I'm
the
only
Earth
I'm
is flat.
interrogating you, and it sounds like getting to the base root of your arguments you don't know anything about.
It doesn't seem like you do either.
I do, but you haven't started asking me any questions because at the moment
I did. I
it
asked
sounds
you
like you don't know
multiple
what you're
questions.
talking about. So, we understand that you don't know what Coriolis is because you don't know if the Earth is in motion or not. That's what we figured out so far.
Actually, you learned that in around fifth to seventh grade.
Right, and it seems like you forgot. Isn't that true?
No, not really. Nah.
Okay, so then what's the definition of equator?
It's a phenomenon that results from the Earth's rotation.
No, that's not the equator. God,
Okay, then
come
can
on.
you inform me on how it works? You said Coriolis effect, not equator.
The equator doesn't work.
No, you
It's
literally
not
said
working.
Coriolis effect, not equator. What do you want about?
No, your argument was
You
the
asked for me
Coriolis
to
effect.
prove that the Coriolis effect is real or whatever. And then I did.
Yeah, so
Then
we're
you-
going to
then
the base
you-
root as to how
hold
you
on,
understand
hold
what the
on, hold on,
Coriolis
hold on,
effect
hold on.
is.
So, you brought up the equator.
Yes, I did.
Exactly.
Do you know why I brought it up?
Why?
Because you're talking about that the Earth is in motion, and you mentioned the Northern Hemisphere. So I asked you what the Northern Hemisphere is and where the location is for the Northern Hemisphere, and you don't know where that is. You don't know the definition of it. You don't know what equator is or the definition of that. So
I
I'm
did,
exposing
but
you
it's
right now.
okay.
You have no knowledge on any of the topics that you're talking about, except for you think that the Earth is in motion because of a Coriolis effect, and you said because there's a Coriolis effect, the Earth is curving. That about sums it up?
Not what I said, but it's all good.
No, that is what you said.
Not exactly.
Oh, well, I'm paraphrasing. At any rate, you don't
We
know
have to
how
use
the
my
Earth is a
exact
geometric
words, or
shape.
else it's probably not going to be realistic enough.
No, everybody heard you. I don't have to use your exact words. I'm paraphrasing because it's all I need to do to expose you. So,
Expose me. how?
as far as the Earth, you don't know what you're talking about. That's how.
Not really, no.
I know that. That's why I'm showing the audience that you don't know what you're talking about. So, getting back to the point, how is the Earth a geometric shape like an oblate spheroid if you don't have any information to substantiate the claim that it is?
I literally gave you a couple reasons, but
You
it's
really
all good
didn't
though.
give me anything because you don't know what you're talking about. And once again, you're going to fumble around with trying to figure out, should I Google this? No, you should already know the answer to the questions that you're being asked.
I gave you the answer multiple times at the beginning of the debate.
And that was wrong. I told you
No,
the
it was
answer
correct,
for what you
actually.
think the definition for the equator for a northern hemisphere is wrong.
That wasn't my standpoint at the beginning, but it's all good.
Yeah,
was
you
talking
came in
about
with
time zones, and
Coriolis.
you brought up
You
the
came in
equator
with
in the
Coriolis.
northern
Yeah,
hemisphere.
time zones don't tell you anything about the geometric shape of the Earth. What is a day-night cycle going to tell you that the shape of the Earth is because of day-night cycles? Stuff.
Well, it can prove that the Earth is like rotating due to its
What?
axis
Oh, so it's rotating. How do you know that the Earth is in motion?
because of time zone differences. I told you this.
No,
You're
just
repeating
because you
yourself.
see the sun moving across, what your observations are of the sun moving across the sky is not going to tell you that the ground is moving beneath your feet.
How would you know that?
Okay, let's prove it. When you see the sun on your eastern horizon, when it moves across the sky, as according to your observations, when are you going to be able to tell me that you now know that the Earth is in motion?
Well, mainly because sunrise and sunset.
Yeah, but you see the sun moving across the sky. You don't see the Earth moving beneath your feet, do you?
Depends.
No, it
If
doesn't
there's an
depend.
earthquake, you can easily see it.
No,
But that's a whole
earthquakes aren't
different
going to
debate.
tell you that sunrises and sunsets are happening due to the fact that the
That's
Earth
not
is
what
in
I said.
motion.
That's not what I said at all.
Yeah, you just said earthquakes. You're bringing things that don't involve the Earth in motion
No, I'm
according to
saying-
sunsets and sunrises.
You're mentioning that the Earth shakes. Then I brought up.
No,
an
you
earthquake.
just brought up earthquakes, moron. I didn't say nothing about earthquakes until you brought it up.
Not a moron. You brought up things I said
You
from
are.
20 minutes ago. Then you flipped my words
Yeah, sure,
a little
dude.
bit like Heretic does.
Let's get back to the topic.
Yeah, earthquakes
Nonsense.
remind us that the Earth is stationary, but that you weren't using
That's
it
not what
in
I
the
said,
same
but it's
way
all
you were
good.
talking about night and day, though. Just you're doing good. You had a moment of honesty there. That was good.
All right, so sunsets and sunrises. How are we finding out that the Earth is in motion due to the fact that we see those things?
Because the sunrise and sunsets vary depending on where you live.
And so how can you tell that the Earth is in motion underneath your feet? Because you see a sun moving across the sky.
Well, you can easily tell. The
How?
sun moves.
Can I help?
So the sun moves, so we see one thing in motion, which is the sun. How do you now know that the Earth is in motion as well?
Well, because the sun's a sphere, so the Earth has to be as well.
No, it doesn't. We're not talking about the shape of the Earth. We're talking about the Earth in motion. Track with the dialogue.
There is such a notion called
We're not
the
talking to you,
axis of
sir.
the world.
We're not talking to you, sir.
Oh,
So,
okay.
with Goth telling us that sunrise and sunsets are going to tell us how the Earth is in motion, we still haven't got to the part how you're telling us how you know that the Earth is in motion. How is it in motion, Goth?
Because of the day and night cycle, time zone differences.
Yeah, you
sunrise
repeating
and
your claim
sunset,
is not going to get you to the answer, sir.
Coriolis
Don't
effect.
repeat your claim. Tell us how you know, because there's a sunrise and a sunset, and you notice the sun moving across the sky, that you now know that the earth is moving beneath your feet.
Because of the biological rhythms.
Biological rhythms. What are you talking about, Goth?
You don't know what the biological rhythms are?
Many living organisms.
Not talking to you.
including
Let him
humans,
speak.
have biological rhythms that are synchronized with the day and night cycle.
How does that tell you
Which
that the
I
earth
brought
is
this
in
up like
motion?
2 weeks ago, and you guys said I was retarded for bringing up circadian rhythms.
I'm not. I'm asking you right now, with your biological rhythms, how do you know that the earth is in motion?
Because of your normal circadian rhythm.
Your normal circadian rhythm. So, how does a normal circadian rhythm tell you that the earth is in motion?
I just said it like 12 seconds ago.
I know that you said it. So, I'm asking for the explanation as how you know a normal circadian rhythm is telling you that the earth is in motion.
Well, because it's synchronized with your day and night cycle.
Okay, so you're just repeating. You're going in circles now. Day and night cycle, circadian rhythm, back to day and night cycles. So how does that tell you that the earth is in motion?
Not completely sure, but you can easily do it yourself.
Okay, thank you. That's the answer. We got down to the base root. You're not completely sure. Therefore, that's the answer. Now we know that you don't know how the
Because
earth is in motion.
You don't necessarily fully learn about the Earth being like flat or spherical in school.
Okay, so there you go. That's
so there's
the answer.
no way to prove your
Goth,
claim.
now you're
either.
being honest.
But in
Goth,
fifth
now
grade,
you're being honest.
in fourth grade, and sixth grade, and seventh grade. you
Right,
were
we're not
learning
talking about
that
what
the Earth
grades
is
you
a
were and
sphere.
what you learned
No,
from
it's the
your
truth. You were
grades that
in
you've been to
that
school.
grade too, and you learned that.
So the
You
important
decided to
thing
base
right
your life
now.
off a theory from hundreds of years ago.
Okay, so now what we know is that you don't know if the Earth is in motion or that the Earth has any curvature. Those two
Not what he
things
said.
would be those what? What'd you say? Somebody wanted to jump in and say something? Hello?
I don't know. It was Old House, Old Hoss, Radburn.
No, I wasn't saying anything.
That wasn't him. So, getting back to the point, we're trying to get the demonstration of the curvature of the Earth, and we're trying to get a demonstration that the Earth is in motion, and you haven't produced any evidence thus far.
I did.
Hold on.
You
He
did
said
not. You just
he said you could do it yourself. Okay, so I see. I have
That's
morning
exactly what
and
I
I have
said. That's a
night.
different claim.
Dude, do you realize though? For you to put it all together, you're making a leap of logic. You're assigning the
I
day
think he
and the night
understands.
as Earth spinning.
Yeah, he
You're
understands that
making
at
the
the
leap
moment.
of logic.
He understands that. He doesn't have the information to substantiate the claim. He just
I
found
can
that out
easily
right
bring
now
up
in our
information.
Yeah,
conversation.
he said you could do it. He goes, you could do it yourself, though. At the end, he threw that in there. He
That's not
thinks
what I
he's
Did you
said.
good.
I
say
said
that
that
you
for
could
my
do it yourself?
circadian rhythm claim, where people can sleep and then they
Yeah,
can see
his
that
circadian rhythm
when they
claim,
wake up
Old
it'll
Hoss.
be
Not
day. When they go to sleep
Yeah.
it'll be night. So sunrise and sunset, easy as that.
what is the
Okay.
circadian rhythm?
A circadian rhythm is
Goth.
basically your sleep cycle.
Okay, so how does everybody's sleep cycle determine that the Earth is in motion?
I mentioned that like 12 seconds ago.
Well, tell
Because
me again.
normally your body would be able to function. So during the day, during sunrise, you would wake up. During sunset, you would be a little bit more woozy and want to go to sleep.
How does that determine whether the Earth is in motion or not?
Because if the Earth wasn't in motion, you wouldn't be able
No.
to.
Don't tell me
No.
what it's not.
Oh,
I
It
want to
wouldn't.
know what it is based
Okay.
upon the circadian rhythm. How do you know that it's in motion because you have a sleep cycle?
Well, because if you didn't have a sleep cycle, you wouldn't know when to wake up.
What?
So you'd probably wake up around like 1 a.m., then go to
No,
sleep
that's
at like
incorrect. I'm
10
gonna
p.m.
prove you
How
wrong
is that
right now. I'm
incorrect?
gonna
Prove it to me.
I'll use me as an example. I work third shift. That means that I go to sleep in the morning. So in the morning, about 6 o'clock in the morning, that's my
Okay,
bedtime.
but that's not good for your circadian rhythm, making it harder for you to
No,
learn
so
anything.
something not being good doesn't mean that it substantiates your claim for the Earth's
No, but it's
rotation.
truly a fact. Due to your intelligence, you'd probably not be able to understand that, but it's all good.
It doesn't matter. You're not substantiating the claim that the Earth is in motion due to circadian rhythms.
I did. But it's all
That's a
good.
very obscure
No,
argument
he didn't. He didn't.
for solidifying the point that the Earth is in motion.
I'm still waiting. Because I know that it
So
works with the
you're getting
melatonin that is produced by the pineal gland, and it's not due to the rotation. It's not due to any motion.
Goth, do you have any more substantiations for the claim that the Earth is in motion, or are you going to keep saying circadian rhythm
I
is
can
the
bring
way
up
that you know
seasonal
that the Earth
changes
is
if you
moving?
want.
Seasonal changes, okay. How can a seasonal change tell you that the Earth is in motion? Do tell.
By the Earth's revolution around the sun.
Okay, so now that the Earth is not spinning on its axis, we're actually going around the sun. That's a very different type of motion, isn't it?
It's not what I said.
You said the Earth going around the sun, didn't you?
You're adding on to what I said, which
You said
You
going
just
around.
said
seem
that
like
right
I'm
now.
incorrect, which I'm not.
You said going around the sun. It's literally the last
You
words
said
that
it.
came out of your mouth.
Your claim stack.
going around-
No, not really.
Yeah.
Yeah, really.
You said the Earth is going around the sun when asking about seasons. I mean, that's not actually the answer within the fucking
No,
heliocentric.
I'm saying the Earth's revolution around the sun causes the seasons.
No, that would be the actual tilt. Twat.
All right, so now that you know that we're
I
not
can bring
even
that up later,
talking
but it's
about
all
the.
good.
Listen, Goth, you got away from the understanding that you think that the Earth is in motion, right? The spin of the Earth, that's axial rotation. That's only having to deal with day and night. That's not having to deal with the Earth going around the sun.
No.
So we want to
tilt
know
of
the very
Earth's
specific.
axis means that different parts of the Earth receive varying amounts of sunlight throughout the year.
Goth,
Which
we're only
means
talking. We're only
it
talking
would lead
about
to
the
seasonal
Earth.
changes.
Goth, we're only
Because the
talking about the Earth in
is
motion.
rotating.
Yeah, it's not just rotating because it's going around the sun. You need to figure out whether you're going to stick to the argument of the Earth in motion, as in spinning on its axis, or you want to talk about the sun going around, or the Earth going around the sun. That's a very different topic.
No, it's pretty much the same.
No, it's not. Seasonal changes are not the same as day and night cycles.
Yeah, they are.
No, they're
How is that
not.
true?
How
How
can
is
you
what you're
tell me
saying
that a
true?
seasonal change is the same as a day and night cycle, Goth? They're two very different things.
They're not really different. They correlate to the
Yes,
same
they
thing
are.
either way.
No, they're not.
They both, hold on. They both revolve around the Coriolis effect, which I mentioned earlier.
No, they. Oh my
Which the
God.
Coriolis effect adds to your circadian
You don't know
rhythm.
that the Earth is in motion. The Coriolis effect is a derivative argument from the fact that you already think that the Earth is in motion. So the Coriolis effect can't happen if the Earth is not in motion. So you haven't substantiated the claim that the Earth is in motion, first of all. So you can't tell me that there's a Coriolis happening because you don't know that the Earth is in motion or not. Can you?
Well, because I generally know it's in motion.
Alpha, all he's done
what's
for
up,
the
bro?
on it is affirm the consequence. All he's done. It's just
Yeah.
affirmed his
You guys don't
consequence.
know what I'm saying because they probably
No, we
don't
do.
even
No,
read,
I
like,
do
the
know what you're
maps.
saying.
It's all
I've
good.
given you the floor, Goth, to explain how is it possible that the Earth is in motion if you have no evidence and you've gave me circadian rhythms.
Well, yeah,
Because people have
because that
a sleep
correlates to the
cycle.
Coriolis effect.
That's a derivative topic. That's already stating that the Earth is in motion.
No, it's not.
And then the Coriolis... Yes, a Coriolis effect is a derivative argument. That means that you already know the Earth's in motion. That's how you have the Coriolis effect. But I'm asking you to substantiate the claim that the Earth is in motion in the first instance, for you to have the derivative argument that the Earth is causing a Coriolis effect. You haven't demonstrated that the Earth is in
due to
motion yet.
parallax.
Parallax. So what are you
Do you not
noticing
know
with
what that means?
parallax?
Trying
That
to
the
get
Earth
your
is in
thick
motion?
skull or what? Was observing the position of nearby stars at different times of the year, not
Yeah,
of the day.
it's called
So
the stellar parallax. It's like an angular displacement of stars due to the displacement of the observer. It proves that like you're moving as you're observing the stars.
No, it doesn't. It
Exactly.
proves that you see objects in motion, not that you are moving. To prove that you're moving, you have to substantiate the claim that the reference frame that you're on is in motion.
Yeah,
So how
that's
do you?
what the
How can
angular
you tell that?
displacement
How
is.
can? Yeah, how can you tell that if you're on the thing that's allegedly spinning around? How can you tell that?
Yeah, it's from the angle it's displaced at, right? So if you're observing a said object,
Matter. You see
it
things in
does
the-
matter. I'm explaining it to you because you don't
No, it
understand
doesn't.
what stellar
No, it
parallax
doesn't.
is.
It doesn't.
Okay, listen. So
It
if I,
doesn't, because
it does. Hold on.
let
So
me give
if
it
you
to you
see
this way.
something, right, and the
I'm gonna
said
mute.
thing you're observing, okay.
Continue to talk. You're not going to do it. So what I'm telling you is that if you're standing outside, right? Let's say you're sitting outside and you see things moving in the sky. You see a plane in the sky and moving around. and then you see a bird fly in front of you. You can use parallax to define the two things in relative to each other, how they're in motion, and you could be still, not moving.
Not stellar parallax.
Now we're not talking about stellar parallax, but the idea of parallax could then
So I'm
translate
talking about
over.
stellar parallax.
No, we're not going to talk about stellar parallax because the concept of parallax is still the same. You're
Nah.
looking at two things and then determining whether or not, yes, I'm correct.
I'm trying to explain it to you,
incorrect.
but you're not letting me talk. You're just talking
I
over
don't
me.
care about stellar parallax because it's the topic of parallax is still the same.
That's not true.
The
So
idea
we,
and
we
the,
can't
yes, it
prove
is.
we can't use parallax
Bullshit.
to prove the Earth's rotation. You know that, right? We have to use stellar parallax.
You're not going to. It's not a way to determine if the thing that you're on, which is the reference frame of the Earth, is in motion. You're only determining
is.
whether the things that you're looking. No, it's not.
I can explain it
You're
to
only
you. if you want me to.
determining. I don't want you to.
So you don't even want to know
idea-
how it does. You're just going to say it doesn't.
No.
You're super smart,
No.
man.
No, it's not about being super smart. It's about the topic. So the topic is, if something's in motion, I want you to provide evidence that the thing that you're on is in motion. And by looking at something, do something else in reference to something else is not telling me that the thing you're standing on is actually in motion. So stellar parallax has nothing to do with the thing you're standing on in motion. It's having to do with the thing you're looking at in motion. Once again, nothing to do with the thing you're standing on. So I want to know the very specific question that we asked Goth. Did he leave out the back door?
Yeah, he's decided to declare victory and run away. Run away.
Oh, he left because this guy came in. He threw his body into the gears. Oh, God. Put him on mute.
Oh shit! He found me.
Yeah, we heard something going on in your background. What's up, Brandon? And I only said that jokingly. Sorry, guys.
Put him on mute.
What's up, Brandon?
Put him on mute. What's up, bro? Long time no chat. You know what? I joined at the very end, and there was a Coriolis conversation. That was kind of cool. That was interesting.
Semi.
It was a chant. It was a chant. It was a desperate. It was more of a Hail Mary.
Gregorian chant. Right.
Brandon, do me a favor. Are you on?
Didn't sound that good.
Brandon, do me a favor. Are you on Twitter?
I can be.
Yeah. Can you look up my? I just want you to get my handle because we're doing Twitter Spaces, and if you pop in every now and again, that would kind of like bring the audience to know that there's people in your field that actually have this conversation. So, if you want, it's up to you. But my handle on there is.
Give me your handle, and I'm kind of like semi on the road, so I can't really do it right now.
Yeah. I'll drop it in your DMs, and
DM?
then
That's fine.
because we're trying to we're trying to make our presence on X, so yeah, we get you on there because there's some mad shit people are talking on there.
Well, and I'm not. No, that's fine. I'm not trying to rehash this conversation that just happened. I'm trying to get context. So, what were we trying to derive Coriolis for? What was the whole point of
I'm pretty sure it was
the motion.
rotation. Yeah, motion.
The motion of the Earth. Axial rotation.
I could prove that, or I could prove a globe Earth if you want me to.
Yeah, he had put the cart before the horse.
He was using globe
put the
Earth
cart before the horse, and he had us all on a spinning ball to begin with.
Okay, so he wanted the spinning ball, and he said spinning ball.
So is I only win. I only win's trying to do that too.
Okay.
No, it's not. So basically, like
yeah. Do it right in front of them.
I got you. So
yeah,
Alpha isn't how you described it. It's not like two things moving at different angles. Therefore, you don't know which one it is. It's like directly what you're observing is at an. That's what. Okay, yeah, whatever. So when you're observing something with stellar parallax, it's like external things from the Earth, and we know those things are moving. It's like the shift from the observer.
Okay.
I just sent the study in the chat. So we have to be moving.
So how
so
can you tell that you're in motion? That's the point of the whole
this is the
argument.
point. This is the point. So I can stand in the same spot and observe external to stars, and an angular displacement can happen randomly, or not really randomly, because every 60 minutes the Earth rotates 15 degrees. So every 60 minutes, an angular displacement will be applied to the said stars. But the stars
don't even
aren't
hear
actually
themselves
moving.
doing it.
Hold on, please stop. So the stars aren't actually moving or shifting. Because if you look at what I just sent you, it's like basically breaking down the I guess you could say physics or logic behind it. This is how we're able to observe the said thing actually in like not moving, but us in motion.
No. You said
the angle
you were
we're
gonna say
observing it from
correctly.
is displaced.
You were going to say correctly. You said that we're not in motion, but you haven't.
I never said that.
You haven't. Okay, so are we in motion?
Yeah.
How do you know that the Earth is in motion based upon seeing something else move around?
Oh yeah, that's not moving around. That's the whole point. Yes. So we
What
can
do you
stand
mean?
in
How
the.
do you know? How do
I'm explaining it to you. Yeah. So listen. So
hold on.
we're,
Let's
we're
put it this way.
okay. Go ahead.
Let's put it this way. If you're gonna watch the sunrise, you do see the sun moving across the sky from east to west, do you?
Sure, you could say that. That's how we're observing it. Yeah, but it's because the Earth
Sure,
is
I could
rotating.
say that.
Proven
No,
it's
I'm not just saying that. I'm saying that this is a base axiom for knowledge. We see the sun move across the sky from east to west. Are you telling me that the sun is not in motion?
No, we're in motion.
Really?
Well, technically, the sun is shooting through outer space at hundreds of thousands of miles per hour, but we're
Okay,
actually
so
we're orbiting the sun.
all right. So tell me.
technically.
Yeah, tell me how. Tell me
Yeah,
how
so
you're
I meant
seeing this.
technically because the sun isn't moving in
I'm gonna have to
Because
stop you because
you're
you're a
going
runaway
full
train.
blown talking out of
No.
your arse.
Yeah, you're gonna listen. These points are very specific, and all you got to do is answer them. Right? You don't have to go on. So I'm gonna ask you again. Then I'm gonna mute you. So if you're seeing the sun move from east to west in the sky, how do you know that the Earth is not, or excuse me, the Earth is in motion and the sun is not?
Yeah, so the sun's not actually moving. You're just speaking hyperbolically.
Okay.
The Earth is moving.
Okay. So now that you said that, I want you to support that with evidence because all we notice, right, when we see the sun moving across the sky is the sun in motion and we are not moving. So I want you to tell me how you know that we're actually the ones moving and the sun's not.
Sure, yeah. So I mean, I can show you a couple of reasons. We have we don't have to talk
I
about
need only
stellar
one.
parallax if you want.
I need only one reason. Go on.
Sure. So Foucault's pendulum. Do you know what Foucault's pendulum is?
Yes, I know what Foucault's pendulum is.
Yeah. So Foucault's pendulum is it would basically be able to like explain the Earth's rotation. There was experiment done.
Okay, so you're going to say that the Earth is in rotation because of Foucault's pendulum. That's your argument. So we're now going to talk about how the Earth is in motion due to the fact that you're going to describe to us Foucault's pendulum. So what is Foucault's pendulum and how does it work to tell us that the Earth is in motion? Go on.
Yeah. So I wasn't actually going to use that as my main argument. I was going to say.
Okay, so now Foucault's pendulum is not your main argument. So we just
Yeah, he
discarded
never said it
Foucault's
was his main
pendulum.
argument.
So, okay, so it's not his main argument. So I want to know what is your main argument? I only win?
Yeah, you were muting me over and over again. So Foucault's
Yeah,
pendulum.
until you... Yeah, so we're not going to go to Foucault's pendulum because you said it was not your main argument. So we want to know what is your main argument. Bring that forward so we can talk about it.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah. So my main
No.
argument would be time zones, but Foucault's pendulum.
Okay, so let's talk about time zones. Since you brought that up, I want you to tell me how time zones are telling us that the Earth is in motion. Go ahead, sir.
Sure. So this would be something like a presupposition set, base logic, basically. So we presupposed the globe Earth under a model, and then we did these stuff.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Jedi. Do you want to say something about that? Because I know you do.
He just said.
I want to ask.
Wait, why
I
are
want
you
to
guys
ask you a
meeting him?
question.
No, we're waiting for you to speak.
That's
Guys,
fair.
relax. Just go ahead, Jedi.
He decided.
So my question is, why do you
We're not
care
going to
if
listen to you, sir. Put yourself on mute for a moment.
Okay.
Put yourself on mute for a moment. You can wait till this gentleman is done, and then you can go. Go ahead, Jedi.
I only win. Decided to start off by saying, well, it's a presupposition. Yes, we will beg the question that the Earth is a sphere. What we want to do is, without begging the question that the Earth is a sphere, prove your supposition.
Yeah, I got you.
Can do that
Yeah.
without
So,
the question?
is it okay if I can respond to you without being muted? So it's going to take a little bit for me to explain.
Finished without talking through me?
Uh-huh.
Good. So without begging the question, like you said, presupposition. So without doing that.
Yeah, I got you. So presupposing something isn't inherently begging the question. Under a certain context, you can presuppose something and still come out with like a logical explanation for it. An example for this is like time zones, like I said. So the way that we came about understanding time zones is that we took a globe Earth model and we did a set amount of studies. And we said, okay, if what we're saying is true and the Earth really does rotate 15 degrees every 60 minutes, then every certain amount of, like every set amount of area or terrain, obviously because of like event scheduling and things like that, we should change the time zone by 1 hour. We see this in America. In the USA, there's 4 different time zones, set different time zones, but there's 24 total. This is because 15 degrees times 24 is 360. So it actually conforms to a globe Earth. So basically, all we did was that we presupposed a globe Earth model. We did a study, and the study worked with the model of the globe Earth. Therefore, that's evidence that the Earth was actually a globe, because the study wouldn't have worked if it wasn't a globe, but the study still worked.
Oh, okay, can I interject? May I, Jedi? Can I interject on this real quick? And then you can go. I just want to make a point here. So you just mentioned about the presupposition of a globe Earth. Is there not in science? Would you concede that there is a presupposition of flat Earth in terms of a flat Earth model when it comes to different science principles? There's not.
No.
Sure. Are you
I mean,
sure?
there can be, but I wouldn't uphold to those studies. I mean, there can be a presupposition for anything. I don't think any reputable scientist would uphold to a flat Earth model, because no experiment actually upholds with a flat Earth model. It doesn't work.
Is that your final answer before I absolutely rip you apart?
Oh, yes, it is. But I would like to say to one topic to a full conclusion, though. So I can address your topic later. But if you guys do disagree with time zones, because if you're flat Earth,
I'm not trying to derail. That's fine, but I'm telling you, you're 1,000% wrong.
Okay, sure. I can address you after, and I'll convert you to a glober as well. But so does anybody have a counter argument for time zones? So if you're a flat earther, you can't agree with time zones, basically.
Yeah. Sorry, my question is, how do you measure time zones?
Yes, I just explained it to you. So the Earth rotates 15. Sure. So I'm going to slow it down a little bit more for you. So the Earth rotates 15 degrees every 60 minutes.
Okay.
So we did that stuff. Yeah, I got you. So that means that as the Earth's rotating, the sun is hitting different parts of the Earth at different times. So we do a simple calculation for 24 different time zones, since in 24 hours the Earth does a full 360, and because of that, we're noticing that the sun's able to hit different parts at different times. Therefore, we just apply that to time zones. That's why it's probably a different time for you than it is for me, because the Earth is rotated a set amount of degrees more to the side than mine is, or where I'm at least, my positioning.
You didn't answer my question. I want to know practically, what do I do to measure the sun in the sky? What do I do? Yes, or you, or anybody else.
That doesn't make really any sense. You could do the same experiment that the scientists did. So that wouldn't. So I hope you know you right now. Oh, yeah, I got you. I got you, Jada.
You're frustrating, dude. You're talking through me and you're not understanding what I'm asking of you. So please, what do you do to measure the sun's location in the sky?
Yeah,
How
I got
do
you.
I do that?
Yeah, so you're appealing to ignorance. So just because you don't understand a study or you can't perform the study doesn't mean the study's not true.
No, I'm asking.
I'm
you
answering
how
your
to do
question.
it.
I'm telling you, do the same study that the scientists did
It's
for
gonna
time
get stopped
zones. You're
really
not listening to me.
Dude, it's not ignorance. I'm trying to lead you down a path.
You're just saying, how do I do it? That's all you're saying.
Yeah, how do we, anybody, how is the sun's position in the sky measured? How do we do that?
Well, you can do it easy. Okay, the sun's position in the sky? That doesn't make any sense. We're talking about the Earth's rotation. One topic to a full conclusion here. So we're talking about the Earth's rotation around the sun. So basically, I'm going to explain to you how you can do your own little at-home study to prove that the Earth is rotating. Or globe. So what about gravity, for an example? If you believe in the study of gravity,
no.
it's the same thing. So the study of gravity, can you please stop interrupting me? You asked me a question. Jedi, can you please?
You've decided to change topics onto fucking gravity. I want to know how you measure the sun's position in the sky. You said earlier that the sun is over your head, but not over my head. How do we measure the sun's location in the sky?
Yeah, that's not the topic. We're talking about Earth's
Yeah,
rotation.
he doesn't want to talk about the sun anymore.
I'm
all
using.
of a sudden.
I was never talking about the sun. We were talking about the Earth's rotation,
bro.
dumbass. We were
Stop
talking about how the Earth is
spazzing.
rotating. It's about time zones.
You brought up time zones.
Time zones. Time zones
Yeah.
to Earth. That has nothing to do with the sun. It's how the
Yes, it
Earth is
does.
rotating 50
Yes, it
degrees every
does.
60 minutes, and the
Stop
sunlight is
that.
hitting us.
Shit, dude. It
Yeah,
does.
you haven't made a listen. So if you're a flat earther, you can't believe in time zones. You haven't made a counter argument against it yet. You're just saying, "How do I do it myself? Because I don't know what the fuck I'm doing." This is second
No,
grade
I
shit.
do know. The thing is, I do know exactly how this is done. And this is done with a measurement of the sun's angle in the sky. The device that we used, or was used in the 1800s,
topics.
was a sextant. Do you know what a sextant is?
One topic to a full conclusion. Stop running. We
Yeah,
talk about
we're
time zones.
talking about time
No, we're not.
zones.
I brought up gravity and you muted me, so I don't know. I don't see
It's
how you're able
about
to
the
do it.
same topic from the beginning.
not.
Don't change
It's not.
topic to
It's
gravity
not,
because
dumbass.
you
It's not.
failed
Yeah, we're
the
changing
topic
time zones.
time zone. So he is explaining to you how it's done. So because you don't understand, people
What the
speaking,
hell is this guy talking about?
he's talking to you about the position of the sun
Yeah,
in
I
the
understand
sky.
that.
That's why we determined the time zones. It's
Yeah.
not just because there was dark totally night everywhere, and we determine time zones because we felt that the Earth is turning. No, because of the sun, the position of the sun in the sky.
I'm gonna respond to you. I never changed the topic, Nikros. He asked me how he can do his own experiment, so I simply gave him a different answer. That he changed the topic by asking me how he.
Who's gonna tap dance now?
I'm not gonna tap dance, but yeah. So Nikros,
dude,
time
stop
zones.
talking so fast.
Okay, I'm
You
gonna slow down.
brought
I'm
up
sorry.
time
I'm sorry.
zones.
Let me slow down. Let me slow down for you, man.
Yeah, you are sorry.
So time zones has nothing to do with the actual positioning of the sun.
Yes, it
Scientists, do you know how? No, it didn't. So you know how? Oh, hold on, listen. So I can send the
It
study
sure
in the
as
chat right
shit
now.
does.
So the scientist who said
Tell
the
that to the
established
people in China.
old man,
Tell that to the people in China.
Can you please stop, man? You're spurging, please.
What does China
So,
have to do with this?
Listen, so the set 24 time zones.
People,
Oh my
people
goodness!
in
Please,
China wake up in dark
please,
because
old
there's
house.
one time zone there.
Please, old house red, please, man. So the established 24 time zones by the scientists, I could send the study right now, who established these set 24 time zones, actually said in reference to how they came up with these time zones, has nothing to do with the position or angular position of the sun. It only
It has
has
nothing to do with noon.
that the Earth
Yeah.
rotates 15 degrees every 60 minutes. And that
So
means
why is it
every
noon at
20
night?
What did you just say? Ask the question again.
Why isn't noon at nighttime?
So look. So every time every time you guys tell me or ask me questions, you guys don't actually disagree with times. Please let me finish.
What?
How do you get degrees you don't actually disagree with time zones. You don't have a counter argument. You just don't know about it. You're asking me questions about time zones. I'm not obligated to teach you about time zones.
Yeah, how do you get degrees without measuring an angle?
Yeah, there is an angle. You're measuring the angle of the Earth. It's the Earth's on an axle, right?
No,
I just said we're not measuring the angle.
I don't think that's right. I don't think that's right at all. I think you're measuring the angle to the sun.
Prove it. Prove it. Prove it.
Yeah,
Talking about.
Prove it. Go ahead and prove it. Prove when you use time zones for measuring the angle of the sun. Go.
Jedi was doing it, so shut up. Shut the fuck up. He was
Nikos,
already
kill
doing
yourself.
it.
Faggot, I'll kill you. Fucking
Shut
retarded
up.
flat earth.
Jedi was.
Yeah, we
Just
gotta
shut
get
up.
Wins. Use sundial.
Jedi was explaining it to you
Someone
how
mute
it's
this
done.
Nikos guy, please.
How to
Can
determine
someone
those angles.
hold on, Necros? Can someone clip his meltdown so we can get him detained or whatever?
Oof. All right, let's see if we can try that again. You said the Earth moves at 15 degrees an hour. What do we practically measure?
Yeah, so where I'm getting that from is under the context of time zones. The study done wasn't from measuring the sun, it was from measuring the Earth. The axle of the Earth rotates 15 degrees every 60 minutes.
Okay, so the measurement of the Earth moving at 15 degrees an hour, how was that measured?
Oh, yeah, so I continue to study. By the way, I'm just going to say something right now. I hope I don't get muted for this. So when I give an argument and I substantiate this.
I just want to know how it's measured, dude.
Yeah, I got you, Jedi. So I want to know a lot of things. I want to know how to fly a jet, right? I'm not obligated to teach you everything, Jedi. You're a grown man. You can do your own study. I simply gave the argument and substantiated it. I don't have to.
Yeah.
You're just asking questions about it because you don't understand it. That's not.
No, I do understand it. I just know that it's the sun that is moving across the sky at 15 degrees an hour. My God. It's the measurement of the sun moving across the sky at 15 degrees an hour. We measure the angle of the sun moving across the sky, and then you say that's not the sun moving across the sky, that's the Earth rotating at 15 degrees an hour. But the thing that we practically measure moving is the sun moving across the sky at 15 degrees an hour.
Yeah. So why are there 24 time zones then?
Oh, dear me.
Do you know, you're asking me questions I can't ask you. So if you think it's the sun, then why are there 24 time zones?
There's 37.
There's not 37. So those are like governmental time zones. I'm talking about the established scientific time zones. You don't know what you're talking about. So let me answer the question for you, Jedi.
We're talking about lines of meridian. Yeah, I get what you're talking about. And the sun takes 24 hours to move from one place to another and come back again.
Prove it.
Dude, we've only got two suppositions here.
Yeah, prove it.
Dude, I'm going to point out the two possibilities. One, the sun is moving across the sky at 15 degrees an hour. Or two, the Earth is rotating on its axis at 15 degrees an hour. The thing that we practically measure, though, is the sun moving across the sky. We use a device
We don't measure the sky using
Yeah, listen,
a
I got you.
gyroscope.
I'm gonna respond to you. Yeah, so hold on. So the scientists that made time zones are telling you that they use the Earth's rotation. I sent the study in the chat. This is just a quote and them quoting them. They use the Earth's rotation. So if you believe in time zones, you have to believe in the study they did for time zones, which is the Earth.
They measure.
Look. The Earth's rotation. Now you're asking me, how did they measure the Earth's rotation?
Yes.
It's
yes.
from. Okay, listen. So I can give you a brief quote for that as well. But remember, I'm not obligated to teach you this. But I'll tell you, it's from the sunlight. Hold on, I gotta mute him. I'm sorry. You're interrupting. You're being.
Don't mute it. Chat, you prick. Yeah, and you're gonna go on mute until you take that off. You don't just mute people in here. It causes audio chaos.
Wait, if someone interrupts you, you're not allowed to mute them?
No, you're not allowed to mute anybody in here on your end.
So if somebody teaches you something that you don't understand, you mute him.
We don't need to be taught anything. We need him to back up his claim, you fucking numpty. Well, let's see if you figured out that part yet.
Yeah, I already substantiated my claim. You're just asking how it works.
No,
I'm
you
gonna
didn't.
answer it. So I can give
No, you didn't. You just said the scientists use the Earth, and we asked you how. Oh, they use the Earth. It says right there in that paper. How? Oh, well, it's not my job to tell you. So you didn't back it up at all. You just made a claim and ran away from it.
Yeah, you're just muting me and talking.
Hey, yeah, that has nothing to do with it either. Muting you has nothing to do with backing up your claim. Try again.
It does, because you're saying things.
No, it doesn't. So you're just going to keep talking about mutes because you can't answer the question, how was the Earth itself the thing to be measured?
Okay, sure, I can just answer it right now. So basically, the way we're able to measure this said thing, as I said before, so I'm gonna just like go ahead and tell you how I already substantiated it. So the initial question.
Don't tell me what you already told me because that had nothing to do with substantiating your claim. So how was the Earth measured to be the thing in rotation?
Yeah, I'm gonna substantiate my claim. So
Yeah, don't tell me that you're going to do it. Just do it.
So the claim was that the Earth is rotating.
Okay, got the claim. The question is, how was the Earth measured to be the thing in rotation?
So the claim was that the Earth is rotating.
Okay, I got the claim. So how was it measured to be rotating?
So the claim was that the Earth is rotating.
Okay, this guy's bricked. You're not going to be able to talk unless you just answer that question.
Dude, you broke him.
Yeah, you keep muting me over and over.
Yeah, and that's what's going to happen unless you just answer that question. Anything that you say other than the answer to that question is just going to be a mute. Have you figured it out yet? Let's see.
Okay, I got you. So I use time zones to substantiate the Earth's rotation, and then to further degrade or like apply substance.
How do you know that the Earth rotating is what causes the sun to appear to move throughout the sky?
Yeah, if you mute me again, I'm not going to talk to you.
I don't care. You can just leave it then, because we only need one bit of information from you, and you're not giving it. See ya.
Does anybody else want a white knight?
I could try to explain how the sun moving across the sky points to the Earth rotating. It's the equatorial mount. If you adjust the equatorial mount, which I'm sure know what it is, it can be explained only by the fact that the Earth is rotating around its axis of rotation. On a flat Earth, the equatorial mount wouldn't work.
It's just compensating for movement. That's all it's doing. The compensation for movement can be either the stars are in motion or the floor is in motion. It's just compensating for that movement, dude.
It doesn't make sense. What you just said.
No, doesn't make sense. No, it's compensating for movement. That's what it does.
The equatorial.
What compensating for movement? What?
The equatorial mount, you fucking idiot. The thing that he brought up.
No.
So how does it
Do you understand?
Take yourself on mute, please. You've got no part in this conversation. Thank you. So the equatorial mount just compensates for movement. You say the movement's because of the floor, but it's actually because of the motion of the stars across the sky. Either or, one or the other is moving, and the equatorial mount compensates for that movement. You say it's only
How does it it do it? Please explain geometrically in any kind of mathematical expression. How? What do we mean by compensation?
Indeed. I'm pointing out.
You just say the word. You just say words. It compensates the movement.
Yes.
I
Basically,
don't understand what you're saying.
what you said,
Honestly,
which is what you said.
it's
It
not what
compensates
I,
for the Earth's rotation.
the fact that we use
Fact.
the equatorial mount is derived from the physical reality that the Earth is rotating around its axis of rotation, and we need the equatorial mount, which is calibrated to to those parameters.
Yeah, so something's moving, isn't it? Something's moving about an axis, isn't it?
The Earth is rotating, moving around its axis.
Yeah, that's the claim. But there's two motions, isn't it? Like I pointed out 5 minutes ago, it's either the Earth or the stars that are in motion, and the compensation of the equatorial mount is to compensate for that motion, whether it's the Earth or whether it's the stars.
I don't know how to respond to that because I can't really understand what you mean by compensation for the movement or whatever you meant.
Yeah, something's moving, isn't it? You said it's the Earth that's moving.
Can I try?
No, you can't. Fuck off.
Oh no, that's not the way to talk.
Because you're a loser, Jedi, yeah?
I tell you what, no problem. Let's go. Misinformation.
I just want to talk to you in general. You understand that you have Earth, Moon, and Sun in the picture, and they all are doing orbits, right?
What are you talking about?
Cool story.
I'm talking about the fact that you have 24 hours because of the rotation. Because it
That sounds
repeats
like
itself.
misinformation.
The guy before tried to explain that because we know the position of the sun and the moon forces the time zones and reality be in certain shape and movements. And when you say 50 in degrees an hour, it is talking about the Earth movements and measured. And please don't say we measure the star movement using a gyroscope because it is lying by definition.
It's the measurement of the sun.
And you never use the gyroscope to understand it or even read about it.
Like I tried to point out to the last guy, missy information. Miss, please. The measurement is the sun moving across the sky at 15 degrees an hour, isn't it?
No, because you don't understand
we don't
what
measure
is
sun
the
moving
device
across
that
the
you
sky.
are using and what is the device doing. Jedi, shut the fuck up. You just lied about
No, we measure the sun moving across the sky at
5 times
15
at
degrees an
least.
hour, you prick. That's
Okay,
what we
show me the
practically do.
device. Show me how do you measure the sun to move 15 degrees.
It's called the sextant.
It is. We can
Are you
use the
stupid or what?
You don't use the sextant.
It's called the sextant. Are you
Measure
stupid or no, what?
the sun's movement.
It's
You
the
don't use the.
sextant.
No, it's not.
It's the sextant that help you measure the degrees
We are
which
talking
the sun is
about
moving in the
15
sky.
degrees drift. What? Excuse me, Narcos. What does the sexton measure? What does the sexton measure?
The elevation angle to star or sun.
Exactly. And how does
Elevation
it?
angle.
We are talking about the
angle,
azimuth.
not the drift of the sun.
So that's why you can know the difference of degrees that the sun is moving in the sky. You are using elevation angle to the sun to determine how many degrees he's moving through the sky.
Okay, and on the flat Earth, is it really moving 15 degrees around the observer. Have you measured that? Have you established this fact? Anyone?
Sorry, say that again, but clearer, please.
Go first.
It's a known fact that the sun is moving 15 degrees per hour, but along which plane is it moving? I'm curious if you can answer this question. Is it moving horizontally or in a plane of ecliptic?
Also, don't forget the sexton and show me how you do it with a sexton.
So the sun moves along the plane of ecliptic. It crosses the center of the Earth or the observer, if in some cases it never is parallel to the surface of the flat Earth. That's what I'm saying, and I claim that it debunks the flat Earth theory.
No, that's
completely.
just an arc across the sky based on perspective, dude. That's all it is.
Oh, forget about perspective. It's a
you said
redundant. It's a redundant argument.
Dude, I'm addressing what you've said. So no, it doesn't appear to move horizontally. It doesn't appear that way because of how we view the world. It appears to come up from the horizon over our heads, 90 degrees at our zenith, and then appears to go downwards towards the horizon. Why are you talking misinformation? Thank you. So this
because you're changing the subject.
No,
subject.
he's not.
Reality is objective. Reality is objective. It is not observed by perspective.
Okay, Jedi, you said that it's perspective. That's perfect. What is the altitude of the sun above the flat Earth in kilometers?
No idea.
Sorry?
No idea.
Okay, so you have no say then on the subject.
I observe the sun and measure its path across the sky at 15 degrees an hour. I can measure that. Doesn't mean that I know how far the thing is away. Doesn't mean I know how big it is. I can just stand on the earth and measure it moving across the sky at 15 degrees an hour.
Like in azimuth, around you, horizontally, in the horizontal plane. Have you measured? Have you measured the sun moving 15 degrees per hour in the horizontal plane?
Does it look like it goes across the sky horizontally?
I asked you the question.
Yeah, you mumbled through it. I'm trying to establish a point. Notice I'm speaking slower so you understand. I've explained this twice, but you haven't understood what I've said.
It may seem so, but I understood you perfectly. My question to you is, have you measured the movement of the sun 15 degrees per hour in horizontal plane?
No, not in a horizontal plane. An arc across the sky.
Okay, that's very good. It's an arc, which corresponds to the ecliptic plane.
Which corresponds to how we view the world in perspective. I can use the same measurements with street lights intermittently down the road. They will appear to arc up from one horizon and then descend downwards towards the other horizon. This is perspective, how we view the world. We measure that movement across the sky in degrees. We measure this movement across the sky in angles.
Okay, are you familiar with the idea or the notion of celestial sphere?
Yes.
It's from astronomy.
Yes.
So, is perspective ever mentioned?
Yes. The
in
dome of
textbooks.
perspective across the sky. Yes.
Can you give me a citation on?
Yeah, give me 2 minutes. I'll find it. No problem.
Thank you.
It's going to be about 2 minutes, so please carry on talking amongst yourselves.
I will wait.
I'm still waiting for Narcos to show me how he measures the angle of a drift using a sexton.
Jedi, are you still there? Ah, okay.
Yeah, I'm just finding 2 or 3 bits with regards to the celestial sphere. So again, just give me a couple of moments, dude. I'm not ignoring you. It's kind of hard to scroll down and find all of the information that I require. So just give me a moment.
Okay, I'm reading the preview. Still no mention of perspective.
Okay, so as we read, all objects in the sky can be conceived as being projected upon the inner surface of the celestial sphere, which may be centered on the Earth or the observer. If centered on the observer, then half of the sphere. You can read the rest. So it's observer based.
It is observer based.
Yeah, it's definitely observer based. Now we understand how a perspective works, right? Now you can stand.
I hoped that you would show me the citation that
Okay, no
the
worries. I'll
celestial
shut up.
sphere
I'll
is
find it
about
for you. No
perspective.
problem.
There
No
is no
problem.
mention
I'll
of
shut up.
perspective.
Excuse me. I'll shut up. You said it's observer based. So how does the observer view the world?
By the eyes.
Yes. So perspective then.
Nope.
Yes. Do you understand that things above your eye line, depending where they are, will appear to go downwards or upwards from the horizon, like street lights down a road or a corridor? You notice at the far end of the corridor, the ceiling looks closer to the floor in an angle of, say, 5 degrees. But if it's directly above your head, that's 90 degrees.
Okay. Let me
So we're
clarify.
measuring it in degrees.
Let me
based on the
clarify
observer.
my disagreement with you. What I meant was that if the Earth were flat and the Sun floating above the flat Earth in the horizontal plane, there will be no way for the Sun to go below the horizon
You
due
don't
to
see the sun
perspective.
above the horizon. What are you talking about?
Just
This is why I
what I'm
brought up
talking
street
about.
lights
I'm
before
talking
you
about
go there.
geometry,
Why are you not listening?
perspective.
This is why I
I'm not
brought up.
listening to you. You're not my teacher.
Well, then
I'm
fuck off
telling
then.
you.
No, I'm
Or
telling you.
You're
right back to
telling?
you. Don't talk to me like that, Jedi.
Fuck off.
You're not my teacher. You're not
Fuck
my
off.
tutor or anything.
Then fuck off.
We're having a conversation, an open conversation.
Trying to.
Okay.
But you've got your fucking
Yeah, I'm
ego.
trying to talk to
I
you
don't need
like
to tell you things.
I'm trying to talk to you respectfully,
Have a fucking
and
shave.
you tell me to fuck off.
Yes,
It's not the
because
way
you're
to
fucking
speak
rude.
to people.
He got
You're
what he
fucking
asked
rude.
for, and he doesn't like it. He requested it. It's observer based, and then you're all bent out of shape about it.
No, the question was about how to explain that the sun
Hello, Mike.
disappears below the horizon.
Mike, you made a claim that things above your eye line wouldn't be horizontal. I've tried to explain that to you now 5 times. Things above the floor don't actually change that altitude like your ceiling or street lights when you look down the road, but because of how you view the world, they appear to go downwards. Appear, not actually. The street lights when you look down the road actually haven't changed that altitude above the surface of the road. They are still horizontal above that road because of the way that you view the world. They appear to go downwards. This is known as the arc of perspective.
Okay, very good. But why would the sun go below the eye view, the level of the eye?
When does it do that?
All the time. You can watch that
All
on
the time.
YouTube.
It goes YouTube.
Yes,
No,
with
I'm
your
not.
own eyes, if you have the
With,
opportunity.
no, I would much prefer it with my own eyes. I don't need to go to YouTube. So what do you mean it goes below my eye line?
Well, it's logical to see if the sun goes in an arc, as you have said yourself, then you would just prolong the line of the arc below the horizon at sunset.
I can do that with street lights down the road.
We are not talking about the street lights,
It
aren't
doesn't
we?
mean, dude, it doesn't mean that the street lights are curving underneath the horizon just because they appear to have an arc of view above my eye line. Doesn't
We are
mean
not
that they.
talking about the street lights.
We are. We're
I'm
talking
not.
about anything that we observe
Why
with
are
this.
why are we talking about street lights? We are talking about the sun.
Yes, we're talking about something above
trajectory.
your dumbass.
The trajectory of the
We're
sun is an
talking
arc.
about
You said
things
so.
that are above your eye line, aren't we?
You said so.
Sun,
You said that the
moon,
trajectory of
stars.
the
Why are
path
you
of
talking?
the sun is an arc, a
Yeah,
vertical arc, a
like anything.
diagonal arc.
Are you going to listen to what I say? Anything that's above your eye line, above you, like the sun, moon, stars, clouds, aeroplane, a ceiling, or street lights. Because they're above your eye line, with distance away from you, they will appear to go down. Now, the altitude of your ceiling, clouds, or streetlights actually hasn't changed. They are still parallel and horizontal to the floor, but because of how you view the world, they appear to descend downwards. This doesn't
Okay,
mean
very good, very good.
why
Do
you
street
talking.
lights, do street lights go below the horizon? Have you seen street lights go below the horizon? Jedi. No, they don't. They never do. And the sun shouldn't either. You are just making things up.
What making things up?
Trying to protect your ideology or whatever religion.
No, I'm just trying to explain to you perspective. That's all I'm trying to do.
Perspective claims that all things merge at the horizon, but they shouldn't go below the horizon. But the sun does.
Do you see the
does
sun below
the
sorry,
horizon?
do you see the sun below the horizon?
I have seen that. Yep.
So you can see underneath the horizon, can you?
I can see the sun partially hidden by the
Go
horizon.
down, you can see the sun
And then
appear
go below the
down.
horizon.
You said it goes below the horizon. Now you're going to say that you don't see the sun but go below the horizon. You infer that it does because now you're protecting your belief, aren't you? Prick.
That's what I see on the videos.
Sorry, you see the sun underneath the horizon?
It's impossible to see the sun
So it's
below
impossible to see
below
the sun
the
under the
surface of
horizon.
the
Thank
Earth.
you.
Exactly.
Thank you.
But I can use my brain to infer that
Yes.
the sun
So you don't see it,
hiding
you just infer.
gradually, the sun hiding gradually behind the horizon is hiding behind the horizon. This is the process that I can see, and you are denying this
No,
apparent fact.
Just pointing out that you
You're
can't
just
see
denying
below
this
the
fact.
horizon. You can't see below the horizon, can you?
It's a ridiculous argument.
No is the answer. Just say no, you can't see below the horizon. And you're correct. You can infer, based on your model, that the sun is going below the horizon. The horizon being the physical Earth curvature at 1.225 multiplied by the square root of the observer's height in feet. Sorry to tell you, but the horizon isn't at that distance.
But on a flat Earth, the sun should never go even close to the horizon.
Yes,
according
it
to
would,
perspective.
because I've explained perspective to you. Do you remember the streetlights getting closer to the horizon? Do you remember the
I
ceiling
have already
appearing to
told
get
you
closer
that the
to
sun
the
is
floor?
way
Do you
higher
remember
than
that?
the streetlights,
You remember? Do you
and
remember the ceiling
the sun
appearing
shouldn't
to
go
get
even
closer to the
close to the
floor?
horizon.
You're an
The
idiot.
sun
Do
should
you
not
remember?
even get close.
Do you remember the ceiling getting closer to the floor? Do you remember everything converging at the horizon, the midpoint of your view? Do you remember that conversation?
You're not listening to me, so I'm not
No, I am
interested in
definitely
talking to you.
listening to you. I'm picking up everything that you said, and you're lying.
Jedi, is this related? It's Geeks here. Hi. Is this related to what we were talking about the other day about the flat plane versus if it's not on a flat plane, your ability, the distance that you can theoretically see, they're different if it's because the sun is not on the same plane. Is that related, or am I completely off base?
No, you're 100% correct. This is what I'm trying to explain to this gentleman, but he's not getting it.
So, because if I'm honest, until I was able to speak to you the other day to get that kind of perspective, explained in that way that you did, I didn't understand much of what your and I imagine a lot of other people's views actually were. That was like a key piece of information that I was missing. Not trying to criticize you at all. I'm just saying. For me, the words being able to distinguish sun not on a flat plane, therefore, it doesn't follow the same rules as you point out, streetlights, for example. I think that is key information lost. Just an observation from my perspective. I don't know if that helps in any way whatsoever, but I think explaining it, using it, like really hitting home the on a flat plane versus not, I think might help conversation like develop. Again, not trying to tell you how to debate, but that was quite an interesting moment for me because I actually understood what you were getting across for the first time. So I'll shut up now.
That's all right, mate. Thank you for that.
No worries.
Ramesh.
Yo guys, if you're bored, no one is speaking, I have posted the whole playlist of Earth from top with high altitude balloons. It's hours of very nice footage. I am missing the Pacific Ocean and any oceans on most of them footages, and I cannot explain it. If you have watched it and you came to a conclusion, come back to me and let me know.
Hey there, guys. I'm happy to be here and to be a part of the Flat Earth community. So, what's happening? What did I miss since last time?
Oh, nothing. The same thing. Different day. There's like nothing new under the sun.
Really? You've been losing debates every single day. That's nice to hear.
Yes, and
If
nothing
I was
new.
every day, I would be winning you these debates. But apparently, flat earthers are not welcome in their own server. Very interesting. God damn it. Get the hell out of here. Get out of here. No. No. You're not welcome here. Nobody welcomes you here. No. What the fuck? I got reported 60 times. Man, this guy has more free time than I do. No way I got disconnected. No way.
What's up?
Was that Sunny?
Sunny. Guys, save me. Save me. My internet is
Who's
lagging.
that? You got numbers 0102. Who is that really? I recognize it. Is that Miguel?
It is Miguel.
Oh shoot! I
my
guessed
goodness.
it. I
You
guessed
knew
it.
it.
That's
You
pretty
guessed
good.
it, man. You're so smart.
I can't believe I guessed the name. That's good. Right on.
Hey, man, you did well. You did well. You're super smart. You guys, think about it. If it was that easy to fool a flat earther, maybe you're easily convinced. What do you think? He actually believed my name was Miguel. What?
Just by hearing a couple of words.
Well, other than that, you lied to him because you said your name was Miguel. So if you were
And you
lying
believed
to
me.
him,
And
well,
you
now you know why
believed
they would
me.
lie.
What the fuck, man?
Yeah, now
What
you know
is
why they
that?
would. Now you know why they would lie. You'll lie for
Oh
no
my
reason
god. Why
whatsoever.
would they lie? I had no
So-
reason besides laughing at you.
So he's not Miguel? Oh, my bad.
No, it was. I was joking.
Man, I didn't catch it. You fooled me.
Oh my goodness.
So now
Guys,
Crit's
they're
right.
asking me if I'm playing. Oh my god, they're so.
Crit's right though. Crit's right. He said, "Why would they lie? They would lie for any reason. They don't even
Just
need a
demonstrate.
reason."
Yeah, just demonstrate it.
Yeah,
Lie for
honestly,
no
I
reason
agree with you,
whatsoever.
man. Honestly.
So
Like,
now
I
he
personally
so he
lie so I
dipped
can
out.
have fun.
So I thought he dipped out all of a sudden. Sorry. There he is. But who are you really? 0102? Is that Agent 0102?
Oh my goodness, no, I can't be, no. I am Agent 0102. You found me. I'm an
This
agent
Saudi-
for the
This Saudi man.
for the Australians. Nah. This is 0102. It's a totally different person, okay?
It says Fluffy, so I'm gonna call you Fluffy from now on.
Those are just my pronouns.
Or we could call you like it
Goodness
says
gracious.
EAEAA 2468 EA.
That's my video game name. Please call me by my Discord name. 0102.
Well, I guess we just have to go with the default 0102 then.
What do you mean? Can you read? Excuse me? Goodness gracious. My name is 0102. Flat earthers can't read apparently. Very interesting.
Wait a minute. You kind of were breaking up there. Could you repeat that?
Save me! Save me, please! Please save me!
We're
Save
here.
me, please!
We're here for you right now to save you from your globe delusions.
Save me!
Yep.
Please save me!
The globe
Oh
is
my
only
goodness.
the globe is a mental
They lied to
delusion.
me. They lied to me. No, why would they
Yeah,
lie
they
to me?
lied.
Why?
They lied
Can we
about
call
the
you
globe.
Zero for short?
Why would they lie to me, man? Why?
Can we call you Zero for short?
Why would they lie to me? Why? Why?
Zero as in zero globe proof.
Oh my god. Can I be called Can I be called Fluffy? I love that name.
Habibi. We call you Fluffy
Oh my,
Habibi.
no way! No way! Is that Joe? Is that Joe?
You guys have a
No, it's
question.
not. Then
Wow.
whoever did that voice, you're uninteresting.
It's
I'm
on your profile.
uninterested
It's on
with
your
your words.
profile. It's on your profile, so I don't think it's a joke. So either change your profile or Fluffy Buffy
What do you mean?
0102.
Wait, profile? My profile is a cat. What do you mean?
Not just any cat. The flat
That's
cat.
right. It's a cat with sunglasses. It's a flat earther cat. It's using sunglasses to hide the globe facts. Oh my goodness.
I have a question. I'm open-minded. Why do you think?
You know what, Jimmy Bones?
Okay.
Oh yeah, okay. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. My bad. Go ahead.
If the Earth is in fact flat,
Okay, so
why
we're not
do
gonna
you
say
think they?
okay.
All right, you're just gonna get muted. You're a fucking idiot.
Okay, 0102. Yeah, somebody muted you because Jimmy Bones was speaking and you started trampling all over him. Go ahead, Jimmy.
I'm just wondering if the Earth were in fact proved to be flat, why do you think there was such a concerted effort to obscure the truth? Do you think it's because of spirituality or like hiding the existence of God? I don't know. It's just interesting to me to think about.
Okay, well, there's a couple different reasons why, but think about this for a second. How about now? I'm just going to throw this out there, but you mentioned a couple of other very good reasons why they would lie, but try this on for size. How about limiting the resources available to every human being on Earth via the ball? Because if you live in a sphere, they can say we have limited resources, we have limited land, everything's been discovered, so limited resources, they're creating artificial scarcity, therefore driving prices up. They control the money in the first place, so they got you at both sides of that whole deal, resources and monetary funds. Then how about this? They're hiding land.
So Admiral Byrd, you're right. I think Admiral Byrd's expeditions all but proved that there was a giant landmass that was resource rich, my understanding at least, a long time ago.
Right. So I think that Longines interview was from like 1952 or something like that. less than 5 years, well, about 5 or 6 years later, Admiral Byrd was dead. So he spoke up sometime in the 50s, in the late 50s, and he was, for some strange circumstances, he died. I think he died in a hospital too. Could be wrong. I have to relook that up.
And the interview that he did was pretty fascinating. He was one of the most revered, people in the Navy for years and years, and you're right, he sort of got scrubbed.
Yeah, he died in March 11th, 1957. It says he died in his sleep. Dig this. Now, this guy was fairly healthy, I would say. He was the youngest admiral in the U.S. Navy's history. And he dies in his sleep of a heart ailment at the age of 68. That's not very old. Now, he had a long, illustrious life, and he definitely was a hard worker, obviously. So, he lived by himself in Antarctica for a while. He used to transmit radio shows, I think, to New York City from Antarctica, which is impossible on the globe, for one thing. But anyway, that's kind of strange.
Interview in the side chat I put for anyone who's not seen it.
Yeah, pretty strange. 68 years old.
Very interesting. In that interview, he talks about discovering the largest expanse of land in the most resource-rich area of the world as he knew it, and is shortly after that, I think, is when all of the treaties started falling into place, right? Like everyone will sort of demilitarize and all that fun stuff. Pretty fascinating, really.
Yeah, so if I stand correct, I'm pretty sure he had the Longines Chronoscope interview on television in 1955. 2 years later, he was dead. So he spoke up about things that I think maybe he wasn't really supposed to be saying those things. Or maybe the government was formulating what they were going to tell the public about that, or what information they were going to release right at the time he started talking about it. And they said, you're a loose cannon, so we can't allow you to continue. So who knows? These are just guesses on my part, but it seems kind of strange that he dies at 68 of a heart ailment laying in bed.
Well, what happened to him before that was even weirder, because they sort of pulled all their funding. He was the main guy. He was like the most trusted admiral explorer that the federal government had. So they were dumping money into all of his expeditions. And then shortly after the interview, I think, if I'm not mistaken, funding got pulled. He just kind of faded away into obscurity. All very weird, right? He wasn't decorated anymore. He wasn't like really called upon to do anything else. It's interesting shit. I definitely think there's more to what we know or have been told about where we live, just in general. Now, whether or not that means the Earth is flat, or whether or not that means the Earth is 2 or 3 times the size they tell us it is, like, I don't know. But I know that it's interesting to think about, and you should always go in with an open mind. I always thought in the back of my head that the reason that they would want the globe in science to be at the forefront of everything was to eliminate spirituality, religion, to basically disprove, any faith teachings around the globe, because they basically just boiled it down to, well, here we are, we're this pale blue dot in the middle of nothing, and you're insignificant, we're basically dust in the wind type of thing, which fragmented, a lot of the teachings throughout history, totally upended all of that stuff, right? So who knows? It's a fun topic.
Yeah, I mean, you got a good point, but the thing is that we actually do measure, observe, and practically use Earth as flat. So there's really no indication in any practical usage of the surface of Earth that it's a ball. And I've asked people for at least 5 years on Discord here to show me or bring to light any kind of technology that's used on, above, or below the surface where they're using the globe Earth. And I haven't seen any clue as to any kind of technology whatsoever in transportation, military, any other observational sciences.
Can I ask you something? Can I say something?
Go ahead.
If you fly with the ISS around the Earth, right, then obviously you know what distance you have taken, right? That means you also know the radius you have taken, right? That also means you know the distance to the Earth from the ISS. That also means you know the radius of the Earth, no?
That's not true.
I guess obviously we don't believe it because I think the Earth is flat, but I'm just saying if the Earth would be round and we have the ISS and everything is real, then it would be quite easy to measure the radius of the Earth, I guess.
Well, see, the problem with that sort of thought is that they would need the radius measurement before they sent the ISS up there. So what we keep asking for is the actual direct measurement. When did they measure it before they sent anything up there? They had to know in order for their orbital mechanics to work.
I have no clue how they stay in orbit, and I don't even know what orbit means, to be honest. I'm just saying if they know if something like orbit exists, then they just have to enter that part of orbit once wherever they want to be. So they will stay in orbit automatically, and their distance probably will stay level to the surface of the Earth. Not saying this is true. I'm just saying I guess that is what they try to make us believe.
Well, I understand because you're kind of playing devil's advocate, which is fine, especially because we're in supposition. But the whole thing is, all we know is just that the sun makes a circuit above the Earth and is never around on the side or underneath Earth. It's always above the surface. The same thing for everything else in the air above us, such as their satellites, satelloons, the ISS, or anything else that's above us is all just above the surface. That's it. None of them are below us.
Yeah, but that's not the proof for us. That's what I'm saying. So now we are in the beginning. We cannot prove that they are lying. Obviously, there is a lot of proof that they have lied in other things, NASA, for example, a lot, but that's not an anti-proof for. It's not an anti-proof for the globe that someone cannot explain what the radius of the Earth is. Because if the globe is existing and if NASA is real, then they know what the radius of the Earth is. That's just.
Yeah, the problem is no one has been able to present us with any documentation showing that they
because
actually
no
measured
one
it.
from because no one from NASA is joining the Discord. Okay, I think if not, someone from NASA comes, he doesn't know as well. But I'm just saying, it's just because no one from Discord could explain it. It doesn't mean that no one on this earth can explain.
Well, listen, that it's not just being on Discord. We've asked PhDs in cosmology, high upper educational people that are in cosmology, astronomy, and all sorts of different fields to go search out the information that we've asked for. No one has provided it, and we've done our own researches to try to find this documentation of an exact of a direct measurement. And it
Because you
seems
can
to be,
only
hold on. I'm almost done. It seems to be that no one has ever done it. That's why
no,
we can't
obviously you
find it.
can't, because you can only prove that if you have access to the NASA data, or if you are an astronaut, or if you're part of that mission. No one else will ever be able to prove it, because no one else will ever have able access to the ISS. So if NASA publicizes this data, then everyone can prove it, maybe. But obviously they haven't. So no one outside of that fucking elite group will ever be able to prove it.
Okay, well, I understand, and I agree. I understand you're still playing devil's advocate for that.
No,
for
no,
that
I mean
little
that.
bit.
No, I mean that honest. That's. I'm saying. I mean that honest. It's not That's a question. You are asking people a question where you already know no one will ever be able to prove it, because it's not possible. It doesn't
Okay,
care if you
here's
have a telescope. You cannot prove it with a telescope. So you have to be in space to prove that question.
that's not true. I can digress. I can say that that's not true as far as that goes. Being up in space, supposedly, that's the only way to tell, because you should be able to tell on the surface. And besides that, here's my point. Because it's not only NASA, that information would be used as a reference for the radius dimension for everything else. And that would be in, like, you know how like they have weights and measures, standards of measurement. They use standards in manufacturing or in the construction. They use standards to use as a reference to measurements. So this Earth curvature measurement would have been done on the surface, and there would be a documentation. This would be an official measurement that they use as a reference for a standard of measurement. And everything else they use it not only for NASA sending ISS or satellites up, but everything else done on.
Bro, everywhere you look, there is fucking
surface.
buildings, mountains, hills. You know what I mean? You don't see further than 40 miles without having anything interrupting your view.
Well, see, the problem is it would be a Guinness Book of World Record that they measured it. It would be a Nobel Prize attached to it. This would be public knowledge. If there were a measurement, it would be known.
They even lost the building plans for the spaceships. We all know that they are crazy, so who knows what's true? I'm just saying. I'm just saying. I think that's wrong. Like,
okay,
that makes no
so
sense.
either they're crazy or they just didn't do it. So we have a couple choices. So maybe they're both. Maybe they're crazy and they never did it.
Yeah, I think there is no proof for the curvature of the Earth, but I think there is a lot of proof that NASA is fake, for example.
Absolutely, 100%. I agree with that.
Yeah. Absolutely. I concur with you on that point. Yeah. We know that. So sometimes they come out and tell the truth. So I like to go with the truth that they have told, because in 2015, they had the Orion project. They came out and said nationally on national TV that they never went beyond low Earth orbit, and that they can't go until they solve this problem. So that means they never went in 69. And I don't know how. I'm sorry. I don't know how most of the world just totally ignores that part, or didn't hear it, or it just went over their heads. But it's there.
Say the first part again, please. I didn't understand it.
That in the Orion project in 2015, NASA admitted, they said we can't go beyond low Earth orbit because we have to solve these problems with radiation, shielding, and so forth, and different problems that they were having. So, and they said themselves, until we solve these problems, we cannot go beyond low Earth orbit. They said it right out of their own mouths.
They had no issue to go there with aluminum foil 60 years ago or whatever. So
Yeah, that didn't happen.
I know.
I posted in the side chat that, NASA, the greatest human accomplishment
one would argue in the history of mankind and the data, the telemetry data they had from those moon landings, they accidentally recorded over and destroyed by accident. I mean, you got to be shitting me. They didn't have the data because they didn't go, and that was
Everything
an
is fake.
easy out.
But now we are in an interesting time because now we have Amazon who goes to space. Now we have Elon Musk who goes to space, right? And seemingly all of them are involved into that conspiracy. So I don't know.
Yep. So I'm going to go with the Orion Project and what they said then, that they didn't go. Thank you very much,
but
NASA.
everyone knows. Also, Buzz Aldrin just said like a year ago to a little girl, if you Google Buzz Aldrin admits they've never been on the moon, then there
Yeah.
is a video with a little girl. He admits as well. Obviously, that was fake. Everyone knows that.
Yep.
That is like, even the footage. How did they bring up the cars? What the fuck? In the
So-
small,
so-
they had like 2 cars on the moon. How did they bring up the car? And that's crazy. You know,
Well,
everything was
here's
fake.
the other thing. The other thing to think about. Do you think for a second that if they did make it to the moon and they did have cars, that they would be so careless as to do some like dune riding
Yeah,
in
it's
these
fake.
carts on the moon? You know what I'm saying?
I know
Everything
that.
would be strategic. Everything would be absolutely grounded in safety. And these guys are out here on buggies, like doing jumps and 360s and shit on the moon. Like it just didn't happen.
Why don't
You
we
know?
have footage from Elon Musk's rocket uncut from the Earth to the ISS? Someone on the ISS opens the door and they fly into the ISS, become gravityless and whatever. We have not single uncutted footage in 2024. It's crazy. Everyone has a fucking iPhone 14 in its pocket with the best camera ever, and they don't. They are not capable of sending us the images of a real.
I mean, NASA even admits that all of the pictures of Earth from space, they're all photoshopped and pieced together from, because they said if you saw the plain image, it would be boring. So we got to spice it up a little bit.
Obviously, because they're black and white, it's ultra. All the coloring in every universal picture is post processed. They are recording in black and white. If they're recording, who knows?
You wouldn't get through the Van Allen radiation belts. Like,
who knows, dude? We don't know anything.
well, I mean, if what
Still,
they're
there
saying
is
is true,
aliens, no? Let's be honest, still there's aliens, no? They come from somewhere as well, no? They have the capability or whatever, I guess, so who knows? Maybe there's no aliens, I don't know, but I guess there is.
like as a child, you're taught as a child to believe what the smart people tell you, right? Like, what's the guy's name? The black physicist guy.
Yeah, Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Neil deGrasse Tyson. So, as a child, if you go to like public school or any form of education as a child, even when I was a kid and I'm 45 years old, like, you know, you were always taught that these people know more than you, believe what they tell you, but everything that they tell you is their hypothesis. So it's not grounded in fact. Now, mathematics is different, but everything else involving outer space is just speculative. But you're told and taught to just believe what they tell you because, you know, they're smarter than you, and it's bizarre.
Yeah, but no one in here believes anything what was ever teach, no? So the global belief our parents have, we don't have that. So don't know. We might be wrong. Listen, 99% of this earth doesn't believe what I believe. If that means there is a 99% chance that they are right and I am wrong. And that has always to be in our mind. It's true. Because why would I be more intelligent than 7 billion people on this planet? Let's be honest. That's crazy to think. I still think it, you know what I mean? But it's obviously crazy to think.
Well, it's a fascinating topic, and you know, I, for one, am not sure what to think. I think there's just as much evidence pointing in one way as there is the other way. Now, how far down that rabbit hole am I willing to go? Well, I mean, far enough that I'm in a Discord server with dudes, you know, ladies and gentlemen talking about it because I enjoy it, and I think it's important to just listen to what other people have to say. you know, what other people believe, how they come to their conclusions. There's a lot of you guys in here who know light years more than I know about the topic, but I still find it interesting just to keep an open mind in general, you know? Just that's something most people can't do.
You're right. It's interesting, definitely. I mean, and obviously they have lied many times provenable. So they have called us conspiracy theorists since 20 years, and in these 20 years, I have never been wrong. It's true. Not gonna lie, I have never thought it's a conspiracy, and then at the end, it was like, oh, it wasn't the CIA. Okay, it was always fucking the CIA or NSA or any German government or whatever. So it never just happened. What happened?
Well, whether you know, give a shit about like Alex Jones or fucking, you know, any of the conspiracy theorists from, you know, 20, 25, 30 years ago, the alarming thing is a lot of the shit that they said 20, 25 years ago actually happened. So they were, you know, I mean, you know, I'd argue that there aren't reptilian. I don't believe there are reptilian fucking overlords, you know, disguised as humans. But
I could believe that.
Do you know where that comes
David
from?
Icke for president 10 years ago, not now, not today anymore, but David Icke for president 10
Do you know
years
where
ago.
do you know where the reptiles and government, where that conspiracy theory comes from?
Me?
Yeah, did you ever hear who initiated it?
Oh no.
Yeah, it's Edgar Mitchell, Apollo 14.
Interesting.
He thought this is what was going on because he called like the moon mission, seeing the Earth from orbit, as a very transcending experience, life altering. And then when the politicians didn't believe him, didn't really give a shit, kept doing the same crap they've always done, he wanted to he talked more aggressively. I want to drag you out into space and say, look at the Earth, you son of a bitch. You're direct quote. Look at it. And when they still didn't care, they still just drove on like normal. Then he said that the only possible conclusion at this point is that people in the government have been replaced by reptiles from outer space, the shape-shifting type, because they look human, but they don't value human life. And they're not changing or adapting in a sort of social, emotional way. So they must be shape-shifting.
How can they be from outer space when space doesn't exist?
And this is Edgar Mitchell, Apollo 14.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, he thought that the government had been replaced by reptiles from space.
I don't know how old.
Maybe.
I don't know how old you are, but there was a series back in the mid '80s called V, and I think they remade it. Like I never
It was
watched
poop, though. The remake was really bad.
Oh, was it? Yeah, I'm sure it was. But I remember as a kid, just the idea, you know. So you got to think like it's like predictive programming, right? If you put it in the context of like, you know, that conspiracy these days, like that shit is fucking unreal. For 1985, 86, when that series ran, like holy shit, it was called V, just the letter V, and it was about an alien race of reptiles coming to Earth and basically shape shifting into humans. But then over time, they gather all the political clout as their human counterparts and sort of expose themselves. And then the
Yeah, I
world.
remember that there was like a modern remake in like the early 2000s or like
Was there?
The early 2010s or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's cheesy as fuck. I mean, don't get me wrong. It's not like I'm saying go watch it, but the whole idea and premise behind it was pretty fascinating. You know.
What did V stand for?
Victory.
In the show, V stood for victory.
Yeah.
Oh, it's like.
I just think that the globe Earth, if I put it in like the paradigm of that it is a lie, I could see why they would turn religion and basically in science and physics as and cosmology as the new religion, strip people of their faith. um like it works. You're an insignificant piece of shit flying around on this ball. There's a bunch of other ones out there. We just can't come in contact with them. You sort of devalue humankind to a certain extent, in my mind. You know?
Here's a question: do fruits with like of deeper colors have more nutrient?
I don't know. The
Because
black of the berry, the sweet of the juice.
exactly. That's what I was thinking. The black of the berry, the sweet of the juice, right? So if you have, if it's sweeter, if it's darker, that means it probably has more sucrose, fructose, right? More nutrients. So therefore, relative to its lighter counterparts, that berry would be more healthy, right?
Is this
Like
the
if you were to
beginning of
crack open a watermelon, and there's one that's deep red, and there's one that's like a watered down light red. Probably the one that's deep red is sweeter and more nutritious.
Okay.
Would I be right in saying that? So basically, when you're in the store, you should always pick the deepest color, like fruit or vegetable, whatever you're looking for.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. Get unless you're talking about bananas, you don't want the dark bananas.
I feel like bananas, like you want the more yellow, because they sell them when they're green, man. And it's just weird. I don't like green bananas. Man. That's some GMO type stuff right there.
Yep. Yep, everything's genetically modified for the most part now. Even people at this point.
And they're just eating a watermelon and the hot cakes. Now, in terms of all the different variations of the blue marble, are the images that are a deeper blue better or worse for the the unsuspecting child that they're trying to indoctrinate?
Hello,
Yeah.
I have question for Flat Earth.
Hi, I'm Flat Earth. Go ahead.
What happen if you walk off edge?
I'm Flat Earth. I can't walk off my own edge, bro.
There's no edge.
Yeah, but it's like a disc.
No one here thinks that the Earth is a disc in space. We don't think that here.
Bro, what's the condescending tone for, dude? I'm just asking a question.
Yeah, I'm just answering. Yeah, I'm just answering. Nobody here believes that Earth is a disc in space. So that's wrong. We don't think that.
So what do you think?
Earth is flat, stationary, and contained. That's what.
Where is it?
So what happens if you get to the edge?
There's no edge. It's
There
contained.
might be an edge, Sonny. You don't know that, man.
Yeah.
There's an ice wall, bro.
Nobody's ever find an edge. No one here claims an ice wall.
Ice
either.
wall. See, this is a common misconception. They think that that the ice wall is like the end of it, but no. The Antarctica is just any other continent could have served the purpose of Antarctica. It's just higher than the water, so it keeps the water in. You don't need an ice wall per se. You just need the land to be above the water. And any continent any piece of land is above the water, so any land could have done that, unless it's one of those lands that, like, when there's a high tide, it becomes submerged, like those really shallow islands or something like that. But
Bro, you do know that Antarctica is made out of ice, like it's made out of water, dude.
What is behind Antarctica? Tell us, please.
Hold
What
on
is
just a
behind
second. Hold on
who
just a
knows?
second.
That's the thing. Like there might
Hold
be
on,
more land
I
and
wanna
then an
let
edge after, or it might be going on for who knows. I don't think it's infinite. So there at some point there has to be either a dome or an
you're roboting. You're cutting out,
Oh,
so
okay.
we can't
That's
understand you.
No, we
Sorry to
understood.
tell you that.
Thanks.
So here's the thing: if there, like, we know that wherever you are on Earth, we know all the oceans lay flat. But if you go south, anywhere on Earth, you will run into ice. So if there is a edge, it's going the wrong way. What it means is you're going to be on water in the ocean until you reach the ice wall. That is the edge going towards the ocean or towards the center, not outward. So if there is an edge, it's going towards the water, not towards space.
So do you believe in other planets? Do you think they're flat or?
No, Earth. You to say other planets, you have to assume that Earth is one of those things, lights in the sky, and you would have to tell us what do the lights in the sky, or we call it stars and planets, have in similarity to the Earth. How are they similar?
Well, I think it's like they used to look with telescopes, dude, and they would see, and they'd be like, "Yo, that's probably what we're living on too."
Yeah, that's an assumption, but it has nothing to do with the reality of the situation. Is when you look up in the lights at the sky, they are nothing like what we see here on Earth.
Yeah, but you can get like a telescope and you can see it. It's spherical.
Yo,
You
I
can
could
see
get a
the
telescope and
lights.
look at you, horse. Does that mean that you're a star now?
No, it's not a star. It's like a planet. You can see
Okay,
planets
but
with
I could get a
telescopes.
telescope. I could use a telescope on you. Does that mean that you and a planet are similar?
If you used the telescope to look at me,
Yeah.
and then you could assume that you're a person. If I
I
looked
am a
like you, yeah, probably. What are you talking about?
The fact that you can use a telescope to look at the stars doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean it's similar to Earth in any shape.
Yeah, but why? What are they then?
They're lights in the sky. Who knows more than that?
So you
You know
just
that the sun
deny
is like
all
a warm
all
lamp.
science,
There's no science. You can't. Science denotes
all
experimentation.
astronomy, then. Sorry, astronomy.
Astronomy is not a science. Yeah, it's just
Right.
observation.
Do you deny astronomy?
No, of course not. It's observing the night sky.
So, but you just say that planets are just lights.
Lights, the stars and planets are lights in the sky that have regular cycles, right? And more than that, we can't say. Same goes for the
You just deny
galaxies or
astronomy, then.
nebulas or all these other things. The Pleiades, these repeating like meteor showers, or whatever. All of them are lights in the sky. We've never actually been there to confirm firsthand, directly, what they are. We don't have, samples of them. We haven't sent probes to them or any such nonsense. You understand?
Yeah, but you can
Yeah,
see it and you can analyze it.
How can we analyze it when we don't have a sample of it? We can analyze the color, sure. The
Yeah, the
intensity of
color,
light.
the shape, and the size.
No, well, the size is it's an
Well, what you been
apparent
doing all day?
size, right? It's not an actual size because we've never been there to know the actual
Yeah, you can tell the size with a
distance.
telescope, dude.
Yeah, you can only tell the angular size, right?
Okay.
We don't know the actual size because we've never been there to know the actual distance or anything like that. And the farther away it is, the larger it has to be to maintain the same angular size. That's how perspective works. Understand? We know the sun is a warm lamp, a warm light. We know the moon is a cooler one. We don't know much though, because we can't test it beyond our scope for experimentation. We can't
Bro, that's
manipulate
why
the
you
variable.
gotta take their word for it, bro. You just gotta believe everything they tell you because they're smarter than you. They've done more research. They got like papers called, awarded from universities. Just gotta believe what they tell you, then you'll like your life much better.
Yeah, we just got to appeal to the consensus of the authority.
Do you get
Appeal to
a
the
boner
consensus
when
of
you
the
deny
authority of
authority?
So when I first
So do
broke
you
the
believe
top,
in the moon landing?
No.
no,
Okay.
we just talked
So you
about
think,
this.
where do you think all the money went? Like all the money to the moon landing?
Some of it went to fake it, and the
A
rest
lot of it
probably
just went to
got
weaponry.
pissed away.
A lot of what NASA was doing for a long time was, it was a part of the military industrial complex. If you remember, like in the 80s, right, when Ronald Reagan was all about the Star Wars program, a lot of that money that, after the Challenger exploded, right, when they pumped the brakes on the whole shuttle program, that money was still, even though they were in congressional hearings, that money was still going somewhere. And don't think it went to. I mean, we're still hitching rides with the Russians as far as I know. I mean, granted, you've got some like privatized industry now, but
We
yeah.
privatized the industry. Like
Well, I mean,
SpaceX,
you
where the
believe in
majority of the money is
SpaceX, but you
subsidized
don't
by the
believe in the
government.
moon?
Well, I mean,
It's
I'm sure they're
subsidized by the
subsidized.
government.
Well, of course, but I mean, what isn't that's huge?
Wait, so do you believe in
So exactly,
satellites?
is there anything private that's huge?
Well, there's secret clubs that you ain't in, and I'm not in.
Do
I
you
guess
believe
we
in
have both.
satellite?
Satellite?
Yeah, do you believe in them? Do you think that they exist?
Honestly, for me, the jury's still out on satellites.
What you say? I didn't hear you.
So the jury's still out for me on satellites. I don't know whether they're real or not.
If satellites are real, then moon is real, I think.
The moon is real, but it has nothing to do with satellites. Unless you're talking about the moon as a natural satellite.
Yeah, the moon is a natural satellite.
Okay, of course.
So you think it rotates around the Earth?
Of course the moon goes around the Earth, bro. Same with the sun.
I just don't understand how it would work. That's all.
What do you mean? The moon goes around the Earth in the heliocentric model too.
Yeah, I know, but in the flat Earth model, I don't get it.
It moves in a circle.
So how does it become night?
You know, the moon doesn't dictate whether it's night or day, right?
Yeah, the
Sometimes the
sun
moon's out
does,
during
but
the day. Yeah. So it sounds
so the sun is not
but,
shining.
yeah, so it
So if the
becomes
sun
night
is
when the
shining
sun's
on
no
a
longer
flat
overhead.
plane, the full plane would be,
No, why
bright,
would the full plane go? Light attenuates.
because that's how light works, dude.
No, that's not how light works. Light obeys, it has attenuation. It obeys the inverse square law. It gets obstructed by like matter in the media, in the atmosphere. So no, that's not how light
Oh,
works.
okay. So it probably spreads out more then if it's getting obstructed.
Yeah, and spreads out more, and because as it spreads
So,
out, its
so it
intensity
wouldn't work. It would be
weakens, so
daytime when
you're
it's not
less likely
supposed
to see
to.
it. What's that?
That's why it not make sense.
Bro, I don't know.
Yeah,
First
the
off,
sun. Listen, because you think the sun is 93 million miles away. That's why you say that. But the sun is actually smaller and closer. So therefore, it behaves like a light. Like if you have a desk lamp over a table, it only covers a certain part of the table, not the whole entire table, because it's closer to the table. That's how the sun works.
Well said.
Yo, it does cover the full table, dude.
You have a small table there.
Only if it's far enough away.
So so it's not like half of the Earth that is light and half of the Earth that is dark.
It is like that, actually. Imagine you have a bigger table,
how is it,
and the light
who is
covers half the table.
controlling the half? Who is making sure it is perfectly half? Instead of like how light would work and sort of spread out circular.
Light is moving, bro. It moves on its regular circuit. Who set that circuit? Allah did.
But look at the GIF I just posted in the side chat there, sir. Now, I'm not saying that's what it is, but
Yeah, that's stupid though, because
how is that
that's
stupid?
not how a light would work, unless if it's a circle. Unless if it's a sphere, dude.
Okay, let's try this. Let's try this. If you're in a large building and there's a lamp on one side of the building and you're on the other side of the building, 400 feet away, and you're trying to read a book, can you see the book and be able to read it 400 feet away from the little tiny lamp on the other side of the room?
I think that is a bad hypothetical, but no, I couldn't.
Thank you.
Yeah, but it's a bad hypothetical. That's not how the sun would work.
No, the light attenuates as it moves away from you. When the sun is
There's no
over top of
walls
you,
or
when it's
anything, dude.
noon, when it's noon at your location, the moon is at the sun is at its highest location. The sun's at the highest location
So it
above
goes up
you
and down throughout
when
the
it's
day.
noon. And when it turns to nighttime, the sun has moved away. And as it moves away, you get less and less light. That's what happens. That's what we observe. That's what happens in reality.
Bob, it's a bad hypothetical because even if he had light, he still won't be able to read. He's illiterate. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding hard.
Yeah, dude, what's wrong with not being able to read? What you gonna do about it? You gonna make fun of me or?
Yeah, I just did though. So
Yeah, what's wrong with it? Some people don't know how to read, dude. There's nothing wrong. Not everyone comes from a privileged background.
There
dude.
is something wrong with it, but it's just it is what it is.
Yeah, not everyone comes from privilege. It's really mean. You hurt
Anyways,
my
Jimmy,
feelings.
that GIF is a rough approximation. I don't like it really because like the moon, it's not supposed to be that they're like polar opposites, you know? When it's not the case, the moon's actually traveling a
Yeah,
little bit slower.
I
So.
just found the first GIF. I just searched, like, and
Yeah,
I just wanted to throw it just as an example of what could be the case, like similar, like, like I still have a hard time wrapping my head around that when I look at it, and then like, there's a lot of other questions that pop into my head when I see, and I'm not saying that like just. I guess what I'm saying is, if I looked at this and decided, okay, I'm going to try to believe this, what would be all the obstacles? And there's still quite a few.
Yeah, like the way that the light attenuates in that is just weird too. Like this oval that's kind of like shrinking around the north, you know, kind of like wraps around the north. That wouldn't be how it would work if the Earth was flat either. So I don't know. It's just weird.
Okay, I got
But it's better than
one
nothing.
more question, guys, and then I'll go. How do sunsets and sunrise work on flat Earth?
It moves. You know, it's called the sunrise and sunset for a reason. It's not called an Earth turned forward and light, Earth turned forward dark.
Yeah, but the sun is setting down the horizon or
Yeah,
up the
the sun is
horizon.
moving away. As things move away, they, decrease in your field of view towards the vanishing point, which is the horizon.
Yeah, I don't know what I mean.
When things move away, they go down if they're high in the sky, and they go up if they're on the ground. Into the middle point, which is the horizon.
Isn't flat Earth where they don't believe in horizon? They think it's just flat.
No, there's still a horizon, bro.
But isn't it flat?
Sure, if you're talking about the water, it's more or less flat, planar, but there's still a horizon.
How is there a horizon if it's flat?
Because the way your eyes work, there's something called a minimal angular resolution. Some
It's
things,
also
like the
in the
farther
word.
away they get, the harder they are to see, right? When they're too small, you can't even make them out.
No, but
So as things
you
move
can
farther
see it the
away,
full
they
time as it's
vanish.
going down. It's not going further away, it's going down.
I know. It's going farther away, which seems like it's going down. That's how
No,
perspective
it does not get
works.
smaller. If things get smaller, if things get smaller, they're going farther away. And it's
It
going
sometimes
down.
gets
It's not
smaller,
getting
and
smaller.
sometimes it doesn't because of atmospheric magnification.
Nah, dude, you're just making bullshit up now.
No, look up Rob Skiba sun atmospheric magnification on YouTube. You'll find a video that demonstrates this.
I think a lot of it is just a lot of shit. And a lot of it is just people that don't like authority, so they need to get an outlet. And a lot of it is people with superiority complex. And a lot of it is just like idiots. But
And a lot of it is
well,
people coming in with fake accents.
yeah, this is, to be honest. But I'll see you later. I respect the grind with the 24/7. Are you actually 24/7 or?
What'd you say?
Is it actually 24/7? This voice chat?
It is, but sometimes there's some like dead air at night.
Right. What times?
Like usually when it's like night in North America.
You need to get more Australian.
To be, do you need someone to describe how a clock works? Or what?
Nah, you need to get someone from
Half the time
Australia.
you're Indian and half the time you're Mexican. It's really hard.
Nah, dude, I'm from Cuba. Not fucking Indian, dude.
Check out that video that I
Can you
put
tell us
in the chat.
Do you think Earth is a globe?
Yeah, I think so.
So? Don't know so? Would you say it's a knowledge thing?
I think it's something I've been taught.
Been taught? You could prove it's true?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah.
I mean, I think people can, but I cannot. I'm not an expert.
That's a shame. Do you think you need to be an expert?
Yeah, but I mean, you guys are like 24/7. You know all the counter arguments.
Why do you think you need to be an expert to go outside and have a look?
No, it's just like in this voice chat, I couldn't prove it because you guys know all the counterpoints.
Yeah, but I'm just talking about going outside and having a look and seeing what you see. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I could because there's a horizon. But
yeah, well, there you go. Looking at flat Earth.
yeah, if there's a horizon, there can't be a flat Earth, dude.
Absolutely wrong. We can show there's a horizon on flat surfaces. This can be demonstrated on Earth with flat surfaces. Even a table has a horizon.
Why can I never see a good example of the flat Earth? There are globes which are a good example, but they're never good example for flat Earth.
You have good examples all around you. Whenever you go to the beach and you look over the ocean, there's no
Yeah,
curvature
there's
there.
horizon,
You can
dude. The sun go down, the sun go up. It's not a good
You can see,
example.
yeah, the sun does get further away from you. What do you think
It doesn't
happens
go
when the
further away,
sun
go up and down.
when the sun rises? Is it all of a sudden above you all the time during the whole day?
Yeah.
Or does it go from one side of the horizon to the other horizon?
Yeah, it goes up and down, around.
It appears to go up and down. It's the same distance or approximately the same distance above you at all times. Just because it's further away, it makes it look as though it's lower to the horizon. That's why we have sunrise and sunset, because when it's further away, it's lower to the horizon. When it's further away, it's dark. When it gets closer, it starts getting light. Then you have daylight, and then it appears to be overhead. As it moves away from you, it appears to go lower to the horizon. It never goes below the horizon, though.
It does go below the horizon, dude. Have you never seen a sunset?
Yeah, I have. That's what I'm talking about. The sunset
So it does go below the horizon.
doesn't go below the horizon. Prove it.
I've seen it go below the horizon.
Okay, just prove it. Where's your proof that it goes below the horizon?
I have seen it with my own two eyes.
Yeah, but what proof do you have that it's actually going below the horizon rather than
I cannot.
into the vanishing point of the horizon?
You cannot see it once it goes below the horizon. So I know
It
it is
doesn't go
way
below
down
the
below.
horizon, because if it went below the horizon, that means the horizon would be curved. Show you what measurement do you have that shows it's curved?
Yo, but I can see that it goes below the horizon.
Do you have a measurement of curved horizon though?
I would need a big measuring tape, dude.
No, you wouldn't. In
Yeah,
5
I would.
miles, in 5 miles there'd be 16 feet of drop. Can you see 16 feet of drop with the binoculars looking on a shore 5
Are
miles
you
away?
sure,
You
dude?
sure could.
16 feet of drop?
You sure? Listen, you sure could notice 16 feet of drop in 5
You
miles
sure
looking
could.
up
I
the
see what you
coast.
did there, Sonny.
Yeah, I think it's kind of like a drop of sand in the grand scheme of things.
You could easily see 16 feet of drop in 5 miles with the binoculars at a shore 5 miles away over water. You could surely see that. We see things much in excess of 10 miles. 10 miles, like an island, 10 miles offshore, that would be 88 feet of vertical drop.
Yo, why you
Do you
keep
see this?
changing your measurements? You keep saying feet and miles. Just keep it feet, dude.
Yeah, I'm telling you the exact measurements, the
Yeah, but you
exact
keep
amounts
switching
that
it
are
up.
on the Earth curve calculator that comes from Globers. They tell us exactly what the size is and how much drop over distance that would be
Yeah,
required
but you
of
keep
a ball that
exaggerating by
size.
saying a different measurement each time.
So listen, I'm going to ask you a few questions. I'm going to ask you a question. Since you're so sure that there's curvature, what is the radius measurement of Earth? Do you know that?
No, I don't, because I'm not an expert. I
Okay,
say
so
this
that's my
already, dude.
point. So that's my point. So you don't even know the measurement of Earth. So how could you possibly tell us what the circumstances are on the surface? I'm telling you,
Because
we
I'm
already
here
know
and
this
I can see
information.
it. I can see
We've
the sun
already,
go below the
listen,
horizon.
you didn't know the size of Earth, so how could you tell the circumstances on the situation on the surface or how much drop over distance? You didn't know that. We know that because we've studied it. We know your
Yeah,
globe better than, listen, we know your
that's what I
globe
was
better
saying.
than
You
you.
know the
Hold
counterpoint,
on, I
but I
wasn't
cannot
done yet.
prove it.
I wasn't done yet. So
Yeah,
listen, we
you're
know
talking a lot of shit, dude.
why is, oh
You're just
yeah,
talking
why
for the
is
sake
it,
of
if
talking,
I'm
I
talking
think.
shit, then why is it
You
we
just
know
like the
your
sound of
globe?
your own voice.
Shut up or you'll be muted. If you talk over me
What
again,
about you shut
I'm
up,
mute you.
dude?
Listen, I'm speaking and I
Yeah,
wasn't
you're
done.
speaking
So
for no
why
reason.
is it that we know your globe better than you do? Answer that.
Right, you keep trying to talk before I finish to overload me, but I don't care,
No,
dude.
you were interrupting me while I was in the middle of my sentence.
No, you were prompting me to answer, and then you would start talking again.
Yeah, I stopped you because you didn't know the size, and then you want
Yeah,
to continue
good,
talking
dude.
like you know something about the Earth when we know more about it than you do.
Yeah, okay, so I have said already I'm not an expert.
Well, I just told you the 3,959 miles, and we've studied this, so we know how much drop over distance. In 5 miles, it's 16 feet. In 10 miles, it's 80. It's 60. 60. Yeah, 68 feet of vertical drop.
And you believe that, or you not?
That's an Earth curve calculators that the Globers give us based on that size radius.
So do you believe it, or?
So you don't have to believe. No, I don't believe you because it's not measured to be so. Because when we look over 10 miles, there is no vertical drop of 80 feet or whatever it's supposed to be.
So why can't you see like Statue of Liberty or whatever?
Because you can't see forever.
Yeah, but you could be able to see like maybe with binoculars.
Even binoculars have an optical limit of
What about a
resolution.
telescope?
Yeah, that also has an optical resolution limit as well.
So you think that Statue of Liberty is that far? Telescope cannot see, but telescope can see
Why don't you
planets
look?
and stuff.
Okay, you're bringing up information, so why don't you go look and see how far the Statue of Liberty can be seen,
Yo, I know for
and
a fact
then
the Statue of
and then
Liberty
look up
is closer
and then
than
look
the
up
moon, dude.
then I wasn't done, and then look up how much drop there should be over that distance. Go
I'm
do
not
that,
going
and
to.
then
I'm
come
on my
back and
phone. I
talk.
can't really, but
What's the furthest distance the Statue of Liberty has been seen over water?
I don't know, dude.
Yeah, I do though.
Yo, tell us.
60 miles. Do you
How
know how
did
much
they see
rotor,
it?
do you know how
Where
much
did you see it, dude?
do you know how much how tall is the Statue of Liberty?
I don't know. I'm not American. Like 6 story or something? I don't know.
Yeah, but you understand that things get smaller, appear to get smaller as you move further away from them.
Yo, isn't it bedtime in Australia, dude?
No, it's in the morning.
Oh, okay.
So you mentioned the sun and a few other things that have nothing to do with the Earth. Do you have any evidence of Earth curve?
No, I don't think so. I think it's hard to measure.
Okay.
Because it's so big.
Yeah, no worries, no worries. Well, it's measured flat. Celestial navigation, GPS uses requires horizontal plane of reference
Why would it need an
or
XY?
land surveying. Yeah, XYZ.
Yeah, why would a GPS need to know up and down? Why
Why?
would a GPS need to equate for the curve?
It doesn't.
You know, why would it
It's
need
laid out
to?
on the grid. It's laid out on
Let's
a
say the
grid
Earth was round. Why would it need to account for it?
because it's not round. It is flat. That's why
Yeah,
it's
but if it
mapped out
was, why
on a
would it
grid.
need to? This argument that GPS use flat Earth is stupid. Even if it was flat round, it would still use flat.
So measured flat then.
Yeah, because it doesn't need to know up and down.
Okay.
There's no
Yeah,
point.
so measured flat. Alright, cool. Thanks. Earth is measured flat.
That's so stupid. Why would it need to know? That's so stupid. Obviously, it's not going to measure the
I don't know, dude.
relevant angle.
Maybe your globe model is a bit stupid. Maybe.
Yeah, but if you're a GPS, you don't need to know the curve. It doesn't matter. If you're a plane, then yeah, you'll need to know the curve.
But yeah, there's no curve though.
So why do planes go on like curve angle then? You ever been on a plane?
I've been on a plane, stationary. The artificial horizon, yeah, which you used to navigate and keep your position above the Earth, is flat and stationary.
Yeah, it's the
There's
horizon.
no accounting.
The
Air
horizon is
pilots do not.
stationary. It doesn't move that much. What
Yeah,
you talking about?
yeah, pilots. Yeah, Earth is stationary. Yes, correct. So pilots do not account for curvature or 1,000-mile-an-hour rotation. They just don't.
They curve.
It's
They
represented
equate for
in
the
the.
curve. That's not my point. They equate for the curve because they go in curved direction.
No, they don't.
Look at the map. Go on a flight and go and look at the flight map. Do you think that is true or?
They go point to point.
Yeah, and they do. They go straight forward, but it's curved because the Earth is curved.
No, it's not. It's not used as curved. And anyway, the Statue of Liberty, I looked up the information for you. So the Statue of
Yeah,
Liberty
glassy hours.
is 305 feet tall and is seen for 60 miles out at sea. The vertical drop in 60 miles is 2,400 feet. How are we able to see the 305 feet if they're supposed to be 2,400 feet of vertical drop because of the curvature. Earth is flat.
What did they see it with? Maybe they went on a very tall building and seen it or something.
305 feet. It tells us how tall the Statue of Liberty is.
Yeah, but how did they see
no
it?
buildings
They
on the
saw it
sea.
from out at sea, like from a ship.
Okay, but
Yeah. There's supposed to be 2,400 feet of vertical drop or curvature in 60 miles, but we can see 305 foot tall Statue of Liberty 60 miles out at sea. Doesn't make sense on a globe, period.
so where are you getting the vertical drop thing from?
From the Earth Curve calculator, right here.
Made for Globers by a
These are
Glober.
made from Glovers, yep. Here's the link. It's in the side chat. There you go. Are you looking at the side chat?
Yeah, I just seen it. I click on it.
So at 44 minutes after the hour is what I put the information on the Statue of Liberty. And at 46 minutes after the hour is the Earth Curve calculator that I used.
So you think that math in the bottom does not work? The explanation.
Yeah, because it makes no sense. If there's supposed to be 2,400 feet of drop, you would never see a 305 foot tall Statue of Liberty 60 miles out. It doesn't make sense. It's
No,
not a
but see,
globe. That's why you
go
can
onto
see
the
it.
website. Wait 1 minute. Go onto the website and scroll down and see the explanation. Do you think that is false and that would not work if you
What
put it into
explanation?
calculator?
This is the curvature that's required on a ball of 3,959 radius.
So do you
That's the
think that works?
curvature. No, it doesn't
That
work.
would
That's
make a
what we're
perfect
trying to
circle?
say. The Earth is flat, so that's why it doesn't work. You're right. It
No,
doesn't
but
work.
would it work just mathematically? Would that tell you the circle?
No, listen. 305 foot tall Statue of Liberty seen 60 miles away. In 60 miles, if the Earth was a ball of that size, it would be 2,400 foot below your view.
Okay, but
You would
do you
never see
deny
it.
the maths?
What?
That if you put that explanation into a calculator,
Why do
would
you
it
need a
not
calculator?
work?
2,400 feet versus
No, but see the
305 feet.
explanation, dude. You're not listening. See the explanation.
What explanation?
If you scroll down, it says the explanation and it shows you kind of how the formula works. Do you think that formula would make a perfect circle? If you put in, I don't know, 30,000, 4,000 or whatever.
I'm just going by what the globe Earth is saying that there's
So
curvature.
would that make a circle if you put that into a calculator?
Why don't you ask the Globers? They're the one that put the Earth curve calculators out there, not us.
I'm saying because it kind of disproves your whole ideology.
It's not my ideology. It's the globe Earth calculations that are
Yeah, but
given
if
based
you
on that
deny that,
size.
if you agree with that math, then it denies your ideology.
We don't agree with it. It's what the
So you
Globers
deny
put
that
out.
math.
It's the Globers' claim. It's the globe people's claim, not ours.
I
So
don't
the
wanna
math in the
annoy, but
bottom.
I have just thought about another tactic how you could find out curvature from Earth. If you are in a desert, a straight desert, and then you have two persons with a big distance, and one person cannot see person two anymore, then person two could just write something up like a measurement or whatever, like something, and when you see it, when the other person sees it, and it's like 5 meters over him, then you would actually know the curvature of the Earth as well, if there would be curvature. Did you understand? Does it make sense?
No, that doesn't, dude.
Okay, so if you have two people, right, and they can't see they can't see each anymore. So
Okay, so they're in a
one people
desert and
just
they're
would have
trying
to
to measure the
elevate.
desert.
Sorry.
Are they in a desert trying to
Yeah,
measure
they're
a
on a
desert?
straight plane, okay? It's like 200 kilometers distance, say. There is nothing in between, no mountain, no hill, okay?
Okay.
They're on a field, let's say. And then they can't see them anymore. So one person only would to elevate himself so far that the other person can see him again. And when you would know the height of the elevation was needed to be seen again, then you would also know the curvature of the Earth.
I think that would work, but there's not anywhere where that could happen. Unless if
Yeah,
you're in
and
the sea.
and
I'm not sure.
anyway, Horse, you were saying that if you scroll down, yeah, if you scroll down in the Earth curve calculator, I've posted it 50 minutes after the hour says this formula is accurate for any distance. There's your answer.
So you think that is an accurate explanation?
The Globers are telling us that's what it's supposed to be. It's not us that made it up. It's the
Okay,
Globers.
so you think...
It's the Globers' information, not us.
Right, let me finish, dude. Okay, so 4,000 miles you think would make a circle? If the 4,000 miles is a circle, then that thing about your Statue of Liberty does not make sense. That's false.
Just a quick point of correction here. The Statue of Liberty cannot be seen from 60 miles away. It was once a lighthouse, and its light was visible from 60 miles away, but nobody has ever seen the statue from 60 miles out.
Does that not sound like curvature then? That sounds weird now. Oh my god, I'm getting confused in this channel. Does that not sound like curvature then?
Dude, can you post like the source for that, man?
When it did have a light, it was seen from 60 miles away. So I don't know, you're bogus.
So the light was seen from 60 miles away, but the
Right,
statue...
when the light was on top.
But light spreads, right? So light could be 20 meters higher than the building
Yeah,
itself.
but not 2,400 feet high.
Yeah, it can, dude. It really can, especially a lighthouse.
Bullshit.
What do you think a lighthouse are made for, dude?
Yeah, that's what a lighthouse is for, so you can see the light from a very far distance.
But you could just zoom in, no? So you could just take a telescope and zoom to the building, no? If with a zoom or with a scope, you would be able to see it now.
Yeah, with the telescope you could see the light.
No, somewhere you need also. It also needs to be possible to see the building, not the light.
Oh, yeah, using
No,
a
you can see the
sextant, you
light and
can
not see the
determine
building
the
for
distance
quite
from
a
it,
while.
right?
If this is not
Do
possible,
a
then
flat
they are
Earth
not on the
measurement.
same height, right? I mean, that is obvious.
If you know the height of the lighthouse, you can use your sextant to do a flat Earth elevation angle measurement, the distance shore to lighthouse, from boat to shore, lighthouse.
I posted a link in the chat about the Statue of Liberty.
Yeah, that's actually funny as fuck, dude, because that just like disproves your whole gotcha there, Sonny.
Are there actual flat earthers in here right now?
Yes, there is. How you going, dude?
Hello. I guess. How would you explain the difference in
Wait, hold on real quick. What's the deal with the explaining something? Why would that matter? Or something can be explained or not?
because the thing that I was going to ask is clearly explained by a round Earth model.
Present that first. Present this round Earth model you think can explain it.
So, in the flat Earth model, if you were to view the stars, right? They
All right. You think you have an explanation already. Let's just jump. Let's cut to the chase. Cut through the bullshit. Show your explanation already. Use your model. Don't worry about someone else so you don't get it.
Why can't he use other people's model?
Well, he doesn't know it. That's the problem. It'd be called a straw man. It's like a logical fallacy to use something that isn't even what someone's presenting. So
Well,
instead of just let's cut through the bullshit.
Didn't you? No, but you just said.
I didn't
Can you
straw man.
prove this? And then you muted him when he was proving it because he was not proving it right.
No,
or what? Why did you mute him there?
You probably would. Well, I'm trying to focus on you because you seem really concerned right now.
Yeah, I think you're unfair.
Okay. Well, that's all right.
Continue to let him
Write that
speak
down.
and let him finish.
Write that down in your diary, and it can be unfair, and now life's unfair, and then you can get over it.
Yeah, it's kind of like you're a bad faith debater.
Then don't debate with me.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
Yeah, so follow you right now. Follow your logic. My feedback remains: life is unfair, and then don't debate with me.
I think you're very condescending because you know you're wrong.
Ditto. You're
Like
very.
the reason you muted him was because he was proving you wrong, and then
If you think
got
that's
all
the case,
annoyed.
then you think that's the
Yo,
case.
dude, calm
why,
down, dude.
Why are you muting him?
Calm down, dude.
Why'd you get my
Calm
attention?
down, dude.
So why do you want my attention? Why not let the guy talk?
Because I
Why
think
would
you
you talk?
unfairly muted him. I was
Okay,
just
but
giving him
now-
a voice when
now
he didn't have
can't
one.
talk because I'm having to focus on this squawker who's
Yeah,
like
I was giving him a
squawking in the
voice when you
background.
keep muting him.
Okay, so are you done yet, or are you gonna keep squawking?
Yeah, I want him to speak, but you've got him on mute.
Yeah, so you're the one that's distracting. So we'll put you on mute so the conversation can continue. All right, Sparta, you're looking for explanations. You think you have explanations. Present your explanations.
In the round Earth model, if you go to the North Pole and make a time lapse of the stars, it will appear as though the stars directly above you on the North Pole are just twisting or rotating around a center point, and everything is going in all the other
An
stars
example?
around you.
Have you got an example of that?
I can find one if you want. Do you want me to find one?
That'd be great.
I'd like to stop you right there because you are correct. The stars are moving up front above you. Yeah, the stars are the thing that's moving. You're right.
Okay. Would
So
you
welcome-
do you want me to
welcome-
finish my? Do you want me to finish my
welcome
explanation?
To welcome to Flat Earth. Then now you can finish. Go ahead.
Okay. So if you go to the South Pole, you see different stars, and the stars are centered around a point, and they revolve a different direction, counter to the North Pole.
Okay, so is the Earth spinning in two different directions then? Oh, that's
No, it's not.
hilarious. Okay, so are all the stars moving from east to west, no matter where you are, either in the north or the south?
Well, if you are on the North Pole, they're moving around the point in one direction, and then the opposite direction on the South Pole.
They're both still moving. The stars are still moving from east to west. Doesn't matter if you're in the south or in the north.
How about clockwise and counterclockwise? Is that what you want to talk about?
Yeah.
We need to talk about cardinal directions. Are they moving east to west in the north, and are they moving west to east in the south? Can you elaborate
You
on
need to
that?
explain. You need to explain clockwise and counterclockwise, not east to west.
Like, second. Just 1 second. I need to find some examples.
Yeah, we have the examples. We know what you're talking about. So if you're looking, so listen, here's an example. If you have a long hallway or a room, let's say a room, and in the middle of the room on the ceiling, you have a number 6 drawn, a big, huge number 6. If you're on one side of the room and you look up at that, you see the number 6. If you go to the other side of the room, turn around and look at the same number, it looks like a number 9 now.
Yeah, but you're not seeing the same stars.
Doesn't matter. You're saying you see in a different rotation when you're actually looking at the same thing from a different view. So you have clockwise, then you turn around and are looking north from the south, you see counterclockwise.
No, you don't. It spins clockwise still.
That's exactly what you just said.
You have to be above it to see it spin the other way.
Alright, so in the round Earth model, if you're on the North Pole, they move counterclockwise around a point, around a specific star. I believe it's Polaris. I'm not super into the study of stars, so I'm not 100% sure. But anyway.
That's obvious.
Cool. Thank you for that. But if you go to the South Pole, you can view a completely different set of stars, which would not be explainable under the, or at least I don't think it's explainable. And if you have a good explanation for it, I would love to hear it of why the stars that go clockwise when you're on the South Pole around a single point work the way they do, because it makes sense in a round Earth model, but not a flat Earth model.
That doesn't make sense in a globe Earth model. So can you now tell us, since you've said all that, can you tell us how stargazing proves that the Earth's surface is curving? Can you logically connect those two things?
Yeah.
Because looking at the stars has nothing to do with the surface that you stand on. So you'd have to explain that logically and connect the two. How is looking at the stars or the lights in the sky, no matter what they're doing, determine what the floor is like?
Because the Earth is rotating, and if it's rotating in a 3-dimensional space, we can see everything around us, and relative to those stars, we can see the shape of the Earth.
You can't see the shape of the Earth by looking at the stars, no matter how you look at them. No, you can't. You haven't logically connected the two yet.
Exactly, and now you're claim stacking. Now you've got another claim you've got to prove. You're just burdening yourself more and more. Claimed Earth motion, as well as sphericity.
So how do I, alright, if I was on a flat Earth, and I went to one part of the planet, and saw one set of stars that moved in one direction around a single point, and then I went to another point on that flat Earth planet and saw a completely different set of stars that rotated in the opposite direction. How does that make sense?
You still need to tell us whether they're
move in the
moving
opposite
east or west.
direction, dude. They don't move opposite direction. They do when you turn around and look south, but they're still going east to west. In Australia, the Southern Cross it appears to be going around a point in the north, not in the south. The Southern Cross goes east to west, same as all the other stars. And same as the sun and the moon. Saying the sun rises in the west in Australia?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
No, it isn't.
Opposite star rotation. So there's no opposite star rotation. They'll go east to west. If you turn around and look south, they still go east to west, but they'll be going right to left.
Sorry. So imagine
left to
that
right. Yeah.
imagine that you yourself are floating in space and you are spinning, and you're on a vertical axis, where your head to your toes and you're spinning on that axis. If you look up and you are spinning counterclockwise, then the stars will look like they're spinning counterclockwise, right? Or sorry, if you're spinning clockwise, then the stars will look like they're spinning counterclockwise, right?
Do you realize you're talking to a guy from Australia telling you which way the stars are moving, and you're trying to tell him that they're moving him in a different direction? Are you
you can
serious?
painful.
Dude,
This
you
is
can
painful.
debunk
We hear
flat
this
Earth
shit all
so
the
easily.
time. We hear this constantly, dude. You're turning around. That's why. That's it. The stars are
Right.
going in the same direction they've always went. Nothing
Okay.
new.
I've got something simpler with which I can debunk the flat Earth entire, whatever you want to call it. Much simpler, much easier to prove that the world is indeed round. Would you like to hear it?
Yes, we'd love to.
Right. Okay. So, without a doubt, we know that circumnavigation is a thing. It does exist. It works, and there's evidence of it, and there's proof of it. And there's ships traveling from point A to point B.
Answer me
from
this.
point B
Riddle me this,
to point
fat
A.
man.
We agree.
Why do people travel the globe east to west and circumnavigate it? Billions have done it. But look up your little nonsense north to south. You'll see like 3 people that have done it, dude.
Okay.
And they're
Yeah,
all
that's
full, and
because
it's all nonsense. It's all nonsense.
Okay,
None
before
of
you
them
jump
really
to
did
the
it.
right. Before you jump to the it's nonsense and it's all bullshit. Well, north and south are very cold places, right? Because the sun barely heats up those places, so it's very cold. So obviously, it's very extreme climate, very icy, and it's very difficult to to navigate. Okay, so but it's possible though. There's been ships. Let me tell you. Let me bring up Thomas Amundsen, for example, a Norwegian
People
guy
have
who led. Excuse
circumnavigated
me.
east to west billions of times. Millions and millions.
Right.
But you can only look up like 4 guys that have done it in planes.
Sure.
That
Let
really
me
didn't
just
even do
bring
it.
up.
That really didn't
Sure.
even
Let
do
me
it.
bring. Sure. Let
When
me
you look
bring up
into it.
Thomas Amundsen, a Norwegian guy, captain of a ship of the expedition, the Amundsen. Right. He went through the North Pole, if I'm not mistaken. Cut through the ice sheets and all that with a ship that had the hull hardened so that it didn't cut through ice. Right. That happened for a fact. It's not conspiracy. Okay. And he did manage to go through the North Pole, so it's not impossible. But regarding
But
circumnavigation,
he never went through the south. Nobody's ever done that.
yes, there's been people that went through the Arctic as well. Point being,
There was one guy that tried to go around the South Pole, the Antarctic, and he went 65,000 miles trying to get around the little
I
island.
appreciate. Yeah, I appreciate the fact that you're trying to get into detail to who traveled what in the North and South Poles, but circumnavigation is undeniable fact, and it does work. So, if you can go
No,
from
actually,
point
the
A,
couple of guys that have done it, you can debunk their nonsense stories. They didn't even do it. They went
Okay.
down, they flew from the top all the way down to like a
Okay.
little bit past Brazil, turned around,
Okay.
came back, and they gave him the circumnavigation record. That's
Right.
what
I
happened.
got a question for you there,
right.
Russian.
But still,
Can you tell me?
there are
Russian,
ships that do circumnavigation daily.
Russian, stop. Can you tell me if east and west are straight lines?
No, they're not straight lines because obviously there's obstacles in the way, so you have to travel around these obstacles.
Okay, if you were 100 feet above them, could you go in a straight line?
It is if you travel in one direction with an airplane, sure, yes, you can do that.
Okay, east and west are not straight lines. East and west are circles around the North Pole.
Yes,
okay,
of
there's,
course.
There's
No, east and
circles
west.
around. So So the point is, circumnavigation isn't about going around a ball. It's about going in a
Excuse me.
circle.
Excuse me. If you travel into one direction with an airplane, you will eventually, you will eventually go at a certain angle to complete a circle around the Earth. Let's say the
Is that by going
equatorial
in a
circle.
straight line? Do you go in a straight line to do that?
Assuming that you follow a compass and you follow your measurement, your GPS and all that stuff, the maps, yes, you can go into one direction and
No,
complete
you have to keep
almost near perfect
you gotta go
circle
around
around
the
the
North
Earth.
Pole.
Yes.
You got to go around Polaris. You're going to go in a circle.
No, you do
It's
not.
a straight line.
No,
It
that's not
is.
necessary.
You're absolutely
No, sir.
wrong. Absolutely
No,
wrong. This is
sir. That
BS.
is not how it works. If you
East and
follow
West
the
are not straight lines. They never ever have been straight lines, and they never ever will be straight lines. They are, every time you take an east or west position, it's only a tangent to a circle. You need to keep adjusting as you're traveling east or west to keep yourself on east or west, or you'll end up somewhere else.
I'm not sure why I got muted, but to answer
Because
to
you're
what
wrong
you just
and you were
said,
being corrected. Because you were
no,
being
sir.
corrected.
I am not
Yes.
wrong, sir. No.
Yes, you are. Period.
No, I'm
Wrong.
not.
Period.
Nope.
Yes.
Nope. Sorry.
I've got
When you travel in one direction,
What direction? I want to know the direction that you travel. What is the direction? Unmute him, please. What's the direction?
I would appreciate if you guys did not press the mute button because I am being civil with you guys and I'm trying to have a normal discussion.
I have a question.
When you travel from east to west in one direction,
awesome. Thank you.
assuming you're following the equatorial circle, you are going to eventually end up making a almost near perfect straight circle around the Earth, around the equator, right?
Right.
You're not going to travel on the North or South Pole if you constantly go in one direction by following a compass.
Okay.
Right?
Is east or west a circle around magnetic north?
When you go from one point to another, and then from that same point back to the first point, you are completing a circle. And you don't have to go through the north or the south at all.
No one's mentioned north or south. I definitely haven't. I wanted you to say east or west. You understand east, so you understand that east is just a circle around magnetic north.
Sure, let's go with a circle, right? So a circle, right?
Awesome. So you've traveled a circle.
Okay.
Dude, please,
hold on.
Thank you.
So
You've
a circle
around magnetic north.
Okay, let's assume it's a circle, right? Circle is on a 2D plane, correct? It's a circle.
It's a circle.
Wonderful. All right. So assuming you started from a point, you go around this circle back to the same point. You complete the circle, correct?
Yes, you've gone east.
Wonderful. Okay. So what happens? What happens if you go from that same point at a different angle, let's say 45 degrees, and you complete another circle? What happens then?
You've just gone in another circle.
Wonderful. Okay. And let's say you completed another circle at another 45 degrees, but minus 45 degrees. What happens then?
You've got in another circle.
Wonderful. And what if you go at 90 degrees, or let's say near 90 degrees, you complete another circle, correct?
Well, that would be north and south circumnavigation, which was brought up earlier.
Wonderful. What happens when, imagine you put all these circles in your, just imagine this in your head, right? So from that same point, you've made all these circles around. What geometry do you end up with?
Well, at the moment, we're just circling north until you imagined us going north to south, which was brought up earlier as something that's not necessarily being done. Circumnavigation east to west is very easily explained on a horizontal surface. You've gone in a circle around a point, that point being magnetic north.
Okay. But what we've agreed upon, and you've said you've agreed upon it, you've said that around the equator it's one circle, and if you do it at 45 degrees, it's another circle, and if you do it at any other degree, it's still another circle. Assuming it's starting from the same point, what geometry will you end up with? Let me answer it for you. You'll end up with a sphere, right?
No. Again, we still need no, because we're just going round in circles at the moment, dude.
Yeah, but if
And you
you
mentioned
overlap
angles.
the circles, you overlap the circles, you end up with a sphere.
I still need you to prove the north to south circumnavigation for your example to be true. This was brought up 10 minutes ago.
But you've agreed at the basic concept of circles, circumnavigation, and the circles overlapping.
Yeah. Do you remember the caveat? I've been trying to interject, and you don't seem to remember it. I said it no less than 10 minutes ago.
Okay, let's assume
have to prove the north to south circumnavigation, please. East to west.
Right. Let's just,
why are you talking?
if you'll be so kind enough to just put the north and south on the side for a moment, right? And just take the concept of you don't have to travel through the North or South Pole. You can travel through just at an angle, just next to the North and South Pole without needing to go straight through the North and South Pole. You will still end up with geometry that resembles a spheroid.
No, you've just gone around in a circle. You say this circle is a sphere, but you can travel in flat planes when you have a point known as the magnetic north that you will use a compass to point to and travel in a circle around that point.
Right.
Just circle around north. So, for example, I can put a magnet on my kitchen table. I can get my compass to point to the magnet that's north, and I can travel east or west in a circle around my table that's got a magnet on it. Does that make my kitchen sphere?
Hold on. We both agree that we started from one point, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And going from that point into one direction at a degree, let's say 0 degrees, you would end up with a circle, correct? At 0 degrees.
Yes.
Wonderful.
So we've just
now,
gone around
if you
table. Yes.
Hold on.
My table with a magnet
hold
on
a minute. Hold on. Please relax. Calm down. Right.
No, don't tell
so
me
if you travel
down, I'm trying to get you to understand something, and you keep walking past it. Maybe you should calm down and listen to what I'm saying. Remember what I said about the kitchen table on it? Do you remember?
Yes, but you're talking in terms of 2D planes, sir.
At the moment, we're just traveling around a point known as magnetic north and going in one direction, that's east, which by definition is a circle around that point.
Okay, we agree, yes.
With the magnet on it, I walk around my table with the magnet on it. It faces north, but I continue in my circular path east. And I end up where I started because I've gone around a circle around a point known as magnetic north.
Right. And what happens if you go at a 10-degree shift in the angle and you make a complete circle? What happens then?
You come back where you started if you've gone around in a circle.
Yes, but you go at a 10-degree shift, don't you?
What do you mean by 10-degree shift? What, north?
Okay.
Sorry.
If you had a ring, let's say a ring, right? A ring in your hand right now. Okay? And you laid it flat on a flat surface. That's a 2D plane. That's a flat surface. Correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So what happens if you turn that ring 90 degrees? What happens then?
Oh, that would be a sphere, and that's you invoking north to south again. You told us not to talk about north or south, but now you're invoking it again.
No problem. What if you turn it just sideways, 45 degrees? What happens then?
You've gone around in another circle, dude.
Okay.
But you still want to be adding some kind of 3-dimensional geometry when all we're doing is you brought up circumnavigation, which is just going in one direction. We'll call that east, and ended up where you started. By definition, that's a circle round north. By definition.
Yeah, but you see, real life works in 3D space, doesn't it?
Yes, I can gain altitude and depth above a horizontal.
Okay, so when you make an argument and you say that something doesn't work in 3D space while it works in 2D space, you're just denying what is around you, which is ludicrous. It's just not. It's not realistic.
You invoked the ring at 90 degrees, which would have been north or south, which you didn't want to talk about because it's cold. You asked us to put that
fine. Let's assume, as you said. Right. Let's assume you said that north and south is inaccessible, right? Okay.
I asked you, and this was brought up 15 minutes ago now, you're going to have to prove this supposition. Can you do so?
All right. Do you want me to make an example with a ring?
No, I want you to prove the supposition as in this is what we can do on the Earth.
Well, I mean, do you deny the reality of circumnavigation, first of all?
Circumnavigation east to west is just a circle around north, as we've been tirelessly been going on about for the last 10 minutes.
It doesn't have to be through the north.
Excuse me, you want to invoke a ring, turn it 90 degrees and say north to south, but not talk about north to south. If you're going to say your conception is correct, but does that fit reality? Can we circumnavigate? Why are you talking? You're not going to understand if you keep talking now, are you?
Well, the thing is, you when you say the ships have to go through the north, you're assuming that the ships have to go through an icy area, which is not fitting with what the ships do. Ships go through the equator in warm weather when they follow the equatorial circle, sir.
Aeroplane.
Okay, even the airplane, when it follows a circle around the equator, it doesn't go through the north or the south. It doesn't go through icy and like north poles or south poles when it completes a circumnavigation circle around the Earth.
15 minutes now.
You brought up the equator. Maybe you can give us the definition of the equator. How did they discover the equator, and how do we find it today?
They didn't discover the equator. They gave the name around the Earth, which is the warmest because the sun shines that part of the Earth the most. The equator.
You're wrong. Once again, you're wrong.
Am I wrong?
Yeah, the equator is what happens. It's what you find when you move away from Polaris, the northern star. You move away from it, and as you move away from it, it gets lower and lower to the horizon. And when it's on the horizon and it's at 0 degrees, you are at the equator. It's another flat Earth proof.
No, that is not how equators. That's not why equators are called equators or how they work. Equators are warm because the orbit around the sun is not a perfect circle. It's actually there's a larger orbit and a smaller orbit around the sun, whereas the Earth, when it gets closer to the sun, it heats up. That's why we have the four stages of
Capricorn and Cancer and the equator, and that's how we get our seasons. And you're absolutely wrong about your definition of the equator. It's not just because it's hot there. That's not where the equator came from.
Why can't you see the North Star when you've gone too far south?
Because you're too far away from it. You just said it. Holy crap!
Too far away from it.
The reason we get winter is because the Earth is furthest away from the sun because the orbit is it's not perfect around the sun.
Is over top of the
excuse me, sir. I'm still talking. Would you please control yourself? Thank you. So the orbit, which is furthest away from the sun, is
I can't listen to this. The guy's absolutely wrong. Yes.
Dude. Yeah, go learn that about the globe model, the heliocentric model. In the northern hemisphere, during the winter, the sun is actually closer than it is in the summer.
So I'm still confused. Why can't you see the North Star if you go too far south?
Because it's declined in angle towards the horizon and it's gone past that minimum elevation angle where you can't see it anymore. That's how we measure.
You can't resolve it anymore.
by the way, that's how we measure where the equator is. It's defined as the minimum elevation angle to Polaris. Beyond that limitation, you can't
Yo,
see.
guys, can I make a diss track on Jedi and not get muted?
I'm confused. Like, how do you? So you're saying the Earth is flat? Are you saying it's like it's kind of parabolic?
No.
How is it flat? But then we go too far south. I can't. That doesn't make sense to me.
It's a
Can you
flat
explain that?
plate.
How the surface would look like on the flat Earth?
It's a flat surface, and what Jedi is talking about is called declination angle. That means the further you get away from Polaris, it lowers in the horizon the further away you get. That's called declination angle.
Can he understand how the surface would look like on the flat Earth? Can he imagine that?
But if the Earth was flat, you'd be able to see it.
If Earth is flat, how would the surface look like?
It wouldn't go below the horizon if the Earth was flat.
If Earth is flat, how the water will behave?
Doesn't go below the horizon. So,
Yes, it does go below the
It
horizon.
looks like it does, Jedi.
Sorry, excuse me. Fucking hell. Right. So, to understand how we view the world, we understand that things above your eye line, like your ceiling in your room at the moment, when you look directly up, we'll call that 90 degrees. The part above your head is at your zenith. You see the corner of your room over there? We'll call that 45 degrees. It appears to get lower, closer to the floor, the further you look down a corridor, for example. You can measure this declination in angles. It's got nothing to do with the curved surface that you're on. It's to do with how you view the world. Your arc of perspective, specifically things above your eye line, appear to descend downwards towards the horizon with distance.
Jedi, how far away do I have to walk away from my ceiling light for it to drop below horizontal?
Drop below horizontal. Do you see things below your horizontal, do you?
Yes.
When do you see things below your horizontal?
When I get high up in elevation and I use a water level, so I know where horizontal is and I can see the sun and stars below horizontal.
Okay, that's awesome, but you're now at a different horizontal, which is parallel to the horizontal you left on the floor, but your altitude is different. But it's like trying to...
There's only one horizontal.
To say that the train tracks are meeting. They're not actually meeting, they just appear to be.
We agree.
Good.
But the sun and the stars do go below horizontal.
Your horizontal of your eye line when you're at altitude.
Yes.
Yeah, the horizontal of your eye line.
Okay, so how's that possible?
Because they've gone below the horizontal of your eye line.
So you're saying the sun and the stars are below my eye line?
Below your... No, not actually. Again, not actually.
Okay.
But this is how you view the world. It's called perspective.
Right, so again, how far away do I have to get away from my ceiling light for it to go below horizontal?
Sorry?
You're saying that this is a part of perspective. That when you move away from things, they drop in angle. Now, I agree with that. I mean, I don't agree that because, like, when we see the stars drop in an elevation, they drop. The angle to these stars drops linearly with distance, which doesn't happen with anything else. That aside, what doesn't happen is things drop below horizontal. You draw that triangle, okay? As you extend the base of that triangle, the angle of the opposite angle to the vertical line, it will get lower and it will get smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller as you extend the base. At what point does it invert? At what point does the angle to the top of that triangle invert and go below it?
You might draw this out for me, dude. Can you do that?
It's not that hard. You got a right angle triangle, okay?
I'll answer. Never.
Never.
If this was a flat Earth, it would never go below the flat horizon.
See, this is
exactly
horizon. Which horizon you're talking about? Because Mez is talking about the horizon of his elevation, and you're
No,
talking
we
about...
don't even need to mention the horizon. Just horizontal.
Did?
Who were we talking to for this? Can you guys put a pin in it And because I think we've got some new people here that had questions, and we were sort of addressing them. And then now
Oh, do you not like this topic, T-Dub?
It's not about that. You can finish it later, take it up later, put a pin in it, come back, carry on with the other new people who are asking questions. Hijack the fucking conversation, man. Been here plenty of times. We've had this, probably had this same discussion with you. How many times?
Been having the same conversation with Peter. I already answered Peter.
Oh, look, there's no new people. Let's just go back to Mez.
The Russians at the bottom.
I mean, clearly, there's no one else, so why don't we just go back to Mez?
Well, we have Russian FSB bot is still here. Are you new? Spratata?
Yeah.
Awesome, we'll talk to you then.
So you're talking. Cool. We'll talk
No,
to you.
I'll concede my time for Mez.
Oh no, we won't go to the anti-flat earther Mez.
All right, let's then I'll just continue where he left off.
Cool.
Why does the North Star go below the horizontal horizon?
The horizontal horizon. So what do you mean by horizon?
So if this is a flat Earth, if I move far enough away from the North Star, so going south, at some point the North Star will go below the horizon.
Do you see Polaris below the horizon, or are you just inferring that because of your model?
Why would it, if it's continuing?
The star below the horizon, yes or no?
You see it pass below the horizon, yes.
You see
don't
it below
actually see it
the
after.
horizon. You don't see it below the horizon? You do see it below the horizon? Which one
If
is
a car
not
passes
the
behind
car.
something,
Not
do
the
I just
car.
assume that it hasn't actually passed behind it?
No,
We're talking about Polaris. Forget about the damn car.
trying to figure out if you see the star below the horizon or not. Or are you just saying it is?
If half of the star
Half of the star?
is intersecting with the horizon, the other half. So let's say
I want to see
if I
this
see half the star that is right above the horizon, like the sun, if it was setting,
Okay, the sun's setting. Okay, cool.
wouldn't doesn't it make sense to assume that the rest of the star is below the horizon?
No.
Why?
Because one, you don't see it below the horizon, and two, you can make things disappear from the bottom up on the flat surface if you have a low angle of horizontal view across that surface. I know, feigned exasperation. Man who says he saw the star below the horizon. No one's seen
I'd love
anything
to see
below
some
the
proof of
horizon
that.
because the fucking Earth is in the way.
Yeah, I'd love to see a picture of a star below the horizon. That would be really interesting to see.
People make claims that they just can't back up. We see something below the horizon. Really? Show me that.
Are there even any photography of Polaris like within 5 degrees of the horizon?
No. Man who says that we see half the star. Really? Show me that. That's why I let him go to the sun. That's fine. We only
Link in
half.
chat.
At what?
Links in chat.
What? There's lots of things in chat. At what?
Half sun going below the horizon.
You guys
must be trolling.
Still waiting for the answer. Do you see the bottom half of the sun below the horizon? Do you see that?
No, you don't see the stuff behind the horizon, but you see the
Thank you.
consequence of it because it has gone behind the horizon.
You are
Awesome.
assuming.
What's the horizon? What's the horizon? What is the horizon?
the limit that you can see due to the curvature of the Earth.
So it's the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah.
At 1.225 multiplied by the square root of the observer's height in feet.
I don't know. I'm that.
6 foot observer at the beach, geometric horizon 2.9 miles away. You're invoking physical obstruction when you say the horizon is Earth curvature. That invokes a measurement based on the height of your eye above that surface and the imaginary tangent line drawn from your eyes to where it intersects that curvature. That's your claim, isn't it? Or do you not even know your fucking claim?
So, would you like to discuss the circle stuff? No?
Did you just say, do you like to discuss the circle stuff?
Yep.
What the fuck does that mean?
That means if you intersect multiple circles from one point, you'll still get a sphere.
No,
correct?
What on a,
Really?
What on a piece of paper? Yeah.
So if you started at a point and
What you
you went
said
in
does-
one direction,
Cool, but what you
you'd
said
end up
doesn't
in a circle, correct?
You want to be more clear with your language.
Okay, let me be clear with the language, right? So if you started from one point and you went in one direction, you would end up making a circle because of circumnavigation. From that same point, from the same point, if you went a 10 degrees angle, you would complete another circle, which will be 10 degrees slanted.
Degree angle.
Yeah.
No, you're
From the
not
same
being clear
point.
at all.
Does that not make sense
You're
to
not
you?
even being clear. No. Did anyone else think that made sense?
No, I would like to see. Can you show your work? When was this ever done?
There's a diagram.
Yeah, so this is not my work. It's just I base this off of circumnavigation of ships traveling every day, excuse me, man, I'm trying to answer the guy's question. I'm talking about the ships that travel the world and transport goods like containers every day.
He's not. I know you think that.
Oh, crypto.
What?
Your robot really hard.
We lost you, Crypto.
Yeah, so not only are there ships that transport containers every day from one point to another point, circumnavigating the world, there's also planes that transport mail and all kinds of goods every day. And this is undeniable fact.
Yeah.
Yeah. The
And
circle they complete may not be perfect geometrically, but they do complete a circle around the Earth.
Around the north.
So how about this?
Okay,
if
around
you
the
have
north, let's assume.
Hold on. If you have a dinner plate and you put your finger on one side on an edge, you can run your finger all the way around the dinner plate and end up at the same place.
Okay, wait. So on a flat surface, if you go into one direction, you will end up with a circle somehow. I don't know, this kind of magic, but still, you end up.
Like he did around my kitchen using a compass that faces the magnet that I put on my table. I can travel east a circle. Does that make my kitchen a sphere?
Well, can you explain to me why at 10 degrees, if you traveled at 10 degrees, say, right, from the same point, would that complete another circle, but would that go through your supposed north somehow? I don't know. What do you mean by north? What do you mean by north?
We're not going through the north. Fucking hell, this is like the 10th time I've tried to explain this to you.
So if you're in your
Go on.
if you're in your kitchen, right, and you're in relative to looking up, you move counterclockwise, right? I see my lights on the ceiling moving counterclockwise with me, right? But if I look down, I see my tile moving clockwise. Why is that the same for Earth if we're on a flat Earth model.
We're never looking down at the stars; they're always up.
Yes, but if I go to the South Pole, I will see a different star systems centered around a different star that isn't the North Star, is the South Star, and they are going in a different direction than when I was on the North
Star. An Australian tell you that the Southern Cross moves around the North. It circles around the North.
Guys, with respect to all of you, right? Putting aside the troll and the whatever you guys are doing here, this act.
That's not an act.
You have to admit you guys got your ass blasted by just these 2 points.
No, you just don't understand what a fucking circle is.
So
I don't think you understand geometry and 3D
other
space.
Planets and stars.
That's what I think.
Spherical? Or is it just the Earth that's flat to you guys?
Dude, we're trying to get the Russian guy what a fucking circle on a horizontal plane is. You're just going to...
I mean, I don't want to argue about words, but like, are other...
Don't know, never been there. We're on the Earth. We can act the Earth. We can measure the Earth. Never been to the moon, not been to the sun, not been able to measure it. Don't know what they fucking are.
Can you guys give me evidence of the South, like when you're on the South Pole, of the stars acting in a way that's representative of the flat Earth model and not directly representative of the global Earth model? So you can't provide evidence?
No, we cannot. You know why?
Can you acknowledge that all stars move east to west? Can we get there first before we continue on this conversation?
They all move east to west. You're right.
Okay, so they all move in the same direction. We are done.
Nope.
Thank you.
We're not done.
Yeah, we're done. They moved the same direction, east to west.
Except they're moving clockwise on one part of the Earth, and they're moving counterclockwise on the other
if
side.
you turn around the other direction, they're going counterclockwise again.
If you stand on your head.
And once again,
you're just dense. You're a little thick. That's all.
East and west are circles around north. That's what they are.
Why are they centered on a different point?
That's too bad. But east and west are circles around north.
But the stars in the north center around the North Star, and the stars in the south center around the South Star.
Don't. You were just told by an Australian that lives there that says that the Southern Cross travels around the north.
Please show me.
It moves around the north. You were told that. This is unreal.
I was never presented evidence of such a thing.
I was never presented evidence of you going to the South Pole in the fucking winter and looking up at the sky.
Yeah, but there's plenty of evidence. There's plenty of evidence.
We've made this claim.
Produce the damn evidence that the stars move east to west in the south. We want to hear it now. We want to see it. Stars move west to east in the south. Produce it now.
That is not what's the word I'm looking for? That is not consistent with my claim.
Okay, so all the stars move east to west, so we're done. They all move in the same direction. Stop it.
No. They are centered around a different star.
They are not centered around a different star.
Yes,
Listen,
they are.
shut up on this. They move from east to west.
Can you please provide evidence?
They circulate around the north, just like you said, so you have to stop it.
They center around the North Star.
What is wrong with you? Listen, the stars all move from east to west, period. They all rotate around the north. They all rotate around the north, one direction, east to west. You're wrong.
I didn't. Let's stop with the straw man of me claiming that the stars go in a different.
That's what
from
you're
west to
claiming.
east.
Well, that's
No,
what
it
you're
does
saying.
not.
You keep saying they go in a different direction. We tell you they move east to west, and you say that they don't do that in the south. So they must be moving west to east if they move in a different direction in the south. Is that true?
Maybe
it's not
two
true.
things can be true at the same time.
Okay, we're done on that
They
then.
move east to west. So they move east to west. East to west. Is that what they do? Can we get the confirmation that they move east to west?
No one's claiming otherwise.
Okay, so all the stars move in the same direction, east to west. Are we now in agreement that all the stars move in the same direction?
Sure.
Okay, we're
so
done
that's
here.
it.
They move east
No,
to
I'm not
west.
done.
There's no more discussion.
So your point is a moot one because they all move the same direction. no matter
Can
where
you
you are.
explain why? Can you explain why they look like they're rotating clockwise and counterclockwise depending on where you're standing?
I already explained it with the 6 on the
No, you
ceiling. He didn't understand it. When you see the 6 on the ceiling, go to the other side of the room. It looks like a 9. That's
So wait.
why.
Let's use the same.
That's not a true analogy.
Let's use that same analogy. Let's put a 6. No, let's put a 6 on the ceiling. No, let me finish.
It's
Let's
not
put a
going to make
6
the stars
on
move
the
in a
ceiling,
different direction.
and let's put a 6 on the ceiling. We'll put a 6 on the floor. If I move counterclockwise, the 6 on the ceiling relative to the ceiling, the 6 on the ceiling is going to move counterclockwise. The 6 on the floor is going to move clockwise.
Yeah,
Why
but
is that exactly the
stars
same
are never on the,
for the stars
hang on. The stars are never on the floor. So what is your point? They all move east to west. We already determined that. They all rotate around north, period. That's the end of the topic.
That is not.
And
That
we don't
doesn't
need to
contradict
talk
my
about
claim.
this anymore.
Yeah,
If
the
you
stars are never on the floor.
agree that they all move east to west, you're just going to get put on mute. You can stay there, okay? They all move east to west, and let's move on with the discussion.
No. Can you explain why east to west is counterclockwise and east to west is clockwise, depending on where you're standing?
We already
Because you turn around, for crying out loud. If you guys can't figure this out,
I can't believe
It's
you
not that
guys
simple.
Because you turned around.
This
Because
logically.
you turned around, you have to go turn upside down. That's not true.
What a load of
Clockwise is just
bullshit, Mark
clockwise,
G.
no
That's
matter where
the
you are.
dumbest shit I've heard today. If you're in this and where I fucking live and you face north, they go east to west. If you want to turn around and face the opposite direction, it's your own stupid fault.
I'm talking about looking up, not facing north.
They still move east
vertical.
to west. What
Do they
don't
rotate
you
clockwise
understand
or
about perspective?
counterclockwise? Do they
You
rotate
just don't
clockwise or
understand a 6 and a 9
counterclockwise?
on the ceiling, do you?
Do they rotate clockwise or
It
counterclockwise?
depends on which direction you're facing.
North. You're looking straight up or up towards the South Pole, or what would be the
Yeah,
South
if you're
Pole.
facing north, they go east to west, so it will look like it's coming from one side. Turn around and look south. Now they look like they're coming from the other side. They're still moving east to west.
If you face south, when you look at the south where the stars rotate around, the center point of rotation, that's counterclockwise or clockwise, right? And you have another sound. You can't see the other point of rotation. There's some mysterious place where you can go see the other point of rotation, and it's opposite on a flat plane. Those don't go together.
They don't. Listen, they move the same direction. They all rotate around the north. Period.
And how the flat plane look like when the all that rotation
Period.
is
What is this period you add to the end of the conversation?
Is
Why'd you do that?
Yeah, because that's the end of that conversation. They all move the same direction, not a different direction.
Who gives you that right to be so authoritative on the this logic, this wrong logic that you have?
Listen, I've been around you long enough. If I say something, it will usually be backed up by others that have the authority to mute others. I'm not the authority here.
Sonny, can I ask you something?
You're not even the logical person here.
Listen,
Can I?
who's
Sonny,
not
can I ask
logical
you?
saying that the stars move two different directions? Like, who's the one that's not logical?
You.
Oh,
Brat, I want to be
I'm saying they
logical.
move from one
Can I ask you?
direction. You're saying they move in two. That's retarded.
We're not saying they move in a different direction. We're saying they're moving different direction relative to where you're standing.
Sonny,
Yeah,
can
we
I
all
ask
know
you a
this.
question? Sonny, can I ask you a
And
question? Let's say that all
go
these
for it.
stars. I'm asking you a question. Let's say that all these stars moving. Let's say east 4 hours, then moving west 4 hours, then moving south 4 hours.
Okay.
What that has to do with the surface?
Wait. I have a simple question for all of you, right?
Bingo. No. Bingo. No. Stay on that. Yep.
We're on the same topic, right? We're on the same topic.
Address what he said. Address what he said.
I want to tell you. Let's be on the south. Let's be in Australia. Then let's move to the north. Let's say in England. Let's observe the stars. Let's see. Let's say that we observe the 4, 6, 7 different kind of rotation. What that has to do with the surface?
Wait. In the north, you can see the North Star, correct?
Yeah. What that has to do with the surface?
Okay, when you go to the south, can you see the North Star?
Yeah, let's stick on the topic. Let's go to what's far away from it.
let's say that you watching the stars on the north and you're watching stars on the south. What that has to do with the surface?
Well, you tell me. If you're in the north and you can see
I
the
will
North
tell.
Star.
I will tell you. Has nothing to do
Uh-huh.
with the surface. You are watching the stars. You are not watching the surface.
Okay, we're watching the stars, right?
Okay. How
We're
we
watching
will
the stars.
realize? Okay. How we will realize that surface is curved?
Okay,
Watching.
well, one moment. No, just forget about the world being curved for a second.
Okay.
We're talking about
No.
stars,
Man.
right?
How to forget it? To Earth about the curve. You said forget it. That's about
Just a
the
moment.
curve.
Just a moment.
This is
Moment, please. Moment,
just,
please.
just
So
no, just a moment. Let's not forget that. Let's say it like this: why to speak about the stars when even one flat earther not claiming anything about the stars?
well,
Right, exactly.
because we're
This is
talking
not
about what is real,
24/7.
what is
Hey,
reality, right?
dude, shut up for a minute. This is not 24/7. Let's see what the stars do. Discords, okay, channel. It's 24/7 flat Earth Discord
Yes,
channel.
yes. We're talking about flat Earth
Okay,
on a flat
okay,
plane
flat
on
earth.
a
Can you?
flat Earth.
Okay,
Not stars,
At
then.
one,
Not stars, then.
excuse
okay.
me.
Why?
Yeah, on a
Okay,
flat
why these
Earth, when you
people?
look
Okay,
up, you can see the
question.
No,
North
no, no.
Star. Correct?
Okay,
Not
question to
stars.
you.
No, we're not talking about stars.
Question
Yeah.
for
Talking
you.
about stars.
Why?
What we're talking about is flat Earth.
Why? Can I ask you a question? Why these people are flat earthers? Because of stars or something else?
Because of stupidity.
Because of stupid. That's wrong.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
That means I will tell you if you want to know why they are. Do you know why they are flat? Why they don't believe in the globe? What is the main reason?
Because they're people who are in denial and don't understand basic logic and
No,
basic
you're wrong.
concepts,
No, you're wrong. Do you want to know
or
what is
just
the main
refuse
reason?
to accept them.
No, you're wrong.
It's
That is
childhood
not the
trauma.
main. No, you're wrong. That is not the main reason. Do you want to know what is the main reason?
Yes, also conspiracy theories and retardation,
No, that
and
you're
just
again. You're again
refusing
wrong.
to be, just being
Okay,
denialist. You know,
man. You're again wrong. Do you want to know what is the main reason?
what is the main reason?
There is no measurable curvature in reality. Earth measures flat.
Says who? Did you measure it
Says,
yourself?
can I answer? Says who? Reality says. That means outside
For
the
real?
surface. Yeah, for real. The
Yeah,
surface
Okay.
water,
ain't.
large bodies of water do not curve. We know this.
Okay.
This is the way
Okay.
water works.
Have fun traveling to South Africa and looking for the North Star.
So
Man,
you're stargazing again. We're talking about the surface. Get back on topic.
Did you get
If
it
your
now?
if your reasoning is true,
Man,
if
did you get
if
it? Why,
anything you
man,
argue was
can I
true,
finish
you
my
would see the
sentence?
North.
Can I finish my sentence? Did you get it? Why they are don't believe in a globe? Because there is no measurable curvature, not because of stars.
You know, I am drinking
You know why you asking question about stars and people are
right now.
saying that is not the reason.
I have to
they are-
control myself.
Yeah, why you asking question about the stars and nobody's claiming anything about the stars?
Because if your flat Earth was even remotely
No, man.
true,
If my flat Earth was
no,
flat,
why don't
and
you let me speak? Because you interrupted
because I
me
want to.
multiple times.
Yeah, because I want to finish. Because you're wrong. If
Well,
Earth
you
is flat,
finished, and
okay, can you tell me if Earth is flat, how do look like the surface? If Earth is flat,
okay, are you gonna let me answer
if
and
you
speak
answer me, this
interruption?
question,
Without
how the,
interruption.
I will not interrupt
Thank
you.
you.
If you
Yes,
answer me,
I will answer your question without you interrupting.
Okay.
So, when you're in the northern, okay,
No.
let's
You're
on a
not.
flat surface. No, you're gonna let me speak. You're gonna.
You're not. No, you're not answering. I asked a simple question. Only simple question. If Earth is flat, how the surface would look like?
Mute me one more time, and we're not gonna.
I have no power to mute you. I don't have that power.
Yeah, and I would suggest you not make demands.
Okay, you've proven.
I didn't mute you, and I don't have that power. I only want to answer. How the Earth would look like if it's flat? The
But
surface.
I'll tell you this, Russian. You're not the one making demands here. This is our channel, so you either just speak when it's appropriate, stop interrupting people, or stay
I
fucking
don't,
muted.
I don't know if is it that rude what I'm asking? Am I bad because I'm asking that? Is it
No,
this
no,
normal question?
it's a good question. It's a great question.
Well, we will have a petition to have your channel removed.
That's your option because Earth is not a ball.
No, you're not welcome.
That's you didn't bring any proof of Earth
Okay,
being
we
curved.
don't need
Having
any more of
curvature.
that.
I said that
You're going to claim you have a petition to freaking take our channel out?
maybe
Sure.
maybe I have some connection with Amnesty International. I could help to send appeal. Huh? What do you
Yeah,
think?
I got him on mute. If you want to ask him
Jesus
another
Christ.
question and see if he's going to answer it in good faith, we can unmute him. But otherwise, he can just sit there and bubble away into nothing.
If he wants to speak with flat earthers, maybe it's better that he first find out the position of the people who doesn't believe in the globe, and then ask the question about that. What is their position? Not about something called what he think that is their position. That means not about stars. That what they are claiming, why they are flat earthers, not what you think. They are flat earthers because of this and that.
Do you want to take that question on? Do you want to find out why we think it's flat?